Konoha Ninja Academy Training Ground No. 3. The noonday sun was vicious, baking the sandy earth until a blinding heat haze shimmered above it. The incessant shrilling of cicadas in the trees grated on the nerves. Irika stood at the very front of the formation, a stack of brand new Konoha forehead protectors in his hands. The metal plates caught the sunlight, reflecting a piercing glare. He cleared his throat, his voice resonant and strong. Today is the day you graduate. Once you put on this forehead protector, you will no longer be students but Konoha shinobi who can stand on their own. The will of fire will be passed down through you to protect your comrades and safeguard the village. In the front row, Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands together in excitement, his eyes locked firmly onto those forehead protectors. Uchiha Sasuke stood with both hands in his pockets, head turned toward the distant Hokage rock, utterly uninterested in this lengthy speech. Lin Chuan stood in the shadow of the very last row. A sour churn rose from his stomach, spasms of pain crawling up his nerves. That was the price of eating expired military ration pills for 3 straight days. As one of Konoha's lowest, a backgroundless orphan, the meager welfare he received each month was so pitiful that even a single full meal was a luxury beyond reach. Irika was still on the platform, speaking impassionedly, sketching out lofty ideals of dedicating oneself to the village. Lin Chuan lowered his head to look at the pair of straw sandals on his feet, soles patched 3 times over his toes caked with grime. He tugged at his cracked lips. The will of fire. Nothing more than a brainwashing slogan concocted by those at the top to make cannon fodder at the bottom march to their deaths willingly. In this cold, brutal world where strength reigned supreme, without bloodline and without backing, only 2 endings awaited him: being casually erased by enemy shinobi during some low-level mission, or being taken by root and turned into a feelingless killing machine. More than 10 years had passed. Having crossed into this world for over a decade, he had long grown sick of this precarious existence lived under others' noses. Without warning, a shrill mechanical tone rang out in his mind, stabbing his eardrums with pain. Assessing the host's current situation. Defector power-up system successfully bound. Core rule: the more the host's actions violate Konoha's traditional ninja way and deviate from the will of fire, the higher the defiance rating will be and the more generous the rewards obtained. Current novice mission triggered: refused to receive the forehead protector during the graduation test and publicly declare defection. Mission reward: perfect Senju clan sage body, initial stage chakra reserves elevated to Kage level. Lin Chuan's breathing stalled for a heartbeat. He did not look at the reactions around him, instead he slowly clenched the hands hanging at his sides. His nails dug into his palms, the faint sting telling him this was no hallucination before death. Defect. That suited him perfectly. He did not wish to stay a single second longer in this village of schemes and hypocrisy. Uchiha Sasuke. Irika's voice cut through Lin Chuan's thoughts. Sasuke stepped forward, his hands flying through seals. With a soft bang, 3 identical clones appeared beside him. His movements were clean and precise, without the slightest waste of chakra. Full marks. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan's genius. Irika handed over a forehead protector, his eyes filled with approval. A suppressed chorus of shrill cries erupted from the surrounding girls. Sasuke took the forehead protector and casually tied it around his forehead, returning to the formation without sparing a single glance at anyone. The test continued. Joy for some, disappointment for others. Because he failed the clone technique, Naruto was scolded by Irika and slunk off to the side, crestfallen. Next, Lin Chuan. When Irika read this name, his tone flattened noticeably. He did not even lift his head, merely circling the name on the roster. Lin Chuan lifted his foot. The soles of his sandals scraped against the rough sand, making a soft rustling sound. More than 50 pairs of eyes swept over him with casual indifference. An orphan with no presence to speak of, his grades always at the very bottom, even the most basic 3-body technique executed clumsily, no one harbored any expectations for him. Lin Chuan walked to the front platform, stopping less than 2 meters from Irika. Begin. Irika pointed to the thick ironwood stake used for testing chakra control beside them. As long as you can produce 1 qualified clone or hit the center of the stake with a shuriken, you'll pass. Lin Chuan did not move. He neither reached for the shuriken in his ninja tool pouch nor started forming seals. Sunlight fell across his face, the eyes that usually stayed lowered now fixed steadily on the ironwood stake ahead. Lin Chuan. Irika frowned, raising his voice. What are you doing? Hurry and take the test, others are still waiting. Lin Chuan slowly lifted his right hand. His 5 fingers spread, then curled in one by one, closing into a fist. Blood surged faster through his veins. The beating of his heart swelled in his ears, drowning out even the cicadas in the trees. He did not rouse the paltry chakra within him. He simply drew his arm back, set his waist as the fulcrum, and drove a punch forward. The instant his fist collided with the ironwood stake, a muffled boom exploded in the air. Crack! The ironwood stake, so thick that 3 grown men were needed to encircle it, split open from the point of impact, a spiderweb of fissures spreading outward. An instant later, the entire stake let out a groan, snapping cleanly in half. The upper section, driven by tremendous momentum, flew backward and slammed into the wall 10 meters away, blasting a large crater in the brickwork. Splinters burst outward like countless tiny daggers. A sliver no larger than a fingernail grazed past Irika's cheek, drawing a trail of blood in its wake. Silence swallowed the training ground. The wind stilled. Even the cicadas seemed to have their throats cut by this sudden outburst of violence. Naruto's mouth hung open, the taunt he had been about to throw choking in his throat. Sasuke snapped his head around, pupils contracting as he locked his gaze onto the shattered ironwood stake. Irika lifted his hand to touch his cheek. His fingertips came away smeared with warm blood. He turned his head stiffly to stare at the boy before him. You? Lin Chuan lowered his fist. Not even the skin over his knuckles had broken. He turned his gaze, falling upon the neat stack of Konoha forehead protectors on the platform. He reached out and picked up the topmost one. The chill of the metal seeped into his palm. The Konoha emblem was etched upon it. Lin Chuan, you were hiding your strength. Irika finally found his voice again, disbelief thick within it, but even more so delight. Such pure physical power, you've passed. Put on the forehead protector. Lin Chuan lowered his eyes to the protector in his hand. His thumb and index finger pinched the two ends of the metal plate. His fingers tightened. He summoned no chakra at all, relying solely on the contraction of muscle. The hard metal plate emitted a sharp protesting screech. Under the horrified gaze of all present, the forehead protector, symbolizing the identity of a Konoha shinobi, was forcibly crumpled into a lump of scrap. The Konoha emblem twisted beyond recognition. Lin Chuan released his hand. Clang. The twisted scrap iron dropped onto the platform, bounced twice, then rolled to a stop at Irika's feet. This thing. Lin Chuan lifted his head, meeting Irika's gaze, heat in his voice, not loud yet carrying clearly across the entire training ground. Isn't even fit for a dog to wear? The air froze completely in that instant. The delight on Irika's face solidified, at once replaced by stunned disbelief and then an uncontrollable fury. Lin Chuan. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Irika stepped forward, roaring, insulting the Konoha forehead protector is a grave crime. The students below erupted. Is he insane? That's the forehead protector. Did this guy take the wrong medicine or something? Lin Chuan ignored the clamorous noise around him. He turned his back to Irika, eyes fixed on the open iron gate beyond the training field. Konoha. Guardianship. Lin Chuan took his first step, striding toward the gate. Sorry, from today on I live only for myself. Stop. Yaluka roared angrily. He could not tolerate a student trampling on the will of fire in front of everyone on graduation day. He propelled himself forward like an arrow as he lunged toward Lin Chuan's back. His right hand transformed into a claw, latching precisely onto Lin Chuan's right shoulder. As a Chunin, he was absolutely confident he could subdue this insolent kid in a single move, the moment his fingertip brushed the fabric of Lin Chuan's clothes. Lin Chuan did not look back. Instead, his right shoulder suddenly sank backward and a wild surge of chakra erupted from his body. There were no hand seals, no ninjutsu. It was merely the natural outpouring of chakra. Bang! Yaluka felt as if his clawed hand had grasped a high-speed rotating grinding wheel. An irresistible counterforce surged along his arm into his entire body. He grunted, lost his balance, and staggered backward for 7 or 8 steps, his back colliding heavily with the edge of the podium and shaking chalk dust from the blackboard. Teacher Yaluka. Mingren exclaimed as he tried to rush forward, only to be forcefully pulled back by Luan. Don't go over, something's wrong. Luan stared intently at Lin Chuan's retreating back, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In his mind, mechanical sounds flashed frantically. Lin Chuan stopped in his tracks. His heart began pounding fiercely like war drums. Every bone in his body crackled with a dense series of explosions, while his once withered muscles swelled at a visibly rapid pace, brimming with explosive power. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment permeated his entire being, a sublime joy born of a leap in the realm of life. He could clearly feel the ambient natural energy in the air spontaneously converging towards him, seeping through his pores to merge perfectly with his own chakra. Without deliberate refinement, the volume of his chakra surged at a terrifying pace. Genin. Chunin. Jonin, until he broke through a critical threshold. A layer of tangible blue chakra enveloped his body, its visible aura blasting the sand beneath him into a swirling frenzy. Take him down. A cold, sharp shout cut through the air as the ANBU hiding in the trees around the training field could no longer contain themselves. 3 dark silhouettes leapt down simultaneously from 3 different directions, each wearing an animal mask, a grey vest, and carrying a short blade, ANBU directly under the Huoying. Without a word, while midair, their hands became fleeting shadows. 6 shurikens accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing through air sealed off every escape route for Lin Chuan. Next, the 3 ANBU drew short blades from their backs, their edges imbued with wind-style chakra that shimmered with lethal blue light. Their killing techniques chained together flawlessly. Faced with a combined assault capable of instantly downing an ordinary Chunin, Lin Chuan didn't even bat an eye. He simply turned to confront the 3 ANBU descending from the sky. A shuriken hovered less than half a meter from his face. Lin Chuan raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and pushed forward. Boom! The blue aura of chakra on his body suddenly surged, forming an invisible wall. 6 shurikens forged from fine steel collided against the chakra wall with an abrasive friction sound. Sparks flew as their kinetic energy was completely nullified, causing them to fall lifelessly to the ground. The pupils of the three ANBU constricted sharply. Could mere outpouring of chakra block a shuriken? Yet they did not retreat. Three short blades infused with wind style sliced through the air toward Lin Chuan's throat, heart and abdomen respectively. Lin Chuan stepped forward, meeting the incoming blades. The bluestone slab beneath his feet emitted a brittle crack as it shattered into countless fragments. With lightning speed his left hand reached out, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage in the air. With pinpoint precision it slipped past the blockade of two short blades and grasped the throat of the middle ANBU. Crack! Without any hesitation he exerted force with his 5 fingers. The sound of shattering neck bones rang out painfully in the silent training field. The ANBU didn't even have time to scream before his body went limp. The other two ANBU were visibly shocked. Their short blades' trajectories were forced to change as they tried to repel Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan hurled the corpse in his hand like a tattered sack toward the left side ANBU. At the same time he lifted his right leg and with a sonic boom tearing through the air delivered a fierce strike to the right ANBU's waist. Bang! The right side ANBU, as if struck by a battering ram, contorted in midair at a grotesque angle before being hurled several dozen meters away. After crashing through 2 large trees he finally came to a halt with gaping wounds as blood and fragmented entrails erupted, clearly a fatal blow. The left side ANBU had just dodged his comrade's corpse when Lin Chuan's figure appeared ghost-like before him. A pale elongated hand covered the animal mask on his face. "Too slow," Lin Chuan said in a voice as calm as ever. His fingers closed and with a bang the mask along with the skull beneath shattered into fragments. Red and white fluids splattered onto Lin Chuan's shoe as the 3 elite ANBU were annihilated in less than 3 breaths. A deathly silence reigned over the training field. The genin, fresh graduates who had once dreamed of a bright future, now stood pale and trembling. The overpowering stench of blood assaulting their nostrils drove some to the point of heaving. Yuziba Zuishu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. As he watched Lin Chuan's nonchalant slaughter of the ANBU, a tumultuous storm surged within him. How could this be? That underachiever, that orphan who could barely fill his stomach, how could he possess such monstrous power? Lin Chuan wiped the blood off his hand and scanned his surroundings. More ANBU were gathering and the air grew increasingly thick with murderous intent. Want to play? Then let's play. Lin Chuan remarked as he twisted his neck, the sound of crisp bones echoing. He suddenly surged forward with his leg transforming into a streak of blue light that shattered the training field's wire mesh and charged toward my streets. On the top floor of the Huoying Tower in the executive office, Yuanfei Risen sat behind a broad desk, his brow knotted into a deep crease. A pipe hung from his mouth, left undrawn until the tobacco burned to ash that drifted onto the papers. A crystal orb rested on the desk. A telescopic technique. The crystal orb displayed the gruesome tableau on Training Ground No. 3, Lin Chuan crushing his forehead protector, repelling Yaluka, and in 3 strokes exterminating 3 umbu. Every move, every nuance was rendered with crystalline clarity before the seasoned ninjutsu instructor. Risen. The office door was pushed open. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shui Homingyan hurried in, their faces bleak. Did you see what happened at the academy? Zhuanqin Xiaochun planted both hands on her cane, voice sharp. An orphan suddenly erupting with this level of power and nursing such profound hostility toward the village, this is no accident. A spy from another village. Or one of De Shuan's leftover experiments. Shui Homingyan pushed up his glasses. Whatever the case, he must not be allowed to leave Mai alive. Such an uncontrollable variable must be eliminated immediately. Yuanfei Risen drew a deep breath through his pipe and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. He replayed the image of Lin Chuan performing no-hand seals, relying solely on his body and chakra to slaughter the umbu in an instant. That terrifying regenerative ability and the sheer volume of chakra nudged a forbidden name into his mind. Qianshou clan. But that could not be. The Qianshou bloodline had long since waned. He had probed Lin Chuan's background countless times, nothing, utterly clean, no trace of any special lineage. Issue the orders. Yuanfei Risen set down his pipe, a sliver of murderous intent flickering through his clouded eyes. Seal all exits of Mai. Initiate level 1 alert. Send Chimu Kakaxi there. Dead or alive. Sirens began to wail a mournful cry through the streets of Mai. Civilians cowered inside their homes, doors and windows bolted. On the rooftops, squads of masked umbu and green-vested security troops darted to and fro, weaving an immense cordon. Lin Chuan bounded across the rooftops at high speed. Wind screamed in his ears. He made no effort to conceal his trail, not even suppressing his chakra. That suffocating surge of chakra was a beacon in the night, drawing every pursuer. In his mind the mechanical voice sounded again. Detected host eliminated 3 umbu directly under Huoying command, causing panic in Mai. Behavior assessment, mid-level rebellion. Task complete. Reward issued lightning release, Chidori stream proficiency. Reward issued wind release, Raisin Shuriken system modified unbranded version. A torrent of ninjutsu knowledge and precise chakra pathways were imprinted into his mind. Muscle memory formed in an instant. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched. Mid-level rebellion was it? Niui's threshold for alarm was pitifully low. Ahead lay the village gate. Once he crossed it, he would be a true road ninja free from this hypocritical cage. Suddenly a figure materialized on the rooftop ahead with no warning blocking his path. Silver spiky hair, a black mask obscuring most of the face. The forehead protector had been pushed up, revealing a single crimson eye in which 3 magatama rotated slowly. Chimu Kakashi. Niui's premier operative and elite jonin possessing the Xiaolunian. Chimu Kakashi had one hand in his pocket, the other holding a book whose cover color was ambiguously suggestive. He regarded the figure some dozen meters away with no trace of his usual languor, only a cold appraising gaze. Lin Chuan, isn't it? Chimu Kakashi snapped the book shut and stowed it in his tool pouch. I do not know what has occurred within you, but at this point the game is over. Lin Chuan said nothing. He watched Chimu Kakashi, feeling the dangerous aura emanating from the man. This was a true powerhouse. Not remotely in the same league as the Umbu they had faced moments before. Surrender now and perhaps the Third Lord will grant you a chance to explain. Chimu Kakashi's hand slowly slid toward the pouch at the outside of his thigh. Explain. Lin Chuan laughed and raised his right hand, without forming a single hand seal. A sharp bird-like chirring suddenly shattered the air. Blue lightning gathered in the palm of Lin Chuan's hand as if summoned from nothing. But unlike an ordinary Chidori, the lightning did not remain confined to his palm, it raced along his arm with startling speed. In the blink of an eye, the feral lightning blossomed into countless fine arcs enveloping Lin Chuan wholly. Lightning release, Chidori stream. The surrounding air was instantly heated and warped by the high temperature of the discharge. Roof tiles beneath his feet could not withstand such chakra and began shattering en masse. Chimu Kakashi's crimson Xiaolunian constricted violently. No hand seals. And this form of lightning release, he, the inventor of the Chidori, had never envisioned such an incarnation. What kind of monster was this boy? Kakashi. Feeling the annihilating power swell through his body, Lin Chuan leaned forward, assuming a sprinting stance. Those who stand in my way will die. With a thunderous crash, the rooftop collapsed beneath him. He became a dazzling blue bolt, a tearing force intent on rending everything as he barreled toward Chimu Kakashi's face. Chimu Kakashi's Xiaolunian spun madly, tracing that impossibly swift trajectory. His hands became a blur of afterimages. Chomao Shun. Lightning release, Chidori. The same piercing bird-like sound erupted as Chimu Kakashi gathered a brilliant surge of lightning in his right hand and charged to meet the blue bolt. 2 savage torrents of lightning chakra hurtled toward each other in midair, poised for the most brutal collision. 2 violent bolts of lightning chakra collided fiercely in midair without the anticipated deafening explosion. At that moment, the air was compressed to an extreme, with high-pressure currents slicing and consuming each other, producing a series of piercing sounds that directly scraped past the eardrums of everyone nearby. A few newly arrived Umbu instinctively covered their ears. Their stomachs churned unexpectedly and a phantom metallic taste of blood surged in their mouths. The blue stone tiles beneath them could not withstand the terrifying heat, carbonizing and shattering over a large area, turning into black powder that scattered in all directions. Kakashi's crimson Sharingan spun wildly. His vision was filled with blinding blue light. This kid didn't perform any hand seals for his lightning release. Kakashi's breathing grew heavy. As the creator of the Chidori, he knew all too well how difficult it was to control the nature of lightning chakra. This kid not only skipped the hand seals but even expanded the form transformation of the lightning throughout his entire body. Yet this was also a flaw: the power was dispersed. In that moment, the inside of the Sharingan reached its peak. Kakashi clearly saw that amidst the chaotic lightning surrounding Lin Chuan, there was a slight stagnation in the flow of chakra at the chest area. That was the defensive blind spot of the chakra nodes. It's over. Kakashi flipped his wrist sharply. His body, which had been charging straight ahead, twisted at an ergonomically impossible angle in midair. He abandoned a direct clash with the Chidori and slid alongside the edges of Lin Chuan's unleashed lightning. The Raikiri in his right hand drew a dazzling zigzag. The sound of thunder suddenly rose. That highly concentrated ball of lightning transformed into an indestructible blade, precisely cutting into the gap of the Chidori, directly targeting Lin Chuan's heart. Well done. The captain of the Umbu team, standing far away on a water tower, exclaimed. The first engineer's sudden change in tactics was textbook-level execution. That kid named Lin Chuan absolutely could not dodge this attack. Lin Chuan stared at the lightning less than half a meter from his chest. Dodge. The calculations in his mind took only a millisecond. Kakashi's battle intelligence was indeed absurdly high. He could find the weak point of the Chidori in an instant. But the opponent miscalculated one thing. The forcibly infused Senju Sage body was least afraid of physical damage. Since you want to close in, I will grant you that. Lin Chuan did not evade at all. Instead, he thrust his chest forward to meet the edge of the Raikiri. Kakashi's back straightened suddenly. What had seemed like a certain kill just moments ago transformed into an extremely dangerous defensive state under the opponent's suicidal charge. Even the surrounding air cooled down. Did this kid go mad? Did he want to perish together? Just before the lightning touched the fabric of Lin Chuan's chest, the chakra gates within Lin Chuan completely opened. In this life I ask not of the past. I only seek to push through all things. Who claims invincibility, who dares say undefeated? With no reservations whatsoever. The maximum output of the Chidori was forcibly detonated. The dense arcs of electricity that had originally surrounded his body expanded in an instant into a gigantic lightning sphere over 10 meters in diameter. The blinding blue light directly engulfed half the block. A stabbing pain shot through Kakashi's left eye. The Sharingan had received an overwhelming amount of high-frequency lightning in a short time, causing his optic nerve to overload. Warm blood flowed down from the corner of his eye. He was forced to close his eyes. With his vision obstructed, the Raikiri's accuracy inevitably shifted. The previously fatal strike aimed at his heart grazed past Lin Chuan's left shoulder. A large area of skin was instantly carbonized by the high temperature of the Raikiri. But Lin Chuan didn't even furrow his brow. The all-encompassing sensation of paralysis from the lightning had already transmitted through the air to Kakashi. Kakashi grunted, his entire right arm falling into uncontrollable spasms. He completely lost his balance, falling backward like a kite with a severed string crashing heavily onto the roof of another building. Lin Chuan paid no mind to the wound on his shoulder. The charred flesh there was visibly peeling off, fresh flesh buds writhing rapidly as if they were alive, healing. Using the recoil from the explosion of lightning, he heavily stomped down on the supporting beam beneath him. Crack! The entire two-story building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Lin Chuan transformed into a cannonball carrying the violent lightning that had yet to dissipate, charging straight towards the main gate of Konoha. The massive iron and wood gates, standing 10 meters tall, were within reach. This was one of Konoha's strongest defenses, with thick steel plates embedded within the door panels inscribed with defensive barriers. The 4 Chunin guards had just placed their hands on their ninja tool pouches, not even having time to perform hand seals. Lin Chuan crashed into them. Boom! Without using any ninjutsu, purely relying on the terrifying physical strength brought by the sage body and the enhancement of shadow-level chakra. Wood chips mixed with twisted steel plates flew everywhere. The 10-meter-tall Konoha gate was forcefully smashed, creating a huge irregular hole. The barrier technique shattered like paper in the face of absolute violence. A whirlwind kicked up clouds of dust. The Chunin guards were blown away several dozen meters by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground unconscious. Kakashi knelt half buried in the rubble of the collapsed rooftop. He gasped for breath, his right hand still uncontrollably spasming. He opened his ordinary right eye, watching the figure gradually disappearing into the forest in the direction of the gate. His proud Raikiri had actually been crushed by a newly graduated genin with sheer physical power and even more violent lightning release. His words hit the ground. He half opened his mouth, the light in his eyes flickering violently. The surrounding cacophony was completely drained in that moment. What kind of monster is this? Lin Chuan burst out of the gate, his feet finally landing on the soil at the border of the Land of Fire. He did not stop, continuing to sprint deep into the forest. The blood within him did not calm down due to escaping danger, on the contrary, it boiled even more violently. An indescribable thirst for blood surged from deep within his bones. He looked at his blood-soaked hands, and the sensation from when he crushed the Umbu's throat flashed through his mind. That feeling of taking life was attempting to erode his sanity. The violent side effects of the first Hokage cells began to manifest. The reward given by the system was incomplete. If he did not find a way to suppress it soon, he would inevitably become a beast that only knew how to kill. At the top of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently at the crystal ball on the table used to spy on the entire village. The image froze at the moment Lin Chuan shattered the gate. Crack! A fine crack spread from within the crystal ball. The crisp snap of breaking glass rang harshly in the quiet office. Yuanfei Risen sat in the broad swivel chair, the pipe in his hand had long gone cold, ash falling onto the papers and scorching a black hole into them. A fissure widened across the smooth surface of the crystal globe. The great gate of Mai had been smashed hidden by an orphan who had only just graduated from the ninja academy. The old man's palm pressed against the desk's edge, the wooden grain creaked under his coarse fingers as if strained to snapping. He had underestimated the boy called Lin Chuan. He had assumed the youth was merely a resentful rebel of the village. No matter if some bloodline limit had awakened, a few elite Umbu could have hauled him back without trouble. Instead, 3 direct Umbu were lost, not even Kakashi managed to hold him. What unsettled him most was the image of Lin Chuan enduring Leichia Hiden. Such bodily strength and regenerative speed were not the gifts of ordinary men. Cells of the Qianqiu clan. Or one of Deshuan's secret test subjects left within the village. Whichever the case, this variable was far too dangerous. If they did not eliminate the boy on the spot, the faces of Niui's leaders would be trampled underfoot. If the other shinobi villages' intelligence networks learned Mai could not even capture a genin, border tensions would certainly escalate. Bang! Yuanfei Risen crushed the edge of the solid wood desk with his hand. Lord Huaying. An Umbu wearing a cat-faced mask shoved the door open and dropped to one knee. Captain Kakashi suffered a minor burn to his right hand. The Zualunian's optic nerves are damaged and he is under urgent care from the medical team. 2 gate guards dead, 2 severely wounded. The target has fled into the border forest of the Huaji country. Yuanfei Risen stood. His broad ceremonial robe fluttered in the windless office. "Relate my orders." His voice pressed low. "Raise the highest alert. Mobilize 3 Umbu battalions fully armed. Notify the barrier division fully seal the Huaji country borderline." He moved to the filing cabinet and drew out a blank warrant. He lifted his pen and swiftly wrote Lin Chuan's name. Then in the danger level column he stamped down a blood-red S. Kill on sight, no questions asked. In the border forest of the Huaji country the trees soared. Moonlight was sliced into mottled shards by dense branches and scattered across moss-covered earth. Lin Chuan darted between trunks at high speed. Wind whistled past his ears, bringing distant barks and the cries of shinobi birds. Nui's tracking detachments were already in motion. He paused on a stout bough and turned his head toward my village. The night sky had been stained a dark crimson by searchlight beams and signal flares. They were panicking. These high and mighty figures used to treating everyone as pawns grew more terrified than anyone when an uncontrolled bomb appeared on their board. All long-lived intimacy springs from intention. And your intentions have been spent entirely on scheming against your own people. Lin Chuan drew back his gaze. He needed time to assimilate the rewards the system had given him. The initial stage of the Qianqiu immortal physique was powerful, but integrating it with this chronically malnourished body required a process. Moreover, to force through Kakaxi's blockade earlier he had overdrawn his chakra. Just as he prepared to push on, a ripping pain tore through his left arm. It was no ordinary pulled muscle. The ache seemed to burrow out from between the seams of his bone. As if thousands of ants were gnawing at his marrow, Lin Chuan's legs went weak and he plunged from the branch. He twisted midair and slammed down on one knee into the mud, driving out a shallow dent. Damn! He gritted his back teeth, a fine sweat beading on his brow. His eyes fell to his left arm. The skin there pulsed at an uncanny rhythm. Subcutaneous muscle fibers took on a life of their own, contorting, swelling, proliferating beyond his control. A grayish wooden spike had even forced through the skin, exposed to the air, a sequela of the original cell's berserk mutation. Lin Chuan's breath quickened. He could feel that savage plant-born force trying to seize command, to devour his reason and flesh. If he did not suppress it swiftly, he would never leave this forest. Bearing countless sins forges an undying heart. Lin Chuan fixed his stare on the wooden barb protruding from his arm. He did not reach with his right hand to pull it out, he knew removing one would only spawn 10. He instead summoned the remaining chakra in his body, flushing his left arm's meridians with force. 2 utterly different powers waged a tug-of-war within his arm. Cold sweat dripped from his chin into the soil. The barking drew nearer. Nui's tracking teams were rapidly tightening the cordon. Lin Chuan lifted his head and stared into the black canopy. Trying to make me a practice target. He braced his right hand on the ground and slowly straightened. Then let's see who ends up devouring whom. The earth exhaled the damp, decaying scent of rotting leaves. Lin Chuan knelt on one knee in a shallow pit. A grayish-white wooden spike jutted from his left arm, fully exposed to the air. Muscle fibers beneath his skin writhed uncontrollably, thick bluish-purple veins bulged and snaked upward from his wrist, threatening to overrun half his body. The pain scraped raw from the marrow itself. He bit down hard on his lower lip, teeth-piercing flesh, spilling a metallic coppery tang across his tongue. This accursed system. Its reward was nothing but an incomplete artifact. Under ordinary circumstances he could have retreated to a quiet place and carefully channeled his chakra to neutralize the savage plant energy. But not now. A faint rustle, barely more than a whisper, drifted through the wind. From the southwest. Less than 500 meters away. Then came low guttural barks. The Konoha tracking squad had already closed in. Kakashi's grievous injury had undoubtedly shattered the fragile composure of the elderly Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. This time they'd sent no mere rank-and-file umbu, no disposable foot soldiers easily dispatched. If he failed to resolve the anomaly in his left arm within 10 minutes, he would devolve into a mindless tray ant, only to be hacked apart by Konoha's umbu and carried back in pieces as trophies. Flee. With blood reeking from his pores and chakra flaring like a beacon, he'd be hunted down even at the world's farthest edge. Those ninja hounds' noses were sharper than radar. He had to resolve it here now. Lin Chuan released his torn lower lip and spat out a mouthful of crimson spittle. His gaze locked onto the wooden spike still lengthening along his left arm. Standard medical ninjutsu was powerless against the overwhelming dominance of the first Hokage's cells. Then he would meet brutality with greater brutality. Crackling blue arcs danced across the tips of his right fingers. ZZZZT. A shrill grating shriek tore from the dense lightning. Lin Chuan summoned every last reserve of chakra, forcibly compressing the scope of Chidori flow. What once enveloped his entire body now shrank, wrenched inward, into several needle-thin shafts of cobalt lightning. Intense heat warped the very air around them. He didn't blink. His right hand shot upward, carrying those frenzied lightning needles, and drove them deep into the flesh of his left arm. Ugh! A guttural strangled roar erupted from Lin Chuan's throat. Violent currents surged instantly through his entire left limb. Blue arcs darted wildly between muscle and vein. Seething heat carbonized the proliferating muscle fibers on contact. The grayish-white wooden spike groaned under the lightning's assault, then fractured, crumbling into black ash that scattered silently into the air. Such violent suppression was akin to repairing a delicate instrument with a sledgehammer. His left arm muscles convulsed violently under the lightning's relentless stimulation. The lacerated wound, forcibly sealed by searing heat, billowed acrid white smoke. The stench of charred flesh overrode the iron tang of blood. Pain. An agony beyond measure, beyond reason. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans glistened across Lin Chuan's brow, tracing paths down his cheeks before splattering into the soil beneath his feet. His fingers dug deep into the earth, nails crammed with black loam. Even bearing a broken body, and wielding one hand alone to subdue this savage bloodline, I shall still sweep across the world unchallenged. At that instant, the system's first-tier Senju Sage body revealed its terrifying resilience. Cells destroyed by lightning regenerated instantly, only to be incinerated again, endlessly repeating. Through this near-suicidal cycle, the primal sanity-devouring force of the first Hokage's cells was gradually refined, tamed grain by grain. 3 minutes later, the pulsing in his left arm ceased. The bluish-purple veins receded beneath his skin. And the massive laceration, forcibly stitched shut by lightning, remained as a grotesque jet-black scar. Lin Chuan gasped, raggedly, chest heaving. Slowly he rose to his feet. His left arm remained numb, but functional. The backlash had been suppressed, for now. Yet this reprieve was fleeting. Any further chakra overexertion would unleash the savage force anew. He needed a higher-tier reward. A truly complete sage body. Konoha. Lin Chuan stared at his scorched left arm. All laws in this world are chains forged by the strong, designed solely to bind the weak. Today I shall tear each chain apart link by link. He raised his right hand. A faint spark flickered once more at his fingertip. Cobalt lightning arced downward, striking the shallow pit at his feet. Bloodstained splinters of wood, even the sweat he'd shed, all vaporized instantly under the lightning's searing heat. The surrounding air itself superheated, erasing every trace of scent. When finished, Lin Chuan rotated his neck. Bone cracked sharply, cleanly. His heartbeat thrummed a third faster than normal. Saliva flooded his mouth. An indescribable hunger rose from his stomach, surging straight into his skull. Not for food. For blood. The savage side effect of the first Hokage's cells, though forcibly subdued, had begun subtly reshaping his physiology. He now burned with an overwhelming urge to kill, to watch warm blood arc through the air in vivid glistening sprays. Lin Chuan ran his tongue slowly over dry lips. Just as he pondered where to find fresh experience points. Woof. A low sudden bark echoed down from the treetops overhead. Within the canopy above, that muffled canine bark was scattered by the wind. Lin Chuan did not look up. His back muscles tightened, he pressed himself against the coarse trunk and reduced his breathing to the lowest rhythm. Something was up there. More than one. The tracking unit had abandoned ground searching and taken to the treetops. These Umbu operatives were indeed formidable. Ordinary tracking shinobi follow footprints and blood along the ground, easy prey for traps. This squad exploited the forest's three-dimensional terrain, observing and sniffing from above. The usual escape routes had been sealed. Lin Chuan's mind raced. Though the bark had been suppressed, it had revealed their position. 10 meters up. Slightly to the left above. Their failure to strike meant they were still confirming the target. He had scorched the ground with lightning moments before the smell might be broken, but the lingering heat was abnormal. Experienced sensory shinobi would not miss it. He glanced at the bloodstained coat on his left arm. The wound had been sutured, yet the scent on that garment shone like a searchlight in the dark. A hound's nose is keener than any radar. Lin Chuan unfastened the coat with one hand. His movement was so slight that not a single leaf trembled. He balled the coat into a bundle. From his fingertips leaked a faint wisp of chakra that clung to the cloth. A head water trickled quietly. A small stream hid behind the brush. Lin Chuan flicked his wrist. The blood-soaked coat became a black shadow and slid silently through the undergrowth to land on a stone at the water's edge. Having done that, he did not linger. His legs drove hard. He became a weightless ghost, climbing the trunk with rapid, silent motion. He did not flee. He vaulted to the crown of another tree less than 5 meters from where the bark had sounded. Thick foliage concealed him completely. He hung inverted from a sturdy bough, his feet hooked into the bark. Through gaps in the leaves, his gaze locked on the understory and the water source below. The roles of hunter and hunted can reverse in a single thought. You imagine yourselves arbiters of life and death. In truth, you have merely trod into the slaughterhouse. 2 black-masked shapes landed soundlessly where Lin Chuan had just stood, one tall, one short. The taller wore an owl mask codenamed Shao. A short blade was strapped to his back. The shorter wore a fox mask codename Huan, held the leash of a large ninja hound. The hound's nose stayed to the earth as it panted in quick, questioning breaths. Hu crouched and pressed his hand to the warm soil. He looked up and signed a complex series of gestures to Shao. The target lingered here. They used a high-intensity lightning release to erase their tracks. Xiao nodded, fingers closing on his knife hilt as his gaze swept the surrounding darkness. Chakra reaction. Hu closed his eyes and formed a simple sensing seal. A few seconds later he opened them and pointed toward the water source behind the brush. A faint chakra fluctuation. The scent of blood is strong. The target is gravely wounded in tending wounds by the water. Zhao's eyes sharpened in an instant. Their orders were absolute: eliminate without question. Even a newly graduated genin, even if he unleashed an unknown bloodline limit and in fury had slain 3 Umbu and crippled Kakashi, would be spent at the end. Now cornered at the water and barely clinging to life, this was the perfect moment to close the net. Xiao signed pincer. You left, I right. Prepare a wide area ninjutsu sweep. Leave no survivors. Hu nodded and loosened the leash. The hound crouched low and flashed toward the brush like a gray streak. The 2 Umbu leapt from opposing trunks, hands weaving seals in midair, Siwei Hai wooing rapid and precise. Fire release, great fireball technique. Incho Shin Mao Zi Hai, water release, water dragon bullet. Fire and water, 2 opposing ninjutsu formed in the sky. The colossal fireball seared the surrounding air with terrifying heat. The roaring water dragon scoured the earth, whipping up loam with irresistible force. Where water and fire met, steam billowed in abundance and swallowed the entire spring. A thunderous explosion rolled through the forest. The brush was leveled in an instant. Half the stream evaporated, revealing the muck of the riverbed. Xiao and Hu landed squarely at the explosion's edge. Neither lowered their guard. Kunai were poised between fingers, ready for the finishing strike. As the steam thinned, only a tattered, burned, blood-stained garment remained upon a stone. There was no body. Not a single fresh drop of blood. Hu's expression shifted under the mask. Not good, it's a trap. He whipped his head toward the hound that had charged in. The animal was biting at the garment and whining in confusion. At that moment, Lin Chuan, hanging in shadow above, opened his eyes. He watched the 2 panicked Umbu below and let a cruel curve tug at his mouth. In the center of his right palm, a swirl of azure air spun with furious speed, wind-release spiral shuriken, a system improved unmarked prototype. Though still only a rudiment, not yet granted full morphological refinement, its wind-attributed chakra cut with such force that surrounding leaves were atomized to dust. Without a word, Lin Chuan released his feet from the branch. Letting gravity do its work, he fell like a meteor from 10 meters high. The azure vortex shrieked as it bore down toward Hu's brow. Whose sensory prowess was keen, he perceived the lethal threat above the instant Lin Chuan dropped. But there was no time to form seals. The wind chakra moved too swiftly. He could only raise his arms, instinctively attempting to block the strike with his bracers. A teeth-grinding rasp filled the air. Hardened steel bracers were cleaved as if they were paper before the spiral shuriken. The azure cyclone sliced through Hu's arm, coursed across his shoulder and tore down, rending half his body apart. Warm blood sprayed over Xiao like a fountain. Hu did not even cry out, he went limp and collapsed into a crimson pool. Hu. Zhao's eyes flared with rage and grief. He did not tend his fallen comrade. With blistering speed he drew a red cylinder from his pouch. A signal flare. Pull its ring and every tracking unit for miles would converge within 3 minutes. His finger was already on the ring. But there was no chance. The instant Lin Chuan hit the ground, he surged forward, a blur, and collided into Zhao's chest. His left hand seized Zhao's wrist that gripped the flare. His powerful grip crushed the opponent's wrist bone. The flare clattered into the mud. Xiao reacted with lightning speed, drawing the short blade on his back and slashing at Lin Chuan's neck. Lin Chuan did not dodge. He stepped into the blade, his right hand, 2 fingers held like a blade, drove straight into Zhao's heart. The sound of bladed flesh cut through the hush of the forest with unnerving clarity. Zhao's body convulsed violently. The short knife in his hand stopped less than a centimeter from Lin Chuan's throat, unable to advance another fraction. Eyes beneath the mask brimmed with terror and unwillingness. Lin Chuan's face remained impassive as he withdrew his right hand, which came away slick with scalding blood. Xiao toppled limply to the ground. From the moment the fight began to its end, less than 3 seconds had passed. 2 elite Umbu, without ever forcing Lin Chuan's final card, were cold corpses. Lin Chuan shook the blood from his hands and turned to the trembling hound nearby. The animal gave a piercing, piteous cry and fled. He did not pursue. He bent and retrieved the mud-smeared flare, thumbed the ring free. With a sharp hiss, a blinding red light shot into the night, blossoming like a brilliant firework. Immediately the forest filled with the sounds of rushing air. Mice tracking main force was converging here in a frantic surge. Lin Chuan stood where he was and watched the red light wane in the sky. Since you so badly want to play, he murmured, then let us make it grand. A red signal flare detonated in the night sky, blooming into a brutal blood-colored firework. Its light pierced the dense canopy, dyeing the surrounding leaves in an eerie dark crimson. Lin Chuan stood on a thick fork of the tree. Night wind swept down from the distant valley, bringing with it a steady chorus of air-splitting noises. New East tracking units were converging madly on this coordinate. He glanced down at his left arm. Beneath the charred scar where lightning had been forced to stitch flesh together, the skin pulsed at an unervingly rapid rhythm. The aftereffects of the berserk first-generation cells had not been fully eradicated. The high heat of the lightning release had only temporarily suppressed the proliferating plant fibers that savage predatory energy still rampaged through his meridians. The thud of his heart swelled in his eardrums, amplified into obsession. Thud. 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 Saliva flooded his mouth. His stomach convulsed uncontrollably, spawning a hunger that threatened to drive him mad. It was not the hunger that food could sate. It was an intense thirst for warm blood. He needed slaughter. He needed to tear living flesh apart, to use other lives to quench the violent backlash within him. Lin Chuan leaned against the trunk, his chest heaving. "These big shots dogs have keen noses," he said, spatting a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva. A faint rustle came from the underbrush below. 3 black shapes wearing animal masks alighted onto the clearing without a sound. Codenamed Wolf Sparrow Bear, the elite of my Umbu's 6th squad. Bear held on a leash a black hunting hound far larger than an ordinary ninja dog. A spiked collar hugged the hound's neck. It exhaled a low guttural snort, drool dripping from its sharp fangs onto the soil. Wolf signaled for a halt. The 3 dispersed, quickly forming a wedge to encircle the water source. Wolf walked to the bodies of Owl and Fox. The earth had already been soaked with blood. He crouched, rubbing his finger along the fatal wound at Owl's throat. The blood had begun to coagulate. The wound's edge was unnervingly smooth, without drag or tear, a killing blow. Beside him, Fox lay with half his body shredded by an extremely sharp chakra, the steelcraft vambrace torn clean in two. Wolf rose, the gaze beneath his mask turned unbearably grave. The target, after consecutively killing 3 Umbu and severely wounding Kakashi, still had the composure to slaughter 2 elites in 3 seconds. Such combat power far exceeded the bounds of a genin. Even many special jonin could not reach that level. Wolf's mind raced. High-intensity traces of water release and fire release chakra lingered on the scene. Owl and Fox had launched a combined ninjutsu before they died. Yet the target had not only survived but counter-killed. The most peculiar thing was the flare that had been launched. If escape were the goal, the target would never have willingly revealed their position. The flare seemed more like bait. The target deliberately created chaos to draw the main force here, intending to slip away from another direction under cover of confusion. "He won't get far," Wolf murmured. Chakra expenditure was enormous, plus he forced his way through Kakashi's blockade and was gravely injured. Fox's hound is gone, likely killed or let off. Wolf turned to Bear. "Release the scent. Find the real route he took." Bear nodded and loosened the leash. The black hound slammed its nose to the ground and began madly sniffing the air and soil. Lin Chuan hung inverted in the shadow 10 meters up in the canopy, watching the self-assured hunters below. My Umbu always wore that haughty posture. Accustomed to deducing everything with so-called experience, they did not know that before absolute violence all experience becomes a death warrant. The black hound circled the clearing twice. The stench of blood on the ground was overwhelming, severely muddling its judgment. It pawed at the earth in agitation, then abruptly froze. A breeze drifted from above the canopy, bringing with it a faint scent, a human mix of sweat and scorched flesh. The black hound snapped its head up. Its eyes glowed a sickly green as they fixed on the part of the canopy where Lin Chuan was concealed. Woof! The sharp bark ripped the forest silence. Wolf's reaction was instantaneous. The moment the hound looked up, his hand had already plunged into his pouch of tools. He gripped a yellow, specially made signal flare in his palm, the Umbu's death flare used to confirm the exact coordinates of a high-risk target. Once triggered, every tracking team within a 5-kilometer radius would converge here at all costs, unleashing indiscriminate wide-ranging ninjutsu coverage. Up above. Spread out. Wolf roared, thumb already on the flare's pull ring. But he was too slow. In the shadow of the canopy, a swirl of azure air spun frantically in the center of Lin Chuan's right palm, the nascent form of wind-release spiral shuriken. He made no hand seals. The system poured the wind attribute chakra's form change into his muscle memory directly. The surrounding air was torn away by that violent rotation, forming a visible miniature vacuum. Leaves were sucked in and pulverized into dust. With a brutal twist of his wrist, Lin Chuan thrust forward. Die! The turquoise cyclone became a cutting streak that rent the air with a scalp-tingling shriek, hurtling toward the black hound below. It was too fast. Faster than the rigorously trained hound could even react to dodge. A grisly slice sounded across the clearing. The wind blade cleaved through the hound's tough fur and severed its spine. The tremendous force sent the 2-part carcass smashing into a boulder at the clearing's edge. A dull thud reverberated. Blood and entrail fragments mixed with shattered stone and splattered Wolf and Bear. The massive black hound was impaled against the rock. Wolf's pupils constricted violently beneath his mask. Unsealed ninjutsu. And a wind release with such terrifying cutting power. The intelligence had been wrong. This traitor Lin Chuan was not a spent husk with depleted chakra. He was a thoroughbred monster. Without hesitation, Wolf's thumb snapped upward. Whoosh! The yellow death flare rocketed into the sky, trailing a blinding yellow streak across the night. Its keening shriek drowned out every forest sound. The moment the yellow light bathed the canopy, Lin Chuan moved. He did not use the trunk for cover to slip away. He opened his arms and like an out-of-control meteor carrying murderous intent plummeted from 10 meters high. His target was the wolf holding the flare. Meanwhile, tens of kilometers away from the Hua country border deep beneath my village, the Genbu base lay buried. In the sunless corridors that never saw daylight, a lingering tang of preservatives hung in the air. Lin Chuan sat on a white stone chair. His right eye and arm were wrapped in thick bandages. On the stone table before him lay several broken wooden mission tags. Rijan's people remain as useless as ever, he said. Tuanzong toyed with his cane. A cold light glittered in his remaining left eye. 3 direct umbu plus the genius Kakashi, and they couldn't even hold on to a newly graduated orphan. A Genbu shinobi knelt on one knee, head bowed, breathing held low. Lord Tuanzong. New intelligence has arrived. The target displays terrifying physical recovery and vast chakra reserves. Kakashi's Raikiri lightning cutter struck squarely but failed to sever his left arm. Tuanzong's movements froze. Terrifying regenerative power. Withstanding Raikiri. Those words unlocked something within him, a treasure chest of desire long nurtured. Cells of the Senju clan. Or some perfect experiment left behind by Orochimaru years ago. Whichever it was, if that power fell into the weak hands of Saratobi Rijan or were simply destroyed, it would be a colossal waste of Mui's resources. Only Genbu, only he, Tuanzong, was fit to possess such power. Relay my orders. He rose, his cane struck the stone floor with a heavy echo. Deploy the Jiahao squad. Bring every sealing scroll. Bypass the umbu tracking routes. I want him alive. If you cannot bring back a whole living body, bring me his brain and heart intact. From the darkness, figures wearing blank masks melted away without a sound. Tuanzong stepped before the ninja world map on the wall. His withered finger rested on the border of the Hua country. Rijan, the darkness you will not shoulder, I will. The monsters you cannot control, I will control. The great tree that is my ultimately draws its nourishment from roots buried deep beneath the soil. The slaughter in the forest continued. The yellow death flare drifted downward, illuminating the clearing as bright as day. Lin Chuan fell faster and faster. Wind slashed his cheeks like knives, but he did not care. The savage force in his left arm battered his reason relentlessly. All he wanted now was to tear the wolf-masked man before him to pieces. Gravity's acceleration lent Lin Chuan's descent an irresistible momentum. Air was forcibly swept aside beneath him, roaring with a low thunder. Lang stood his ground, feet planted like stakes in the soil. He did not flinch. As captain of the Umbu 6th Squad, he had endured countless life-and-death duels. To launch a direct pounce from above was the most foolish stratagem in a taijutsu duel. Suspended in midair, a man has no leverage. Once trajectory is fixed, one becomes a living target. Lang's right hand snapped a ninja blade from his back. A sharp metallic cry split the open ground. It was no standard ambitious blade. The steel was forged with concentric, exquisitely fine thunder runes etched along its length. A signature smithing technique of Yunin village designed to conduct and amplify lightning chakra to the utmost. Lang had seized this prize during a black market op taken from a defecting Yunin jonin. Blue arcs leapt wildly along the blade. Lang gripped the weapon with both hands, its edge aimed squarely at the throat of the falling Lin Chuan. Die. You brat. His tactical calculation was razor clear. No matter how robust the defecting shinobi's regeneration, if a high-intensity lightning-infused blade pierced his cervical vertebrae and windpipe, even a resurrected Chudai Hokage would be finished here. Meanwhile, Kei in the rear had not idled. The instant Lin Chuan fell, her hands became a blur of afterimages. Siwei Hai Wuin, Hua Dun Grand Fireball Technique. A searing conflagration spewed from Kei's mouth, swelling midair into a colossal fireball over 3 meters across. The fireball did not strike Lin Chuan directly. Instead, it mercilessly sealed off every avenue of retreat behind and beside him. The heat instantaneously vaporized the moisture in the air. Surrounding trees crackled and burst under the blaze. Ahead, a lightning-laced killing edge behind a fireball capable of charring a man to cinders. It was a flawless killing tableau. Beneath Lang's mask, an expression of cruel triumph flickered. Yet he had misjudged one thing. Lin Chuan had no intention of dodging. Not even worthy to give me a hand seal, and yet you think to take my life. He spat coldly through the air. The violent wind pressure whipped his tattered coat into a flurry. The fireball behind had already closed in. Blistering waves of heat singed the hair at the nape of his neck. Stinging pain licked at the skin of his back. He did not even glance back. His gaze was riveted to the thunderun blade descending toward his throat. With the blade less than half a meter from his neck, Lin Chuan extended his right hand. No hand seal. No jutsu employed. Purely with his bare palm, he reached straight for the gleaming steel edge, crackling with lethal arcs. Lang's pupils dilated. Empty hand against a drawn blade, especially a lightning-infused special ninja sword. This was suicide. No matter, one's taijutsu flesh alone could not withstand the twin shears of steel and lightning. Arrogant. Lang slammed his wrist down, pouring every scrap of chakra into the blade. He meant to sheave off Lin Chuan's right hand along with his neck. Bang! The dull crunch of flesh against metal exploded in midair. Time seemed to stutter, suspended for an instant. The smooth shearing through bone that Lang had anticipated did not occur. The Thunderrune blade was clutched fast between Lin Chuan's 5 fingers. Blue arcs surged along the blade toward Lin Chuan's arm, attempting to rend flesh from bone. Yet those currents, enough to paralyze an ordinary shinobi in an instant, vanished like a stone into the sea the moment they touched Lin Chuan's skin. The savage might of the Chincho Xianren's primordial cells, even at their basic stage, manifested in almost hopelessly crushing force. Not even a scratch marred Lin Chuan's palm. How is this possible? Lang's voice warped with stark terror. He tried to wrench the blade free, but it felt as if the weapon had grown into Lin Chuan's hand, utterly immobile. At that moment, the melted my forehead protector in Lin Chuan's arms emitted the faintest psychic ripple. An oppressive pressure attribute triggered. A daze flashed across Lang's mind, images of swearing allegiance at Huayinjian, the teachings of the will of fire suddenly knotted into chaos, badly disrupting his neural reflexes. His movement stalled for 1/10 of a second. In a clash of masters, 1/10 is the line between life and death. A savage curl tugged at the corner of Lin Chuan's mouth. His 5 fingers clenched with brutal force. Crack after crack, the teeth-grating shivers of metal breaking rang out. The Thunderrune ninja blade, forged by Yunin Village's special craft and notoriously tough. Under the sheer physical force of Lin Chuan, the blade began to warp and contort. Finally, with a crisp snap, the tempered steel edge was crushed into several jagged scraps of junk. Metal shards spat everywhere, tearing Lang's mask and raking bloody lines across his face. He utterly lost the will to resist. He loosened his grip on the hilt and instinctively tried to recoil. But Lin Chuan, riding the momentum of his fall, slammed into the ground. The instant his feet struck, earth flew up. The ground gave way into a shallow pit 1/2 meter deep. Without pause, Lin Chuan barreled into Lang's chest. His right hand clamped like an iron vice around Lang's throat with surgical precision. The crushing grip choked off Lang's breath. Lang's hands clawed at Lin Chuan's forearm, desperate to wrench those life-taking fingers apart. But that strength was infantile before Lin Chuan. The fireball at his back had closed in completely. The heat caught the hem of his coat aflame. Lin Chuan's eyes betrayed no panic. With one hand he hoisted Lang's body and drove his hips violently. Pivoting on his right foot, he executed a brutally forceful half-turn. He used Lang's corpse as a living shield, charging directly into the towering fireball. No! Kay screamed in despair from behind. She tried to cancel the jutsu, but it was too late. Boom! The great fireball detonated squarely into Lang's back. Seething flames instantly engulfed his body. The acrid stench of singed flesh spread across the clearing. Lang convulsed violently under the heat, his throat emitting a ragged, air-emptying wail. Lin Chuan stood at the edge of the blaze, his right hand still clamped on Lang's neck. He could even feel the vertebrae growing brittle under the searing heat. "Next life, don't be someone else's dog," Lin Chuan said coldly. His fingers snapped shut, and with a wrench to the right he twisted. Crack! A bone-breaking report cut through the roar of the flames. Lang's head cocked to an unnatural angle. The twitching body went limp. The Mai Umbu 6th Squad captain was dead. Lin Chuan released his grip, letting the char-blackened corpse thud onto the soil. He turned his head toward Kei and Xiong, who stood utterly stunned not far off. The char-black scar on his left arm began to heat anew. The berserk Chudai cells grew more excited as they tasted the metallic scent of blood in the air. Not enough. These killings would never fill that bottomless void. Lin Chuan cracked his neck, his bones popped like bursting kernels. He strode step by step toward Kei and Xiong, his soles crushed smoldering twigs with unnerving snaps. Some 500 meters from the battlefield, within a thicket, a pair of pure white eyes silently peeked up from the earth. Beiju's clone. It had watched the entire fight second by second without missing a beat. When it saw Lin Chuan crush the Thunderrune blade with his bare hands and snap the Umbu captain's neck using him as a meat shield, an unprecedented, almost human shiver flickered across Beiju's expressionless face. That was no ordinary chakra. The moment Lin Chuan crushed the blade, Beiju distinctly sensed an otherworldly, higher-dimensional waveform of energy. This fluctuation was more terrifying than the Outer Path's demonic constructs he had felt before. This guy called Lin Chuan. What on earth is he? Beiju's form sank slowly into the earth. He had to transmit this intelligence to Daitu and Payan at once. Shao Organization's plans might be completely rewritten by this uncontrollable variable. Flames in the forest flared ever brighter. A large contingent of Mai Umbu had already breached the outer defenses. Lin Chuan halted, watching the black silhouettes wearing animal masks surging up from all directions. He formed no hand seal. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand fingertip, aimed at the foremost Umbu. Lin Chuan slowly raised his right hand fingers, pointed directly at the foremost Umbu agent wearing a bear-shaped mask. Blue-white lightning nature chakra crackled violently between his fingertips, emitting a shrill avian screech. The acrid stench of burnt flesh had yet to dissipate when a fresh wave of lethal intent locked onto the clearing. The bare-masked Umbu's Adam's apple bobbed sharply. As an elite Umbu operative he had witnessed countless spectacles of power, yet this freshly graduated genin shattered every assumption he held about the very architecture of strength. Wolf Captain's smoldering corpse still burned beside him, exuding a nauseating meaty aroma. Retreat was impossible. To retreat was to die. With a sharp clap of his palms, Bear's fingers blurred into seals, pushing his hand speed to its absolute limit. Earth release, earth flow wall. A deep rumbling thunder rose from beneath the earth. 3 colossal stone walls erupted skyward, each carved with snarling dog-headed totems, forming an unyielding barrier between Lin Chuan and Bear. But it did not end there. Bear drew the short blade strapped across his back, its edge sheathed in hardened earth nature chakra, as he vanished behind the earthen ramparts, bracing for impact. Sparrow, standing nearby, had already lost all will to fight. Her gaze locked onto Wolf's charred remains, her legs trembled uncontrollably. A monster. He's not even human. Sparrow bit down hard on her tongue, using the sharp sting of pain to scour away the paralyzing terror flooding her mind. Her hands darted to her lower back, seizing 4 or 5 specially crafted smoke bombs and a dozen explosive tags, which she hurled in one frantic motion toward Lin Chuan. Boo! 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 Thick violet poison smoke detonated across the clearing. Explosive tags ignited in rapid succession, hurling clods of earth and jagged stones into the air. Without waiting to witness the outcome, Sparrow turned and fled, her legs surging with chakra, propelling her like a terrified hare toward the distant dense forest. So long as she delivered this intelligence to the village, so long as the main force learned the true scale of this monster's power, her mission would be complete. Lin Chuan remained rooted in place, not even blinking. The toxic smoke and concussive shockwave slammed into him. He drew in a slow, deliberate breath. Beneath the lightning-scarred ridge on his left arm, plant-derived fibers writhed and proliferated uncontrollably. The hunger of his berserker-grade first-generation cells had reached critical threshold. Blood was needed. Vast quantities of life force to fill the yawning void within. You lack even the qualification to draw your blade before me, dare you speak of escape? Lin Chuan's fingers clenched violently. The lightning at his fingertips ceased its chaotic flicker, coalescing instead into a 3-meter-long blade of pure searing lightning. Chidori sharp spear. No flourish. No wasted motion. Lin Chuan drove his right arm forward, channeling the blinding arc of lightning straight into the trio of earthen walls. Krakum! The first wall shattered like parchment beneath the lightning's edge. Shrapnel of stone lacerated Lin Chuan's cheeks, drawing beads of crimson blood. He did not wipe it away, not for an instant did his momentum falter. Krakum! The second wall imploded. Behind the third, Bear's eyes bulged wide with disbelief. His short blade held rigidly across his chest, every muscle corded tight. Come on! Brat! He roared, a guttural bestial bellow. A cruel savage curve twisted Lin Chuan's lips. To the peerless piercing force of the Chidori sharp spear, the third wall and Bear's steel blade were indistinguishable. Shriik, lightning pierced rock. Pierced forged steel. Pierced Bear's chest. Wild lightning nature chakra detonated inside his body, obliterating organs in an instant. Bear's roar died mid-breath. He stared downward, dazed at the bullsized wound erupting from his sternum, the eyes behind his mask rapidly losing focus. Lin Chuan wrenched his arm free, trailing a gush of steaming blood. Bear's corpse collapsed stiffly onto the rubble-strewn ground. Lin Chuan paused for no more than a heartbeat. He turned his gaze toward the retreating figure, already dozens of meters distant. Violet smoke still coiled thickly, severely obscuring vision. His foot struck the earth, cratering the ground beneath him. In an instant he became a streak of cobalt lightning cleaving through the toxic veil. Lightning nature chakra surged through every cell, accelerating him beyond rational comprehension. Sparrow leapt wildly from trunk to trunk. Wind screamed past her ears. Almost there. Just a few more kilometers, and she would rendezvous with the main force led by Senior Jonin Kakashi. Then. Every hair on her nape stood rigid. A killing intent so profound it froze the soul locked onto her from behind. Sparrow dared not turn. Instinctively she rolled hard to her right, attempting to evade the strike from behind. Too late. Lin Chuan moved faster than she could perceive. A blood-slicked hand seized her skull from behind. 5 fingers clamped down, slamming her entire body downward with brutal force. Thud. Her face smashed squarely against a thick tree trunk. The crisp snap of her nasal bone echoed clearly. Her wooden animal mask splintered into fragments, splinters embedding deep into her cheeks. You ran quite well. Lin Chuan's voice, cold and detached, brushed her ear. Sparrow opened her mouth to scream, but only choked guttural gurgles emerged. Lin Chuan drew back his right fist, no jutsu, no chakra release, only the raw, terrifying brute strength of a low-tier senju divine body. Crack! Her spine snapped. The concussive force pulverized her heart. Her body convulsed twice, then fell utterly still. Konoha Umbu 6th Squad annihilated. Lin Chuan released his grip. Her corpse slid lifelessly down the trunk to the forest floor. The sound of approaching figures slicing through the air grew dense and urgent. Less than 2 minutes remained before full encirclement. Lin Chuan crouched low and roughly yanked Sparrow's weapon pouch from her waist. He tore open the cord, emptying its contents onto the damp earth. 3 stacks of explosive tags, over 50 in total, 2 coils of steel wire, 3 scroll-sealed kunai, and 2 small vials filled with black pills, soldier pills. Lin Chuan uncorked one, poured out a dozen pills and swallowed them without hesitation. Coarse. Bitter. Like chewing desiccated bark. Yet as they dissolved in his stomach, a torrent of highly concentrated energy flooded his limbs and core. The ravenous sanity-consuming hunger in his left arm receded, just slightly. These ultra-concentrated nutrient residues temporarily quelled the first-generation cell's violent rebellion. Lin Chuan stuffed the remaining explosive tags and soldier pills into his own pockets. He rose to his feet and lifted his gaze beyond the dense canopy toward the horizon. Ahead lay a treacherous canyon, sheer cliffs, jagged boulders, wind exhaling from its depths, carrying the damp, moldy chill of perpetual shadow. The Crimson Rift, the natural border of the Land of Fire. Cross this gorge and he would leave Fire Country, entirely entering the lawless wilds of the Land of Ricefields. Lin Chuan cracked his neck, the sharp popping sound echoing like snapping twigs. The hunt has only just begun. He pushed off, vanishing into the canyon's gloom like a silent nocturnal owl. Less than 10 seconds after Lin Chuan disappeared into the gorge's maw, the earth where he'd stood rippled. A pale, featureless head emerged halfway from the soil. White Zetsu. His gaze swept the carnage strewn across the clearing, then drifted toward the canyon's dark throat. Within his pupilless eyes flickered an expression impossibly complex. This monster ate soldier pills like rice. For ordinary shinobi, 2 pills risked chakra overload and ruptured meridians, yet he devoured over a dozen unscathed. White Zetsu sank slowly back into the earth. Intelligence must be delivered immediately. Inside the gorge, light was nearly absent, only a narrow slit of night sky overhead leaked faint silver luminescence. Lin Chuan pressed close to the cliff face, moving swiftly. The ground beneath his feet was slick with moisture, carpeted in slimy moss. He halted abruptly. His brow furrowed. The scent in the air had changed. In the forest, the Umbu agents had smelled of iron, rust, sweat, and leather armor. Now something else lingered, an eerie, chilling coldness like the reek of corpses long buried, long decayed. Lin Chuan glanced down. Along the damp earth, a faint serpentine black line crept upward, alive, sentient, climbing the sole of his boot. A cursed seal. Deep beneath Konoha village. The stench of preservatives was so thick it made one nauseous. Ever-burning ghostly green torches stretched the shadows on the stone walls into grotesque, contorted shapes. Jitsu and Tuanzang sat motionless on a broad stone chair. On the table before him lay a top-secret scroll stained with blood, first-hand intelligence sent back at the cost of a life by a mole planted inside the Umbu root. Tuanzang's lone remaining eye fixed on the characters on the scroll. The muscles around his socket twitched with barely restrained excitement. He crushed the thunder-patterned kunai with bare hands. He withstood Raikiri directly. His left arm did not waste away, on the contrary it erupted with astonishing regenerative power. He released high-intensity wind and lightning natures without a seal. Tuanzang's dried fingers tapped the table, emitting a hollow measured clack. This was not a mere genius. This was the ultimate weapon the Konoha High Command had long fantasized about. Even Dishiwan's defective experiments could not match a tenth of this restorative capacity. The cells of the Qianqiu clan had finally fused perfectly within that orphan called Lin Chuan. Moreover, they were accompanied by some unknown top-tier bloodline limit. Tuanzang rose. Beneath the bandages that wrapped his right arm, the transplanted Xialunian seemed to sense their master's mood and flared with a faint aching pain. Risen, oh risen. Tuanzang sneered, his voice hollow as an owl's cry as it rang through the vacant chamber. You only saw danger, you only thought to erase this uncontrollable variable utterly. You have no conception of the value of such power. Konoha as a great tree ought to have withered under the weight of your weak will of fire long ago. He turned his head toward a subordinate kneeling on one knee in the shadow. Codename A. The root's deadliest instrument, a tongue marked with the seal to root out scandal, a mind implanted with commands of absolute obedience. What is the Umbu tracking progress? Tuanzang's voice was ice. A lowered head answered without inflection. Report to Tuanzang. Squad 6 has been annihilated. The main force led by Kakaixi is already bearing down upon Xinghongduangu. The Third Hokage has issued the highest level order to kill without mercy. He demands the Umbu eliminate the target at all costs, permitting no escape beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. A sneer flickered in Tuanzang's single eye. Eliminate on the spot, he said. What a waste. He stepped toward the ninja world map on the wall and placed a finger on the position of Xinghongduangu. His mind raced through calculations. Xinghongduangu was a narrow gorge. Umbu forces could not deploy their formations there. This was an opportunity. If the root could beat the Umbu to the gorge and seize Lin Chuan with root sealing arts and binding marks, even if they could not bring him back alive intact, extracting his brain and heart for the laboratory would suffice. With such perfect experimental material, Jitsu and Tuanzang would master the Qianqiu cell power entirely. Then even Yuanfei Risen would have to relinquish the Hokage seat without protest. Relay my orders. Tuanzang spun his cane, thudding heavily on the stone slab. Deploy every member of Squad A. Bring the highest grade 4 symbols sealing scrolls and the strongest binding seals. Bypass the Umbu's reconnaissance and cut into the front of Xinghong Duangu via the underground tunnels. A raised head revealed the blankness beneath a mask, no emotion. Lord Tuanzang, this contravenes the Hokage's direct order. If the Umbu discover our interference. Silence. Tuanzang snapped, drowning out A's protest. I am the root of Konoha, he barked. The darkness risen will not shoulder, I will. The monsters he cannot control, I will control. Execute my command. I want him brought back alive, if only by a thread of breath. Bring it to me. Yes. A's figure dissolved into a shadow and slipped into the subterranean dark. Dozens of masked shapes peeled away from the base like ghosts. Tuanzang returned to his stone seat and looked at the scroll. A cruel curve tightened the corner of his mouth. Lin Chuan. No matter what monster you are in my hands, you will become obedient, worthless flesh. Xinghong Duangu. Wind howled through the crags like the keening of ghosts. Lin Chuan stared at the soles of his boots. Black binding marks crept along the moss and soil, reaching for his ankles. This was no ordinary trap. It was a yin-yang fugitive of the Umbu laced with powerful mental bindings. Once these patterns touched the skin, the flow of chakra would be arrested at once. Lin Chuan snorted. He drove power into his left foot. Boom! The flagstones beneath his boot were crushed into dust. The black lines adhered to the stone disintegrated into black ash under the shock of the Chencho descendants' raw first-stage frenzy chakra. He lifted his gaze and scanned the narrow pass ahead. The stench of the dead thickened. No breath. No racing hearts. Even chakra fluctuations were suppressed to near nothing. These were not Umbu who still honored tactics, they were something else entirely. They were pure death soldiers, bereft of pain, devoid of feeling, instruments trained only to obey. Lin Chuan's mind spun with realization. The main Umbu force was still trailing behind, stuck in the dust. Yet these men had already set binding traps ahead of time. Only one explanation remained. Within Konoha, the old dog who hid for years in the sewers could no longer restrain his greed and had reached out his claw. Jutsuan Tuanzang root. Lin Chuan palmed the Deton tags he had confiscated. The pills in his stomach kept feeding him steady heat and strength. The charred scar on his left arm seemed to sense the approaching bloodlust and thrummed with excited life. Old fool, your nose is keener than a dog's, he muttered. He withdrew his hand from his pocket, 4 Deton tags pinched between his fingers. If you so crave my corpse, he said, let us see if your rotten birds are enough to sate me. 20 meters ahead, behind 2 huge boulders, 6 masked figures flattened themselves against the stone like geckos. They held special chains, each link plastered with dense sealing sigils. If the target stepped into range, those 6 chains would pierce his limbs in an instant and ram the 4 symbols sealing into his body. The wind shifted. Lin Chuan's footsteps drew nearer. Click. 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 Each step beat like a measure on the march of death. The lead root ninja made an almost invisible sign, ready to close the net. Then, without warning, a blue flash of electricity split the darkness and lit the whole gorge. Lin Chuan had no intention of falling into their trap. He stood 20 meters away and slammed his right arm outward. 4 Deton tags were bound to 4 shuriken and whistling through the air struck the 2 massive boulders with perfect ear-piercing precision. Boom! The narrow passage magnified the blast into a terrifying crescendo. The boulders were shattered to powder. Fragments sprayed out like buckshot, blanketing the rear wall. 2 rude ninjas who could not dodge were shredded by the debris and tumbled from the precipice without so much as a scream. Dust smothered the air. Lin Chuan's figure vanished from the blast site. The next instant he was standing before the lead root operative. No jutsu. No flourish. Pure brutal force. Lin Chuan's right hand clamped like iron on the man's throat. A crushing grip snapped vertebrae in an instant. Go back and tell Tuanzang, Lin Chuan whispered, his face inches from the blank mask, his voice cold as crushed ice. Clean the neck and wait in the sewers for me. The mask cracked. Blood sprayed over Lin Chuan. He tossed the corpse aside and faced the 3 remaining root death soldiers. The killing began in earnest. The slaughter began in earnest. The remaining 3 root assassins, their faces concealed behind blank masks, did not retreat. Fear held no place in their lexicon. The sole command seared into their minds by the Tunkur's root extinction seal was to halt this target by any means necessary. The assassin on the left drew his hidden tanto in a reverse grip, its blade shimmered with an eerie emerald venom. Crouching low, he surged forward like a venomous serpent, gliding inches above the earth, aiming straight for Lin Chuan's lower body. The one on the right blurred into motion, his hands dissolving into afterimages as he wove a composite hand seal blending water release and lightning release. But the one in the center was far more terrifying. He carried no weapon. Instead, he flung his arms wide, the fabric of his tunic exploding outward to reveal his chest densely stitched with custom-made explosive tags beneath the skin. A suicide assault. If he could seize Lin Chuan even for a single second, these tags potent enough to level half a mountain would detonate instantly. Lin Chuan stood motionless. Beneath the lightning-scarred ridge on his left arm, the feral first-generation cells stirred, scenting fresh blood in the air, and began pounding wildly beyond control. An indescribable bloodlust surged upward, piercing the crown of his skull. "You dare sicken me with such pedestrian tricks?" Lin Chuan sneered. His right hand snapped open, fingers splaying wide. The fine blue-white arcs of lightning-release chakra coalesced, not as mere sparks, but into viscous roaring torrents of raw lightning surging up his arm to the very tips of his fingers. Chidori stream, yet not the ordinary kind. Fueled by the overwhelming despair-inducing chakra reserves of the first-stage Senju divine body, the density of this lightning had reached an inconceivable threshold. The self-destructing assassin had already closed the distance, halting just half a meter before Lin Chuan. The detonation fuses blazed with a searing crimson light. Lin Chuan did not dodge. His right hand shot forward, 5 fingers driving deep into the assassin's chest like white-hot iron spikes. No blood gushed forth. For the wound was instantly carbonized, sealed shut by the extreme heat of the lightning. Torrents of violent lightning nature chakra flooded from Lin Chuan's fingertips into the assassin's body, forcibly severing the chakra conduction pathways milliseconds before the explosive tags could fully ignite. The crimson light flickered once, then died utterly. From behind the blank mask came a muffled crunch, the sound of crushed laryngeal cartilage. Lin Chuan hoisted the 100-plus-pound corpse with one hand, twisted his waist with brutal force, and hurled the lifeless body like a colossal flesh-and-bone spiked mace straight at the poison blade assassin sliding low along the ground. Boom! A grating, nauseating crunch echoed through the canyon. The poison blade sank deep into his comrade's shoulder, jammed fast between collarbone and clavicle, immovable. The impact hurled him backward, slamming him hard against the cliff face, collapsing his ribcage, extinguishing his life on the spot. The rightmost assassin completed his composite technique at last. Water release, wild water wave fused with lightning release, earth flow. Massive torrents of water crackling with violent lightning surged across the damp moss-covered ground, engulfing Lin Chuan in a deluge. Lin Chuan casually discarded the hollow-chested corpse in his hand. He formed no hand seals. Lifting his left foot, he brought it down hard upon the earth. Krakum! A torrent of raw chakra erupted from his soul, slamming into the bedrock. The solid bluestone floor buckled and heaved like ocean waves, then erupted upward into a half-meter thick earthen wall, cleaving the flood of water and lightning clean in two. Shards of water exploded outward, lightning arced wildly across the earthen barrier, spitting sharp percussive cracks. And the instant the wall rose, Lin Chuan vanished from where he stood. The rightmost assassin still channeled his technique when a bone-deep chill pierced the nape of his neck. Instinctively he began to turn. A blood-smeared hand clamped over his face from behind. 5 fingers clenched, crunch. Splintered wood from the shattered wooden mask drove straight into his eye. Without a word, Lin Chuan gripped the assassin's skull and slammed his head hard against the nearby cliff wall. Crimson and ivory splattered across the glistening moss. The battle ended. Less than 10 seconds elapsed, from start to finish. Lin Chuan stood amid the carnage, shaking blood from his fingers. The heat from the dozen soldier pills lodged in his stomach had been consumed only slightly during that brief explosive outburst. His left arm's scars still burned, the ravenous hunger of the feral cells remained unsated even by these lives. Insufficient. Far from sufficient. Lin Chuan stepped over a fallen assassin's body and pressed deeper into the gorge. The terrain of the Crimson Severance Gorge was uniquely treacherous. Sheer cliffs soared hundreds of meters high on either side, growing narrower the farther inward one traveled. At its narrowest point, the passage allowed only 2 people to walk abreast. The sky overhead was compressed into a thin winding line, light here miserly and scarce. Years without sunlight had cloaked the cliffs in thick slick vines. The air hung heavy with the cloying stench of rotting leaves and damp moldy earth. Lin Chuan moved slowly. His boots met the wet moss silently, no whisper of sound. His mind raced. Danzo, the old hound who slunk perpetually through sewer tunnels, was a master of patience, striking only when the prey was certain. These first few cannon fodder were merely tools to test Lin Chuan's chakra reserves and reaction speed. The true killing blow would lie buried deepest within the gorge, in the most inescapable stretch of all. Lin Chuan's gaze swept the towering cliffs on both sides. If he were to lay an ambush here, how would he do it? Explosive tag traps. Too crude. Against a monster bearing the Senju divine body, conventional blasts would barely scorch the surface. What about wide-area ninjutsu bombardment? No, that wouldn't work either. The gorge's elongated, confined shape meant such techniques risked triggering catastrophic landslides, burying even the caster alive. Danzo wanted a living subject, or at least an intact brain and heart, to harvest Senju cells and unknown bloodline limits. Thus the decisive strike had to incapacitate instantly, without inflicting catastrophic physical damage. Sealing jutsu. Or perhaps a potent neurotoxin. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a cold razor-thin smile. The old man's calculations were precise, but his thinking remained shackled to the warfare doctrines of a bygone era. He continued forward. Wind streamed from the gorge's depths, howling with a mournful spectral wail as if countless tormented souls wept within the fissures of the cliffs. Suddenly, Lin Chuan froze. His entire body slipped into perfect stillness, relaxed yet coiled tight, ready to unleash devastating power at a thought. Something was wrong. The wind's direction was off. Within the gorge, airflow ran strictly one way, from the depths outward. Those hanging vines should sway uniformly outward, aligned with the current. Yet, approximately 30 meters ahead and slightly to the left, a few thick vines trembled with an almost imperceptible irregularity. When the wind passed, those leaves did not drift outward, instead they recoiled inward, shrinking half an inch toward the cliff face, as though something lurked behind the vines, drawing breath with agonizing slowness. Each subtle rise and fall of its chest disturbed the air's flow just enough. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. His chakra perception registered absolute emptiness there, not even the faintest trace of a living insect. A flawless concealment barrier, suppressing heartbeat, body heat and chakra fluctuations to absolute zero. Only the elite assassination squads of Root could achieve such mastery. Yet they overlooked one fatal physical truth. Any living being, so long as it must breathe, inevitably interacts with its surroundings. Before the feral instincts granted by his hyperactivated first-generation cells, this artificially enforced silence, crafted solely for concealment, became the brightest, most glaring target of all. Lin Chuan did not rush in blindly. He remained rooted, his right hand hanging loosely at his side, while unseen his fingertips quietly condensed a thread of intensely refined lightning-release chakra. Compressed to its absolute limit, it shrank to the size of a soybean, utterly silent, its glow dimmed to a deep-shadowed cobalt. Since you prefer hiding in your shell, remain there forever. Lin Chuan flicked his finger. That minuscule bolt of lightning shot forth like a sniper's round, ripping through the dim air, unerring in its aim at the abnormally swaying vines. HSSSS. It pierced the vines, then slammed into the cliff wall behind. Boom. The ultra-compressed lightning-release chakra detonated instantly. Hard rock exploded into a basin-sized crater, shards of stone sprayed outward like shrapnel. The concealment barrier fractured under the violent shockwave, then shattered completely. 3 Root shinobi clad in black bodysuits, faces masked by blank porcelain, were violently forced from their recessed hiding places in the cliff face. The nearest one staggered, his shoulder pierced by flying debris, blood dripping steadily onto the moss. Exposure. Root shinobi reacted with startling speed, not attempting reconcealment nor charging with blades drawn. Instead, they performed an action profoundly abnormal. All 3 simultaneously raised their hands and struck with brutal force a protruding stone embedded in the cliff beside them. Click. A series of dull mechanical clicks echoed from deep within the gorge, not from the shinobi themselves but from narrow fissures along both cliff faces. Lin Chuan's gaze turned lethally sharp. Those 3 were never the main ambush, they were decoys. Suicide operatives placed solely to trigger the mechanism. As the mechanical clicks faded, thick violet-black mist erupted in great billowing clouds from fissures spanning 100 meters along both cliff walls. The mist gushed forth with terrifying speed, filling the narrow passage in an instant. The trap activated. The purple-black miasma, like an ancient predator loosed from its cage, opened a gargantuan abyssal maw and instantly devoured every scrap of light at the canyon floor. The fog churned. The ambient temperature climbed with alarming rapidity. The once lush thick vines clinging to the rock face were sapped of vitality the moment they met the purple haze. Leaves yellowed and curled before the eye, finally dissolving into putrid black puddles that dripped onto the flagstones. White smoke hissed in thick plumes from the hard stone, eating away pitted hollows into its surface. Lin Chuan stood rooted, his brow knotted into a severe frown. This was no ordinary toxic gas. Strong acid corrosion was merely its facade. The air reeked of sharp, bitter almond, tainted with the fetid stench of a dead rat left to rot for weeks. It was a neurotoxin of absurdly high concentration. In a fraction of an instant, Lin Chuan's mind ran a defensive simulation of the situation. Tuanzang, that old reprobate, could not possibly have such an advanced toxic formula. A compound miasma capable of instantly dissolving plant fibers and even corroding stone must contain illicit input from Di Shiwan, that perverse scientist. An ordinary shinobi need not inhale it, the slightest contact with skin would instantly paralyze nerve endings and they would watch helplessly as their flesh was corroded into a putrid pulp. Use a wind release to disperse it. Lin Chuan dismissed the notion at once. The canyon's topology was like a half-enclosed tube. A wind technique might part the haze, but in such a narrow gorge the airflow would generate fierce vortices. The dispelled miasma would gather along the curve of the rock and roll back with even greater density. Moreover, to clear a high-density cloud spanning a full 100-meter corridor would drain a prodigious amount of chakra. In a cursed place where a cage-level enemy might spring forth at any moment, squandering chakra on wind was the most foolish choice. Then ill leap through. Lin Chuan suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing the thin rim of mist to the sliver of sky above the canyon. He did not need to see it, fully beastly instinct had already sounded a fatal alarm. About 50 meters overhead, on the jutting ledges of the sheer cliff, stood 7 or 8 masked Genbu death operatives. In their hands they gripped custom steel wire nets. The wires were plastered with rows of detonation talismans and sealing sigils. The moment Lin Chuan dared lift both feet and leap, the death net would snap shut, trapping him midair like a captured fish. Suspended in midair with nothing to brace against, confronted by an array of detonation talismans laced with sealing effects, even one bearing the Qianqiu Xianran body thousand-hand immortal body would be blown to pieces. The way above was sealed. Fall back. The Yangbu main force trailed close behind. Retreat would mean plunging into a quagmire of hundreds in a grinding war of attrition. There was no retreat. A savage curve carved Lin Chuan's mouth. Old bastard, do you really think a few puffs of poisonous smoke can roast me like a sewer rat? All the rules in this world exist to be broken. He drew a deep breath. His chest expanded violently, stretching his lungs to their physical limit. Then he clamped his breath shut. Frenzied Raitan chakra detonated within him, forming a visible blue-white protective mantle across his skin. But it was not enough. The charred scar along his left arm writhed violently. The berserk primordial cells were fully activated, his heart hammered like a heavy piledriver, furiously pumping blood. Blood surged at 3 times its normal speed. A strange dark crimson sheen rose across Lin Chuan's skin, veins bulging like blue worms beneath the surface. His legs bent slightly, thigh muscles coiling to the snapping point. Boom! The flagstone beneath his feet was ground into powder. Lin Chuan became a raging bull devoid of reason, barreling with unstoppable ferocity into the purple-black death miasma. He plunged into the miasma's core where visibility was nil. The purple-black vapor seemed alive, lashing at this audacious intruder. The Raitan protective mantle held for less than 2 seconds before the high-concentration acid began to eat through it with sickening cracks. The mantle was corroded and pierced. The miasma made direct contact with Lin Chuan's skin. Excruciating bone-drilling pain. The purple-black vapor, as if composed of countless tiny tooth-filled mouths, ravenously gnawed at his flesh. The skin on his arms and calves sloughed away in an instant, sheets of epidermis peeling off to reveal raw red muscle fibers and pale jagged bone. Hissing white smoke rose continuously from his body. Then in the next instant, the terrifying vitality of the initial stage of the Qianqiu Xianran body began a ferocious counterattack. At the rotted wound's granulation tissue writhed and braided together at a hair-raising pace. New muscle forced aside the corroded flesh, reclaiming the bone beneath with brutal haste. Destruction and rebirth. Corrosion and healing. These two extreme forces waged a grisly tug of war across Lin Chuan's body. Lin Chuan bit down on his rear molars until his gums bled. Pain nerves screamed. Yet the agony that would drive any ordinary man mad only detonated the savage bloodlust buried beneath the scar on his left arm. He did not halt. If anything, his pace accelerated. He bulldozed through the miasma, shattering, blocking rocks and crushing the bleached bones beneath his feet. Above, the Canyon Genbu death operatives on the cliff's edge watched the roiling purple haze below with cold detachment. Their orders had been simple. Seal the airspace. Wait until the target dissolved into a pool of blood in the miasma or collapsed paralyzed by the neurotoxin, then descend to collect the remains with specialized vessels. 100-meter toxic array. Even if the Sandai weighing Third Fire Shadow himself came and used a large-scale wind release without hand seals, it wouldn't last 10 seconds. The lead operative watched the unmoving mist below and had already made his judgment. The target was as good as dead. Just as he prepared to signal his men to don gas masks and retrieve the body, the edge of the toxic cloud below convulsed violently. As if some horrifying beast were tearing a passage from the abyss. Boom! A hand, a mangled ruin of flesh through which finger bones were visible, thrust from the wall of vapor and seized a massive outer boulder. The 5 fingers tightened. The hard rock was pinched into 5 deep impressions. Then, a figure wrapped in acrid white steam with clothes corroded to ragged strips exhaled a suffocating aura of murderous fury and forced its way out of the miasma's core. Lin Chuan drew ragged, heaving breaths. Flesh on his body knit at a visible pace, the newborn skin was an eerie, ghastly pallor. He lifted his head, eyes engorged and bloodshot. He fixed his stare on the Genbu operatives atop the cliff. The lead operative's spine locked in sudden alarm. Their previously casual posture snapped into an extremely guarded, dangerous stance. Even the air around them chilled. How is this possible? He weathered Dishiwan's specially concocted compound miasma without any defensive ninjutsu, simply brute forcing it with his body. What kind of monster is this? Release arrows. Throw detonation talismans. The leader's voice warped with stupefaction. 7 or 8 operatives immediately released their sealing nets, frantic hands raiding their tool pouches for kunai and detonation talismans, hurling them down toward Lin Chuan. A dense volley of black silhouettes howling death descended to blanket the area. Lin Chuan spat blood. You don't even have the right to stop me, and you dare speak of finishing blows. He flexed his legs ready to charge the cliff through the explosions and crush those vile rats flat. But as he prepared to explode forward, his heart gave a violent spasm. He had held his breath too long. In the instant he burst free of the miasma and gulped air, he inevitably inhaled a trace of the lingering purple-black vapor. Just that sliver. Dishiwan's engineered neurotoxin laced with inhibitors designed to suppress Qianqiu's cellular activity tunneled through his nasal passages into his alveoli and swiftly merged with his bloodstream. The canyon wall before Lin Chuan warped violently. Overlapping afterimages multiplied. The wind in his ears became a piercing tinnitus that scraped his eardrums and his stomach lurched without warning. He instinctively tried to steady himself. His right foot landed on a moss-coated shard. His knee buckled. He staggered and fell to one knee in the dirt. Above his head, a dozen or so detonation talismans flashing with a searing red light had already fallen to within less than 3 meters of his crown. Crimson light pierced the gloom of the narrow canyon. Lin Chuan slammed down onto the damp earth on one knee. His kneecap struck the cold bluestone with a muffled bone-deep thud. 3 meters above his head, the talismanic inscriptions on over a dozen explosive tags burned fiercely, reaching their final incandescent breath. A scorching wave surged forward. Lin Chuan wrenched his torso sideways with brute force. His thigh muscles coiled and erupted, hurling his body into a low, desperate roll to the left, skidding across the muddy ground. Boom, boom, boom. Chain reaction detonations ripped through the constricted passageway. Violent shockwaves tore up the surface, flinging clods of earth and thick mats of moss skyward. Shrapnel and white-hot stone fragments rained down like a merciless storm. Several jagged shards struck Lin Chuan's back, ripping through fabric and splitting flesh open. Blood welled instantly from the gashes. He did not pause, pushing hard against the ground with both palms to rise. Then his wrists buckled. His body lurched forward uncontrollably, slamming both hands deep into the sludge-streaked mud. The canyon walls in his vision twisted, chaotically warping without rhythm. In the dim light, distant dead trees multiplied into 3 indistinct wavering phantoms, clawing at the air like specters. His eardrums screamed with a piercing, unrelenting whine, drowning out the fading echoes of the blast and the wind's hollow howl through the gorge. Acid churned violently in his stomach, surging upward toward his throat. This sensation was unbearable. Orochimaru's custom neurotoxin was seizing control of his motor cortex, commandeering his very will. Lin Chuan gasped, each breath ragged and raw. Every inhalation felt like swallowing blades forged in flame. Trace toxins lingering in his alveoli coursed through his bloodstream, launching a frenzied assault upon his peripheral nerves. The berserker first-generation cells, sensing foreign invasion, activated, spontaneously launching a ruthless counteroffensive to consume the poison. 2 titanic forces clashed within Lin Chuan's body, a brutal internal war. This visceral tug-of-war sapped his chakra flow with devastating efficiency. What had once roared like a mighty river now thickened into sluggish, viscous sludge, slow, heavy, and unresponsive. Above the cliff edge, a root squad concealed in shadow instantly registered Lin Chuan's stiffening frame. Their leader, a faceless shinobi, signaled with a sharp, silent gesture decapitation. No hesitation. No wasted motion. 5 black figures plummeted from the 30-meter precipice, silent as falling stars. Even the whisper of cloth against cloth was suppressed to absolute zero. They drifted downward like 5 withered leaves severed from a branch, soundless, weightless, lethal. Madare 5 custom-forged short blades flashed free. Their edges reflected no light, coated instead with a sickly emerald-green luminescence. A paralytic venom so potent it halted life with a single scratch. Even a rutting bull would collapse convulsing within 3 seconds. 5 assassins, 5 distinct blind spots. Every possible avenue of retreat sealed shut. Lin Chuan lifted his head. His vision fractured further, ghost images multiplying like broken glass. On his retinas the 5 shadows splintered into 15. Reality dissolved, indistinguishable from illusion. A figure surged from the upper left. His brain commanded block. His left arm rose, half a heartbeat too late. Neural lag in that instant became a death sentence. SHHHHK. A razor-edged blade sliced cleanly through the outer flesh of Lin Chuan's left forearm. A 10-centimeter gash peeled open, raw, deep, and bloodless. At the wound's edge, muscle tissue blackened and necrotized the moment it touched the toxin. An icy numbness raced upward along his veins, seeking to freeze all sensation in his arm. Lin Chuan grunted, a choked guttural sound, as he staggered backward. Another gust of wind slashed in from the right. He twisted just in time, the blade grazing his ribs, slicing fabric and scoring a shallow crimson line across his skin. He could no longer trust his eyes. Through searing pain his mind calculated with lightning speed. Vision had been utterly corrupted by the toxin. When he saw the blade strike from the left, it was already kissing his right throat. The more he watched, the more he erred. The more he dodged, the slower he grew. Within this ring of elite killers, even a millimeter's misjudgment meant dismemberment. If sight had become a liability, then it must be discarded. Lin Chuan clamped his jaws shut and bit down hard, shredding his own tongue. Coppery blood flooded his mouth, thick and metallic. Agony, sharp as a divine hammer, crashed through his poisoned neural pathways. For a fleeting moment clarity returned, cold, lucid, absolute. Lin Chuan closed his eyes. The world plunged into utter seamless darkness. Deprived of sight, his hearing scent and the feral instinct granted by his senju physiology surged, heightened beyond mortal limits. The wind's mournful keening through the gorge. The soft rustle of fallen leaves striking moss. And a faint turbulent ripple in the air behind and slightly to his left. The pressure wave of a living human moving at lethal speed, muscles coiling, tendons snapping taut. Lin Chuan did not retreat. He turned his head deliberately into the path of that unseen current. The blade's icy edge skimmed his cheek, shearing off several strands of black hair. Its chill prickled every follicle on his skin, raising gooseflesh like armor. Now. If this body drags me into the abyss, I shall shatter the abyss itself beneath my feet. His right arm snapped upward, fist clenched, elbow cocked like a drawn bowstring, and smashed forward with thunderous precision into the empty air behind his left shoulder. Crunch! A brutal meaty impact echoed through the canyon. His elbow struck true, shattering a wooden mask into jagged splinters. Splintered wood drove deep into the flesh beneath. Then, the sickening snap of a crushed nasal bridge. The rude assassin made no sound, not even a gasp. His cervical spine snapped under the blow, sending him flying sideways, slamming headlong into the rock wall before collapsing into the muck. One strike. One kill. The remaining 4 assassins faltered, just for an instant. Uncomprehending. How could a target paralyzed by a composite neurotoxin, barely able to stand, deliver such flawless lethal retaliation, with eyes sealed shut? Yet instinct overrode confusion. They abandoned reckless charges, instead spreading wide around Lin Chuan, crisscrossing their steps to flood his ears with chaotic, disorienting footfalls. 4 poison-dipped blades glided through the dark, hunting for the fatal opening. Lin Chuan stood motionless. His chest heaved deep, ragged, relentless. At the wound on his left arm, Senju's cells surged, spewing proliferating granulation tissue to devour the necrotic black flesh. Numbness receded, replaced by a maddening, excruciating itch, like 10,000 ants gnawing at his bones. He had no time for such torment. His ears twitched, subtle, acute. Right front. A heartbeat. Deliberately muted, but to Lin Chuan's heightened senses it thundered like a war drum. He moved. No hand seals. No jutsu. Pure untamed physicality, his legs exploded against the earth, launching him forward like a rabid beast straight toward the source of that pulse. The assassin had not anticipated the countercharge. Instinctively he thrust his blade toward Lin Chuan's chest. Lin Chuan did not flinch. His left hand shot out, locking onto the assassin's wrist. Fingers clamped down, bone-crunching force. Snap. A sound that made the marrow recoil. The blade clattered to the ground. Lin Chuan's right hand seized the assassin's throat, thumb driving deep into the larynx with crushing finality. Trachea shattered. The second corpse crumpled, limp, silent, lifeless. Less than 10 seconds. 5 close combat assassins, 2 fallen. The remaining 3 finally grasped the truth. Hand-to-hand combat against this monster was suicide. Without hesitation they broke off, pushing off the ground with their toes leaping backward, swiftly widening the gap to over 10 meters. Lin Chuan opened his eyes. The toxin still clawed at his vision, blurring edges, doubling forms. Yet he felt it, the killing intent receding, fast, deliberate, wary. He breathed hard, great shuddering gulps, sweat and mud dripping steadily from his jaw. His reserves were dangerously depleted, physical stamina bled dry in those furious seconds. Hunger gnawed at his gut, sharp and hollow. Victory demanded immediacy. Just as Lin Chuan focused inward, preparing to lock onto the last 3. A deafening sweeping rush filled the air overhead, dense, overwhelming, like 10,000 hornets swarming in unison. The canyon floor plunged into sudden, suffocating shadow. Lin Chuan looked up. A colossal steel net, over 20 meters wide, descended with crushing inevitability, blotting out the sky. Thousands of explosive tags clung to its mesh like malignant scales. Between them, scattered like cursed runes, were several 4 symbols, sealing talismans etched with writhing black sigils. The ultimate trap had closed. Finality sealed. A vast shadow fell over the canyon floor. The wind was brutally cleaved by the falling steel net, emitting a nerve-grating ripping sound. Lin Chuan tilted his head back. Doppelgangers still danced at the edge of his vision, but he could clearly make out the net's outline. It was enormous. More than 20 meters across in both directions, it almost completely filled the narrow canyon passage. Under the dim light the steel wire glinted with a cold metallic sheen, threaded with chakra-conductive metal. Lin Chuan's breathing grew heavy. His mind raced, calculating the inescapable trap before him. His leg muscles spasmed irregularly as the toxin ate away at them. Relying on mere physical explosiveness to leap out of the net's coverage was impossible. Even a forced jump with nothing to brace against in midair would only make him a living target. Once the net fell over him, the 4 sign sealing sigils on the steel would activate the instant they touched skin, completely locking down the flow of chakra within his body. Then the dense array of detonation talismans would tear his limbs to shreds. Tuan Song wanted live specimens for experimentation. As long as the brain and heart remained intact, missing arms or legs meant nothing. Above on the cliff, 4 Genbu operatives stood side by side, their blank masks unreadable. Their hands moved with an almost imperceptible speed as they formed seals. In Cho Su. The triggering seals. These 4 had not considered the difficulty of taking him alive. Their orders were simply to obliterate their target's ability to act by the most violent means. Think to treat me like rotting meat on a chopping block. Lin Chuan curled his mouth into a savage arc. The scar on his left arm, seared by lightning, split wide at this life or death moment. Blood fountained forth, dripping onto the bluestone. The Berserk first-generation cells sensed their master's peril and ignoring the suppressing neurotoxin began feverishly siphoning every scrap of chakra buried in the depths of his cells. His heart thudded like an overtaxed engine booming in his chest. An uncanny dark crimson sheen rippled across his skin. The blue-white lightning chakra no longer clung to his skin as a defensive shroud, it poured entirely into his right hand. The lightning did not dissipate into the air. Sustained by the horrifying chakra support of the Qianqiu Shenrun, the electricity was forcibly compressed and elongated. A high grating hum of current echoed through the canyon. A 2-meter blade of pure condensed lightning formed in Lin Chuan's hand. The blade's edges burned so fiercely that the surrounding air warped and shimmered. Qianqiu style, thunder blade. The kunainet hung less than 5 meters above his head. The fuses on the detonation talismans flared with a searing red light. I stand here as the only law of this battlefield. Whoever dares claim the final strike, speak and die. Lin Chuan's right arm muscles bulged. With a roar he seized the 2-meter lightning blade and against the descending kunainet swung with brutal force. SSSS. The thunder blade ripped the air, leaving a dazzling blue-white afterimage. The infernal heat of the compressed lightning bit into the specially forged steel wire. The steel wire laced with chakra-conductive metal proved as fragile as butter thrown into a furnace when faced with that utterly compressed violent lightning chakra. At the cut the metal instantly melted into glowing crimson slag. With a single brutal stroke Lin Chuan split the vast kunainet cleanly in two. At the very moment the net was severed, the 4 operatives on the cliff completed their detonation seals. Boom! A deafening explosion detonated at the canyon bottom. The simultaneous ignition of hundreds of detonation talismans unleashed a terrifying storm of destruction. Raging flames instantly swallowed the space where Lin Chuan stood. Great fireballs roiled upward, illuminating the dim canyon as if it were midday. The blast wave shattered the canyon walls on both sides. Tons of rock wrapped in flame rained outward like a meteor shower. The bluestone slabs underfoot were ripped away, revealing charred earth beneath. The 4 operatives on the cliff stared fixedly into the inferno below. An explosion chain of that magnitude meant that even if the net were cut, escape unscathed was impossible. Yet, the next instant, a figure wrapped in blue arcs of electricity tore through the rolling flames and shot upward through a seam in the inferno. Lin Chuan burst out of the epicenter. He had not escaped all harm. The right leg was struck hard by the blast's remaining edge the moment he cleared the flames. The muscles along the outside of his calf were ripped open by the violent shockwave. Large flaps of flesh were blown away, exposing pale bone and severed vessels. Blood gushed like a fountain, instantly staining his trousers scarlet. With a heavy thud Lin Chuan slammed against the cliff's rim rock. A piercing bone-deep pain shot through his right leg. Deprived of a great mass of muscular support, the limb could not bear weight. He staggered forward several steps, nearly toppling over the cliff. Dizziness from blood loss compounded by lingering neurotoxin in his system blanked his mind for a moment. He dropped to one knee, panting harshly. At the wound the Berserk first-generation cells writhed, desperately attempting to mend the horrific tear. The wet fibrous sound of new flesh knitting was audible in the stillness of the cliff. The 4 Genbu operatives were utterly stunned. For the first time a nameless fear flickered behind the mask's eyeholes. To have dragged themselves up 30 meters with almost a broken leg and still endure the detonations, this was no human vitality. Stop dazing. Lin Chuan raised his head slowly. His eyes bloodshot from engorged vessels fixed like iron on the 2 operatives closest to him. Now it's my turn. He gave them no time to react. Propelling with his left leg he exploded forward, skimming the ground. The thunder blade in his right hand swelled again. The blue-white light dilated rapidly in the operative's pupils. Instinctively the 2 drew their short ninja swords to parry. It was futile. The thunder blade, carrying irresistible devastating force, cut through sword and man, cleaving the 2 operatives in half at the waist. Charred entrails spilled across the ground. The remaining 2 operatives turned and fled without hesitation. The mission had failed utterly. They had to carry this monster's intelligence back to the Genbu base. Lin Chuan watched their retreating backs with cold eyes and did not pursue. His right leg was too grievously wounded. A forced chase would only shatter the bone completely. He sheathed the thunder blade, leaned against a boulder, and from his pouch pulled 2 ration pills, stuffing them into his mouth. The hunger in his stomach eased slightly. The flames at the canyon bottom still burned. Thick black smoke rose along the rock faces and billowed toward the heavens. The blast had made far too much noise. The roaring carried with the wind across the forests of the Fire Nation's border. Lin Chuan knew that Yuanfei Rich and Zumbu forces would soon converge on the sound like sharks smelling blood. Time left to him was scant. The wind shifted. A cool night breeze dispersed the smoke on the cliff. Lin Chuan suddenly stopped chewing the ration pill. He raised his head and looked toward a distant site. Atop a towering tree about 500 meters from the canyon, in the shadow of the leaves. A single crimson eye watched him icily. 3 black tomo slowly turned in the blood-red pupil. There was no emotion. Only pure scrutiny and an icy fixation. Yuji Bo. Night wind swept through the crimson shattered valley, carrying a pungent stench of charred flesh. The outer flesh of Lin Chuan's right calf was a mangled ruin. Thousand hand cells frantically secreted granulation tissue, forcing newly formed membranes to enshroud the exposed white bone. That sound pierced the silence at the cliff's edge with startling clarity. The wind ceased. Suddenly the air thickened with the metallic tang of ozone. Lin Chuan's back muscles tensed instinctively. The beastly intuition granted by his thousand-hand immortal body shrieked alarms across his mind. He snapped his head upward. Far atop the towering canopy, night breeze parted the leafy shadows. A crimson eye fixed upon him, unblinking, unyielding. 3 black tomo rotated slowly within its blood-red iris. No emotion colored that gaze, only absolute scrutiny and icy, inescapable fixation. The instant that I locked onto him, the lightning-scarred burn on Lin Chuan's left arm convulsed violently beyond his control. It was his body's visceral reaction to power that had once shattered it. Kakashi had arrived. Whoosh! 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 A barrage of sharp tearing sounds ripped through the night above the canyon. A silver-haired figure wearing a fox mask landed gracefully upon blackened rock less than 20 meters from Lin Chuan, his toes touching ground without stirring a single mote of dust. Then 12 more figures descended in swift succession onto the surrounding cliffs, identical in sleek black bodysuits, gray armor, and half-drawn ninja blades slung across their backs. 12 individuals. 12 perfectly calculated blind spots. Every possible escape route for Lin Chuan was sealed, pinned down with lethal precision. Kakashi did not yet draw the short blade at his back. His left eye slid past Lin Chuan, locking instead on the shadowed ridge across the canyon, where 2 Root ANBU operatives stood barely escaped from Lin Chuan's blade. From the deepest gloom, earth churned and heaved. A Root squad captain emerged clad in a grotesque demon mask, gripping a specially crafted sealing scroll, his entire being reeking of fresh blood. 3 factions converged in this scorched, limb-strewn canyon, frozen in an eerie silent tableau, save for the faint murmur of subterranean river water gnawing at stone. Kakashi's hand rested upon his sword hilt, his thumb stroked the tsuba with quiet deliberation. This is a direct assassination mandate from the Hokage. Root has overstepped. His voice was low, but carried an ironclad weight of authority. By Konoha's codex, when the ANBU undertook an rank elimination mission, all other divisions were required to yield unconditionally or withdraw entirely. Root's brazen intervention and its pre-deployed inescapable death trap had crossed Hiruzen Sarutobi's most inviolable boundary. Beneath the demon mask, the Root captain let out a cold, disdainful snort. He withdrew a scroll of black stamped vellum from his robe and unfurled it with a sharp flick. A personal decree from Danzasama. The target is suspected of stealing Konoha's core secrets. Root assumes full jurisdiction here. ANBU, stand down. Kakashi's gaze hardened. His Sharingan lingered for one heartbeat upon Lin Chuan's right leg, where flesh was knitting itself whole before the eye could fully register the motion. In his mind flashed the Third Hokage's unequivocal command issued within the Hokage Tower: kill or capture, no distinction. Erase him on the spot. Under no circumstances may his corpse fall into another's hands. Now he studied Root's sealing scroll and the vast smoldering remnants of the massive explosive tag net. Danzo had never intended to kill. He wanted a living subject. A perfect experimental specimen, one who could withstand the lightning cutter barehanded and regenerate at terrifying speed. Lin Chuan leaned against the rocky wall, watching the spectacle with glacial contempt. His heart hammered like a heavy-duty pile driver deep within his chest. Orochimaru's custom neurotoxin raged through his motor cortex. Double vision blurred his sight ever more severely. Kakashi's silver hair fractured before his eyes into 3 indistinct halos, yet his mind had never been sharper. These old dogs fighting over a single scrap of meat had abandoned even the pretense of decorum. The third sought to bury the scandal of Konoha's elite, driving a genius to rebellion. Danzo sought to dissect his body. All that talk of the will of fire, slice it open and you'll find nothing but knives and forks hungry for flesh. Lin Chuan spat a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva, his lips twisting into a savage, brutal grin. Save your nursery school theatrics for the cannon fodder whose grave mounds are already 2 meters tall. His right heel ground softly into the soil. The chain explosion of hundreds of explosive tags had utterly shattered the canyon's geology. The sensory perception of his thousand-hand immortal body seeped downward through his soles, deep into the earth's embrace. Hollow. Beneath this shattered valley lay a natural limestone cavern, its depth far exceeding the detection range of Konoha's barrier division. Kakashi ignored Lin Chuan's mockery. He knew precisely how dangerous this boy was. That left arm, barehanded, crushing the lightning cutter, still haunted his Sharingan as an indelible phantom. ANBU, listen well. Kakashi drew his short blade, its edge angled downward toward the earth. Any who obstruct the Hokage's order shall be judged as traitors to the village. 12 ANBU instantly lowered their centers of gravity. The metallic rasp of 12 drawn blades fused into one chilling unified hiss. The Root captain tightened his grip on the scroll. The 2 surviving operatives redrew their poison-coated daggers. The air grew thick with gunpowder tension. One spark and this canyon would become Konoha's own internal battlefield, drenched in blood and betrayal. At the very moment Kakashi prepared to issue the assault command, Lin Chuan suddenly flashed a mocking smile toward the ground and slammed his mud-smeared palms together before his chest. His fingers blurred, darting, weaving impossibly fast. Tiger snake dog. Chakra surged wildly through his meridians, violently rupturing nodes paralyzed by toxin. Kakashi's Sharingan contracted sharply. The chakra flow trajectory was all wrong. Kakashi's Sharingan locked unblinkingly onto Lin Chuan's internal energy pathways. That violent azure-white lightning release chakra did not gather upon his skin as before, to form either a defensive barrier or a lightning-edged blade. Instead it surged downward in its entirety, flooding into the earth beneath his feet. Now attack. Kakashi ignored Root's official directive without hesitation. His right hand slashed sideways through the air with explosive force. A piercing shriek, like 1,000 birds screaming at once, shattered the canyon's deathly silence. Azure-white lightning coalesced violently in Kakashi's palm, blinding arcs of electricity bleached the surrounding cliff faces bone-white. He became a streak of cobalt lightning, trailing elongated afterimages as he lunged straight for Lin Chuan's chest. At that very instant, the Root Squad captain flashed 2 precise tactical hand signals. 2 elite operatives hurled 7 or 8 kunai, their tips drenched in viridian poison. Thin steel wires strung with clusters of explosive tags were bound tightly to each kunai's shaft. Their trajectories were unnervingly deceptive, completely sealing off Lin Chuan's lateral escape routes. In that split second, 2 rival factions achieved a chilling unspoken accord. First cripple the target's mobility, then decide who would claim his body. Lin Chuan bit down hard on his lower lip. Frenzied chakra surged against his will, tearing open several tiny vessels along his forearm. Blood dripped steadily from his wrist. Hand seals completed. Earth release hidden funeral technique. Originally a low-tier assassination jutsu, designed to drag an enemy underground, leaving only their head exposed above ground. Yet under the monstrous chakra reserves of the Senju physical constitution, this crank technique warped itself into the most efficient evasion method imaginable. Lin Chuan's feet suddenly lost all solid purchase. The hardened bluestone slab and charred soil beneath him churned violently, like a molten swamp coming alive. He did not leap downward. Rather, his entire body sank, not like a falling man but like a lead weight plunging into deep water, vanishing into the bedrock with impossible gravity-defying speed. Shrieck. Kakashi's lightning cutter sliced mere millimeters above Lin Chuan's scalp. Several singed black hairs drifted slowly through the air. The terrifying piercing force of the lightning release slammed directly into the cliff face behind him. Boom! A thunderous detonation tore a crater over 3 meters wide into the sheer cliff wall. Shards of rock exploded outward like shrapnel. Tink tink tink. The poison kunai, deprived of their target, collided midair and clattered lifelessly onto the ground. The explosive tags detonated in mid-flight, bursting into useless flickering fireballs. Above ground, only a bottomless black void remained, a gaping maw whose edges still oozed thick viscous mud. Kakashi rose from his failed strike and slammed his right hand onto the crater's rim. The residual lightning release chakra surged wildly through the soil, hunting Lin Chuan's trail. No impact feedback registered. After plunging more than 10 meters underground, the lightning dissipated utterly, swallowed whole like a stone sinking into deep water. Kakashi stood upright and shook the clinging mud from his hand. His Sharingan fixed coldly upon the dark maw, his expression dark and heavy with unspoken fury. 12 ANBU agents swiftly converged, encircling the hole in tight formation. The Root Squad captain approached with his unit, his breath ragged behind his demonic mask. Captain Kakashi, you've let slip the criminal personally marked by Director Danzo. Veins bulged across the captain's knuckles as he gripped the scroll. Kakashi cast him a glacial, dismissive glance. Return to Danzo and tell him the ANBU mission report will state only this target evaded using terrain pursuit remains active. As for Root's unauthorized presence here, I shall submit a full verbatim account to the Third Hokage. All 3 factions' intricate calculations collapsed into dust before that single silent void. None had foreseen that a genin poisoned with high-concentration neurotoxin dragging a shattered leg could, under dual assault from 2 elite shinobi, wrench open a path to survival using nothing but a crank earth release technique. Underground. Absolute darkness. Lin Chuan plummeted headlong through narrow, jagged fissures in the rock. Earth release chakra enshrouded his body, lubricating his descent, parting soil and rubble like water before a blade. Yet this brute force reshaping of the earth exacted a staggering toll on his frame. Orochimaru's neurotoxin erupted fully within him. His limbs convulsed uncontrollably. His retinas fractured into kaleidoscopic hallucinatory bursts of color. Inside his lungs it felt as though countless white-hot needles were stabbing and twisting relentlessly. The Senju cell's regenerative might clashed fiercely with the toxin's corrosive devastation, the final desperate tug-of-war within his flesh. Weightlessness wrenched savagely at his organs. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. The soil grew increasingly damp, the rock strata loosened, crumbling into unstable porous layers. Crack. The earth release chakra enveloping his body finally exhausted itself. Stripped of protection, Lin Chuan crashed violently through the last brittle layer of bedrock. He tumbled out of the stone and plunged into a vast subterranean chamber. His back struck a rough icy stalagmite with brutal force. A sharp sickening snap of fractured bone echoed hollowly through the cavern. Lin Chuan slid limply down the stalagmite's surface. Freezing, numbing underground river water instantly surged over his ankles. He clawed desperately at the slick moss-covered rock with both hands, straining to lift himself. His stomach heaved violently. With a guttural cry, Lin Chuan vomited a torrent of purplish-black blood. Where the blood struck the subterranean river, it sizzled and corroded, releasing acrid white steam. "Keep your rotting stagnant mud of Konoha. Wash it yourselves." Lin Chuan wiped the blood from his lips and leaned back against the stalagmite. In that lightless, suffocating cavern, a rustling sound began, low, insistent, and deeply unsettling. Something was approaching. Many somethings. And they carried with them a thick, cloying stench of decay. Shoo, shhh. An unnerving, grating sound swelled rapidly in the pitch-black darkness where not even a fingertip could be seen. The air reeked of putrid decay, so thick and cloying it seemed to congeal into something tangible. Lin Chuan leaned against the cold, jagged stalagmite, his chest heaving violently, each breath rasped like air drawn through a ruptured bellows. Orochimaru's custom neurotoxin surged back with savage ferocity. The last faint glimmer of light faded from his retinas, devoured by spreading blotches of violet black. His heartbeat slowed, deep, heavy, laborious, as if an ancient engine were sputtering toward its final stall. His alveoli burned with searing agony. The toxic blood he just spat had eased the churning nausea in his gut, but at the cost of the last lingering warmth within him. This underworld truly is lively. Lin Chuan coughed up a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva, voice raw and frayed. His Senjubudi's primal instincts screamed warnings inside his skull, a relentless, deafening alarm. The water ahead shifted, its rhythm changed. No longer the gentle murmur of subterranean currents over stone, but the heavy, multi-limbed splashing of something wading across the surface. At least 20 of them. Lin Chuan forced his eyes open. In the blackness, dozens of crimson pinpricks ignited, tiny as mung beans yet blazing with predatory hunger. Blind cave rats. Mutated denizens of perpetual darkness, their bodies larger than wild dogs that roamed the sunlit world above. They possessed no sight, hunting solely by scent and sound. And Lin Chuan's overwhelming stench of blood. In this barren, desolate underworld, it was nothing short of a grand banquet invitation. SSSKRRR. With a shrill, piercing shriek, the alpha rat launched itself from the shallows, for claws digging deep, hurling a spray of foul water as it lunged straight for Lin Chuan's throat. "Dare you feast upon me? You are not worthy." Lin Chuan did not retreat. His broken body had nowhere left to fall. His right calf bone jutted grotesquely from torn flesh. The toxin had already crawled up his thigh veins. With a desperate surge, he raised his left hand, fingers splayed, and seized the airborne rat's neck with surgical precision. His grip met slick fur and corded muscle. Then, like a dam bursting, the untamed power of the senju cells detonated within him. Put. His fingers clamped shut, suddenly, brutally. The massive rat didn't even have time to scream before its skull shattered inward, reduced to pulp. Foul blood and viscous brain matter splattered across Lin Chuan's face. That scalding warmth ignited the bloodlust slumbering in his primordial senju cells, feral, insatiable, ravenous. The lightning-scarred gash on his left arm split open once more, oozing dark crimson chakra that roiled across his skin like boiling water. The remaining rats, enraged by their comrades, grisly and charged, not recoiling but frenzied, desperate. Lin Chuan flung the headless corpse aside and drew the root-issued short blade from his weapon pouch. In the suffocating dark, steel flashed. No flashy jutsu, only raw, unadorned physical combat. Each strike echoed hollowly, blades parting flesh-cleaving bone, the grim percussion resonating through the cavern's vast emptiness. Lin Chuan moved like a lone wolf cornered beyond hope, every slash calibrated to bypass the rats' hardened skulls and slice deep into their soft, vulnerable bellies. Guts and entrails spilled across the stone floor. The subterranean river turned a pungent, inky crimson. In under half a minute, the last rat collapsed, spine crushed beneath Lin Chuan's boot, twitching feebly in the shallows before falling still. Clang! The short blade slipped from Lin Chuan's grasp, striking rock. He slid down helplessly into the pool of blood, his body utterly spent. That brief, brutal slaughter had drained every last reserve of chakra he'd used to suppress the toxin. Orochimaru's neurotoxin breached its final defenses, racing through his bloodstream straight toward his heart. A searing vice-like pain gripped his left chest. Lin Chuan dug his fingernails deep into his chest, nearly drawing blood. His vision had gone utterly black. All he heard now was his own heartbeat, slow-labored, fading. Thump. Thump. Each pulse tore through him like a blade. And then, a deep, muffled tremor shook the ceiling rock above. Dust and pebbles rained softly into the underground river. Lin Chuan strained to lift his head. The tremors were rhythmic, accompanied by faint telltale fluctuations of chakra. Earth release. Kakashi and root operatives. They hadn't abandoned the pursuit. Using earth-based jutsu, they were tunneling relentlessly downward, carving a path straight through the bedrock. At this rate, the third-metric stratum above would collapse entirely within 10 minutes. That accursed tenacious hound. Lin Chuan clenched his teeth, his mouth flooded with the metallic tang of blood. He knew he could wait no longer. Standard chakra suppression was useless against Orochimaru's toxin. If he delayed any further, by the time they broke through, he'd lack even the strength to raise a hand in defiance. Since you crave this perfect experimental vessel, then witness how wildly, how ferociously this body can rage. Lin Chuan fumbled for the short blade lying in the gore, its edge still slick with the rat's fetid blood. Without hesitation he pressed the tip against the swollen blackened vein pulsing along his right thigh. Cut. Steel-pierced flesh, then dragged downward with merciless force. A jagged 15-centimeter wound gaped open across his thigh. Then, methodically without pause, he repeated the act, slashing deep bone-bearing incisions into his left arm, his chest, wherever toxins pooled most thickly in his veins. Black-purple blood gushed forth, not red but reeking viscous corrupt. Lin Chuan discarded the blade and slammed his palms together in rapid succession. Tiger hair dragon. He ceased trying to contain or suppress the poison with chakra. Instead he shattered every restraint binding his rampaging senju cells. Get out! A bestial roar erupted, not aloud but deep within his soul. Unleashed, the senju cells plunged into absolute unbridled frenzy. These were cells forged at the apex of the shinobi world, brutally dominant, fiercely xenophobic. They recognized Orochimaru's neurotoxin as inferior alien filth and initiated the most primal violent expulsion imaginable. Countless fleshy tendrils writhed deep within his wounds, alive, sentient, voracious, burrowing into his veins to tear out necrotic blood and rotting muscle fiber by fiber. The agony of having one's own living flesh forcibly excised was beyond human endurance. Lin Chuan's body convulsed violently, spasming uncontrollably. Sweat and blood dripped from his brow in heavy hot droplets. His jaws locked, teeth grinding so hard his gums bled, yet not a single cry escaped his lips. Put! Put! Great torrents of black venom spewed from his lacerations. Where the toxin struck the nearby rock wall it hissed and corroded, burning deep pits into solid stone. Acrid white smoke curled upward as the final mass of putrid necrotic tissue expelled itself from his body. Lin Chuan's rigid frame suddenly went slack. His heartbeat surged, strong, steady, thunderous. Thump! Thump! Like war drums echoing across a battlefield. Having purged the toxin, his senju cells immediately launched into furious regeneration. The deep bone-exposed wound on his right thigh knitted itself shut, new flesh blooming visibly layer upon layer. Shattered vessels reconnected, gleaming white bone vanished beneath fresh rippling muscle. Within mere seconds, every mortal wound sealed completely, leaving only faint pink scars of newborn skin. Aside from mild dizziness from catastrophic blood loss, his chakra swelled again, full potent, surging at peak capacity. Even more, this violent purge had deepened his fusion with the rampaging senju cells, pushing their integration to a new threshold. Lin Chuan rose slowly to his feet. He rotated his newly restored right knee, crack, crack. His crimson eyes blazed in the darkness, radiating pure, chilling savagery. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice, long dormant within the deepest recesses of his mind, blared forth without warning. Beep. Detected host surrounded. Current survival conditions, extreme. Triggered desperate counter-strike mission, annihilate all underground pursuers. Objective, exploit terrain advantages to eliminate every ANBU and root operative entering the cavern. No survivors. Reward calculated based on kill efficiency and brutality. Minimum guaranteed reward, wind release affinity mastery level achieved. Penalty for failure, none. The dead require no punishment. Lin Chuan listened and twisted his lips into a savage, bloodthirsty grin. He lifted his gaze toward the trembling ceiling. Annihilate them all. A perfect match for my intent. The vibrations from above grew increasingly intense. Large chunks of rock debris crashed into the underground river, splashing murky water. Faintly, the glimmer of earth manipulation chakra could be seen flickering above the rock layers. Kakashi and the root team dug faster than Lin Chuan had anticipated. In no more than 3 minutes, those masked hounds would breach this barrier and drop into the underground cave like dumplings. Lin Chuan stood in bloodwater up to his ankles, listening to the assassination mission issued by the system in his mind. This broken system really knows how to stir the pot. He chuckled coldly to himself. With mastery over the wind release nature transformation, this reward was like a timely boon to his current combat strength. He already possessed the ferocious lightning release. If combined with the ultimate cutting wind release, his melee lethality would skyrocket exponentially. Moreover, even if the system did not issue a mission, he would never allow this group to leave alive. They viewed him as mere meat on the chopping block. Then let this underground mire bury these so-called benevolent beings. Lin Chuan reigned in his murderous intent, becoming like a stone devoid of warmth, completely merging into the darkness. He did not rush to set traps. The terrain here was too complex. The underground cave was intricate, filled with natural stalactites and dark rivers. If he did not understand the load-bearing structure here, randomly blasting would not only fail to eliminate the enemy but could also entomb himself under hundreds of thousands of tons of rock. He needed absolute terrain intelligence. Lin Chuan approached a relatively flat rock wall. He quickly formed hand seals. In Si Chin. Rather than releasing a large-scale ninjutsu, he tightly compressed the raging lightning release chakra within him to the minimum extent. His palms pressed against the damp rock wall. Weak blue-white currents flowed from his palms into the rock layers. The fine currents like countless invisible tentacles spread rapidly through the rock cracks and the water vapor of the underground river. Lightning release earth vein perception. This was not a profound secret technique but a makeshift method developed by Lin Chuan using the conductive properties of lightning. When the current encountered a void, it would bounce back, encountering hard load-bearing rocks would create resistance. These weak feedback signals were transmitted back to Lin Chuan's brain through the chakra pathway. A three-dimensional map of the cave rapidly formed in his mind. I see now. Lin Chuan opened his eyes and withdrew his hands. This was not an ordinary cave but a massive gourd-shaped underground cavity. The position he occupied was at the bottom of the gourd. Above the narrow gourd mouth was precisely where Kakashi and the others were excavating. The entire upper dome's weight was supported by 3 robust natural stone pillars. As long as these 3 stone pillars were blown apart, the hundreds of thousands of tons of rocks and soil above would instantly collapse, completely filling the cave. Let alone elite Umbu, even if the Third Hokage came personally, buried hundreds of meters underground, he would turn into a pile of flesh. Lin Chuan touched the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Previously, when he countered the Roots' dead men in the Crimson Valley, he had casually snatched their ninja tool pouches. He unzipped it to find 4 stacks of explosive tags quietly lying inside. Lin Chuan quickly counted 48 tags. He frowned slightly, cursing inwardly. Danzo, that old dog, was indeed stingy. The elite root team was sent out on an strength mission with so little gear. 48 explosive tags would indeed pack a punch on flat ground. But to blow apart those 3 natural load-bearing pillars, the amount was simply insufficient. The hardness of the rocks was too high. Triggering the explosive tags on the surface would at most blow off a layer of rock skin. Blasting won't work, then I can only look for weak points. Lin Chuan wasted no time, moving like a nimble night owl through the darkness. He arrived at the first load-bearing pillar. The surface of this stone pillar was pockmarked from water droplet erosion. Lin Chuan concentrated chakra at his fingertips, tapping carefully on the pillar like striking a watermelon. He listened for subtle differences in the echoes. Soon he found an extremely concealed natural fissure about 3 meters high from the ground on the pillar. The fissure was deep, leading directly to the internal stress core of the pillar. Lin Chuan drew out a kunai and slightly widened the fissure. Then he carefully extracted 16 explosive tags. He did not directly insert the explosive tags, instead he used cells from the 1,000 hands to secrete a slightly adhesive tissue fluid, firmly attaching the tags deep within the fissure. Kakashi had the Sharingan. If the explosive tags were exposed as soon as he came down that scarlet, I would instantly see through the chakra's flow. It had to be perfectly concealed. Lin Chuan scooped up a handful of damp soil from the ground, mixing it with gravel to completely seal the fissure. On the surface, this stone pillar appeared completely normal. Following the same method, Lin Chuan spent less than 2 minutes burying the remaining 32 explosive tags into the core fissures of the other 2 load-bearing pillars. All the detonation wires were wrapped in earth manipulation chakra buried deep in the silt of the underground river. They extended to a dead corner at the deepest part of the cave. The trap network took initial shape. Now everything was ready, all that was left was for the prey to arrive. Boom! Just as Lin Chuan retreated to the dead corner, a deafening rumble resonated from above. The light of the earth manipulation ninjutsu finally pierced through the last layer of rock. Large rocks mixed with soil cascaded down like a waterfall, crashing heavily into the underground river. A hole over 2 meters in diameter appeared in the dome. The acrid smell of gunpowder and the fresh air from the ground rushed into this underground space, sealed for who knows how many years. Lin Chuan crouched in the shadows, gripping tightly the chakra fuse connected to the 48 explosive tags. His breathing slowed to an extreme. His heartbeat was forcibly suppressed to less than 30 beats per minute. He felt as if he had merged with the cold rocks around him. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by several extremely faint sounds of piercing air, a few figures wearing blank masks slid down the rock walls like hanging bats. They were root dead men. They did not land immediately but adhered to the rock wall, with chakra warily surveying their surroundings. Then, a silver figure jumped down from the cave entrance. Kakashi was not wearing a mask. The scarlet Sharingan in his left eye stood out starkly in the darkness. 3 black tomo slowly rotated the gaze, cutting through the cave like a blade, inch by inch, sweeping over the cavern below. No traces of chakra remain. Kakashi formed hand seals with one hand, lowering his voice to signal the Umbu behind him. Spread out, watch your step, there's a smell of blood in the water. 12 Umbu instantly dispersed, fanning out to press deeper into the cave. The captain of the root team also landed on the ground. He glanced at the pile of blind rat corpses and let out a cold laugh from beneath his demon mask. Captain Kakashi, it seems your prey is not only severely injured but has also exhausted a lot of stamina against this pack of beasts. He can't run far. The captain of the routine waved his hand and 2 dead men immediately drew short knives, searching towards the load-bearing pillar where Lin Chuan had set the explosive tags. Lin Chuan hid in the shadows, coldly watching this scene. The distance was still insufficient. Detonating now would give those on the edge a significant chance to escape using earth manipulation or body flicker technique. He needed to lure them all directly below the 3 stone pillars. Lin Chuan's gaze fell on a severed limb of a blind rat in a pool of water not far away. He curled his fingers. A faint, almost imperceptible wind-released chakra gathered at his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, the airflow precisely struck the severed limb. Pat! The severed limb tumbled and hit the middle load-bearing pillar, making an exceedingly faint sound. In this silent underground cave, the sound was as clear as thunder. Over there. The captain of the route team suddenly turned his head, his figure instantly bursting into action, diving towards the middle load-bearing pillar. Kakashi's Sharingan also sharply locked onto that direction. But he did not rush over immediately. He instinctively sensed something was off. Too contrived. How could a monster that could withstand Raikiri and escape using crank earth manipulation make such a low-level mistake? Wait. Don't go. Kakashi shouted loudly, trying to stop the route team. But it was already too late. The captain of the route team and two dead men had already rushed into the center area of the three load-bearing pillars. Several Umbu, eager to seize the target, unconsciously moved closer. Everyone had entered the absolute kill zone. In the shadows. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a cruel arc. Since they dared to chase him into hell, none of them would escape alive. Detonate. Lin Chuan tightened the hand gripping the fuse. The raging lightning-released chakra surged through the wire buried in the silt, instantly flooding into the fissure at the core of the load-bearing pillar. Boom! 48 explosive tags detonated simultaneously within the confined rock crevices. The explosive force was tightly contained within the hard rock skin, unable to vent outward, ultimately transforming into an incredibly terrifying tearing force that directly severed the load-bearing structure of the pillars from within. The three natural load-bearing pillars, each 5 meters in diameter, let out a spine-chilling wail. They snapped in half. The unsupported dome instantly collapsed. Tens of thousands of tons of rock and soil, carrying an overwhelming sense of destruction, smashed down onto the Umbu and root members below. Despairing shrieks were instantly drowned out by the deafening sound of the collapse. The deafening roar of collapse finally subsided deep underground. Thick suffocating dust hung heavy in the air, laced with the acrid tang of shattered stone and the coppery stench of fresh blood. Tens of thousands of tons of bedrock crashed down without warning, cleaving the vast subterranean cavern cleanly in two. Near the edge of the rubble, several massive earth-released stone pillars, crisscrossed with spiderweb-like fissures, barely sustained a cramped 10-square-meter pocket of space. Thud! A jagged slab of bluestone weighing hundreds of pounds was kicked aside. Root Division squad captain emerged from the debris. Half his demonic mask had been shattered, exposing a deep bone-gouging gash along his right zygomatic arch. Blood dripped steadily from his chin onto the ash-choked ground. He ignored the wound entirely. Instead, he instantly channeled chakra to his soles to steady himself, then swept his gaze sharply across the surroundings. Of the 8 root operatives who had followed him moments before, only 4 remained. The other 4 had vanished, utterly crushed into pulp before even a cry could escape their throats, limbs and torsos wedged between boulders still steaming faintly. Beyond the thick wall of ruins, faint sounds filtered through Kakashi's muffled coughing, the erratic crackle of stray lightning. Earth released multiple earth walls. In the final second before the vault collapsed, Kakashi had deployed an immensely reinforced earth barrier to shield himself and several ANBU, but the avalanche of tens of thousands of tons of rock had severed both teams irrevocably. The root squad captain spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his chest heaving violently as his mind raced through the tactical calculus. Kakashi was sealed outside. Clearing a path would take at least half an hour, precisely the window in which Root could claim the monster unchallenged. If he could retrieve that body, perfectly fused with Hashirama's cells, back to base, Lord Danzo would surely grant him a higher-tier curse seal, perhaps even elevate him to succeed the Alpha-class squad captain. That price justified the sacrifice of these 4 lives. He turned, signaling swiftly and silently to the remaining 4 operatives with a series of intricate tactical hand gestures. Without hesitation or expression, the operatives drew their tanto. One reached into his ninja tool pouch and withdrew a specially crafted luminescent stone, crushing its shell with deliberate force. A sickly green glow flickered to life in the darkness, illuminating barely 5 meters ahead. This was a natural fissure formed by the collapse, sloping steeply downward, plunging toward the deepest recesses of the cavern. Subterranean river water surged inward through the fissure, pooling into a turbulent knee-deep current beneath their feet. He is grievously wounded, and having detonated such a massive quantity of explosive tags, his chakra must be utterly depleted. The root squad captain lowered his voice, each word edged with glacial certainty. Follow the scent of blood, alive or dead, it makes no difference. Preserve only the brain and heart intact. 5 silhouettes slipped into the icy black water like wraiths, advancing slowly into the fissure's depths. With every step forward, their toes probed first into the silt-laden riverbed, testing for chakra wires or pressure-triggered traps, before committing their full weight. Root's training forbade recklessness in any environment. Water dripped from the remnants of stalactites. Drip. Drop. Drip. Drop. The fissure widened, gradually opening into a gourd-shaped dead end. Here the air stood utterly still, thick with the nauseating reek of Orochimaru's neurotoxin and the raw metallic bite of fresh blood. The root squad captain halted abruptly. He raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Instantly the 4 operatives dispersed, spinning into a seamless back-to-back defensive formation covering every angle. Too silent. No human breath. No heartbeat, only the ceaseless murmur of flowing water. His eyes hardened. His left hand plunged into his tool pouch, retrieving a sealing scroll. He sliced his thumb across his index finger, smearing fresh blood across the scroll's center. A soft pop echoed. From the dissipating white smoke, a seething mass of black insects erupted. These were no gentle Yamanaka clan Kakachu. They were Root's own grotesque variant, cultivated from battlefield carrion and viscera, refined with unstable chakra. Blind, yet 10 times more sensitive than tracking hounds to blood scent and chakra fluctuations. Go! He commanded, voice low and taut. Hundreds of blind insects whirred into motion, their wings generating a scalp-crawling drone as they fanned out in a broad arc toward the dark dead end. The sickly green light trembled upon the water's surface. The swarm circled, tightening its search radius, just under 10 meters above them behind a colossal naturally formed stalactite. Lin Chuan clung to the slick damp rock face like a gecko, suppressing the volatile activity of his newly awakened first Hokage cells to near zero. Every pore sealed shut. His heart rate, forced down to fewer than 10 beats per minute, sent waves of searing, tearing agony through his chest with each feeble pulse. His right index and middle fingers gripped a nearly invisible chakra thread running along the crevice buried deep within the mud of the open floor below, linked to 20 explosive tags. The earlier blast that shattered the load-bearing columns had served only to isolate Kakashi and most of the ANBU. This deadened chamber, this was his true legacy for Root, a tomb designed to erase them utterly. If those 5 advanced just 3 more meters into the mudflat beyond the water's reach, he would trigger the detonation instantly. Buzz. A dozen blind insects skimmed past Lin Chuan's head, their wingbeats stirring the hair on his scalp. He did not blink. He knew they hunted by scent alone, and he had coated his entire body in river-bottom sludge, masking even the faintest trace of blood with the thick, cloying stench of decay. The survival rules taught in Konoha. Worth less than a scrap of blood-soaked paper in this 100-meter-deep mire. Below. The swarm circled once more, detecting no concentrated chakra source, then began converging toward the mudflat. Watching the insects' movement, the Root squad captain signaled. 4 operatives tightened their grips on their tanto and stepped forward, splashing through the water toward the mudflat. 1 meter. 2 meters. The lead operative's boot touched the very edge of the mudflat. Lin Chuan's fingers began to tense. A faint surge of lightning-released chakra coalesced at his fingertips, ready to surge down the thread and ignite the earth. At that razor's edge moment, the squad captain froze. His gaze did not fall upon the mudflat, but snapped upward, locking with lethal precision onto the stalactite where Lin Chuan clung hidden. No chakra fluctuation. No blood scent. Not even the blind insects had sounded alarm. Yet the primal instinct honed by decades dancing on the knife edge of death made the hairs on his nape bristle upright, a visceral predatory dread, the unmistakable signature of being watched by a top-tier hunter. Halt! He roared. Without verifying what lay behind the stalactite, he slammed his palms together before his chest fingers interlaced in a grotesque, unfamiliar seal. Index and middle fingers extended, pointed directly at the stalactite. Yamanaka clan's secret technique. Mind-body switch. No physical disturbance rippled through the air. Yet deep within Lin Chuan's mind an excruciatingly sharp pain erupted, like a white-hot steel needle driven without warning into his spiritual sea. This was no conventional mind transfer technique designed to seize bodily control. It was a brutal root-level mutation, forged through ruthless refinement of the Yamakage clan's secret arts. The caster had abandoned all intent to dominate the enemy's flesh, instead transmuting their spiritual energy into countless invisible tendrils, conducting an indiscriminate psychic scan across a designated zone. So long as consciousness flickered within the target's skull, and so long as their spiritual sea remained in motion, no soul could evade this direct soul-piercing lock. Lin Chuan's body pressed flat against the cavern wall, seized rigidly. His system's innate mental immunity surged instantly, a violent rebellious force erupting in his mind, ready to shred the invasive psychic tendrils to dust. Were he to unleash the system's counterstrike now, the Root squad captain would collapse on the spot, his mind shattered, blood gushing from every orifice. Yet in that split second, Lin Chuan forcibly suppressed the system's reflexive retaliation. Calculations flashed through his mind like lightning. If he killed the captain now, the remaining 4 death soldiers would instantly retreat, exiting the blast radius of the explosive tags. These brainwashed automatons felt no fear. They would carry intelligence back intact, and return with fresh replacements to die in their stead. Since you call yourselves the Root, walking eternally in shadow, I shall dig deep into this mire today and see just how unbreakable your bones truly are. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chuan deliberately loosened a sliver of his mental defenses, allowing the probing tendril to brush against the surface currents of his conscious awareness. Found you. Below. The Root squad captain snapped his eyes open, blood vessels webbing violently across the whites. Without uttering a word, his left hand shot upward, pointing directly at the stalactite overhead. 11 o'clock, high blind spot, launch. The 4 death soldiers reacted with inhuman speed. No verbal command passed between them, 4 hands flung forward in perfect synchrony. Dozens of kunai and senbon, their tips drenched in viridian venom, tore through the darkness, screeching like vengeful spirits as they wove a dense metallic net, sealing off every inch of space behind the stalactite. Lin Chuan did not dodge. Had he remained pinned behind the rock face, those kunai would have struck only stone. He needed to offer these hounds a tangible bloody taste, a real reward for their hunt. He abruptly released his grip on the cavern wall and launched himself from behind the stalactite, fully exposed, suspended midair. Thud! A dull wet crunch echoed through the cavern, the sickening sound of metal cleaving flesh. Two kunai buried themselves with surgical precision, one in Lin Chuan's left shoulder, another in the outer thigh. The impact hurled his body off balance in midair. Pain lanced up his nerves, raw, blinding, instantaneous. The venom coating the blades acted with lethal swiftness, flesh around the wounds blackened and rotted before the eye, spreading like ink in water. His senju cells ignited with furious vitality, countless fleshy filaments writhed deep within the wounds, straining to expel both toxin and foreign metal. Jaw clenched tight, Lin Chuan tasted thick iron flooding his mouth. With sheer will he overrode his cell's regenerative instinct, letting crimson blood gush freely from the wounds, splattering onto the dark water below. Thump! Lin Chuan crashed down hard at the center of the muddy shore, sludge exploding outward. Kneeling on one knee, his right hand braced against the muck, he gasped, ragged, desperate breaths tearing from his throat. His chest heaved like a broken bellows. Surface chakra fluctuations turned chaotic, blue-white lightning chakra flickered twice at his fingertips, then guttered out entirely. This appearance of utter exhaustion, of a vessel drained dry, would convince any observer that he stood at the very brink of annihilation. Faint light spilled across the muddy shore. The root squad captain watched Lin Chuan slump into the mire. Beneath his mask, facial muscles twitched, twisting into a cruel, predatory smile. The underground rules, the ones that dwell in perpetual shadow, are never bargained for. They are carved from your blood, forged in your dying breath. He drew a short blade, its edge gleamed coldly in the dim light. Go, sever his limb tendons. Avoid major arteries. Keep him alive, do not let him bleed out here. The order fell sharp and absolute. The four death soldiers advanced across the mire in tight formation, closing in from all sides. The squad captain followed closely behind. He intended to inspect this perfect vessel with his own eyes. Greed had utterly eclipsed his reason. He did not pause to wonder, how could a monster who crushed blind rats barehanded and endured a lightning cutter fall so easily to mere kunai? 3 meters. 2 meters. All 5 figures stepped fully into the heart of the muddy shore. Lin Chuan's head hung low, tangled black hair veiling eyes now burning crimson. Blood still streamed from his shoulder and thigh, but it was nothing more than a carefully staged illusion, meticulously maintained. Beneath the mire, his right index finger had already pierced deep into the earth, its tip pressing firmly against the chakra activation line linked to 20 explosive tags. The prey was caged. Lin Chuan's facial muscles relaxed, just slightly, as he prepared to channel lightning chakra into the line, detonating all 5 figures, and the entire quagmire, into oblivion. In that absolute suspended second, reality fractured. Less than half a meter from Lin Chuan's side, the subterranean river erupted, not with natural current but with violent, unnatural turbulence. It was no ordinary surge of water. Something vast, impossibly ancient, was forcing its way upward, shattering bedrock from beneath. A chilling chakra, utterly alien, bearing no trace of Konoha nor of any of the 5 great nations' known systems, coiled upward from the depths like a slick, venomous serpent. Crack! A ghastly white hand, pale as bleached bone, devoid of skin texture, burst violently from the water. It struck neither Lin Chuan nor the root operatives. Instead, it plunged unerringly through the mire, clamping shut around the chakra activation line buried beneath Lin Chuan's fingers. That frigid chakra surged backward along the line, severing Lin Chuan's connection to the explosive tags in an instant. Lin Chuan's spine snapped rigid. His detonation sequence froze, jammed mid-activation. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his head, fixing his gaze upon the pallid hand emerging from the water. The roar of rushing water and the heavy tread of approaching footsteps vanished, erased from existence in that single silent second. In this sealed 100-meter-deep tomb, a third presence had been watching him all along. A chilling chakra surged backward along the detonation wire, instantly severing Lin Chuan's connection to the explosive tags. His spine snapped rigid. His casual half-kneeling stance transformed in an instant into an acutely dangerous defensive posture, so sharply that even the surrounding air grew colder. He did not turn his head. His peripheral vision locked unblinkingly onto a puddle of muddy water less than half a meter to his side, where a ghastly white hand utterly devoid of skin texture clutched the chakra wire buried deep within the sludge. It bore no warmth, no pulse, not even the resistance of flowing water seemed to impede it. This thing was not from Konoha. Nor was it from Root. Calculations flashed through Lin Chuan's mind like lightning. The wire had been severed. His plan, to detonate this entire quagmire with a mere flick of his fingertip, had been brutally aborted by this unknown specter emerging from nowhere. If he now forced his lightning release to seize control of the severed wire, it would require at least 2 seconds for chakra conduction. And in those 2 seconds, the 5 Root assassins ahead could decapitate him 3 times over. Trouble indeed. Lin Chuan coldly assessed the situation in his mind. He made no move to reclaim the wire. Instead, he watched impassively as that pallid hand slowly retracted into the murky subterranean river, its departure leaving only faint ripples on the surface which swiftly stilled. Whether this was a clone of Zetsu or some other abomination, the fact that it had severed the wire without launching a direct assault meant a third party was still withholding its full intervention. The immediate threat remained those 5 bloodhounds closing in, drawn by the scent of gore. The splashing grew louder. 3 root operatives had already stepped onto the mudflat. They remained utterly unaware of what had just transpired beneath the water. To them Lin Chuan was merely prey poison chakra depleted, kneeling helplessly in the muck awaiting death. Seal his left flank to cut off retreat. Sever the tendons in his weapon hand from the right. The root squad captain issued his orders with icy precision, standing 5 meters away in shallow water. His shattered Oni mask glinted grotesquely under the faint emerald light. 3 assassins formed a triangular formation, no pre-battle taunts, no hesitation, only 3 blurs surging forward as one. The leftmost assailant reversed his short blade, dragging its edge low across the ground toward Lin Chuan's left ankle. The rightmost leapt high, 3 poison sunban held ready, sealing every possible upward evasion. The central operative moved fastest, his blade aimed straight for Lin Chuan's right shoulder joint. This synchronized tactic had been drilled over 1,000 times in silent assassinations. No superfluous motion, only ruthless efficiency designed solely to strip the target of all capacity to resist. Lin Chuan kept his head slightly bowed. Black blood still oozed sluggishly from the kunai embedded in his thigh and shoulder. The ferocious vitality of his senjus cells remained tightly suppressed beneath his flesh. The sensation of toxin-corroded muscle unable to self-repair sent jagged waves of tearing pain through his nerves, rendering his breath thin and ragged. Blades drew near. Lin Chuan moved. He did not reach for the kunai lodged in his body, instead using his single knee stance as leverage he drove his right leg hard into the mud behind him. Mud exploded outward. His body slid backward across the ground in a desperate graceless retreat, half a meter. Shink! The central assassin's blade missed entirely, plunging deep into the sludge. Yet the leftmost blade grazed Lin Chuan's calf. Fabric tore. Flesh peeled back. A deep bone-exposed gash ripped open across his calf muscle. Blood thick with mud gushed forth in pulsing torrents. A guttural groan of pain escaped Lin Chuan's throat and his balance shattered. He crashed heavily onto the slime-coated earth. He cannot evade our coordinated strike. The left assassin reported flatly, mistaking evasion for incapacity. Neurotoxin has infiltrated his nervous system. His movements are at least 3 times slower than before. The root captain watched Lin Chuan gasp for breath in the mire. Beneath his cracked mask his solitary eye gleamed with avaricious hunger. Excellent. He drew his tanto and waded across the shallows onto the mudflat. Leave him breathing. Lord Danzo demands a perfect living specimen for vivisection. Sever his limbs. Seal his chakra pathways with binding scrolls. 5 figures tightened their encirclement, 5 blades converging from distinct angles upon the man sprawled in the mud. Even if Lin Chuan erupted into sudden violence, they were certain, within an instant, they could reduce him to dismembered fragments. Lin Chuan lay supine in the muck, his chest heaving violently. Water droplets traced paths down his ashen cheeks, vanishing into the sludge. His gaze lifted past the 5 figures, fixing instead on the patch of ground beneath their feet. There, exactly where the ghastly white hand had severed the wire, lay 20 explosive tags buried less than half a meter beneath the mud. Yes, the wire was severed. Remote detonation was impossible. But if he lured them all onto that precise focal point, then flooded the earth directly beneath them with raw, unfiltered lightning-release chakra, the result would be identical, perhaps even more devastating given the proximity. The sole cost. Lin Chuan himself would stand at the very edge of the blast radius. But he did not care. With his rampaging First Hokage cells as insurance, so long as heart and skull remained intact, superficial wounds were meaningless. You masked dogs, do your brains hold nothing but your master's bones? Lin Chuan spoke suddenly, his voice frail, trembling with suppressed strain, yet laced with mockery so sharp it scraped like a dull blade across the root assassin's eardrums. The squad captain froze mid-step, gripping his tanto tighter as he stared coldly at Lin Chuan. At death's threshold, you still play games. Your chakra is spent. Neurotoxin gnaws at your organs. Even a genin summon could snap your throat now. Is that so? Lin Chuan braced both palms against the mud and forced himself upright. The movement tore open his thigh wound anew, black poison blood seeped down his pant leg into the mire. He raised his head. Those obsidian eyes locked unflinchingly onto the squad captain. You've grown accustomed to crawling in the mud. Have you truly forgotten the world's laws aren't forged from bones alone? Lin Chuan drew a sharp deep breath, and the savage energy he had ruthlessly restrained erupted forth, shattering all restraint. He formed no hand seals. His chakra reserves were already vast enough to bypass such formalities. The moment he released his limits, his rampaging First Hokage cells surged into frenzied rejection and regeneration. Hiss hiss hiss. From the blackened necrotic wounds, countless fleshy buds erupted wildly. Orochimaru's neurotoxin, mixed with necrotic black blood, was violently expelled from his body by those furious cells, dripping onto the ground as foul, stinking sludge. The kunai embedded in his thigh and shoulder were forcibly ejected by surging muscle tissue, clattering onto distant rocks with sharp metallic rings. What? The squad captain's pupils contracted violently. Before his eyes, a man moments from death healed every wound in under 2 seconds. And the chakra that had dwindled to near extinction now surged like a volcanic eruption, reaching a magnitude so overwhelming it stole his breath. Retreat! The captain roared, voice cracking with desperation. He finally understood, he faced no dying ember. This was the hunter's final deceptive stillness before the net closed. But it was too late. To capture Lin Chuan alive they had clustered too tightly and everyone stood atop the mudflat concealing the explosive tags. The exhaustion vanished from Lin Chuan's face replaced by pure incandescent madness. His hands slammed together, clap. A sharp echoing report reverberating through the cavern's silence. Lightning release earth flow. Blinding cobalt-white lightning erupted from the soles of Lin Chuan's feet. The violet lightning chakra did not strike the 5 assassins before him, instead it fractured into countless serpentine arcs diving instantly into the mud beneath his feet. Water conducts electricity. Wet earth conducts it even better. High-voltage current raced through subsurface moisture at speeds beyond human perception, straight toward the 20 severed explosive tags. The sealing arrays inscribed on the tags activated instantly upon contact with the intense lightning chakra, blinding crimson light piercing through half a meter of mud flooding the deadened chamber in searing radiance. The root captain looked down at the crimson glow erupting beneath his feet. Beneath his shattered Oni mask raw terror finally surfaced. He tried to flee via earth release, but the mud had been flash-baked rigid by lightning. He attempted the body flicker technique, but the air itself had been vacuumed dry by the imminent explosion, forming a lethal negative pressure zone. Trapped at the epicenter, nowhere to run. Simultaneously, in the thousandth of a second after the crimson light flared, Lin Chuan sensed it. The pale hand burst once more from the water behind him. This time it ignored the wire, instead seizing with uncanny precision the kunai recently ejected from Lin Chuan's thigh, still slick with toxic blood, before vanishing back into the dark subterranean river. A flash of cold fury crossed Lin Chuan's eyes, but he had no time for this hidden specter. The cataclysmic force could no longer be contained. Art is explosion. Lin Chuan whispered softly. Boom. 20 explosive tags detonated simultaneously within the cramped enclosed space. This was no ordinary blast, it was a composite detonation amplified by rampaging lightning chakra. Incandescent fire consumed the 5 root operatives in an instant. They had no time even to scream, their bodies atomized under thousands of degrees of heat and concussive force. Shattered Tonto's fragmented masks, charred flesh, all hurled skyward by the blast wave, slamming into the cavern walls with brutal force. The entire underground cavern convulsed violently. Massive stalactites crashed from the ceiling into the boiling subterranean river, throwing up plumes of scalding mist. Lin Chuan stood less than 3 meters from the blast center. The shockwave struck his chest like a colossal hammer, launching him backward, slamming him hard into the rear wall, carving a shallow crater. A muffled crack echoed within his ribcage. A coppery taste flooded his mouth, and a torrent of blood erupted from his lips. Yet he did not fall. In that instant his rampaging first Hokage cells revealed terrifying endurance, fractured ribs fused in seconds, internal organ trauma repaired with alarming speed. Only his scorched epidermis still smoldered faintly, otherwise he rose again, a tireless engine of slaughter standing perfectly upright. Lin Chuan raised a hand, wiping blood from his lips. His gaze swept over the massive crater gouged into the mudflat, where only blackened carbonized limbs remained, exuding a nauseating meaty stench. 5 elite root operatives annihilated. He turned his head, eyes narrowing toward the water where the pale hand had vanished. The current flowed on, relentless and empty. You took my blood and flesh, intending to study me. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed, a frosty silent laugh curling in his thoughts. Whether this was Orochimaru's hidden agent or White Setsu of the Akatsuki, anyone daring to interfere in this affair would pay dearly for their presumption. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters above ground, on the forested periphery of the Crimson Rift, Kakashi knelt atop shattered gray stone, his left hand pressed hard over his forehead protector covering his left eye. Blood seeped between his fingers. Just moments before, his Sharingan, piercing through fissures in the earth, had detected an energy storm of unimaginable intensity. This was far more than mere explosive tag detonation. Amidst the raging lightning chakra and infernal fire, the Sharingan discerned a subtle, chilling alien chakra signature, one utterly foreign to any of the 5 great nations' known systems. That resonance lasted only a heartbeat, then vanished without trace. What was that? Kakashi gasped, his lone right eye wide with stark, unguarded horror. The subterranean tremors intensified. Massive slabs of earth began collapsing inward. Captain Kakashi. The lower passage has completely collapsed. Root Squad chakra signatures have vanished entirely. An ANBU operative rushed in, voice trembling with dread. Kakashi rose. His gaze fell upon the widening abyss beneath his feet. That runaway boy hadn't merely slaughtered a dozen elite operatives and extremists, he'd also drawn out something unknown, something terrifying. What monstrous entity had Konoha just unleashed? The sound of the Dark Park member's report was drowned out by the muffled thud from beneath his feet. Kakashi stood at the edge of the constantly crumbling rocks, feeling a sharp pain in his left eye, the Sharingan having been overexerted. He did not wipe away the blood seeping between his fingers. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust, fixated on the unfathomable crevice beneath. The chakra response from the root was completely severed. These machines, brainwashed by Danzo, never cared for camaraderie. Kakashi had just been calculating that if he forcibly dug down he would likely collide head-on with the explosive tag set up by the root. Danzo would undoubtedly resort to murder to monopolize the monster with the Senju cells. But now there was no need for caution. Because there was not a single breath left down below. Captain, should we continue to dig down? The Dark Part member responsible for Earth release swallowed hard. His voice trembled with uncontrollable fear. Kakashi did not answer immediately. He was quickly assessing the situation. The energy storm captured by the Sharingan moments ago was not something that conventional ninjutsu could produce. That little brat Lin Chuan had clearly sustained serious injuries. His chakra should have been depleted, so how could he possibly create such a large-scale explosion hundreds of meters underground? Moreover, what was that fleeting cold chakra? Stop digging, Kakashi signaled with a tactical gesture. Barrier team immediately resents the chakra flow underground. Medical team retreat to a safe distance. No sooner had he spoken than the blue rock beneath their feet emitted a sound of unbearable strain. Crack! A fissure hand width wide spread from beside Kakashi, tearing apart the ground for over 10 meters, threatening the formation of the Dark Part behind. The frequency of the ground's tremors suddenly spiked. The towering trees that had stood for decades began to shake violently. Their thick roots were forcibly torn apart, emitting a grating cracking sound. The night birds inhabiting the forest fled in droves into the sky, daring not to utter a sound as they desperately tried to escape. This was not geological movement. A monster was about to turn over beneath the ground. The air pressure dropped sharply. The moisture in the air was rapidly evaporated by an extremely domineering high temperature, making the air they breathed feel scalding hot. Kakashi abruptly tore off the forehead protector covering his left eye. The crimson tomo spun wildly in the darkness. His line of sight forced its way through the rock layers obstructing the surface. Deep underground, the energy that should have subsided with the explosion was not only unweakened but was instead expanding wildly in an unreasonable manner. Blue-white lightning mixed with the intense heat of explosive tags surged up through the cracks of the underground river, racing towards the area beneath their feet. Everyone cease hand seals. Kakashi yelled sharply, his voice cracking from extreme tension. Abandon all heavy equipment. Retreat to the periphery at full speed. Hurry! The elite execution of the Dark Part saved their lives at that moment. No one questioned why. A dozen shadows unhesitatingly abandoned the sealing scrolls and lighting equipment they had just set up, concentrating their chakra in their feet and sprinting desperately towards the outskirts. Kakashi was the last to run. He had barely jumped less than 15 meters when the open space he had just been standing in completely collapsed. Boom! The deafening roar ripped through the night sky of the Scarlet Break Valley. Hundreds of thousands of tons of rock were violently hurled from the depths. A thick fire pillar over 10 meters in diameter and mixed with violent lightning chakra broke through the surface, shooting straight into the clouds. The high temperature instantly evaporated all moisture within 100 meters. Tree trunks as thick as people's embraces turned to ash the moment they touched the fire pillar without even the process of burning. A fierce wind whipped up the scorching debris, smashing it towards the surroundings. Earth release multiple earth walls. Kakashi twisted his body midair, forcing himself to turn. With his hands forming seals, quickly he slapped the ground. 3 thick stone walls rose from the earth, blocking behind the Dark Part team. Boom! 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 The shockwave slammed fiercely against the stone walls. The first stone wall could not withstand even half a second before shattering into dust. The second stone wall was covered in cracks, collapsing with a roar. The third stone wall barely blocked the most lethal heat, but the violent shock still pounded heavily against Kakashi's chest through the stone. He let out a muffled groan and his body was thrown back, rolling several times on the ground before barely stabilizing himself. The high temperature had scorched away a large portion of his Dark Part vest. His bare skin was covered in painful burn marks. The fire illuminated half of the night sky. Kakashi knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. The surrounding members of the Dark Part lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Although they were all injured, fortunately there were no casualties. He raised his head to look at the ruins that had turned into a sea of fire. The originally narrow valley landscape had been completely flattened. In its place was a bottomless giant pit. Dark red magma continued to flow from the edges of the pit. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and sulfur. Captain Kakashi. The vice captain limped over, clutching his dislocated arm. Beneath the animal mask his chin trembled uncontrollably. Is this really destruction that a newly graduated genin could cause? Kakashi remained silent for a long time. He did not correct the vice captain's misconception. Common sense meant nothing in the presence of that brat Lin Chuan. Withstanding Raikiri. Ripping through the Dark Part's defenses with bare hands. Now creating a disaster-level disturbance hundreds of meters underground. Danzo's team sent from the route wouldn't even leave behind ashes. The higher-ups of Konoha thought they could resolve this trouble with political means and assassination missions, which was a delusion. They run faster than ninja dogs when stealing credit, but now there's not even a single bone left to piece together. Whoever wants to do this Blackheart job can do it. A hot-tempered Dark Part member spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, unabashedly mocking the route. Kakashi stood up, pulling the forehead protector back down to cover his stinging left eye. Record the coordinates and destruction level here. Send urgent intelligence to the Third Hokage. What should we write? The vice captain asked. Kakashi looked at the still smoking scorched earth beneath. His tone carried a deep weariness and apprehension. The danger level assessment of the target was incorrect. This is not a pursuit mission, this is a war. The lofty Konoha Dark Part prides itself on controlling life and death, yet today it was shattered by a defector genin with the most brutal thunder stripping away all their proud undergarments. Kakashi coldly added in his heart. Konoha had enjoyed peace for too long. So long that even the Third Hokage had forgotten that true power is never proclaimed through slogans. Additionally, notify the border patrol forces to seal off all underground water veins and entrances within a 50-kilometer radius. He paused. The image of the pale hand captured by the Sharingan flashed through his mind again. Furthermore, add one more line to the intelligence. A third-party force may have intervened in this pursuit. Characteristics unknown, chakra attributes unknown. The vice captain gasped in shock. Just one Lin Chuan had already caused chaos among the Dark Part and root of Konoha. Now there was even a third-party force lurking in the shadows. How deep was this water? Captain, what should we do now? Should we continue searching for Lin Chuan's whereabouts? Kakashi shook his head. The structure of the underground caves has been completely destroyed. To go down now would be to seek death. He turned around, facing away from the sea of fire. Rest in place and wait for reinforcements from the village and further instructions. This was no desperate retreat. This was clearly a loud slap on the face of Konoha, which had been covered by the false facade of peace with the remnants of severed limbs and broken bodies. Kakashi imagined Lin Chuan's frenzied expression as he detonated the explosive tags underground, feeling an inexplicable chill rising within. This little brat did not care about the will of fire at all. Nor did he care about the rules of the ninja world. He only cared about slaughter and destruction. As long as he could survive, as long as he could grow stronger, he could drag the entire world into hell. Just then a dull rumble resonated beneath his feet once more. This time it was not the shockwave from an explosion. It was the precursor to the complete collapse of the entire geological structure. Accompanied by the earth-shaking roar, the underground caves of the entire valley completely collapsed, turning into a wasteland. A pungent stench of gunpowder mingled with the fetid reek of swamp mud flooded Lin Chuan's lungs. He leaned against the scorching rock wall and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. His heart hammered within his chest at a frantic, unsustainable rhythm as the rampaging primordial cells surged through his body, frantically mending shattered ribs and ruptured internal organs. The grating crunch of bone reknitting echoed dully inside him. He lifted his eyelids and gazed upon the colossal crater blasted open by 20 composite detonation tags. No living thing remained at the crater's bottom, only charred blackened limbs emitting a nauseating meaty aroma. Before he could even draw a full breath, a skull-splitting crack erupted from above. The massive azure rock support pillar, so thick 5 men could barely encircle it, snapped cleanly in half at its center, bearing the weight of the entire underground cavern's core. At the fracture point, violent compression ignited a blinding shower of sparks. The detonation array's sheer force, amplified by lightning releases penetrating conduction, had utterly pulverized the subterranean structure's load-bearing integrity. Tens of millions of tons of rock suddenly unmoored plummeted downward with hurricane-force wind pressure sufficient to collapse a trachea. The blast wave flung sludge outward in churning waves. This place is collapsing. Lin Chuan calculated swiftly in his mind. The rampaging primordial cells could indeed preserve life as long as his skull and heart remained intact. Yet if buried alive beneath dozens of millions of tons of stone hundreds of meters deep, immobilized, unable to move even a single finger, he would suffocate slowly, inevitably. He needed an escape route. Just as he prepared to mobilize his remaining chakra, the muck along the crater's rim began to churn violently. Splash! A blood-soaked figure clawed its way from the muddy water, an ANBU root squad captain. His demonic mask lay in shards. The left side of his body had been seared bare by searing heat, revealing gleaming white bone and pulsating viscera. His right hand clutched tightly to the severed torso of a fallen comrade. In the thousandth of a second before the detonation tags ignited, the captain had hesitated not a moment. He'd seized the nearest dead soldier with a forbidden technique and used him as a living shield. Shielded by his subordinate's flesh and bone, he barely clung to consciousness. "You won't escape." He lay prostrate in the mud, his throat rasping like a broken bellows. Before his words faded, sharp whistling projectiles sliced through the air from the collapsing tunnel entrance above. 3 shadowy figures in dark ANBU vests crashed into the cavern, tumbling down amid falling rubble, the 3 root operatives who had earlier sealed the upper passageway. With the stratum collapsing, they lost all footing and were swept downward by an onrushing torrent of mud and stone. The moment they struck the ground, before they could even assess the chaos, a massive slab of ceiling, half the size of a basketball court, hurtled down upon them like Mount Tai itself. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, multiple earth walls. Without exchange or hesitation, all 3 root shinobi slammed their palms onto the sludge beneath them. Chakra roared forth. 3 thick slate-black earthen walls erupted from the ground, straining upward to bear the descending monolith's crushing weight. There was no standoff. No deafening impact. Only a sickening gut-churning sound, the wet snap of bone and flesh yielding instantly. The earthen ramparts held for less than half a second before crumbling into dust. The colossal slab struck the floor without resistance, flattening the three-root shinobi and the earth beneath them into grotesque featureless pancakes. Not a single cry escaped their throats. Thick viscous crimson and pale fluid oozed from fissures in the azure rock, trickling steadily into the puddle before the captain's face. It stained the murky water a garish shocking red. The captain's lone remaining eye widened, staring at the bloody slurry laced with grey matter, his body convulsed uncontrollably. Lin Chuan had no time to witness this horror. Several multi-ton boulders were already hurtling toward his head, dodging was impossible. The air around him compressed into a solid immovable wall under the descent of stone, space itself denied even the shinobi art of body flicker. Lin Chuan clenched his molars and crossed his arms hard over his skull. Crack! The first boulder slammed into his forearms. His ulna and radius snapped, instantly twisting at a grotesque unnatural angle. The shockwave drove straight through his shoulders into his chest, shattering the ribs he'd just repaired. Lin Chuan buckled at the knees and crashed to the ground, kneeling hard. His kneecaps shattered against the rock. Pain receptors screamed, but he uttered not a single groan. In that instant, the rampaging primordial cells revealed their merciless absolute dominance. Fragments of bone mere instants from piercing his own organs were yanked back into alignment by frenzied proliferating tissue. Within half a second, new calcium hardened the fractures, stronger, denser than before. Crack! The second boulder grazed his spine, tearing away a wide swath of skin and muscle. Yet Lin Chuan forced himself upright, bearing the boulder's weight with sheer will. His mind raced. The cavern's vault exceeded 50 meters in thickness, attempting to withstand it directly would reduce him to paste. But the sound of flowing water from the upper left remained uninterrupted, indicating a fissure leading to an underground river. If he concentrated lightning release into a single razor-fine point, he could cleave through the azure rock and plunge into the current. Even if some cold spectral entity lurked within those waters, it was still preferable to burial beneath tens of millions of tons of stone. His chakra was nearly depleted, this was his final chance. Lin Chuan drew a deep breath, his lungs filling with iron-rich blood air. Then he sharply raised his right hand, fingers rigidly fused into a blade. Every last reserve of lightning nature chakra, along with the raw vitality wrung from his rampaging primordial cells, surged violently toward the tip of his right index finger. High-voltage current coiled and compressed within his palm, shrieking with the cacophony of 1,000 birds. Blue-white lightning squeezed to its breaking point, flickered with a savage blood-red undertone. Chidori stream lightning blade. Lin Chuan ignored the boulders still raining down from above and became a streak of crimson lightning surging toward the thickest slab of azure rock in the upper left. The lightning blade pierced the stone. Intense heat instantly melted the dense rock into glowing dark red magma. Lin Chuan drove forward through the molten flow, carving a tunnel over 10 meters long through the collapsing ruin. You call yourselves the root, buried deep beneath the surface, accustomed to imposing your laws in filth. Today I shall shatter your lightless subterranean order, not with stealth but with this untamed thunder. With that defiant thunderous roar, his hand blade punched completely through the final half-meter thick layer of rock. Splash! Icy water from the underground river rushed inward through the fissure. Lin Chuan rode the torrent's momentum, rolling headlong into the narrow submerged channel. The passage behind him sealed shut the instant he passed, crushed entirely by collapsing boulders. The subterranean realm succumbed to its final irrevocable annihilation. How long passed he could not tell. At last the violent tremors ceased. The collapsed strata formed an impossibly cramped cavity at the river's edge. The air grew thin, the roar of rushing water deafened. Lin Chuan sprawled supine in shallow water, gasping in great ragged breaths. His clothing hung in tattered ribbons, his body bore burns from molten rock and deep contusions from falling debris. The rampaging primordial cell's activity finally subsided, replaced by an exhaustion so profound it felt as though his very marrow had been drained. He could not lift a single finger. Yet he lived. In this brutal contest against gravity and environment he had prevailed. Then a faint scraping rustle emerged from the nearby rubble pile. Lin Chuan turned his head. The root squad captain had also been swept into the cavity by the river's current, though fortune had dealt him far crueler odds. His lower body was pinned beneath a multi-ton slab of azure rock, every bone below the waist lay pulverized. Intestines and blood spilled across the stone. He was beyond saving, yet sustained only by the monstrous will forged through years of ANBU training. His lone right eye locked onto Lin Chuan with unblinking intensity. You cannot win. Blood flecked his lips as he laughed, a broken hollow sound. That hand took the kunai stained with your flesh. Lord Danzo now possesses your chakra sample. Your secrets are no longer yours. Lin Chuan levered himself halfway upright, leaning against the rock wall. He regarded the dying tool, still clinging to delusion, his lips curling into a contemptuous smirk. Do you truly believe that pale hand emerging from the water was root reinforcement? The captain's laughter died mid-breath. A flicker of disorientation, faint yet unmistakable, crossed his remaining pupil. Lin Chuan raised his hand and flicked blood from his fingertips. If Root truly commanded such a creature, one capable of severing chakra threads underwater silently and flawlessly, Lord Danzo, that crippled old relic, would have seized the Hokage's seat long ago. Why send you fools to die? The captain's breath hitched violently. He was no fool, only blinded in that moment by paralyzing fear and blind faith in Danzo. Now Lin Chuan's words had shattered that veil. Logic's cracks yawned wide that pallid hand. That chilling chakra, utterly alien, bearing no trace of any of the 5 great nations' known systems. That power was not of Konoha. You dare die without even knowing what monstrous entity your master bargains with. Lin Chuan stared at him cold and unblinking. That thing severed the detonation tags, not to save you. It deemed you worthless noise, afraid the explosion would incinerate your blood and flesh before it could claim my chakra sample. The captain's body convulsed, not from pain but from the shattering of faith. Their vaunted Root, their darkness willingly embraced for Konoha's sake, was before a true monster nothing more than expendable bait. No, impossible. Lord Danzo, everything, for Konoha. His voice dissolved into incoherent muttering. His gaze unfocused, scattering into emptiness. He exhaled his final breath. His unblinking lifeless eye remained fixed upon the pitch-black ceiling above. Lin Chuan paid the corpse no further attention. His condition was dire, he needed to leave this ruin immediately and find sanctuary to restore his chakra. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the rock wall and forced himself upright. The icy water rose to his ankles, biting, numbing. As he prepared to take his first step, the familiar alien chakra, cold, ancient and utterly foreign to the 5 great nations, suddenly saturated the enclosed cavity. Temperature plummeted. Frost bloomed across the water's surface. Lin Chuan's spine snapped rigid. His relaxed posture vanished, replaced in an instant by lethal hyper-alert readiness. Even the surrounding air grew frigid. It had never left. It had lain in wait within the ruins, watching him kill, watching him flee, watching him burn his final reserves of chakra. Now the hunter closed in for the kill. Lin Chuan tightened his right fist again, preparing to forcibly extract his last drop of vitality for another Chidori. Then, a slick glacial chill brushed against his right ankle, no splash, no ripple. 5 blood-smeared fingers, devoid of skin texture, slid silently from the crevice between the rubble at his feet. Like steel nails, they clamped down, locking unbreakably onto his Achilles tendon. 5 blood-soaked fingers, devoid of skin texture, emerged silently from the fissures between the rubble at his feet. Like iron spikes, they clamped down with lethal force upon his Achilles tendon. A glacial chill surged up his ankle, piercing straight to the marrow. Lin Chuan's spine snapped rigid. His relaxed muscles tensed to their absolute limit, so abruptly that the surrounding air itself seemed to freeze. He did not glance downward. With his right-hand fingers pressed tightly together, he forcibly wrung the last dregs of lightning-released chakra from his depleted meridians. Cobalt-white arcs crackled at his fingertips, poised to sever the spectral hand, yet the hand made no further move. Instead, it scraped viciously across Lin Chuan's ankle, its razor-sharp nails sliced through skin already charred by magma, then excised, precisely, a thumbnail-sized sliver of toxin-laced flesh. Instantly the 5 fingers released their grip and vanished along with the stolen morsel into the frigid subterranean river. Not a ripple stirred on the water's surface. The current rushed on unchanged. Nothing remained. Lin Chuan's mind raced. This phantom had endured the epicenter of an explosion, not to deliver a killing blow nor launch a stealth strike, but solely to extract a fragment of poisoned flesh. It meant the adversary cared nothing for Konoha's survival or for victory in this pursuit. That scrap of flesh was now a living specimen, Hashirama's cells and their feral regenerative power intact and viable. Within the shadowed forest of the Shinobi world, mad scientists and black market intelligence brokers thrived in obscurity. This debt would be repaid with compound interest. Lin Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, preparing to withdraw his foot from the water, just as his attention was riveted upon that grasping hand, and his entire musculature hovered in that half-second blind spot between expended strength and gathering force. From the nearby pile of rubble, the Root Division captain, whose lower body had been pulped into unrecognizable meat, whose eyes had long since glazed over, suddenly moved. He was not dead. These fanatical brainwashed Root operatives had bound their lives, through unspeakable means, to this final fleeting half-second. Beneath his shattered Oni mask, a guttural bestial shriek tore from his throat, the death rattle of a cornered beast. He ignored the boulder crushing his lower half entirely. His hands slammed into the granite floor, gripping with desperate ferocity. What remained of his abdominal musculature coiled and erupted with monstrous power. With a sickening wet tearing of sinew and flesh, he wrenched his upper torso free, ripping it clear from the mound of pulp and splintered bone. His entrails spilled across the ground, staining the shallow pools crimson. Using his comrade's corpse as cover, the captain swung his lone remaining arm in a brutal arc. On the jagged hilt of his broken Tanto Viridian wind-release chakra whirled violently, screeching as it sliced the very air. Wind-release vacuum blade. This was no technique born of survival instinct. It was Root's ingrained visceral imperative, instilled since childhood when mission failure was certain and death inevitable. Compress every ounce of life force and chakra into a single annihilating strike, to die alongside the target. Distance was negligible, less than half a meter. Coupled with the wind chakra's extreme acceleration, the broken blade carved a Viridian afterimage through the air, aimed unerringly at Lin Chuan's left chest. Gale force wind lashed his face before the blade even struck the pressure alone slit open a thin bloody gash across his sternum. There was no time to evade. Even hand seals were impossible, he lacked the breath to focus the chakra. His reserves were exhausted, worse his concentration had just been shattered by the spectral hand. Even if he attempted lightning release to trigger cellular-level teleportation, the hollow ache in his meridians could not sustain such explosive output. The wind chakra's edge already kissed the fabric over his chest. One step back and his ribcage would be reduced to shredded ruin. Lin Chuan did not retreat. His gaze held no fear, only the incandescent feral madness of a predator provoked beyond endurance. Not only did he refuse to yield, he lunged forward half a step, straight into the path of the blade. His left hand snapped open, bare and unprotected, driving palm first into the whirling vortex of wind-charged steel. A wet, grisly thunk echoed within the cavernous silence. The blade pierced Lin Chuan's palm without resistance, shattering bone and tendon bursting forth through the back of his hand. Agony detonated along his nerves, yet Lin Chuan did not flinch, not so much as a twitch of his brow. This was precisely what he had intended. Bone locked, the blade muscle clenched like a vice. The tanto meant to pierce his heart now stood frozen, less than half an inch from his left sternum. Within his palm the wind chakra raged unchecked, reducing surrounding flesh to a mangled pulpy ruin. The blade could advance no further. In the captain's dilated lifeless right eye despair finally flickered, raw and undeniable. He had never calculated for this, that a man would sacrifice an entire hand, knowingly, willingly, for the mere fraction of a second needed to counterattack. This was no shinobi. This was pure unadulterated madness. A savage blood-streaked grin twisted Lin Chuan's lips. "You gutter-dwelling mongrels gnawing on bones in the dark, dare you measure my life and death with this rusted scrap of metal?" Even as the words left his mouth, Lin Chuan's right fist clenched tight. The final ember of primordial Hashirama cell vitality ignited, blazing untamed, unrestrained by jutsu or artifice. Only raw apocalyptic violence remained. A thunderous crack, the sonic boom of air itself rupturing, preceded the impact. His fist crashed into the captain's chest with cataclysmic force. The muffled crunch of shattering ribs drowned out the roar of the underground river. The captain's thorax collapsed inward, fractured ribs drove backward, impaling his lungs. And still, it was not enough. Lin Chuan's fist drove onward, propelled by the monstrous strength of Hashirama's cells, ripping through muscle and cartilage, splintering bone until his entire forearm punched clean through the captain's chest cavity. Scalding blood erupted like a geyser, splattering Lin Chuan's face, cascading down his ashen cheeks, turning his obsidian eyes into those of a vengeful Azura. Inside the chest cavity, Lin Chuan's fingers splayed wide, then closed around the captain's heart, still hammering with defiant dying rhythm. A single squeeze would reduce this root hound to a shapeless mass of gore. Black blood thick with viscera gushed from the captain's mouth. He had lost utterly, irrevocably. Even with Root's most insidious stratagems deployed, even having sacrificed every last comrade, he had failed to inflict a single mortal wound upon this monster. Lin Chuan tightened his grip, ready to end this farce. Then, abruptly, the world shifted again. The captain's mouth contorted in agony hung grotesquely agape. Deep within his throat, at the root of his tongue, the black curse seal of tongue destruction, designed to prevent betrayal, flared with an unnatural crimson light. This was no ordinary activation. Its hue was not the dull searing black of neural incineration, but a violent apocalyptic red surging down the captain's throat and flooding his entire neck in seconds. This was no sealing technique. It was a forcibly rewritten self-destruct sequence. Danzo, the crippled old warlord, had never intended for these operatives to return alive. He sought not only Lin Chuan's death, but also the annihilation of every root corpse, transforming them at this final moment into volatile living bombs. The crimson radiance intensified. The captain's body swelled unnaturally, his skin glowing with molten volcanic heat beneath. His lone remaining eye fixed upon Lin Chuan, no fear of death reflected there. Only the fanatical, unblinking resolve of a mind utterly erased and remade. For Lord Danzo. Lin Chuan's right arm remained deeply embedded in the squad leader's chest cavity. The moment his fingers clenched around that still frantic, libiating heart, an unnatural searing heat pierced through his palm and lanced violently into his nerve endings. This was not the temperature of human blood. The squad leader's blood-smeared hands, somehow summoning a final desperate surge of strength, clamped onto Lin Chuan's forearm like two rusted iron vices. His nails tore through the charred epidermis on Lin Chuan's arm, scorched by magma, and drove deep into the muscle fibers. Together. Into hell. What erupted from the squad leader's mouth was no longer blood foam but crimson mist vaporized by extreme heat. His vocal cords, utterly incinerated, grated like two coarse sheets of sandpaper dragged fiercely against each other. Within the cramped subterranean chamber, the once bone-chilling underground river began to churn and bubble with ominous gurgles. Thick white steam rose from its surface, carrying a suffocating melange of sulfur and scorched flesh that stung the nostrils. Lin Chuan tried to withdraw his arm, yet it would not budge. His wrist bone was locked fast by the squad leader's shattered ribs. To pull free, he would have to rip the corpse cleanly in two. His left hand hung limply at his side, still impaled by the broken blade that had pierced straight through his palm. The muscles around the wound twitched involuntarily from overexertion, so severely that even clenching a fist had become impossible. Chakra within his meridians had run completely dry. Danzo, the old dog, was truly ruthless. Even after his underlings died, he squeezed every last drop of their essence. Lin Chuan stared coldly at the rapidly swelling body before him, utterly unruffled. The closer one stood to the edge of the abyss, the sharper the mind became. The tongue severance seal, a binding inscription normally etched at the root of the tongue designed to prevent root operatives from divulging secrets if captured. Now the technique's circuitry had been forcibly inverted, transforming the caster's own life force and chakra into volatile gunpowder, turning his body into a living bomb. Find the focal point. The chakra's origin lay in the throat and brain. Sever those conduits and the chain reaction would halt, but the distance was too short. The squad leader's skin temperature had already soared to a terrifying critical threshold. Lin Chuan could even hear the fabric of his own sleeve carbonizing and fracturing under the scorching heat. Lord Danzo will erase you this mistake. The squad leader's eyeballs, bulging outward from explosive intraocular pressure, trembled on the verge of bursting from their sockets. Calling him Lord again and again, tell me, do you suppose that crippled old man even remembers your serial number as he cowers in some shadowed basement? Lin Chuan struck mercilessly, not with steel but with words. He was gambling. Verbal provocation was another lever to crack open this deadlock. A single fluctuation in the target's psyche, even a delay of half a second in chakra convergence, would suffice. But it failed. The indoctrination toxin had long since fused with his marrow. That malevolent crimson radiance had already crept up the squad leader's neck and now blazed across his crown. Raging chakra compressed violently within half a meter, making the thin air shriek and fracture under unbearable strain. There was no escape. If this energy detonated inside the fully sealed stone chamber, its destructive force would rival or exceed that of 20 exploding tags detonating simultaneously within a confined vessel. Even with the primordial cell's berserker resilience buffering his body, a point-blank blast to the skull would reduce Lin Chuan to little more than pulpy slurry. Before his eyes, the crimson light reached a blinding, searing zenith. At the thousandth of a second before that skull exploded like a rotten watermelon, an anomaly erupted. The tongue severance seal possessed potent mental annihilation properties. In the prelude to detonation, its psychic resonance surged forward, stealthy, invasive, traveling along the physical connection between the two bodies and slamming savagely into Lin Chuan's mind. It sought first to obliterate the target's consciousness, ensuring absolute certainty. This proved a fatal trigger. Deep within Lin Chuan's mind, the system interface, long dormant, flared with blinding luminescence. High-dimensional psychic intrusion detected. Base layer defense protocol activated. Passive trigger, absolute psychic immunity. There was no deafening roar, no grandiose visual spectacle. Only an invisible, overwhelming wave of psychic force erupted from Lin Chuan's brow, sweeping across the confined space in all directions. A translucent ripple passed through the air, freezing even the trajectories of splashing water midair. The squad leader's contorted, frenzied face snapped rigid the instant it met the shockwave. Like a precision instrument overclocked beyond endurance, abruptly severed from its power source, the hands gripping Lin Chuan's arm lost all strength and collapsed. Deep within the squad leader's mouth, the lethal crimson sigil emitted a sharp, grating hiss. Its black incantation lines twisted and blurred violently, as though melting ice meeting boiling water. The previously seamless chakra circuit suffered a catastrophic short circuit. The crimson glow flickered twice, then died outright. The swollen flesh deflated like a punctured bladder. The self-destruct sequence had been forcibly braked, though only for half a second. Yet for Lin Chuan, a man forged in charnel houses and battlefields, half a second was more than enough to overturn the entire game. Your god cannot save you. Lin Chuan's voice held no warmth, no inflection, only glacial finality. His right hand, still buried in the squad leader's chest, wrenched violently, snapping the fractured ribs, pinning his forearm. Amid a sickening wet tear of flesh and sinew, he wrenched his arm free, dragging forth thick viscous blood in ragged shreds of meat. Using the momentum of that violent extraction, he ignored the searing agony radiating across his left side and lunged forward half a step. His blood-drenched right hand splayed wide, brutal, inexorable, and clamped down hard upon the squad leader's crown. His 5 fingers drove in like steel spikes, piercing the scalp blistered by heat and locking firmly into the unyielding cranial bone. The squad leader's remaining eye rolled wildly upward, his throat choked out meaningless guttural gurgles. His brain had sustained irreversible physical trauma from the psychic shockwave. Compounded by the backlash of the tongue severance seal's abrupt severance, his mental defenses had crumbled to near zero. Lin Chuan gazed coldly upon the dying, convulsing shell in his grasp. Once more the image flashed vividly in his mind, the pallid hand emerging from the water, tearing away poison flesh with chilling precision. Such a cold, grotesque aberration could never have emerged from Konoha's umbu system. Danzo, the old schemer, was undoubtedly trafficking with some forbidden clandestine force. That living specimen had been taken. His trump card partially exposed to an unknown third party. Enemy unseen, ally uncertain, the gravest tactical peril. Under normal circumstances, capturing a root operative would be worthless, his mind shielded by seals that incinerated memories into ash at the slightest external probing. Forced memory extraction would instantly activate the tongue severance seal, reducing the brain to scorched slag. But now everything had changed. The system's passive counterstrike had not only halted the detonation, it had shattered the core incantation of that seal with brutal, uncompromising force. The iron door sealing away intelligence had been blasted open, just a hair's breadth yet wide enough. Lin Chuan drew a slow deliberate breath of thin metallic air thick with the scent of blood. Agony lanced through his meridians, sharp as blades, the aftermath of chakra exhaustion. He dismissed the body's warning without hesitation. He forcibly dredged up the faintest trickle of recovering chakra and drove it ruthless unrefined straight from his fingertips into the squad leader's cerebral cortex. Danzo wants to see my cards. Then let me see what filth you vermin hide in your sewers. His 5 fingers tightened with crushing force atop the squad leader's skull. Azure chakra needle thin and invisible shot from beneath his fingernails, piercing fissures in the bone and plunging deep into the fragile neural tissue. The squad leader's body convulsed violently like a body struck by lightning. From his already unfocused eyes 2 streaks of turbid blood-tinged tears welled and traced grim paths down his cheeks. The deeply buried memory barriers, once impenetrable, shattered utterly beneath Lin Chuan's merciless unrelenting assault. A torrent of fragmented images, sounds and scents surged backward along the chakra conduit, flooding Lin Chuan's consciousness in a single overwhelming deluge of raw data. Damp shadowed underground corridors. Silent assassins wearing animal masks. Danzo's right arm, swathed in bandages. And deep within the most hidden recess of memory, Lin Chuan beheld a pair of eyes. Cold as serpent's gaze, golden with vertical pupils. Their owner stood before a massive glass tank filled with emerald nutrient fluid, laughing low, a sound that crawled like ice down the spine. Orochimaru. Lin Chuan weighed the name briefly, then suppressed it. This debt was growing far more intriguing by the moment. Water churned violently beneath his feet, battering loose stones. A frigid wind howled downward through cracks in the vaulted ceiling, whipping his tattered robes into furious flaps. A faint eerie azure luminescence shimmered deep within his obsidian pupils, the telltale sign of chakra violently invading another's mind, forcing open locked memories. He looked down at the squad leader's face, lifeless, slack, utterly extinguished, and uttered 2 words, icy and absolute: soul extraction. Soul extraction. Those 2 words landed in the cold air like a blunt instrument, shamelessly brutal. Lin Chuan's 5 fingers clenched on the squad leader's forehead and suddenly contracted inward. The blue lightning release Leiduan chakra he wielded had its wrecking force stripped away and suppressed into threads finer than cattle hair, forcing themselves through the gaps beneath his nails into that fragile scalp. The faint scrape of knuckles against skull echoed inside the closed cavity. This was nothing like the delicate mind reading of the Shanzhong clan. He had never learned those high resonance-based arts. What he was doing now was like prying open a safe sealed with 18 locks with a rusted crowbar. Rough, reckless. The squad leader's already slack right eye snapped violently upward. Within the half-second the chakra pierced the cortex. Bloodshot webs burst across the scara. 2 murky rivulets ran from the eye corners into the mire. His body writhed like a fish hauled ashore, convulsing beyond control. Lin Chuan's own condition was no better. Forcing his consciousness into the spiritual sea of a dying man placed an enormous burden on him. More so because his meridians were looted dry. The life force wrung from the frenzied chewed eye cells was rapidly ebbing and weakness crept into his bones like the tide. 2 veins bulged at his temples, throbbing. His vision began to warp. The rumble of the underground river receded quickly, replaced by nauseating noise and fractured light. He had broken into the squad leader's memory ruins. Limbs and severed arms littered the ground. Colleagues wearing animal masks hacked at one another. Endless slaughter and numb compliance. Those scrap memories clung like tar, trying to muffle Lin Chuan's awareness. Begone, he hissed inside his head. He had no energy to rummage through Atul's tragic childhood. His consciousness became a keen blade, slicing the irrelevant fragments aside to drive straight toward the brain's deepest, deliberately guarded core. Just as he was about to touch that softly glowing memory core, something changed. A foul, venomous mental fluctuation erupted from the core without warning. This was not the tongue calamity eradication seal that had been interrupted before. It was a deeper hidden defense, a curse designed specifically to strike at Xiaolunian or the Shanzhong clan, who forcibly read memories. Tuanzong, that old fox, had guarded his underlings to the extreme. The eradication seal prevented active leaks. This curse guarded against being unmasked after death. The psychic wave coalesced into hundreds of invisible black vipers that rode the chakra filaments Lin Chuan had probed with, turning and striking back wildly toward his mind. Agony. Lin Chuan felt his head stuffed with smoldering sawdust. Thousands of needles seemed to pierce his brain at once. His right hand, still clamping the squad leader's skull, trembled violently. Knuckles dug into flesh, the force almost enough to crush the skull outright. Cold sweat mixed with earlier blood on his brow and dripped along his brows into the puddle beneath. Want my life? His breathing grew coarse, but his eyes betrayed no retreat. I've endured tens of millions of tons of stone. Your pathetic nerves think they can stop me. He did not sever the chakra link. Instead of withdrawing, he poured every last scrap of newly regained chakra into the bond without reservation. He met those venomous mental serpents hidden. 2 invisible forces waged a brutal tug-of-war across the cerebral cortex. This spiritual contest was more perilous than any blade duel. A single slip in Lin Chuan's consciousness could be ground into pulp by that curse, reduced to a mindless fool at best, brain dead at worst. Even the underground river's flow seemed to slow under the pressure. The air chilled to a frost. The stalemate lasted only 2 seconds. Deep within Lin Chuan's mind, the system panel that had just saved him emitted a low hum. Detected residual mental toxin invasion. Absolute mental immunity, aftershock adjudication in effect. There were no flashy lights or special effects. Only a ruthless nonsensical rule asserting itself. The system's invisible shockwave swept along Lin Chuan's consciousness connection and ravaged the squad leader's spiritual sea like a tempest. The black vipers that had been baring their fangs a moment before met that shockwave like acid meets foam, sizzling in. They dissolved utterly. Even the final protective shell that Tuanzang had cast around the memory core was ground to dust by that force. The defense collapsed completely. Lin Chuan's mind surged in and yanked out the memory that had been buried so tightly. The shattered lights and shadows reassembled swiftly. He found himself standing in a damp, dim corridor. The perspective belonged to the squad leader. The air reeked of formalin and rotten wood. Ahead lay a vast subterranean hall. Darkness suffused it, lit only by a few wavering candles. In the center stood a gaunt elder, half swallowed by shadow. His right eye wrapped in thick bandages, his right arm hidden within the sleeve of a wide kimono. The man exuded the sour stench of 10 years of fermentation in a sewer. GCUN Tuanzang. The squad leader's view trembled with instinctive reverence for his superior. Target confirmed, fleeing, heading northwest. Tuanzang's voice scraped like 2 pieces of rough bark laced with disdain from a height. Take the first and third squads and deal with him. The squad leader dropped to one knee and lowered his head to accept the order. Understood, I will bring back his head. Fool, Tuanzang snorted, planting his cane heavily on the stones. Who ordered you to kill him? The squad leader's perspective snapped up in surprise. Lin Chuan watched this memory as an observer, his own gaze growing colder. Tuanzang stepped from the shadows. His remaining left eye bored into the kneeling man. His chakras surged abnormally and his regenerative capacity rivals the Qianshou clan. Yuan Fei only saw a threat, but I saw Konoha's future. Tuanzang's thin lips met as he issued a monstrous command. I want him alive. If he resists violently, you may sever his limbs and cripple his chakra pathways, but ensure his torso and organs remain intact. Especially his eyes and his heart. Orochimaru's laboratory has a dissecting table ready. This unpredictable body will be the best material to master this force at its root. The memory twisted here. Behind Tuanzang, in a dark corner where huge glass vessels stood, a tall thin silhouette wearing a straw hat had materialized unnoticed. The figure said nothing, only ran a pale tongue nervously once across his lips. A pair of snake-like vertical pupilled golden eyes flashed in the dark. Lin Chuan's pupils shrank abruptly. He had solved it. The hand that had reached from the underground river severed the ignition talisman line and gouged out a poisoned piece of flesh. That pale palm belonged to Orochimaru's handiwork. Tuanzang was trading with that already turned mad scientist, exchanging Lin Chuan's living cells for some of Orochimaru's technical support. The memory flowed on. Tuanzang paused as if weighing options. Chasing him down is only plan A. That brat is uncanny if you fail. Tuanzang turned his back to the squad leader. Release the rumor through the black market exchange's covert channels that he carries unknown would release Mudun bloodline fragments and possesses Konoha's highest secrets. Sell him to that old monster in the land of water, Jiaodu. That near-century-old creature has a sick obsession with rare hearts. If the price is right, he will snap at Lin Chuan like a mad dog scented blood. Let them tear each other apart, then the root will step in and clean up the mess. Hearing that inside the void of that spiritual sea, Lin Chuan let out an icily amused low laugh. What scheming! A thoroughly profitable arrangement. Send your own to capture him. If they fail, toss out bait to the black market's beasts and let them clean up. In the end, Tuanzang hides behind the curtain, securing experimental material while disposing of a disobedient shinobi. A closed loop of logic. That old dog for power and authority treated his subordinates as expendable and even wagered the very Konoha secrets he claimed to protect. The image began to shatter. The backlash from forcibly rupturing the curse finally arrived. The squad leader's spiritual sea collapsed in vast swaths, the remaining memories incinerated like paper tossed into a furnace. Lin Chuan did not linger. He severed the chakra output decisively and wrenched his consciousness back through the link into reality. Splash. River spray slapped his face. Lin Chuan gulped, breath's chest heaving violently. The forced soul extraction had drained him, even the air he drew tasted of iron. He slowly released his right hand. The squad leader's head lolled limply. The eyes had become a murky ash gray, utterly vacant. The cortex had been burned into a quivering pulp by the violent red and the curse's retaliation. Not even a fool remained, only a still warm corpse twitching faintly. Without another glance, Lin Chuan kicked the body like an empty sack into the rushing river. The current swallowed that bloody mass and swept it into the unknown dark downstream. The cavity was left with only Lin Chuan. He leaned against the cold green rock and looked down at his own body. It was a pitiful sight. His clothes had long been rags, half his body was covered in burns and crush wounds. On the back of his left hand, the wound from the wind-released shattered blade still oozed dark blood. He bit the hilt of the broken blade, his right hand gripping the tip. Without hesitation he heaved rip. The barbed edge tore away a small piece of rotten flesh. Pain made his eyelid twitch, but he did not utter a sound. He flung the broken blade into the water. The frenzied Chudai cells began to stir again, sluggishly knitting granulation at the wound, trying to repair the severed tendon. Lin Chuan sat down in the puddle. His mind replayed the intelligence he had just extracted. Although almost buried alive this time, the harvest far exceeded expectations. The crucial informational gaps had been filled. Capture alive and dissect. Jiao Du. Orochimaru. He weighed those names in his mind. Tuanzan thought himself the hidden puppeteer pulling every string from the shadows. He could never imagine that the very death soldier he treated as a marionette sealed with double mental bindings would be torn open alive and have every hidden card extracted. From now on the advantage can shift. Their intentions are overt, his are covert. If Tuanzan wanted to kill with another's blade and use his heart as experimental material, then the game cannot follow that old cripple's script. Jiao Du as greedy as he. If Jiao Du learned in advance that this bounty was a Konoha ploy to recruit him as a free hired hand, would that covetous miser not first raise the underground exchange? Orochimaru wants Chudai cells, does he? What if he discovered that Tuanzang's incomplete sample had been laced with an inerasable life-consuming frenzied factor that would devour the host's vitality? That old serpent's face would be a sight. Lin Chuan tore a relatively clean strip of cloth and, using his teeth in one hand, roughly bound the puncture through his left hand. The strip quickly soaked crimson. He braced himself on the rock and slowly straightened. Bones creaked under the strain. He looked up toward the slope. There was a fissure ripped open by the earlier lightning release blast. Though half blocked by rubble, a sliver of weak daylight could be seen along the airflow. It was the way to the surface. The way toward Konoha. Cold wind poured in through the crack, lifting the hair plastered to his brow. He wiped a ragged scrap of flesh from his chin. The puddle reflected his present visage. Those jet-black eyes held no joy of escape, only a tightly contained, utterly feral cruelty that chilled to the bone. Lin Chuan fixed that line of daylight. You want to use me as meat on a dissecting table. He spat a mouthful of bloody saliva. His voice was low, but it punched through the thunder of the water, striking echoes in the dead ruin. Old man, clean your neck and wait. The debt you owe me I will pry out of that damned village basement myself, one by one from between your bones. Thud. 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 3 shurikens were embedded in a somewhat darkened wooden post. The force was insufficient and the lowest one barely pierced the bark, swaying for a moment before clattering to the ground. Uchiha Izumi stood 10 steps away, gasping for breath. Sweat trickled down from her bangs, stinging her eyes and causing pain in her eyeballs. She instinctively raised the back of her hand to rub her eyes, but the moment her palm touched her eyelid her movement abruptly froze. The taut string in her mind was once again violently plucked. It was the scene from the day of the graduation test. Lin Chuan stood before Iraka. There were no warning signs, not even a single word of unnecessary argument. The orphan, who usually barely spoke a couple of words in class and whose presence was so low that he could almost be forgotten by everyone, stood before the entire class, gripping the forehead protector that represented the Leaf Village ninja. 5 fingers tightened. A nauseating metallic distortion followed. The iron-forged forehead protector was crushed into a lump of scrap metal under that unreasonable and brute force. The deformed metal edges even cut into Lin Chuan's palm, blood dripping down his fingers and splattering onto the floor. Yet he didn't even furrow his brow. In those eyes there was no grievance, no anger, only a coldness akin to that of a corpse. The leaf. Protection. Sorry, from today onwards I will live only for myself. This statement was like a rusty saw continuously cutting through Izumi's mind over the past few days. She couldn't comprehend it. Isn't the village everyone's home? Isn't the will of fire about how where the leaves dance the fire continues to burn? Everyone protects and understands each other. Isn't that the first lesson taught by the ninja school? But Lin Chuan's punch not only shattered the test wooden post but also shattered something Izumi had always believed in. Even a common orphan can see through this, yet we who bear the Uchiha name are still pretending to be blind. A mocking voice floated over from the entrance of the training field. Izumi's back straightened. She turned around. Uchiha Tetsuhira and Uchiha Hakadai were walking in side by side. Tetsuhira was tossing a kunai in his hand, his army green vest open, his face full of unmasked irritation. The two walked straight to the long bench at the edge of the training ground. Hakadai sat down, took out a whetstone from his ninja tool pouch and began to sharpen his short sword. That kid Lin Chuan has guts. Tetsuhira leaned against a nearby tree trunk, letting out a cold scoff. Flipping the table in front of the higher-ups, I've wanted to do that for a long time. An orphan without background or bloodline knows that the higher-ups are treating everyone as cannon fodder. How much humiliation have we Uchiha suffered in this broken village? Now even stepping out of the clanland is being watched by those dogs from the Umbu. Hakadai paused his sharpening, lifting his gaze. Watch your words, Tetsuhira. This is a critical time. The Hokage building has already exploded over Lin Chuan's matter. I've heard that the root dispatched elite forces to hunt him down, yet not a single living soul has returned. This kid's strength is too well concealed. The higher-ups are probably having trouble even sleeping now. Serves him right. Tetsuhira spat on the ground, his tone laced with a frightening malice. It's good that old cripple Danzo's dog is dead. Look at how the villagers have been looking at us these past few days as if we're thieves. Whenever the guard squad enforces the law, if we make the slightest noise, we're reported to the Hokage. What do you call this? This is boiling frogs in warm water. That little brat Lin Chuan has ripped off the hypocritical curtain of the higher-ups. Izumi stood not far away, her fingers unconsciously digging into the hem of her clothes. She felt it hard to breathe. Her chest felt like it was stuffed with a big clump of water-soaked cotton suffocating her. Tetsuhira-senpai. Izumi took a half-step forward, her voice a bit dry. The village. The village also considers the bigger picture. The Hokage has always advocated for peace. As long as we communicate with each other, misunderstandings can always be resolved. Lin Chuan. He chose to betray, which in itself is an act of betrayal against the village and is wrong. Saying this made her feel somewhat lacking in confidence. Tetsuhira stopped tossing the kunai. He turned his head and stared at Izumi. That gaze lacked the gentleness of an elder looking at a junior, only carrying a sort of pity, as if she were a fool. Peace. Tetsuhira suddenly laughed, the sound more unpleasant than crying. Little girl, have you been brainwashed by Itachi's rhetoric? The peace you envision is built on our Uchiha clan constantly retreating and being marginalized. You want to communicate with the village? Go ask the Third Hokage if he is willing to remove the Umbu surveillance posts from the walls of our clanland. He suddenly took a step forward, glaring at Izumi. Lin Chuan is wrong. But why did he rebel? Because in Konoha, if you don't rebel, even your bones will be chewed to dust by the higher-ups. As an orphan, if he stayed in the village, he would eventually die on some underhanded mission. He did it to survive. Hakadai stood up, sheathing the sharpened short sword. Enough, Tetsuhira, why get angry with a junior? What does she know? Hakadai glanced at Izumi, his tone indifferent. Izumi, there is no hatred without reason in this world. The will of fire cannot protect the lives of the Uchiha. Stop dreaming those naive dreams all day. The two turned and walked out of the training ground, leaving Izumi standing alone in place. The wind rustled through the leaves, making a soft sound. Izumi looked down at her calloused hands, worn from the ninja tools. The edges of her nails had lost their color and her knuckles were pressed against a thin layer of flesh due to excessive force. Tetsuhira's words hammered down on her gentle values like a hammer. Cracks were rapidly spreading. If even the village, which is supposed to protect everyone, is forcing people to their deaths, then what are they ninjas fighting for? She had to find someone to clarify things. A name popped into her mind. Itachi. The one who always saw through everything, the one who could provide the right answers even in the most chaotic times. Izumi did not pick up the shurikens on the ground, turning and running out of the training ground. The air on the street seemed murkier than usual. Izumi ran quickly in the direction of the Nunka River. As she passed a few familiar alleys, she keenly sensed that in the shadows on the rooftops there were several cold, emotionless gazes piercing into her back like needles. They were from the Umbu. She had always thought of the Umbu as the last line of defense for the village. But now that prickling sensation made her stomach churn with inexplicable nausea. Passing through a dense forest, the sound of rushing water gradually drowned out her footsteps. By a secluded shallow bank of the Nanka River, Uchiha Itachi squatted by the water. He was still wearing the Umbu's grey vest without a mask. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. He held a piece of white cloth, methodically wiping down a standard ninja blade. The stream washed over the blade's edge. A faint dark red color spread through the water, quickly disappearing downstream. The air was filled with an inescapable scent of rust. Izumi's footsteps stopped less than 5 meters from Itachi. She looked at that familiar back and suddenly felt somewhat unfamiliar. You came. Itachi did not turn around, continuing to wipe down the blade with the cloth in his hand. His voice was calm, devoid of any fluctuation. Itachi. Izumi's throat felt blocked, and after swallowing she managed to speak with difficulty. Are you hurt? No. Just someone else's blood. Itachi flipped the blade over, checking it against the water's reflection, confirming there were no nicks. Izumi took 2 steps forward, stepping on the gravel and producing a crisp sound. She looked at Itachi's side profile, which bore no expression. I just heard Tetsuhira-senpai and the others talking at the training ground. Her speech quickened as if she was desperately grasping for a lifeline. They were discussing Lin Chuan's matter. They said the village is forcing everyone, that the Umbu is monitoring the Uchiha, and that Lin Chuan's rebellion was due to the fact that if he doesn't resist he would die. Itachi's motion of wiping the blade paused for half a second. Just half a second. Then he resumed his mechanical rhythm. Tetsuhira-senpai and the others are simply dissatisfied with the current situation, their emotions are a bit heightened. Itachi spoke calmly, as if reciting a pre-prepared script. But what about Lin Chuan? Izumi's voice suddenly rose, tinged with a trembling she could not suppress. He is just a common orphan. He never causes trouble at school. Why was he so resolute during the graduation test? His eyes were so terrifying when he crushed the forehead protector. If Konoha is truly a place filled with love and bonds as the Hokage said. Izumi stared intently into Itachi's eyes. Itachi, tell me, can the will of fire really protect everyone? Why was Lin Chuan so desperate? The water flowed over the pebbles. The rustling sound between the two amplified infinitely. Itachi wrung out the cloth in his hand, tossing it onto a nearby rock. He stood up slowly, sheathing the ninja blade behind his back. His movements were slow and deliberate, yet carried an indescribable heaviness. He turned around, looking at the girl he had grown up with. Izumi's eyes were slightly red, filled with panic and confusion from being torn apart by reality. She was waiting for him to provide an answer, one that could prove that Konoha was still bright. But Itachi could not provide one. Because he knew better than anyone why Lin Chuan rebelled. The top-secret intelligence from the Ambu had already stirred up a storm in the Hokage building. The elite squad sent by the route to hunt Lin Chuan had been completely annihilated. The scene not only bore traces of explosive tags but also clues of Orochimaru's activities. Even more terrifying was the assessment of the battle traces left on site. The destructive power displayed by Lin Chuan had completely exceeded that of a freshly graduated genin. He not only rebelled but also fiercely tore apart Danzo's proud hunting dogs in this dark forest. Danzo was furious at the elders' meeting. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had chain-smoked half a pack of tobacco, his brows knotted into a deadlock. The entire high-ranking officials were in a frenzy due to the rebellion of an orphan. How could such a matter be explained by the will of fire? Itachi's gaze passed over Izumi's shoulder, looking toward the towering Hokage rock in the center of Konoha. From this angle, the stone carvings of past Hokages appeared solemn and dignified. But beneath that solemn shadow lay countless unseeable compromises, calculations, and blood. Only those standing on the edge of the abyss could smell that foul stench. Lin Chuan merely used the most violent way to break through that thin veil. The village is very complicated. Itachi finally spoke. His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable sense of finality. Many things cannot simply be defined by right or wrong. Lin Chuan has his choices and the village has its own stance. The Uchiha are now in a precarious position. Just listen to Tetsuhira Senpei's words, don't take them to heart. Izumi's shoulders slumped. She did not hear the answer she wanted. Itachi's response was too official, too indifferent, like an emotionless Ambu machine stating a cold rule. So even you don't have the answer right? Izumi took a half step back. She looked at Itachi's overly calm face and suddenly felt that this person was far away from her. If the village cannot accommodate even an ordinary orphan, if everyone can only suspect and guard against each other, then what are we ninjas fighting for? Izumi turned around, not looking at Itachi again. She walked slowly, her footsteps dragging as if walking on ice, every step taken carefully, yet she could still fall at any moment. That gentle value system had completely developed, a fissure piercing through her heart at this moment. Itachi stood in place, silent, not calling her back. He watched Izumi's figure gradually disappear at the edge of the woods, his chest feeling as if struck hard by a blunt object. A gust of wind swept across the surface of the Nanka River, creating ripples. Itachi slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the bloody air. When he opened them again, his originally pitch-black pupils suddenly turned a heart-stopping crimson. 3 black tomo slowly rotated in the blood-red eyes, exuding an extreme sense of pressure. He looked up towards the direction of the Hokage building, his fingers unconsciously resting on the hilt of his sword. Izumi, some darkness is not meant for you to know. Quan, some darkness you do not need to know about. You loosened your hand from the hilt. The 3 tomo in your Sharingan accelerated the light through the surrounding trees, was shredded into countless dark crimson fragments in your vision. He could not let Quan walk away like this. The village had become a powder keg. Lin Chuan's defection had set off a chain reaction that raised the upper echelon's vigilance toward the Ujibo to historic levels. Quan's current mental state was dangerously unstable. If her doubt about the will of fire spread through the clan, it would hand a ready-made slaughtering blade to Tuanzang. That blade would fall upon the necks of every member of the Ujibo. The wind had shifted. Quan had not yet left the bounds of Nanhe-Chuan. The road ahead was blocked completely by a gray figure. Unnoticed, you had slipped past her and stood at the junction leading to the village's main road. Without an Ambu mask, your face was sterner and more impassive than usual. Quan's footsteps stopped, gravel crunched beneath her soles. Step aside. Her voice was low, her head bowed, bangs covering most of her face. You are emotionally unstable right now. You did not move an inch. There are Ambu informants in the village. Walking the streets like this, you will be recorded as an uncertain factor. Go back and rest. Clear today's events from your mind. Clear them. Quan snapped her head up. The eyes that usually wore a mild smile were suddenly rimmed with red veins in an unprecedented way. What Tai was said is true, isn't it? Lin Chuan was driven to defect, isn't that true? You know everything, you just think I'm not entitled to know. She stepped forward. You all talk about the greater good, but what is the greater good? Is it to watch unreasonable things happen and pretend not to see? Reason had run its course. You looked at Quan's stubborn face and reached a conclusion an Uchiha locked in a cognitive dead end could not be pulled back with words alone. You lowered your gaze, your scarlet pupils met Quan's eyes. No seals were needed. Genjutsu, Sharingan. At the instant chakra met through those converging gazes, it plunged brutally into Quan's mental sea. The murmur of Nan He Chuan's waters was silenced as if someone had muted the world. The wind-stilled leaves hovered midair. The scene before Quan melted and warped like wax. When she opened her eyes again, she stood on Muye's most bustling main street. Sunlight streamed down warmly from overhead. The air carried the savory aroma of Ikirako's broth. Not far ahead in front of a dumpling shop, several Uchiha clan members were taking off their guard vests and laughing over drinks with commoners. Nearby, the third fire shadow Yuan Fei Rijan led a group of children freshly dismissed from the academy, smiling as he bought them candied hawthorns. Even the usually irritable Tai was stood at the street corner helping an old vegetable seller pick up potatoes from the ground. Everything was so benign it seemed faultless. You emerged from the dumpling shop with 2 skewers of 3-colored dumplings and offered them to Quan. See, this is Mu Yi. Your voice softened, losing the cold metallic edge of the umbu. There is no coercion here, no schemes that must be hidden away. Lin Chuan is an exception. He could not bear the burden of being a shinobi and chose to flee. But those of us who stayed are striving to preserve this peace. Quan did not take the skewers. She watched you. The hairs on the back of her hand rose one by one. The scene, so unnaturally perfect, made a sudden wave of nausea swell in her stomach. It felt utterly fake. The sky was a uniform cloudless blue. Taihua's potato-picking motion was as stiff as a marionette's string-pulled arm. The third fire shadow's wrinkles were frozen in an absolutely measured arc, not even a twitch at the eye. Most crucially, the scent. Quan had not awakened her Sharingan, but as a member of the Uchiha, her chakra sense was innately receptive to psychic fluctuations. On this sunlit street, she could not detect the scent of living people. Instead, a moldering, bone-chilling chakra clung to her throat like a constricting python, forcing her to accept the absurd tableau before her. Take it. The Yu and the Genjutsu stepped forward, skewers nearly touching Quan's cheek. Eat it, forget those unpleasant things. When the sun rises tomorrow, you will still be an excellent Uchiha genin. This was not comfort. It was indoctrination. You were using the Sharingan's suppressive power to force a false logic of memory into her mind. You sought to erase every dangerous thought in her head, to turn her back into the obedient girl who would never trouble the village. Quan's breathing grew rapid, her chest heaved violently. The suffocating feeling of being forced into a mold struck her harder than Lin Chuan's public smashing of his forehead protector by an order of magnitude. Even the closest, even the figure she had long admired, handled matters with this lofty deception. Using false peace to cover a bleeding sore. How was this any different from the higher-ups using the greater good to silence everyone? Get away. 2 broken syllables scraped out of Quan's throat. What did you say? The Genjutsu Yu tilted his head slightly, the gentle expression gained a shadow. The smiling commoners and clan members around them abruptly froze, all turning to stare at Quan with dead, lifeless eyes. The air dropped to the freezing point. Accept it, Quan. This is for your good and for the clan's good. Your voice pressed in from all directions. An invisible weight slammed onto Quan's shoulders, bending her knees until she almost fell. The enforced resonance of the Genjutsu began to take hold. The images in her head of Lin Chuan, of complaints about Taihua, blurred, replaced by a drowsiness and a growing urge to yield. Just nod, just close your eyes and all troubles will vanish. But Quan did not close her eyes. She fixed her stare on Yu's emotionless scarlet gaze. Her teeth snapped together. A wet tearing sound, the canines cut through her lower lip. Hot salty liquid gushed out and dripped down her chin onto her collar. Her fingers clawed into her palms until the nails bit the flesh, using extreme physical pain to resist the spiritual invasion. Pain became the only true anchor in that false space. Crack! The artificial blue sky above split open with a black seam. You lied to me. Quan raised her head, mouth full of blood, tears streaming uncontrollably. You are lying to me, all of you. The instant the words tore out of her, every image in the Genjutsu creaked under the strain and shattered like glass struck by a hammer, scattering in ruin. The sound of rushing water flooded back into her ears. Cold wind struck her face. She returned to reality, on the banks of Nan He Chuan. Quan gasped for air, staggering back 3 steps. Blood still stained her chin. Her look at you held not only disappointment but a newfound estrangement and guardedness. The Genjutsu had been violently torn, a faint sting rippled through your right eye. You watched the tearful girl before you. The perfect script had gone awry. You had underestimated Quan's obsession on this matter and the resistance that Uchiha blood would erupt when subjected to cognitive rupture. Quan said nothing more. She turned and ran toward the village, her steps quick, not once glancing back. You remained where you stood. Your right arm rose halfway, palm open, toward the direction Quan had fled, as if to grasp something. But your knuckles flexed only twice in the air and ultimately caught nothing. The arm fell limply thunking against the sword sheath with a dull sound. A rift had opened. An invisible fissure tore completely between them, impossible to mend. You closed your eyes and forcefully cut off the chakra supply to your Sharingan. In the darkness on the outskirts of the Uchiha district, Quan ran all the way back to her room. She pushed the door shut and locked it. Leaning against the wood, she slid down the panel to sit on the floor. The room was unlit. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. Her mind was a chaotic mess. The village was a lie. The upper echelon was calculating against the Uchiha. Even you had used genjutsu to weave lies and placate her. What in this world was real? The image of Lin Chuan crushing his forehead protector flashed back. That orphan, the boy who seemed invisible to the class, how had he seen so clearly? When he smashed the wooden post, had he already foreseen the vile thing she now faced? She had to find out. This was not only about Lin Chuan, it was about herself and how she would live from now on. Quan rose and walked to the table. She picked up the polished Muyi forehead protector and rubbed her fingers along the metal plate with the swirl emblem. She did not put it on her head as usual. Instead, she opened the bottom drawer and hurled the protector inside, closed it, and locked it. She pulled a black ninja pouch out from under the bed. Kunai shuriken ration pills, bandages, she stuffed them in one by one with efficient, unhesitating movements. She would go find that truth. If the people in the village were all deceiving her, then she would seek out the only one who dared overturn the table. On the northwestern border of Uchiha, 500 kilometers from Muyi, in a desolate gorge, a military boot streaked with dried blood pressed on a fissured blue rock. Pebbles cascaded down. Lin Chuan emerged from the collapsed outlet of an underground river. The light outside had already dimmed. Cold wind weaved through the narrow canyon, carrying a keening like a ghost's cry. His clothes were tattered to the point of barely covering him, half a shoulder lay exposed. Thick bandages wrapped his left arm, stained dark red with seeped blood. The regenerative power of the berserk first cell was ferocious. Severed tendons had largely knitted back. But his chakra was severely drained, leaving his face an unhealthy ashen gray. Despite his dishevelment, his head held the top-secret intelligence he had forcibly extracted from a squad leader's mind. Tuan Zhang's schemes tied was deals with Orochimaru and the bounty plot targeting him in the underground exchange. All the cards had been laid bare. Lin Chuan stepped on rubble and pressed forward. If he crossed this gorge, he would leave Huajigua and enter Longjigua. There the village's tracking net would be severely weakened. He snapped a dry twig beneath his foot. At the instant he took his second step, a variable arrived. The air around him thickened to a glue-like stickiness without warning. Wind stalled half a meter away. Lin Chuan's foot froze mid-stride. Less than 3 steps ahead, the ground's rubble suddenly lit up with a ring of uncanny runes. Sizzle. A half-transparent dark purple curtain of light rose up, brushing his nose like an abrupt wall. It shot skyward and sealed the gorge's exit utterly. For distinct chakra natures swirled across the barrier, wind, fire, earth and lightning, intertwined, exuding a hair-raising aura of annihilation. This was not an Umbu barrier. Muyi could not weave such a predatory chakra circuit. Lin Chuan did not retreat. With a flip of his wrist, a bloodied kunai slid into his palm. A variation of the 4 purple flames formation. He stared at the purple barrier, his mind racing through the intelligence he had gleaned by force. That old Tuan Zhang did not move this fast. Unless, the bounty used as bait in the underground exchange had already found a hunting dog to take the bite. A tall silhouette stepped slowly out from the shadow beyond the purple barrier. He wore a dark robe patterned with red clouds. A cloth mask covered his face, leaving only a pair of green eyes exposed. In his hand he carried a recently decapitated Muyi Umbu operative. The head, wearing a dog-faced mask, rolled twice across the ground. Vessels at the wound still spurted warm fluid which trickled down the slope and just grazed the dark purple barrier rising from the earth. A sizzle, there was no buffer, not even a second of burning. The half of the face that touched the purple blaze vaporized instantly. The acrid stench of charred flesh slammed into Lin Chuan's nostrils like a heavy blow. The tall man standing beyond the barrier halted. His robe of black and red clouds billowed in the canyon night wind. Kaka's green eyes without visible white stared at Lin Chuan through the purple fire for 3 long seconds. He was calculating. The underground exchange's bounty notice spelled it out plainly. This kid bore an unknown wood-release bloodline worth 20 million Rio. But now Mui's Umbu, like ravenous dogs scenting blood, had converged. They had even deployed the CZ formation, a blockade of considerable caliber. To wrest ahead from a dozen elite Umbu to smash this turtle shell open, the chakra expenditure and the risk to one's own life far exceeded the 20 million reward. Jiaoda's hoarse voice came from beneath the cloth covering, laced with mockery. My people arrived quickly. Seems your life is worth more than the bounty stated. He did not stoop to pick up the ruined Umbu head. Turning, several thick black tendrils burst from his back, tearing the fabric as they unfurled like sharp drills and drove into the rock. This deal is no longer profitable today. Boy, if you can survive the hounds of my, I will personally claim your heart. His words vanished into the night. Zhao Du's large frame melted into the canyon's shadows and the cold chakra that clung to him dissipated cleanly. This was an utterly rational monster. It never wasted effort when there was no profit. Lin Chuan paid no mind to the fleeing miser. He fixed his attention upward and around. Along the weathered rim of the canyon a row of gray silhouettes had appeared. They lay utterly still, breathing deliberately suppressed to the lowest degree. On the highest rock straight ahead crouched a familiar figure. Silver spiky hair whipped in the night wind, his forehead protector slanted to hide his left cheek. Kakashi. Lin Chuan's gaze slid downward. At the canyon floor's four corners 4 Anbu in black bodysuits occupied the positions. They knelt on one knee, hands forming intricate seals pressed tight to the ground. A steady stream of chakra flowed from their palms into the earth, sustaining a vertical dark purple pillar of flame that shot toward the sky. The CZ formation. Beyond those 4 anchor points 10 Anbu elites wearing various animal masks were fixed to the rock like steel spikes. Their deployment was meticulous. 3 controlled the air above the canyon, 4 sealed the fore and aft passages, and the remaining 3 hovered at the formation's edge ready to reinforce. This was a meticulously forged noose. Lin Chuan stood at the formation's center as the air around him began to be feverishly heated. Where a cool damp night breeze had once curled, now there was a scorching wave that could parch a man's lungs. He glanced down at his feet. The rubber soles of his combat boots had softened and felt sticky against the gravel. The bloodstained strip of cloth wrapped around his left arm stiffened and dried under the heat, hardening like an iron plate that bit into the tender new flesh. He had to do something, or this heat alone would bake his reason away. Lin Chuan hurriedly shifted through his mental chips. Kakashi led a full squad of the 10th. These were not root-level rats who hid from daylight, they were the Hokage's direct force. Zhao Du had just killed one, which meant there were outer sentries. This formation was absurdly strong. 4 Jonin-level chakra streams sustained it. Charging in would leave nothing but ashes. Still, he had to break out. The Berserk first-generation cells restored him with monstrous speed, but they did so by overdrafting his fundamental life force. Another 10 minutes roasted in this furnace, and even if the Anbu held back, he would be sucked dry. Where was the opening? Lin Chuan scanned the 4 Anbu maintaining the formation. Their chakra was steady, but the one at the rear left, wearing the cat-faced mask, stood with his left foot turned slightly outward. A faint smear of blood stained his ankle. That was a scrape from an explosive talisman during the earlier pursuit, the formation's most vulnerable node. Lin Chuan gave up resisting. Kakazai's voice came through the purple barrier. The formation muffled sound, imparting a thunderous vibration to his words. You have no escape. Lin Chuan shook his left hand. The ripping pain of tugging at the wound cleared some of the fog from his skull. He did not look at the injured Anbu. Instead, he tipped his head back and fixed his stare on Kakashi on the cliff. Quite the spectacle you've assembled. Lin Chuan cracked a dry smile, showing teeth parched from thirst. You pulled out the CZ formation. I thought you were preparing for the Ninetales. What's the matter? Has the third now become so afraid of a freshly graduated genin? He intentionally raised his voice so every Anbu outside could hear. Provocation won't work. Kakashi rose, his right hand dropping from the sword at his back. You carry the village's top-secret intelligence, and you gravely wounded the root pursuit squad. As lead Jounin, I will repeat once more: withdraw chakra, squat with your hands on your head. Top-secret intelligence. Lin Chuan laughed abruptly, a sharp, incredulous sound. The laugh echoed in the hollow formation, edged with thin contempt. Kakashi, slapping a mask on at midnight isn't merely uncomfortable for you, has it also warped your mind? Do you even know whom you're hunting? He stepped forward, closing to within half a meter of the formation's edge. The searing purple blaze curled his hair at the tips. What orders did Tuan Zhang give you? Bring back the living. Or is a corpse sufficient? No one outside the barrier answered. The 10 Anbu remained like statues. Still, Lin Chuan caught a micro-reaction, the bare-masked Anbu to the right twitching his fingers around a kunai in the slightest a reflex under strain. When people hear information beyond their assumed scope, their bodies betray them. Lin Chuan had guessed correctly. These Anbu directly under the Hokage knew only the order to capture the rogue shinobi. They did not know they were serving as unpaid porters for an underground laboratory. The information barriers between the high ranks were brutally clear in the faces of these executors. Seems you know nothing. Lin Chuan spat a mouthful of blood. The spit hissed on the scorched ground and vanished in a puff. You think dragging me back and filing your report will make my peaceful? Let me tell you, Tuan Zhang wants living specimens. Shi Wan's dissection table has been ready for a long time. You escort me in and the upper echelons will soon fight over the spoils. Lin Chuan fixed his gaze on Kakazai's exposed dead fish eye. Bait. You elites don't even realize you're being used as tools. Kakashi said nothing. His perpetually drooped right eye was now fully open. Depths of complicated emotion flickered there before being smothered by sheer discipline. As Anbu squad leader, he did not judge the morality of orders from above, he executed them. Tactical deception ineffective. Kakashi raised his left hand and gave a concise tactical signal. It was the final ultimatum. The 10 Anbu moved in perfect unison. The drawn blades rang in the canyon in synchronized flashes. 3 quickly changed hand seals, their jaws clenched and chests heaving, clearly preparing wide-ranging wind and fire release techniques. Should the formation crack, even a little compound ninjutsu would wash over the ground like a violent storm. The temperature had reached its limits. Lin Chuan felt as if his lungs would be cooked alive. But that was precisely what he wanted. If reasoning failed, he would upend the table. He raised his right hand caked with mud and blood scabs and with a rough thumb wiped a wavering drop from his chin. Kakashi. His voice dropped, suddenly losing its earlier mockery and taking on a bone-chilling cruelty. Do you think this cage can hold me? At that instant, the chakra inside him went utterly berserk. He stopped suppressing the violent first-generation cells and abandoned any economy over lightning release expenditure. Lin Chuan hurled the last squeezed-out drops of chakra from his meridians like sparks into that barrel of life he had been treating as gasoline. Boom! This was no metaphor but a true physical detonation. A comically thick blue flame erupted from the fissures beneath his feet and shot skyward. The raging lightning-release chakra took on a visible substance. The piercing scream of thousands of birds seemed to drown out the howl of the wind. Countless bolts, thick and electric blue like maddened serpents, crawled across the ground and smashed into the CZN formation's light curtain. Crack! The once unbreakable purple barrier rippled like glass struck by a heavy hammer, fierce waves of distortion spreading across its surface. The 4 umbu sustaining the formation all made a muffled sound. The rear left cat-masked umbu with the injured ankle staggered forward half a step. A trickle of blood seeped from a seam in his mask. Hold the formation. Increase output. The deputy umbu's shout was shredded by thunderous lightning. The ground inside the barrier had utterly collapsed. Massive slabs of green rock were shredded into dust by lightning release and then melted into slag by the purple flames. Lin Chuan stood at the heart of that blue storm as his ragged bindings lashed wildly in the gust. Deep in his mind, the system's control panel flashed like a crash screen, strobing a harsh red light. Detected host facing a high-level noose of annihilation. Rebellious behavior flagged, ignoring the Hokage's direct umbu warning, publicly exposing the High Command's conspiracy and attempting to violently destroy Muye's top formation. Degree of violation against the will of fire extremely severe. Over-reward settlement channel has been opened. New ability unlock, progress 99. 100. New power projection acquired. The synthetic mechanical voice pierced Lin Chuan's skull like a nail. He barely registered what the upgrade entailed. All he felt was a previously unimaginable brutish surge of power clawing up his spine toward his crown. Meridians that had long been dry were forcibly opened by the new influx. The swelling ache eclipsed even the searing heat around him. Kakashi stood upon the weathered rock above, his vest flapping in the gale. He watched the youth engulfed in blue flame and the CZN formation beginning to warp and tear. All intelligence had become worthless. This level of chakra eruption, this force able to blunt a formation, this was no bait, it was a monster wearing a man's skin. He could not allow the formation to break. If the CZN array shattered, the backlash plus the opponent's lightning storm would cost the umbu at least half their number. Kakashi did not hesitate. He did not draw his blade, instead his raised right hand clenched into a fist and came down with crushing force. All units. Kakashi's voice cut through the storm, cold and absolute. Prepare compound ninjutsu, kill without mercy. Kakashi's voice cut through the thunderclap. The compound ninjutsu was ready, kill without mercy. It was cold and decisive like a steel blade just drawn from the snow. The order landed, and in the same instant 10 umbu operatives wearing various animal masks had their bodily functions driven to maximum output. With tactical deception nullified, there was no room for idle words. These killing machines directly under the Hokage's command never allowed personal emotion to touch a purge order. 5 fire release ninjas with cat and fox masks took a fierce stride forward. Their chakra pinned their souls to the rock, forcing a web of cracks to spider outward. Their chests rose high as air mixed with chakra was driven into their lungs. Their cheeks bulged so hard the masks on their faces warped. Their hand seals moved so fast they became a blur. The seals snapped into place and the technique ignited. Fire release, majestic dragon fire technique. 5 dragons of flame, each as thick as water jars, burst from the umbu's mouth, scorching the very air as they tore toward Lin Chuan at the formation's heart. The other 5 wind release ninjas synchronized with machine precision, not a breath of mistiming. Wind release, great breakthrough. A savage pressure of wind followed in their wake. The wind fed the fire. The 5 separated crimson fire dragons collided in midair. The gale poured into their cores and mercilessly catalyzed the red into a blinding white light. A wind flame dragon swelled 3 or 4 times its size and fully formed. Its roar obliterated every other sound in the canyon. As it swept along the cliff faces, the green stone began to bubble. There was no gradual melt. Within seconds it turned into viscous bright orange lava flowing down the steep slope. The temperature inside the 4 purple flame formation had long since exceeded human endurance. The soles of Lin Chuan's military boots gave off a sharp acrid scorched smell. Thick rubber sole liquefied into a pool of black boiling water, gluing his feet to the reddened stones. Even the air he inhaled burned like flame against his windpipe. He lifted his head to meet the white fire overhead, a maw descending with the appetite to bite a chunk out of the canyon. Lin Chuan stood rooted, hands falling naturally, not even forming the most basic defensive seal. His blue lightning chakra cloak peeled away in sheets beneath the dragon's absolute pressure. He sifted through the scene in his mind. These Anbu under the Hokage were undeniably formidable. 10 people tuning chakra in resonance paired with a perfect wind-fire fusion had forced a class compound ninjutsu into lethality beyond class. Kakashi's arrangement was airtight. Outer Watchman 4 Jonin held the 4 purple flame formation to freeze every path while a blanket of great fire sealed from above. If he now revealed his final card and tore open a passage to break out, there would almost certainly be a second line waiting to net him. If Tuan Zhang wanted live specimens and Deshuan's dissecting table was already prepared, the elders would never send only Kakashi's squad to bleed for it. Lin Chuan ripped off the scorched blood-soaked bandage from his left arm. He decided not to run. This fire had come at the exact right moment. The new power the system had just poured into him lodged in his meridians, swelling until his bones ached. Coupled with the enraged primordial cells within, two forces fought for territory in his body, making even the lift of a hand agonizing. He would use Konoha's elite flames to treat his body like an anvil and hammer it hard. To take the Hokage's direct Anbu strangulation lineup as the quenching furnace, where else would such a chance be found? The enormous wind flame dragon smashed into the heart of the barrier. There was no flashy evasion. The blinding white consumed Lin Chuan completely. The blast had nowhere to vent inside the 4 purple flame formation and rebounded wildly across the dark purple light screen. The 4 Anbu maintaining the barrier all let out dull pained groans. His knees hit the rubble with force and his hands dug into the ground. His nails snapped against the rock seams and the blood that seeped out vaporized into a red mist under the barrier's heat before it could even fall. Inside the barrier it was no longer a canyon but a sealed high-pressure forge. At the white flame center, Lin Chuan's clothes did not transition, they became black ash and scattered on the wind. Moisture was sucked from the skin in an instant, flesh charred and blackened into a hard crust. Then the invisible wind blade sheared that crust off in thick flakes, exposing scarlet muscle and pale bone stubble beneath. This was not a torment a normal person could survive. Pain crawled along nerve endings into his skull, his bones felt the sour dryness of being roasted. Lin Chuan clenched his teeth, the muscles at either side of his jaw hardening like stone. He did not make a sound. The rampaging primordial cells inside him, assaulted by lethal force, entered the highest state of stress. A green life energy surged through his veins like wild vines. Where a patch of flesh on his shoulder had been scorched, new tissue immediately pushed up through the char. Muscle fibers tore and reformed, emitting faint cracking sounds. The itch of new flesh growing mixed with the agony of being roasted alive, the sensation was maddening, worse than 1,000 cuts. He spat a breath of singed air and voice, hoarse as if dragged across rough sandpaper, murmured that the heat was at a certain degree. He even found a moment to jest to Shiwan that pervert could take this roast and need not baste it again. He could feel with crystalline clarity that with each rebirth of flesh in the inferno, the vast power the system had injected was fusing bit by bit with every bone and drop of blood. That sensation of breaking through a power ceiling made his chakra boil like boiling water. He lost track of how long it burned. At last, the canyon's wind pressure began to subside. The 5 white dragons, bereft of sustaining chakra, collapsed into clouds of sparks and fell into the lava-filled pits. The 10 Anbu let their trembling hands fall. Several sank to one knee, inhaling air that by comparison felt slightly cooler. Their chests heaved. Sweat under their masks dripped onto the scorching rock with a sizzle. Their chakra reserves were utterly spent. They had pulled out everything for that composite ninjutsu, leaving nothing in reserve. The Anbu vice captain forced himself upright and stepped 2 paces forward to peer into the 4 purple flame formation. Silence. The once even canyon floor was pocked with lava pits of all sizes. Dark red magma churned thickly in their bottoms, exhaling a sulfur sting. No shape belonging to the living remained. Not a body, not even a chunk of bone. Target chakra signature completely vanished. The fox-masked sensing Anbu rasped in relief, voice heavy with released tension. It is over. The vice captain exhaled, returning the sweat-slick kunai to his leg pouch. The order to capture alive had become a worthless scrap in the face of absolute threat to survival. To kill the creature that had thrown the village leadership into turmoil and prevented carrying intelligence to Taki country was the best their squad could present as an outcome. Captain, requesting to lift the barrier for on-site debris recovery, the vice captain said, glancing up toward the weathered rock above. Kakashi stood at the highest point. Silver hair tossed by the updrafts, unkempt. He did not answer the vice captain's request. The exposed left eye had its lid stretched to the limit. 3 black magatama spun in the blood-red iris so fast they nearly formed a black ring. Something felt wrong. It had gone too smoothly. The strand in Kakashi's mind that represented reason pulled taut. How could someone who survived the elite pursuit and pried Deshuan's intelligence from a corpse, someone with chakra enough to trigger a lightning release storm, stand defenseless and be burned to ash? It made no sense. Unless it was genjutsu. But in the Sharingan's vision, the world is stripped of color, leaving only the true flows of chakra. There were no signs of genjutsu interference. Another possibility remained. Kakashi fixed his gaze on the canyon's center. The fire attribute chakra scattered in the pits should have diffused into the air over time. But they did not. Those faint red chakra pinpricks were moving along an impossible trajectory flowing back toward the largest magma pit at the center. As if an invisible whirlpool sat there greedily devouring every last pulse of heat around it. Cold sweat rose along Kakashi's spine, his undershirt clinging to his back. He stepped half a pace forward. His toe crushed the edge of a weathered rock. The fragments tumbled into the fire with no sound. All units fall back. Kakashi tore the mask from the lower half of his face and drew in the burning air. His usually composed voice split with exertion, revealing a rare break. Hold the barrier. Push chakra output to the maximum. Even if you die, do not let him out. The order came sharp and sudden. The vice-captain stood stunned, his nerves not yet retensed. Captain. The target is confirmed dead. Even the chakra, shut up. Look at his position. Kakashi snapped his fingers, digging into the edge of his gear pouch so hard his nails left white marks on the canvas. The red glow in his Sharingan flared terrifyingly as he stared at the rolling magma. No, his chakra had not weakened, on the contrary, it was surging. The vice-captain followed Kakashi's line of sight, staring intently in that direction. Through the dark purple barrier a whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the lava pit that should have been completely incinerated to ashes. The scattered white-hot sparks around them did not extinguish, instead it seemed they were being forcefully drawn, continuously funneling towards the center of the pit. The sulfurous smell in the air was so strong it was choking. Form the seals. The vice-captain suddenly turned his head, his voice completely splitting the air. Prepare the second round of combined ninjutsu. Even if it drains our chakra, we must unleash the fire release. The 10 elite Umbu who had just collapsed to the ground almost relied on muscle memory to force themselves back up. These individuals had dealt with countless rogue ninjas, but at this moment several of them were uncontrollably shaking their fingers as they formed the seals. Their chakra was depleted. The pain radiating from their meridians was sharper than a knife's edge, yet they bit their tongues, using the taste of blood to stimulate their nerves, forcefully squeezing out the last bit of energy from their cells. Inside the four purple flames formation, Lin Chuan had no idea what the others outside were struggling with. He couldn't even open his eyes. The outer layer of skin on his eyelids had long been burned to charcoal, then forcefully pushed open by the newly grown flesh beneath, only to be burned again and pushed open once more. This entire process repeated itself so quickly that even his pain receptors were nearly numb. It felt as if thousands of ants were frantically gnawing at the seams of his bones. Outside, molten lava boiled at over 1,000 degrees, while inside the violent growth of primitive cells was reckless and savage. These two forces treated his body as a battlefield, with every muscle fiber being brutally torn, reconfigured, and then torn apart again. The sensation of this living forging was unbearable. Lin Chuan's throat was filled with dry clots of blood, but he stubbornly swallowed down the pained groans that threatened to escape. The unknown power that the system had just infused into him was slowly drilling into his bone marrow inch by inch, fueled by the fire. The chakra that had originally been drained to dryness now surged like a rekindled powder keg, rushing through the expanded meridians with wild abandon. Is this the extent of Konoha's elite? Lin Chuan sneered inwardly. Using 4 Jonin as a furnace and 10 elite as a bellows is hardly impressive for a barbecue for Orochimaru. He tried to clench his fist. The thick layer of charcoal wrapped around his bones emitted a sickening crunch. Cracked blackened scabs fell between his fingers, revealing the newly grown skin glimmering with a dark red sheen beneath. This was not a normal human skin tone, but rather a texture akin to a high-density alloy forged through extreme heat and violent vitality. Outside the barrier, Kakashi's left eye with its 3 tomo locked onto the shadow that was slowly rising at the bottom of the pit. Through the perspective of the Sharingan, the spot that should have been a corpse now housed a massive green chakra so dense it was almost tangible. That life force was so vast it was nauseating, even consuming the residual fire release chakra around it as if it were mere nourishment, devouring it without restraint. This is impossible. Kakashi's fingers pressed against the hilt of his blade, the wood grain on the sheath cracking under his grip. He had witnessed Orochimaru's soft body modifications and various bloodline limits recovery capabilities. But under such a level of combined ninjutsus, direct assault leaving not a scrap behind would be the logical conclusion. Unless this kid was hiding the cells of the first Hokage. As this thought surfaced, a cold sweat crawled down Kakashi's back. If that were the case, they were not simply hunting down an ordinary rogue ninja fleeing with intel today, but rather an ultimate monster whose true nature had been deliberately concealed by the higher-ups. How much had Danzo truly hidden? Thud. A muffled sound echoed from the pit's bottom. The sound was not loud. Yet in this canyon where only the sound of boiling lava remained, it felt as if it directly struck everyone's crown. The 10 Umbu who were forming seals froze for half a second simultaneously. Thud. Another sound. A piece of semi-solid black lava rock was crushed beneath a bare foot. Lin Chuan moved. He braved the heat wave that could dry out an ordinary person, stepping on the heated rubble, inching closer to the edge of the 4 purple flames formation. There was not a single piece of intact fabric on him. Covered from head to toe in a thick layer of black char, he looked like a charred corpse crawling out of the furnace of hell. But with each step he took, crackle crackle. The blackened dead skin began to fissure and peel off in large patches. Chunks of charcoal fell to the ground, sparking a few embers. And in those peeling gaps what was revealed was not charred flesh but the exaggerated contours of well-defined muscles. The dark red new flesh shimmered with a heart-stopping metallic sheen under the high temperature. The violent chakra seemed to coat his surface with an invisible armor. Even the surrounding flames would be forcefully repelled when they approached within half a foot of his body. Disperse. Maintain your distance. The vice captain finally reacted, his shout laced with uncontrollable panic. The Tenambu immediately abandoned forming seals, retreating in a fan shape, switching their kunai for specially made tools with explosive tags. But no one dared to make the first move. Because the figure that had approached the barrier exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Chuan stopped before the dark purple flame curtain. He raised his hand, roughly scraping off the last piece of charred dead skin from his cheek. The youthful face was completely exposed to the air. There was not a hint of burn marks, instead under the scorching heat it showed a sickly pallor. He looked through the purple barrier at Kakashi above. Using 4 jonin as a furnace and 10 elite as a bellows, Lin Chuan stretched his neck, the vertebrae cracking like popping beans. Ill accept Konoha's grand display of ironworking. As a return gift. Lin Chuan's right hand suddenly lifted. There was no sign of any seals. 5 fingers directly plunged toward the 4 purple flames formation barrier, which would vaporize any touch from a jonin. He's lost his mind, the Umbu maintaining the barrier exclaimed. But before this exclamation could finish, sizzle. Lin Chuan's fingers pierced through the dark purple barrier wall. The harsh sound of corrosion echoed madly. The purple flames twisted around his arm like a snake finding an outlet for its venom. The back of Lin Chuan's hand instantly carbonized in large areas, the smell of burnt flesh wafting through the air once more. Yet he did not even furrow his brow. The first Hokage's cell regeneration was being pushed to its limits at this moment. Burnt healed, burnt again, and then healed again. 2 forces were engaged in a brutal tug-of war on his right arm. Break. Lin Chuan squeezed out a single syllable from his throat. The muscles in his right arm suddenly swelled, veins twisting beneath the skin like snakes. He clenched his fingers tightly as if grasping something tangible, and with a powerful twist of his wrist he tore outward. Rip. The entire 4 purple flames formation shook violently. The 4 Umbu maintaining the barrier simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their bodies being thrown back by the backlash of the barrier like kites, with cut strings crashing heavily against the rock wall. A 2-meter-tall tear was violently ripped open in the dark purple barrier. The high-pressure heat wave inside the barrier surged out through the gap, shattering several massive weathered rocks outside. Lin Chuan stepped out through that tear. His feet landed on the slightly cooled rocks outside. The psychological defenses of the Tenambu were completely shattered at that moment. Ripping apart the 4 purple flames formation was entirely beyond their understanding of ninjutsu. Even Kakashi, who was renowned as Konoha's technician, could never achieve such a feat using pure physical strength against a sealing barrier of this caliber. Attack! The vice captain threw the explosive-tagged kunai from his hand, sending it straight for Lin Chuan's throat. The remaining 9 Umbu followed closely behind. A sky filled with kunai and shuriken weaved into an impenetrable web of death, the fuses of the explosive tags crackling in the night wind. Lin Chuan did not dodge. He didn't even bother to channel chakra for defense. He simply stood there quietly. Clang! Clang! The sharp kunai pierced into his chest, shoulders, and thighs. But there was no dull thud of blades sinking into flesh as anticipated. Instead, it produced a series of jarring sounds from metal clashing. Sparks flew. Those specially made kunai capable of slicing through ordinary rock were instantly met with a solid high-density steel plate upon contact with Lin Chuan's body. The blades shattered, being flung away. Then boom, boom, boom. Dozens of explosive tags detonated simultaneously. The intense flames and smoke completely engulfed Lin Chuan. Direct hit. An Umbu wearing a fox mask shouted half a sentence before his voice got caught in his throat. The smoke was blown away by a sudden gust of wind. Lin Chuan stood at the center of the explosion. That previous barrage of attacks had only left a few shallow white marks on his dark red skin. And these white marks were quickly erased in the blink of an eye by the surging green vitality beneath. Pure defense overwhelmed them. He didn't even need to perform seals for defensive ninjutsu, he withstood the concentrated fire of elite Umbu purely with his body. Is that all? Lin Chuan tilted his head, glancing at the trembling hands of the Umbu holding their tools. You can't even break my skin and you dare to call yourselves elite Umbu. Kakashi leaped down from the weathered rock, landing steadily 10 steps away from Lin Chuan. In his hand was a short knife emanating a chilling glow. The relic of White Fang. Step back. Your attacks are useless against him. Kakashi's voice was steady, but the red glow in his Sharingan had dimmed significantly. The intense consumption of chakra was starting to take its toll on him. He could now be 100% certain. Lin Chuan absolutely possessed the cells of the first Hokage. And they were perfectly fused. What kind of monster had that old fool Danzo truly created? Kakashi. Lin Chuan looked at the silver-haired man. You're a smart man. But smart people often die the fastest because you like to deduce things based on logic that you can't truly comprehend. Lin Chuan raised his right hand. The burns from tearing apart the four purple flames formation had completely healed. But at that moment a sharp pain suddenly pierced through his palm. This sensation was completely different from the pain of being burned. It was a distending pain directly stabbing from deep within his marrow. Lin Chuan lowered his head. Under the flickering firelight that had yet to extinguish, he clearly saw a walnut-sized bulge forming beneath the skin of his right palm. The veins on the surface of the bulge had turned a deep purple, pulsating violently as if alive. Something extremely hard beneath it seemed to be desperately pushing outward, attempting to pierce through the skin. Kakashi also noticed this detail. In the perspective of his Sharingan, the chakra in the area of Lin Chuan's palm had condensed to a horrifying density. It even emitted a pale, eerie glow. Mutation. Kakashi tightened his grip on the white-fanged short knife, lowering his body ready to charge at any moment. Lin Chuan ignored Kakashi's caution. He stared fixedly at the bulge in his palm, and the tingling sensation in his bones intensified tenfold, spreading through his arm to his chest. This feeling was not a trick of the first Hokage's cells. Deep in his mind, the system panel that had been malfunctioning for half a day finally lit up with red light. A series of cold mechanical synthesized sounds directly hammered into his neural pathways. Ding! Detected that the host is facing high-level pressure, tempering physical strength has surpassed the threshold. New power projection fusion completed. Ding! Temporarily extracting bloodline limit, corpse bone pulse prototype. Reorganizing bone density. Corpse bone pulse. The Kagaya clan's absolute physical defense and strongest taijutsu bloodline limit. A low muffled groan escaped Lin Chuan's throat. The purplish bulge in his palm had finally reached its limit. Put! The flesh was instantly pierced. A segment of bone spur white as jade emerged directly through Lin Chuan's palm, exuding a chilling aura in the night wind. The bone spike stark white had just pierced the flesh, and the sharp sulfur tang in the air was instantly drowned by the heavy scent of fresh blood. Lin Chuan stared intently at the palm of his right hand. Pain. This pain was nothing like the roasting in the sea of fire earlier. It was a wrenching, rending ache dragged raw from the marrow. His right arm twitched uncontrollably, veins along his forearm bulged one by one, and the surface of the vessels took on an eerie bluish-purple cast. The skeletal reconfiguration program the system had injected was brutally overbearing. The first-generation cells were trying to repair the granulation tissue torn by the spike, while the Shirogumi corpsebone lineage's bone growth kept ripping through the newly formed flesh. The two forces treated his right hand like a meat grinder fighting for territory. Lin Chuan's mind raced through the scene before him. A nascent Shirogumi. An artifact of the Hui clan. The system's reward was undeniably hardcore, but the initial rejection reaction upon awakening was vicious. He had to finish this quickly. If it dragged on, even if the first-generation cells kept him alive, his right arm would be torn in half, its function destroyed by the opposing pulls. Retreat! Kakashi's voice cleaved the air. His shallow eye locked onto the white bone protruding from Lin Chuan's palm. He stepped back half a foot, fingers gripping the white-fanged short blade so tightly his knuckles blanched. The intelligence framework collapsed entirely. He could accept wood-style restorative power. After all, the village had the imperfect precedent of Day, but an ability that directly altered skeletal form. Shirogumi from the Taiktorai clan of Wuin village. How could an orphan who hadn't even formally graduated from the ninja academy possibly possess traits of the first Hokage and the bloodline of Wuin at the same time? How many unsavory human experiments had Tuanzang hidden from the Hokage? Kakashi's thoughts were a tangle, yet his tactical instincts as Umbu captain remained intact. Open the distance. Use long-range ninjutsu to contain him. Kakashi's order was decisive. But it was too late. The three taijutsu specialist Umbu on perimeter duty had already moved to plug the gap the moment the four-purple flame array was torn. The operating logic of these killing machines was simple. When an enemy reveals an unknown trump, you snap its neck during the reveal. There was no verbal exchange. Three demon-masked Umbu leaped high from the cliff faces in a pin formation, converging from three directions. With a harsh rasp, the specially made Janma blades on their backs were drawn at once. Broad blades with deep blood grooves forged from steel laced with chakra-conductive metal. These heavy cold weapons were Umbu's countermeasure against large summons or heavily armored targets. The three Janma blades screamed through the air, sealing off Lin Chuan's left, right, and overhead. Wind pressure lashed Lin Chuan's face, rustling the black dead skin that had not yet fallen away. He had no weapon. His left hand hung naturally, and the bone spike in his right palm was less than 3 inches long. From the Umbu perspective, he was a live target. Die! The Umbu above gripped his blade with both hands and, using the force of the descent, brought the edge crashing toward Lin Chuan's face. The other two blades slashed left and right toward his flank and knee. A perfect strangulation formation. Lin Chuan did not step back. He did not even move to dodge. He only lifted his eyelids and glanced at the three heavy blades that flashed a cold gleam. Niui's blades are too blunt. Lin Chuan ground the words out between his teeth, his voice broken into fragments by the creaking of bone growth. His right hand's fingers suddenly spread, then clamped hard around the protruding spike, an almost self-mutilating act. With a violent torque of the wrist facing the falling Janma blade, he ripped outward with all his might. Slish! The sickening sound of flesh being pierced through made the scalp tingle. A geyser of scalding blood sprayed from his wrist, dousing the reddened stones. He tore free a bone blade over a meter-long, ghastly white and impossibly dense from the center of his palm. No guard, no handle, the base of the bone blade was fused to his metacarpals and arm bones as if it were a natural extension of the limb. Lin Chuan swung his right arm. No flashy sword techniques, no calculated angle. A pure, brutal horizontal sweep. The berserk first-generation cells stretched the muscle groups of his right arm to the extreme, unleashing a terrible force beneath the dark red flesh enough to overturn a heavy war cart. The pallid bone blade cut a fan-shaped blur through the air and slammed into the three Janma blades. Clang! A shrill metal-and-metal crash detonated through the canyon. There was no glittering stalemate of flying sparks. The three expensive rock-splitting Janma blades, the instant they met, that bone edge curled and fractured. Crack! The forged steel broke. Half of a heavy blade head spun off and flew obliquely, embedding with a wet thunk into a distant cliff buried to the hilt. The three taijutsu umbu's arms were dislocated on the spot by the tremendous recoil. Blood burst from their split palms and instantly stained the hilts. Their eyes behind the masks bulged to the limit. They could not fathom why their heavy weapons had been severed like brittle planks. Lin Chuan's motion did not stop. After cleaving the Janma blades, his momentum persisted. The white edge swept across the chest of the umbu directly before him. The bulletproof vest did not even hold for a second. The bone blade sliced through composite, through ribs, through the ventricle, and finally pierced out of the left rear back. The whole process was so smooth there was no sense of resistance. A spray of blood detonated midair. The umbu did not even have time to scream. His body was sliced into two viscera and intestines, slapping onto the searing rock with a hiss, giving off a scorched stench. The other two umbu crashed heavily to the ground. The half-broken blades in their hands trembled uncontrollably. They looked at their comrades' remains, then at Lin Chuan's uncanny bone blade that repelled blood, and their tactical doctrines dissolved into a puddle of mush. How could they continue? Ninjutsu couldn't finish him, barriers couldn't hold him, and now even their proud taijutsu and specially forged weapons had been crushed hidden by a single bone. Kakashi stepped forward across the rubble 2 paces, the white fang short blade held across his chest, blue lightning nature chakra flickering along the edge. What exactly are you? Kakashi's breathing was utterly ragged. His left shallow eye stared unblinkingly at the bone blade growing from Lin Chuan's hand. Ask Tuanzang. Lin Chuan shook his right arm and the bone blade emitted a sharp buzzing whine through the air. Or you can go to the underground exchange and buy my intelligence. Although I suppose that old moneylender still hasn't grasped the situation. Kakashi ground his back molars tight. Tactical misdirection won't work on me. No matter how many bloodline limits have been grafted onto you defecting with the village's top-secret intelligence, today you die here. Kakashi's left hand began to form seals rapidly. Chomoushin. A piercing chorus of bird-like cries rang through the canyon. A dense sphere of lightning gathered in Kakashi's left hand, its blinding blue light turning the surrounding night as bright as day. Lei Chie. He was prepared to risk everything. Against a creature with maxed physical defense and regenerative power, only an extreme single-point penetration aimed at the brain or heart could give him a chance. Lin Chuan watched the leaping lightning in Kakashi's hand. 5 minutes earlier he might have given it 3 parts of respect. But now not only had he drawn the bone blade, the nascent force tempered by the sea of fire had already filled the gaps in his chakra network completely. Die here. Lin Chuan's mouth twisted into an unabashed mocking arc. He drove the pallid bone blade viciously into the ground. Calf. The high-density bone blade pierced the hard igneous rock half its length, plunging into the earth. Kakashi's left eye flared crimson. The Lechia radiance had been driven to its limit and he became a blue streak of lightning hurtling toward Lin Chuan. But at the instant Kakashi surged forward, Lin Chuan's fingers gripping the bone blade abruptly loosened. The shock of their weapons being cleaved had not yet left the umbu's minds. Lin Chuan's figure vanished from the spot without warning. No teleport seals, no smoke cover, only a pure ferocious eruption of physical power. The rock underfoot was stamped into a half-meter-deep crater, rubble scattering like shrapnel. The air held only a razor thunderclap and a streak of blue electricity racing straight for the blind spot in Kakashi's vision. Lin Chuan vanished from his spot without warning. Only a piercing thunderclap lingered in the air along with a crater of pulverized rock beneath his feet. Kakashi's left eye spun violently, the 3 tomo whirling at blinding speed as he strained to track that lethal streak of azure lightning. His right hand, already charged to its absolute limit with Raikiri, snapped sharply upward and slashed diagonally backward. He missed. The searing heat of Raikiri instantly vaporized a weathered boulder half a man's height, but no resistance, no sickening drag of blade meeting flesh met his strike. A cold sweat broke across Kakashi's spine. He had miscalculated. That monster, infused with First Hokage cells and Shikatsu Miyako, had never intended to fight Hiden. Scatter. Kakashi whipped his head around, voice tearing, raw-edged with a tremor he himself did not yet recognize. He shouted too late. Lin Chuan's true target was the elite ANBU squad, just moments ago disarmed of their heavy weapons, their formation now gaping with a fatal breach. The nearest taijutsu specialist clutched his dislocated right arm, stumbling backward in retreat. Before his heel even settled onto solid ground, the air before him detonated with a deep concussive boom. A scorching wave thick with the coppery stench of blood slammed into his face. Lin Chuan's ashen bloodless face pressed within half a foot of his own, without warning, without sound. When, and how, had he circled behind? Beneath the ANBU mask, eyes bulged wide in shock. His left hand instinctively shot toward the kunai pouch strapped to his thigh. Too slow. Lin Chuan didn't even glance his way. The high-density bone blade he'd earlier driven into the earth now rested once more in his grip. His wrist twisted. A crescent-shaped afterimage pale as moonlight sliced through the night. There was no resistance. Bulletproof armor and cervical vertebrae alike crumbled before Shikatsu Miyako's unyielding hardness, fragile as damp parchment. A skull crowned by an oni mask rocketed skyward. A crimson geyser erupted from the severed neck, soaring over 2 meters high, drenching the nearby ANBU in scalding blood. Form ranks. Earth release defense. The deputy captain's roar shattered the silence of the ravine. Gagging on sulphurous air, he wove his fingers frantically, hands a blur. Depleted chakra was wrenched from his meridians, agonizing enough to make his fingertips spasm uncontrollably. Yet he dared not stop. Snake bore dog. Earth release, earth flow wall. The remaining ANBU completed their hand seals almost in unison. Boom. 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 Four massive seamless walls of stone erupted from the ground, brutally severing Lin Chuan's advance. Each bore dense chakra reinforcement, their surfaces gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The ANBU huddled back-to-back behind the earthen ramparts, gasping, straining with every step as they scrambled toward Kakashi's position. The deputy captain stared fixedly at the 3-meter-high wall before him. His mind raced. For high-intensity earth flow walls amplified by the ANBU's unique chakra resonance, even a large-scale strength jutsu could be barely held off for several seconds. Just survive 5 breaths. Once Captain Kakashi closed the distance, re-established range, and wore the enemy down with Hitandran tactics, they still had a chance to live. A tidy calculation. Lin Chuan halted before the first earth flow wall. He glanced down at the bone blade in his hand, the edge flawless, unsullied even by the blood of decapitation. But this cost too much. His marrow burned as though pierced by 10,000 needles. The fusion of First Hokage cells and Shikatsu Miyaku raged on, 2 titanic forces tearing at his body, draining his stamina at a terrifying rate. He couldn't afford delay. If Kakashi, the master tactician, locked onto him with Raikiri while these ANBU harried him with composite jutsu, this battle would end here. He needed to crush these buzzing flies all at once. Lin Chuan drew a deep breath. His lungs filled with searing air, his chest cavity flared as chakra ignited within. Using earth release to block lightning release, he raised his right hand, fingers clenching tight around the pale bone blade. Did your ninja academy teach elemental affinities, or did your physical education instructor handle that lesson? ZZZT. Blinding blue-white lightning erupted from Lin Chuan's palm. Ferocious lightning nature chakra coiled up the blade like venomous serpents racing along its grooves. The bone's pallid surface shimmered instantly beneath a surging layer of Chidori current, its ultra-high-frequency vibration merging with Shikatsu Miyako's absolute physical density. Lin Chuan gripped the hilt with both hands, hips coiling tight, then lunged forward, driving the blade straight into the gleaming chakra-reinforced wall. Thump. No cataclysmic explosion, only a dull wet sound like red-hot iron plunged into soaked cardboard. The formidable earth flow wall offered less than half a second's resistance before yielding. The lightning chakra's hypervibrational frequency shattered the rock's molecular bonds. Lin Chuan twisted his wrist, cracked spiderwebbed across the wall's surface, then collapsed inward with a thunderous crash. Shards of stone rained down, choking the air with dust. Before the ANBU behind the wall could even blink, a deathly figure wreathed in blue and white light burst through the haze, slamming directly into the heart of their defensive formation. First second. Lin Chuan's left foot crashed down onto an ANBU's knee, bone snapping with a brittle crack drowned out entirely by the storm of thunder. He used the recoil to twist midair, his body pivoting sharply as the lightning-charged bone blade lashed out in a sapphire arc, slicing cleanly into another ANBU's flank. Man and bulletproof vest alike were bisected. His upper torso tumbled through the air, warm viscera spilling in a wet cascade over the comrades beside him. Second. The deputy captain reacted with astonishing speed. He endured the searing pain of convulsing meridians, yanked a custom shortblade from his thigh pouch and locked it rigidly across his chest with both hands. Clang. The bone blade struck steel, yet no stalemate followed. Lightning chakra surged up the metal blade, flooding his arms with raw current. Nerves overloaded, muscles paralyzed, his fingers sprang open involuntarily. Then the bone blade cleaved through the hardened steel like paper, sweeping onward to slice across his throat. The deputy captain collapsed onto the rubble, clutching his spurting neck, eyes locked wide on Lin Chuan, gurgling hoarsely like torn cloth dragged across stone. Third second. The last 2 ANBU shattered utterly. Reason was obliterated, replaced only by primal animal terror. They abandoned hand seals, forgot even to flee, raising only their bare hands before them, screaming wordlessly into the void. Lin Chuan did not swing his blade. His left hand snapped open. Shink. Shink. 10 razor-sharp finger bones shot forth from his fingertips, silent, sudden, lethal. Shikatsu Miyako 10-finger piercing bullets. At point-blank range, lightning-charged bone fragments struck with greater force and precision than high-caliber sniper rounds. 2 bullsized wounds exploded across their chests, heart and lung shredded beyond recognition. Their bodies hurled backward several meters by sheer kinetic force, slamming into the final earth flow wall before sliding lifelessly to the ground. Time resumed its natural flow. The winds ceased. The lightning faded. An abyssal silence descended upon the ravine, broken only by the occasional gurgle of bubbling magma. Blood splattered radially across cliffs and rubble. The acrid reek of iron and charred flesh rose thick and nauseating, so sharp it curdled stomach acid. 3 seconds. 5 elite battle-hardened ANBU, direct subordinates of the Hokage, slaughtered with utter one-sided efficiency. Not a single corpse remained intact. Lin Chuan stood amid viscera and pulped flesh. He flicked his right arm once, blood dripping steadily from the blade's tip onto the stone. Ha! He exhaled, a ragged breath flecked with blood. That burst had been reckless. The sustained output of Chidori Current's high-frequency chakra coupled with Shikatsu Miyako's violent proliferation sent jagged waves of tearing pain through his meridians. His right arm twitched faintly, muscles spasming uncontrollably, yet his brow remained smooth, unlined. For he knew the real danger had yet to arrive. He turned his gaze past the carnage, past the corpses, toward the ruins ahead. The remaining 4 ANBU had lost all will to fight. They cowered behind a colossal boulder, fingernails clawing furrows into the dirt, refusing even to lift their eyes toward Lin Chuan. Hunter and prey had exchanged roles irrevocably. Did your Hokage never teach you how to handle threats of this magnitude? Lin Chuan dragged the pale bone blade behind him, stepping deliberately through pools of blood. Its tip shrieked against the stone. Or did Danzo, the old ghost, only instruct you in how to die? At that moment Lin Chuan froze. Every hair on his nape bristled upright, frozen by a chilling predatory certainty something lethal had locked onto him unerringly, like a needle of ice driven straight into his brainstem. Not from the front. From below. A deafening chorus of shrieking birds erupted, not from the air but from deep within the bedrock beneath his feet. Kakashi. The man hailed as Konoha's supreme technician hadn't rushed to save his slaughtered subordinates after his initial assault failed. Instead, under cover of the collapsing earth and the thick fog of blood, he'd slipped underground using earth release, and waited. He waited for that inevitable half-breath lull, the moment Lin Chuan's stamina faltered after the 3-second massacre. Boom! A colossal force erupted upward from beneath Lin Chuan's feet, shattering the rock like glass. Kakashi burst forth from the earth, coated in mud and Conrad's blood. His Sharingan's 3 tomo burned with unwavering focus on Lin Chuan's exposed back, blood trickling from the corner of his eye where overexertion had ruptured capillaries. Rage compressed beyond endurance condensed into pure incandescent killing intent. His Raikiri no longer glowed mere blue, it blazed with a ghastly bone-white luminescence saturated by hyperdense chakra compression. Die! Kakashi's voice rasped like sandpaper on rusted iron. With absolute unhesitating resolve, that blinding orb of lightning hurtled toward Lin Chuan's undefended back. A shrill avian cry erupted from beneath the earth, violently rending the surface asunder. Frenzied lightning-infused chakra instantly evacuated all oxygen from the ravine's depths. Kakashi's ambush had been timed with lethal precision. Lin Chuan's right arm, already pushed to its limit by the dual strain of Chidori flow and Shikatsu Miyaku, was now locked in post-exertion muscular spasm. Even his system-enhanced physique required half a breath to recalibrate neural reflexes. Half a breath, enough time for a master assassin to pierce the heart tenfold. Die! Kakashi's hoarse snarl tore through the thunder. The blinding white lightning, compressed to unbearable density, hovered less than half a foot from Lin Chuan's spine. Its searing heat had already charred the fresh skin along his back, filling the air with the acrid stench of singed hair. There was no escape. A standard shinobi would not even complete the thought of forming a substitution seal before being impaled upon Kakashi's arm. Lin Chuan paid no mind to his throbbing right arm. With a sharp brittle crack echoing from 2 vertebrae in his lumbar spine, he wrenched his body sideways midair, forcing a full half-turn through raw muscular torque. His vulnerable back slipped clear. His left side surged forward, directly into the path of that ghastly white lightning. In Kakashi's left eye the 3 tomo spun wildly. The tactic had succeeded. Even if the heart remained untouched, crippling half this monster's body would reverse the tide. Depriving him of mobility would leave only mopping up for the reinforcements. Yet in the next instant Kakashi's vision shattered every law of reason he knew. Lin Chuan's left arm made no gesture, no parry, no block. Because none was needed. Crack! A sickening cascade of bone fractures exploded from Lin Chuan's left shoulder down to his wrist. Dark red flesh tore violently outward from within. Torrents of scalding blood had barely surfaced before the scorching heat of Raikiri vaporized them into a crimson mist. Ivory-white bone plates bulged grotesquely through the ruptured skin. Under the system's course of command, osteogenic cells proliferated, fused and hardened at speeds defying all biological logic. A dense semi-meter-wide bone shield over 3 inches thick replaced the outer layer of Lin Chuan's left arm, locking itself unyieldingly across Raikiri's fatal trajectory. Boom! Raikiri slammed into the shield's exact center. Cataclysmic energy detonated upon impact. Blinding arcs of white electricity surged along the shield's edges, fracturing the igneous bedrock beneath Lin Chuan's feet into sprawling spiderweb fissures. A colossal shockwave blasted outward. For surviving ANBU operatives hiding behind boulders were hurled backward, tumbling and scrambling over 15 meters before regaining their footing. Clutching their light-seared eyes, they stared through trembling fingers at the epicenter of battle. Thunder roared, deafening and unrelenting. Veins corded like steel cables across Kakashi's wrist. The high-frequency vibration of lightning-released chakra relentlessly pulverized the calcium matrix of the bone shield's surface. Fine bone dust sifted downward. Each millimeter Raikiri advanced intensified the pressure on Kakashi's meridians tenfold. This shield was impossibly dense. It bore no resemblance to ordinary bone, laced instead with an ultra-concentrated chakra nature transformation, its hardness surpassing even chakra-conductive steel shields. Break! Kakashi bit through his tongue, forcibly extracting the last dregs of chakra from his meridians. The lightning flared, blindingly brighter. At last a shallow depression formed on the shield's surface, no deeper than that. In that very moment the first Hokage's cells revealed their savage regenerative might. For every layer of bone Raikiri obliterated, 2 layers regenerated beneath it. Ivory plates carbonized under the lightning's heat, only to be violently ejected by fresh surging bone. Destruction and rebirth locked in primal grinding attrition within a space no larger than a palm. Lin Chuan braced against Raikiri's force, carving 2 deep furrows into the rocky ground with his boots. Agony shot up his left arm's nerve endings, deep marrow-searing pain like boiling bone in open flame. Jaw clenched, he swallowed the rising tide of blood in his throat. His mind raced through the battlefield calculus, right arm still spasming, left arm wholly committed to blocking Raikiri chakra depleting rapidly, yet Kakashi's condition was far more dire. Raikiri, a burst-style jutsu, inflicted mounting backlash the longer it endured. Outlast this lightning and Konoha's forces would collapse utterly. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's brow furrowed. As his left arm bones proliferated wildly, an icy alien chakra current surged through his meridians. This power belonged neither to the system-granted Shikatsumiyaku nor to the first Hokage's cells. It had lain dormant deep within his marrow, revealing itself only now under Raikiri's external pressure. Did the original body conceal something else? The thought flickered and vanished beneath Lin Chuan's iron will. He had no time to probe inner dangers. Your piercing technique is indeed formidable. Lin Chuan's voice cut cleanly through the thunder, striking Kakashi's eardrums with crystalline clarity. Kakashi's breath froze. His Sharingan widened, the pale face before him bore no trace of mortal terror, only effortless mocking disdain. Impossible. He knew Raikiri's lethality better than anyone, even Orochimaru's soft tissue modifications would suffer grievous injury from a direct hit. What then allowed this teenage orphan to endure? Pity your stamina falls short. Lin Chuan's left shoulder muscles swelled with sudden terrifying mass. No longer passive, he drove forward, left arm straining against the blinding lightning, slamming the bone shield headlong into Raikiri's core. The crackling net of lightning buckled under brute force. Kakashi grunted, a choked pain sound. A sharp snap echoed from his wrist as Raikiri's compressed energy finally breached its structural threshold. Thud. A heavy muffled detonation. The ghastly white lightning dissolved into countless shimmering fragments. Unmoored Kakashi was hurled backward by violent recoil. He twisted midair, landing hard on both feet, then skidded backward across gravel for over 10 meters before crashing heavily against a weathered stone outcrop. Cough. Leaning against the rock face, Kakashi gasped raggedly. Blood traced a crimson line from the corner of his left eye, dripping onto his scorched flak jacket. The strain of overdriving the Sharingan had finally shattered his optic nerves, the crimson eye snapped shut uncontrollably. His white fang blade lay broken. Raikiri shattered. Chakra exhausted. Standing upright now demanded sheer willpower alone. Only the gurgle of bubbling magma echoed through the ravine. The 4 surviving ANBU collapsed utterly behind their boulder. If even Captain Kakashi's ultimate technique had been overpowered so decisively, the very foundation of their elite identity crumbled. This battle was unwinnable. Their foe was no human, he was a primordial beast wearing human skin. Lin Chuan shook out his aching left arm. The massive bone shield disintegrated into fine ash, revealing darker, newly regenerated flesh beneath. Even the blackened crater left by Raikiri sealed, rapidly pulsing with the first Hokage's cellular vitality. He ignored his still spasming right arm. Dragging a weary yet overwhelmingly imposing frame, Lin Chuan strode across shattered stone and pools of blood, stopping precisely 3 paces from Kakashi. Kakashi opened his uncovered right eye, locking it unblinkingly onto the boy before him. In his life he had executed countless classified missions, slain renowned shinobi across nations. Yet today, facing a Konoha registered genin-level runaway orphan, he tasted true unvarnished defeat. His intelligence network had become a joke. His tactics, laughable. Even the fire will he held sacred proved hollow before absolute overwhelming force. What catastrophic secret had Danzo that wily old fox concealed? Could such a monster truly have grown up beneath Konoha's very gaze? Meanwhile, 50 kilometers away, in the dense border forests of the Land of Fire, a towering figure cloaked in blackened red clouds halted mid-stride. In one hand he casually tossed a freshly severed bounty hunter's head onto moss-covered roots. Kakuzu, why stop? From a nearby aloe-like plant emerged a bizarre black and white face, its voice rasping and guttural. The underground exchange just updated its bounty list, Kakuzu replied, emerald pupils gleaming with unrestrained avarice. Konoha has produced a rogue ninja. Capture alive or deliver the corpse for 30 million ryo. And Danzo, that wily old fox, has quietly added another 20 million through the black market. The white half of Zetsu's face stretched its tone. What lethal secret does this child carry to make Roots leader bleed so freely? Kakuzu scoffed, flicking blood from his fingers. Whatever it is, the 50 million ryo head is mine. The exchange pays only for corpses, never for people. If Konoha's leadership dared cast this prize into the black market, they must accept the consequences of others seizing it. Zetsu sank slowly into the earth. Then let us hasten our pace. I sense this money won't come easily. The scene shifts back to the ravine. Lin Chuan looked down upon the silver-haired man slumped against the rock wall. The corpses of fallen ANBU littered the ground, perfect grim backdrop. The air hung thick, suffocating with iron-rich blood. He bared his teeth in a feral grin. Konoha's #1 technician. The words drifted lightly to Kakashi's ear, yet struck harder than thunder. Not nearly enough. Viscous blood dripped from the pallid bone blade onto the igneous rock, producing faint plopping sounds. Lin Chuan lifted his boot and crushed the chest of the Umbu corpse on the ground. The dull crack of shattered bone rang out in the heat-waved hollow of the ravine. He paid no heed to his still-twitching right arm. His gaze passed over the strewn flesh and fixed on the silver-haired man leaning against the rock wall a dozen paces away. Kakaxi's breaths were heavy, as if a ragged bellows were being dragged through his lungs. The right eye beneath his forehead protector was fully closed. The exposed left eye stared unblinking at Lin Chuan. 3 black Magatama spun frenziedly within the crimson pupil, searching the monstrous body before them for the slightest flaw. This cannot be fought, Hedon. Kakaxi's back was pressed to the scorching rock, coarse grit ground against the tear in his bulletproof vest, chafing his flesh raw. His mind rapidly tallied the current stakes. Leche Lightning Cutter had been met square by that unnatural bone shield. The recoil had damaged the meridians of his entire right arm and left his chakra marrow nearly spent. The perimeter Umbu elite had been slaughtered to a man. The few survivors could not be counted on. Yet he had not conceded. Kakaxi's gaze dropped half an inch and locked onto Lin Chuan's naturally hanging right hand. The muscles along that arm twitched uncontrollably. Veins on the back of the hand bulged and relented. This was ironclad evidence of high-frequency lightning chakra stimulation combined with forcible osseous proliferation and overloaded nervous system. This kid was on his last string. Kakaxi calculated at speed that ludicrous bone growth plus the drain from Shenlu Kadora style must have utterly exhausted the chakra within that adolescent body. A spasming right arm meant the opponent had lost his most lethal close-range burst. If he could open 10 meters or more, slip through the earth with Earth-style subterranean movement and buy time until reinforcements from the village arrived, the fight could be salvaged. He must not allow close quarters, absolutely cannot let the distance shrink. Retreat order not yet given, and Mui's Umbu captain is already planning to slip away. Lin Chuan's voice pierced the stifling air of the ravine. He tossed the serrated bone knife at his feet. It struck the rock with a crisp ringing impact. Do all my Shangren share the same tactical template? Can't win so stall, can't stall so call for backup, treating the shinobi world like a child's playground. Lin Chuan had no intention of giving Kakaxi time to form seals. He drove his left leg with brutal force. The igneous rock beneath him sheared into a deep pit and shards flew in every direction. He charged forward, steeped in the metallic tang of blood shattering the air as he barreled toward the rock where Kakaxi crouched. Muscles along Kakaxi's back snapped taut. He had guessed right, the man had forsaken ninjutsu, planning to rely on raw physical power for a final strangling blow. Not a chance. Kakaxi rasped a hoarse low roar from his throat. He planted his heel against the wall and slid sideways to the left. While sliding, his hands twisted into a grotesque posture, groped for the tool pouch at the outer thigh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 kunai bound with detonator seals screamed through the air, arranging themselves to close off Lin Chuan's high, middle, and low advances. The fuses were alight, red sparks flared harshly against the night. Lin Chuan did not so much as blink. If he stopped now to form a sealing substitution or dodged to either side, Kakaxi would have bought himself at least 2 breaths to complete a seal. That was precisely the tactical reprieve the other sought. He refused to grant it. Lin Chuan's forward momentum did not falter. A half-moon bone plate left on his left arm lay across his chest and met the 3 kunai Hedon. Boom! The detonators detonated less than half a meter from Lin Chuan. Blinding flame and a violent pressure wave engulfed his silhouette in an instant. Black smoke billowed and churned through the ravine, obscuring vision. Kakaxi's left foot had only just found purchase when the red of his Zualunion, overtaxed by ocular strain, burst at the corner. A searing streak of blood tears slid down his cheek and dropped onto the charred vest. The sting from his nerves sent numbness across half his skull, yet he dared not close his eyes. The Zualunion drove his dynamic vision to the utmost, fixated on the rolling smoke. Not dead. Not even disrupted in movement. Kakaxi watched clearly as Lin Chuan's figure tore through the explosion's veil. Shockwaves that would have blown an ordinary shinobi to bits only left a charred trace on the newly minted dark red flesh writhing cells visible to the eye. Immediately set about repairing the damage. Monster! Kakashi bit his tongue and forced the last reserves of chakra through his ruptured meridians. His left hand spun in the air and reverse gripped a specially made kunai that bore no detonator. At the same time the right hand, its meridians damaged and hidden in the shadow at his hip, flickered with blue-white arcs emitting a faint bird-like trill. This was a lethal trap. He had deliberately shown a left-side flaw using the kunai as an overt defense while hiding the remaining lechia in ambush. If Lin Chuan closed to block the kunai, the lechia in his right hand would be driven straight into his heart. The distance between them shrank to less than a foot. So close that Kakashi could smell the acrid tang of blood and singed flesh on Lin Chuan. Die! The kunai in Kakashi's left hand sliced with a wind-cutting hiss toward Lin Chuan's throat. Lin Chuan's gaze skimmed the cold glinting kunai from the corner of his eye. He caught a faint blue light at Kakashi's hip. The old fox was still scheming. He was gambling that I would not risk mutual destruction. The Zualunian could discern motion trajectories but could not perceive the upper bound of bodily recovery. Lin Chuan did not raise his left arm to parry the lethal kunai. He merely tilted his head a fraction. The sharp kunai blade grazed his cheek. Flesh split. A spray of hot blood spat onto Kakashi's mask. Kakashi was stunned. At such close quarters, facing a direct throat thrust, any sane shinobi's first instinct would be to block or retreat. Not dodging or guarding, taking the damage outright. That fleeting bewilderment did not halt Kakashi's action. His hidden right hand surged with a faint lightning glow, fingers aimed for Lin Chuan's left ventricular chamber. He had one. If he pierced the heart, no regeneration could save him. But at the instant Kakashi's fingertip was about to touch Lin Chuan's chest, a deathly pale hand slipped from the shadow without warning, fingers splayed like iron pincers clamping down on the wrist that gripped the lechia. Kakashi's pupils dilated wildly beneath the Zualunian. Impossible. That was Lin Chuan's right hand, the very arm that supposedly had been reduced to useless spasms by nervous overload and could exert no force. You thought that was a spasm? Lin Chuan's voice detonated against Kakashi's eardrum, dripping with undisguised mockery. The deep bone-bearing wound on his cheek was now closing at a furious pace under the frenzy of the chudai cells, leaving not so much as a scar. It was recomposing. Lin Chuan's right fingers snapped shut. Raging chakra surged through his palm, mercilessly pumping into Kakashi's wrist. It was no nervous twitch from damaged nerves. It was chudai cells having devoured great stores of chakra, madly reassembling torn muscle fibers. A brief spasm was precisely the mark of power, peaked and ready. Crack! A fingernail-raising brittle snap thundered between them. Bones in Kakashi's wrist collapsed under Lin Chuan's unreasonable grip, crushed to powder. Pale bone stumps punctured the skin and lay exposed to the air. Blood surged through the gaps between Lin Chuan's fingers. The lightning on Kakashi's hand instantly died. Ugh! A dull pain sound escaped his throat. Cold sweat broke out across his brow and mixed with the bloody tear on his cheek as it slid down. The searing pain blurred the Zualunian's focus. His whole right arm went slack and hung utterly ruined. Niui's chief technician plots cleverly enough, Lin Chuan said, never loosening his grip. His fingers still clamped the severed wrist. Pity that before absolute violence, however fast your mind turns, you are still a heap of scrap. Kakashi gritted his teeth against the bone-deep agony and swung his left kunai in a horizontal cut, trying to force Lin Chuan to release. Lin Chuan did not even glance at the kunai. He drove his knee up with brutal force. A ripping gust of air accompanied the strike as his knee slammed into Kakashi's abdomen. Bang! The bulletproof vest caved inward in a great dent. Stomach acid mixed with blood sprayed from Kakashi's mouth. The tremendous impact folded him like a boiled prawn. The kunai in his left hand fell limp and clattered across the gravel with a clear ring. Both physiological and psychological defenses were ground to dust in that instant. Kakashi gulped air. His vision had already been blurred by sweat and blood. He tried to summon chakra, but his meridians were hollow. The wrenching agony in his right arm kept tearing at his awareness. He had been beaten. Completely and utterly defeated by a runaway orphan. Lin Chuan lowered his head and looked at the limp half-wrist in his hand. The chudai cells inside him still ravenously consumed the nearby energy. At that moment, a cold bone-piercing chakra deep in the meridians stirred once more. What exactly was that thing? Lin Chuan's brows tightened. He forced his own chakra to suppress the aberrant motion. Now was not the time to probe. He lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at the great fissured slab of igneous rock beside them. Game over. Lin Chuan's right arm muscles swelled suddenly, dark red flesh erupting with terrifying tensile force. He braced with one hand and hauled Kakashi clean off the ground. The wrist, whose bones had been crushed, bore the full weight of Kakashi's body. Skin and fascia were stretched to their limit, emitting a teeth-aching ripping sound. Kakashi gave a muffled groan of pain, his feet kicking weakly in midair. Lin Chuan spoke no idle words. He swung Kakashi's severed arm like an old sandbag, spun on his heel, drove his hips, and with savage momentum slammed Kakashi's entire body against the unyielding igneous rock. Bang! A muffled impact exploded at the bottom of the broken valley. A massive igneous boulder, twice the height of a man, split down its center with a spiderweb-like fissure sending shards and dust cascading downward. Kakashi hung motionless in the jagged hollow of the cliff face like a puppet with its strings severed. Lin Chuan released his grip. A few silver strands streaked with blood drifted from between his fingers. He flicked his wrist, scattering droplets of dark crimson onto the night air, the raw pungent stench of torn flesh rising with the wind. 30 paces from the epicenter of battle behind a colossal boulder, 4 Anbu operatives knelt on the ground, their faces concealed beneath animal masks. Silence reigned, so absolute that only the gurgling churn of molten rock and the frantic thunderous pounding of their own hearts pierced the stillness. The fox-masked leader's throat convulsed violently as he swallowed back a bitter acidic surge of blood. The taut string within his mind, named Anbu Honor, snapped clean in two. If even Sharingan Kakashi had been battered one-sidedly like a training dummy, then they mere foot soldiers stood no chance against that monster, not even enough to fill its teeth. Flee. Survive, to deliver intelligence back to the village. Yes, for intelligence, not fear. The fox-masked operative constructed this flawless rationalization within his own mind. If he reported the monster's true nature to Danzasama, the village would surely devise a means to destroy it. Withdraw, quickly, withdraw. His voice trembled beyond control as he scrambled backward toward the valley's rim, crawling on hands and knees. The remaining 3 jolted into action, scrambling after him in blind panic, leaving behind their custom-forged tanto blades abandoned where they fell. At the edge of the broken valley, 4 violet flame pillars erupted skyward. The 4 violet flames formation. Deployed before combat began, this impenetrable barrier had been meticulously erected by the barrier division, designed specifically to prevent Lin Chuan from escaping using his overwhelming speed. Now this unbreakable cage had become their own inescapable tomb. The fox-masked operative lunged toward the violet barrier and slammed his hands together in rapid seals. Water release, water encampment wall. A torrent of water crashed against the violet flames, no splash, no ripple, only instantaneous vaporization into a billowing white mist. Break it! Break it now! Beside him, a cat-masked Anbu, eyes wild with desperation, drew a kunai and slashed directly at the barrier. Hiss! Violet flame surged up, the metal blade racing along the handle and engulfing his arm in an instant. The searing heat carbonized both his bulletproof vest sleeve and the flesh beneath, reducing them to blackened ash. Ah! A shrill agonized scream echoed across the valley. He collapsed, writhing violently on the ground, slapping at his burning hand, but the violet fire refused to die, consuming his entire forearm until nothing remained but gray ash. Clutching the charred stump, he convulsed in silent torment upon the earth. The fox-masked leader didn't glance down at his fallen comrade, not once, as he whirled and roared at the other 2. Combine earth and wind release. Slice open the earth itself and flee underground. The other 2 frantically began weaving hand seals. But under extreme terror, chakra refused to obey. One misaligned seal triggered violent chakra backlash, spurting a mouthful of crimson blood. Enraged, the fox-masked operative drove a brutal kick into the man's abdomen. Worthless fool. Do you want to get us all killed? Lin Chuan stood motionless, watching. From his weapon pouch he withdrew a relatively clean bandage and methodically wrapped it around the newly regenerated flesh of his left hand. His gaze swept past the carnage strewn across the valley floor, settling coldly upon the 4 elite jonin of Konoha raging helplessly at the barrier's edge. Is this the bond you so proudly claimed? Lin Chuan tightened the final loop of the bandage and clenched it shut with his teeth. Every man for himself when calamity strikes. Rustle. Loose stones tumbled from the cliff face. Kakashi slid slowly from his suspended hollow, then crashed heavily into the rubble-strewn valley floor. Cough, spurt. A thick gout of black blood, laced with fragments of internal organs, erupted from his mouth, splattering across his mask. His right eye cracked open just a slit. Blood blurred his vision, yet he still saw clearly the scene unfolding at the valley's rim. His hand picked elite Danzo's sharpest blade. Unwavering devotees of the will of fire. Now they resembled cornered strays, shoving, clawing, even drawing short blades against one another to secure the best position for breaking the barrier. Kakashi's chest heaved, not from pain but from a suffocating despair deeper than death itself. Everything he had spent his life upholding lay shattered now, trampled into mud beneath bloodied boots. You? A ragged wheezing whisper escaped his throat, his fingers dug deep into the gravel beneath him. Even if you kill us, Konoha will never let you go, the entire shinobi world will have no place for you. Lin Chuan stepped forward, standing over Kakashi, the once-luminescent hero of legend, gazing down with icy detachment. A place to belong. Lin Chuan lifted his right foot and pressed it slowly, deliberately onto Kakashi's right arm where the wrist bones had been crushed. Then he ground down. Ugh. Kakashi bit through his lower lip, refusing to cry out, but cold sweat rained from his brow onto the stone. Perhaps you've misunderstood something. Lin Chuan bent low, his lips brushing Kakashi's ear. I defected, not to find another master to serve. I left because your land is too filthy, its stench chokes my breath. He straightened, casting a glacial glance toward the Anbu still tearing at each other at the barrier's edge. These tools forged by Konoha's elite indoctrination spoke endlessly of comradeship and the will of fire in times of victory, yet faced with overwhelming existential violence their selfishness and cowardice, hidden beneath those masks, reeked more foully than any rot. Killing Kakashi outright would merely cost Danzo a valuable asset. The third Hokage would shed 2 perfunctory tears before lighting his pipe inside the Hokage tower. No, the veil of pretense had to be torn away completely. The hollow skeleton of Konoha, strong only in facade, had to be exposed raw and bleeding before the entire shinobi world. He would carve his name onto the black market's bounty list, not as a fugitive but as a declaration, a resounding humiliating slap across the faces of Konoha's ruling hierarchy. His right arm's spasms had finally begun to subside. After absorbing sufficient chakra, the first Hokage's cells were stabilizing, but deep within his meridians an unnerving coldness lingered like a hibernating serpent occasionally flicking its tongue. The original host's hidden secrets demanded thorough excavation later. For now these pursuers needed to be sent on their final journey. At the valley's rim, the fox-masked leader completed the composite jutsu's seals. A fissure tore open across the earth. Ecstasy flared in his eyes, he lunged forward. Then a broken kunai shrieked through the air, burying itself deep into his calf. You dare flee alone? The cat-masked Umbu, who'd lost his arm, had somehow crawled up behind him. With his lone remaining hand he locked his grip around the fox-masked leader's leg, his eyes blazing with manic fury beneath the mask. We die together. Why should you use us as stepping stones? Grunting in agony, the fox-masked leader yanked his tanto free and plunged it into the cat-masked Umbu's back straight through the heart. Get off me. You worthless dogs, you deserve to rot here. Blood sprayed across his uniform. He kicked the corpse aside, dragging his wounded leg toward the fissure, ready to vanish beneath the earth. Suddenly, the valley floor convulsed violently. This was no ordinary earthquake, it was the furious escalating buildup of some monstrous energy surging beneath the crust. From the cracks in the igneous rock, molten magma, once sluggish and dark red, began flowing upward, defying gravity itself. The fox-masked leader spun around in horror. Lin Chuan slowly crouched, pressing both palms flat onto the blood-soaked earth. His bones crackled like distant thunder. The floor of the fractured valley began to convulse violently. This was no ordinary quake, some feral energy was frantically accumulating beneath the surface. From the seams of the igneous rock, the once dark red magma began to flow upward in a manner that defied physics. The fox-masked man turned his head in terror. Lin Chuan slowly crouched, pressing his hands to the blood-smeared ground. The coarse igneous stone dug into his palms, the heat drove through skin and flesh. He paid no heed to these surface wounds. The first-generation cells within him were making a nauseating, ravenous sound as they drained every drop of chakra from his meridians and funneled it deep into the earth's crust. The Bodis load was nearing the red line. The corpse-bone vein bestowed by the system was indeed domineering, but to blanket the entire valley floor at once demanded astronomical amounts of calcium and chakra. Lin Chuan could clearly feel his thigh and back muscles trembling beyond his control. From the bone seams came waves of hollow, gnawing ache as if being sucked raw. He was testing this Bodis limit with his life. If he meant to tear off Niui's veil of shame and drive the black market's bounty list's wild, ordinary slaughter would not suffice. He would use the utmost violence to nail these self-proclaimed Umbu elite tools to despair. Run! The fox-masked man's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he emitted a ragged roar. Ignoring the through hand throw wound in his leg, he thrust half his body into the fissure cleaved by compound ninjutsu. The reek of earth assaulted him. The gap was just wide enough for a grown man to crawl through. If he crawled 10 meters along this crack, he could pierce the CZ formation's underground blockade. If he survived and reported this monster to Lord Tuanzang, the village would know how to deal with him. The fox-masked man clawed forward with hands and feet, nails digging into the muddy walls until even his nail beds tore, and he felt nothing. He could make out a faint external light at the end of the fissure. That light was a sign of survival. Behind him came the cat-faced Umbu's curses of despair, immediately followed by the sound of flesh dragging desperately over stone. The remaining 2 Umbu had gone mad, shoving into the crevice in a scramble, tearing at each other's ballistic vests. Kakashi slumped amid a pile of rubble 30 paces away. His right eye was smeared with blood until only a red slit remained. A broken rib had punctured a lung lobe. Every breath produced tiny blood bubbles at the lips. Something was wrong. Kakashi's residual battlefield instincts rang alarm bells. The vibration pattern of the ground was all wrong. Earth-style chakra ought to feel heavy, compressive, filled with the earth's dull weight. What now rose from beneath was an acutely sharp, death-laden penetration, like thousands of blades being honed underground. He watched Lin Chuan's hands press to the ground, saw the dark red flesh of those arms and the bulging veins. A horribly simple thought crashed into Kakashi's mind. This brat was reshaping the terrain. Kakashi opened his mouth to shout toward the Umbu at the edge of the barrier who were still fighting for the fissure. Retreat! Only black blood gushed from his throat, choking off the word. He tried to raise his left hand to form a seal, even the most basic earth barrier, but the withering pain in his meridians blacked his vision. He nearly passed out. Lin Chuan slowly lifted his head. Veins on his forehead stood out beneath thin skin, sweat and blood dripped from his chin onto the igneous rock. He looked at the my Umbu crawling into the fissure like maggots. There was not an ounce of mercy in his eyes. Shurgu, my early fern dance. The voice was low but amplified by the trembling earth that struck every eardrum with precision. Crack! A terrifying razor-sharp sound of bone splitting detonated at the valley's center. The first pallid bone spike erupted from the soil beside Lin Chuan's foot. It was as thick as an adult thigh, its tip so sharp the air itself hissed. Then a second, a third, 100 more. This was no ninjutsu burst, it was a one-sided remaking of the landscape. The entire valley floor's igneous rock was overturned. Dense arrays of high-density bone spikes shot upward in a frenzy. The dark red magma was squeezed by titanic force into a rain of fiery droplets. The fox-masked man had almost reached the fissure's exit, his fingertips had even felt the cool night wind. Then a strange void blossomed through his lower body. There was no pain, everything moved too fast for the nervous system to report torn nerves. Bending to the meager light, he saw a white bone tip protruding clean through the center of his chest. A segment of intestine still quivered on the bone's ridged surface. Ugh, he tried to cry out. The second spike drove up through his chin and pierced his skull. The tremendous upward thrust hurled him from the fissure. The fox mask bearing the Mai Umbu emblem shattered midair into fragments. The cat-faced Umbu behind the fissure did not even scream. Dozens of bone spikes of varying thickness crossed and impaled him, slicing through vest and flesh like butter. His body was twisted into a grotesque arc suspended high. The remaining two Umbu tried to leap away. Floating, they had nothing to push off. Dozens of bone spikes like the teeth of a carnivorous bloom met midair. Two bodies were instantaneously riddled like hornet nests, shredded flesh and organs mingled with blood rained down onto the bone pillars below. Boom! The peripheral CZN formations groaned under the savage penetration of the subterranean bone spikes. 4 purple columns flickered violently and collapsed into a scatter of light. 4 hidden barrier team ninjas were struck by chakra backlash, each spitting blood and collapsing limp against trunks. The fractured valley fell silent. Only the plip of blood dripping from bone onto stone and the hiss of cooling magma remained. Lin Chuan released his hands from the ground. His body swayed, he crashed down onto one knee. He gulped air, roughly, the taste of iron thick in his throat. He looked down at his hands. The skin of his left arm and both legs had turned a deathly ashen white, a damning sign of extreme calcium loss. Even with the first-generation cells as a fallback, such a large-scale geomorphic ninjutsu had drained over 90% of the chakra from his meridians. Inside the bone seams it felt as if tens of thousands of ants were gnawing at once. The primeval cells were frantically siphoning ambient free energy to mend torn muscle fibers. 2 opposing forces rampaged through his body, wrenching at Lin Chuan's nerves. Worse still, a dormant frigid chakra deep in his meridian seized the gap created by his weakness and shot upward half an inch. The cold raced along his spine to the back of his skull, carrying an alien sinister chill. Lin Chuan bit his tongue hard, the metallic tang of rust filled his mouth. He marshaled his last shreds of wool like a heavy hammer and forced that cold back into the marrow. What filthy thing was hidden in this body? The original owner had been an orphan used as cannon fodder in Mai for over a decade. His files were clean and could not possibly conceal such latent power. He would have to find a safe place to thoroughly inspect this body. Lin Chuan drew a deep breath and, bracing his knees, slowly rose. The ashen skin regained color bit by bit under the nourishment of the first-generation cells, but the bone-deep exhaustion would not lift. He trudged across rubble and bone shards to where Kakashi lay. Kakashi was not dead. When he unleashed the early fern dance, Lin Chuan had deliberately controlled the bone spike's growth to leave a palm-sized blank at the corner where Kakashi lay. He needed a witness. Someone of sufficient weight to make Mui's leadership feel the pain and carry tonight's deeds intact to the Huiying building. Kakashi leaned against the rock face, his remaining left eye fixed on Lin Chuan. The Sharingan had wasted itself, it had degenerated into an ordinary black pupil. Looking past Lin Chuan's shoulder, Kakashi beheld an image he would never forget, the Scarlet Valley utterly transformed into a pale forest of bone. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of massive bone spikes thrust toward the night, interlacing in a monstrous lattice. The Ambu elite he had led were now draped like ragged sacks atop those spikes. Blood slid down the white shafts, drop by drop, pooling into steaming little basins below. A night breeze threaded the bone forest, producing a sound like the moans of the dead. It was as if hell had come to earth. "You cough," Kakashi managed a word before another gush of blood overwhelmed him. Lin Chuan looked down at the blood-smeared man. "Go back and tell Tuan Zhang and that old man who sits always with his pipe." He turned his back to Kakashi and casually tore away the blood-stained bandage from his left arm. "This is only the beginning. This is only the beginning." A blood-stained bandage dropped onto the igneous rock with a sticky, muted sound. "This is only the beginning." Lin Chuan's voice reverberated through the ghostly forest of bones torn to tatters by the night wind. Kakashi leaned against the fissured rock face, his lungs like a leaky bellows, every gasp brimming with tiny bubbles of blood. His remaining left eye was blurred by sweat and blood, the scarlet and the pallor woven in his sight mercilessly ground down the certainties he had built over 2 decades. Lin Chuan did not hurry to finish off the ragged Mai elite gasping on the ground. He turned and, feet heavy, walked into the dense thicket of bone spines. On the gray-skinned primordial cells greedily consumed the stray energies in the air, striving to mend overdrawn muscle fibers. A violent eruption of the bone veins had siphoned most of the calcium and chakra from this body. Now every step he took sent out a dry grating sound from his kneecaps. This was the price of absolute power. Military boots stepped through the mire of shattered bone and flesh, producing a hair-raising clack. Lin Chuan approached the corpse of an ANBU masked with a fox visage. A thick bone spike had driven through the jaw, suspending the body, and midair intestines slithered halfway down the spine and swayed gently in the night breeze. Lin Chuan raised his right hand. A short sharp bone blade flicked from his fingertip. With a casual sweep, the blade sliced the man's bulletproof vest and plunged into the left ventricle. There was no twitch. The blood was already cold. Dead through and through. He moved to another ANBU with a cat-faced mask riddled like a hornet's nest, and with the same motion finished the carotid. Confirm the kill, leave no loose ends. It was the first law of survival in the Black Forest. As Lin Chuan performed the mechanical coup de grace, he felt a strange disturbance being forcibly suppressed deep within his meridians. The original owner of this body had spent over a decade in the Mai orphanage. The records labeled his chakra as mediocre with no trace of any bloodline limit. But just moments ago, when he overtaxed his chakra to perform the Dawn Fern dance, a frigid, utterly alien energy shot up from the marrow at the base of his spine, even attempting to consume the restorative force of the primordial cells. That energy bore a distinctly parasitic nature. Dishiwan's cursed seal. If it were a common cursed seal faced with the rampaging yang-attributed chakra of the primordial cells, it should have produced violent rejection and all-out eruption crawling across the body. But it did not. That cold energy seemed to possess its own will to live on. Detecting the ruthless dominance of the primordial cells, it immediately drew back into the bone crevices and played dead. This implied whoever planted this force had methods subtler than Dishiwan's when he marked Sasuke, or perhaps it was not an implanted curse at all but a defective fragment of a dormant bloodline web. A root experiment of Tuan Song. Or perhaps the original owner's parents were not the ordinary civilians listed in the file, but some secret lineage that had been exterminated. There were too few clues to reach a firm conclusion. The only certainty was that this thing was a time bomb, ready to leap out and seize control the next time chakra ran dry. He needed a black market with no Mai informants and healers versed in medical ninjutsu, some place to extract it and see what lay beneath. Tianjigua would be a suitable destination. Lin Chuan withdrew the last bone blade used for finishing turn slowly to make sure the 4 ANBU and the peripheral barrier squad of ninjas, those turned inside out by the backlash, had all become breathless meat. Then he walked back to Kakashi. Kakashi's cough sounded especially grating in the deathly still ravine. You didn't kill me because you want to use me as a hostage to trade for an escape route. Kakashi forced his breathing steady. His voice was sanded raw. His left eye, devolved now into an ordinary black pupil, stared hard at Lin Chuan, probing for the fellow's true intent. Lin Chuan looked down on the ruined man without even bothering to disguise the scorn in his gaze. Did the intellect of Mui's top technician just get fried by his own lightning blade? Do you think it would be faster to drag a half-dead burden along or to walk alone? Kakashi ground his teeth, tugging at the torn right arm as cold sweat broke across his brow. The ANBU reinforcement will seal the border in at most half an hour. Your large-scale earth-altering jutsu has nearly exhausted your chakra, hasn't it? Bring me along and the Mai pursuers will hesitate. Only then do you stand a chance of leaving the land of fire alive. Still scheming. Lin Chuan kicked a shard of rock at his feet. The stone traced an arc through the air and struck Kakashi's broken right arm with unerring accuracy. Ugh! Kakashi emitted a muffled groan and curled inward from the pain. The 4 outer purple flame arrays collapsed long ago. The barrier squad is dead down to the marrow. Your summoning beasts used for communication were scorched by the magma below. Where do you suppose this reinforcement comes from in these barren hills? Kakashi's breath stalled for half a beat. He had indeed been bluffing, trying to exploit Lin Chuan's psychological exhaustion after battle to fabricate the illusion of a Mai army closing in. But he had not expected this boy to possess not only monstrous power but a mind meticulous enough to verify even the easily overlooked detail of the communication summons. Lin Chuan slowly crouched, elbows on his knees, meeting Kakashi's eyes eye to eye. You zealots who mouth the will of fire always prefer to imagine situations you can control. Tuansong sent you because he thought 4 ANBU elites plus a Sharingan Kakashi would be enough to cut an escaped genin into pieces and take him back for study. But he miscalculated one thing. You. Who are you really? Kakashi asked the question that sat deepest in his chest. Mai could never have produced a creature that combined brute strength, regenerative might, and the ability to reshape the terrain. Such an existence had long since exceeded the conventional understanding of a shinobi. Who I am is irrelevant. Lin Chuan's face betrayed no emotion. His tone was as cold and factual as a report. What matters is that Mui's hypocritical skeleton needs someone to start tearing it apart. Do you think I spared you because I'm afraid of that old monkey who sits in the Hokage building smoking a pipe? Lin Chuan stood and his gaze fell on a blood-smeared ANBU dog mask not far from Kakashi. A crack had already split the mask's edge. I thought you died too cleanly. The high ranks of Mai wouldn't feel the pain. Lin Chuan raised his right foot in boots caked with earth and blood stamped down hard on the mask. Crack! The earthen ANBU mask shattered under the force fragments embedding deep into the fissures of the igneous rock. Kakashi watched the broken mask as if an invisible hand had squeezed his heart until it hurt. It was more than a mask, it was the emblem of his honor as an ANBU captain, proof of years spent serving in the dark and of hands dirted for the village's sake. Now that steadfastness was ground to dust beneath the boot of a teenage traitor and the shinobi way he had guarded was stripped like a rag and trampled. The collapse of both physiological and psychological defenses snuffed out the last glimmer in Kakashi's eyes. He slumped against the rock like a pile of rot as if all his bones had been pulled out. I spare you to go back and tell those old dogs this is only the beginning. Lin Chuan withdrew his foot and did not spare Kakashi another glance. He had given enough terror. A Kakashi with a shattered convictions and a body full of wounds returning to would corrode the leadership's sense of security more than a cold corpse ever could. They would stand on guard day and night, they would suspect one another, they would ravenously comb the orphanage files for flaws. This panic born of the unknown and loss of control was Lin Chuan's finest parting gift. Lin Chuan turned and dragging his weary body walked out of the ravine. As the barrier squad was annihilated, the remaining purple motes on the periphery flickered and dissolved into nothing. When the air flowed and the night wind carried the metallic tang of earth and dispersed the thick cloying stench of blood that had hung in the ravine, Lin Chuan climbed the scree slope. At the ravine's edge the terrain ahead began to change. The towering dense trees of the land of fire thinned, replaced by broad rolling hills and waist-high wasteland grasses. At the horizon the dark crimson night sky was losing color, paling into a gray-white. The wind changed too, no longer the heavy leaf-rot breath of but a wilder gust tinged with freedom and chaos. Tian Shi Gua. Lin Chuan glanced up at the moonless sky. That chaotic nation, secretly controlled by Dishi Wan in the original tale, full of wandering shinobi and black market trades, was the right place to wash the blood off his name and to dig out the secret of the cold chakra within him. More importantly, it carried none of Mui's nauseating rules. Just as Lin Chuan stepped over the border marker, no more than 2 kilometers away, the tips of a few dead trees shuddered as several palm-sized black crows beat their wings in rows. The faint rasp of their feathers blended into the wind and was scarcely noticeable. If one had looked closely, the eyes of those crows reflected with eerie clarity 3 slowly turning crimson magatama. The crows circled twice in the air without uttering a sound, then silently turned and flew toward a direction that was neither mine nor Tian Jigua. Lin Chuan did not pause, he only cast a sidelong glance at the skyline where the crows vanished. He did not know who commanded them, was it the far-off Yuji Boyu of the Shao organization or some other hidden eye in the dark? He did know one thing: the waters had finally been thoroughly muddied. Bloodstained military boots ground down upon a moss-covered boundary stone, the geographical demarcation between the land of fire and the land of earth. The silent crows that had circled overhead long since vanished into the depths of night, their wingbeats swept clean by the wind. Lin Chuan leaned against the gnarled trunk of a dead old tree. His right knee trembled uncontrollably. The bone vein surge had drained all calcium from his body, now even the slightest exertion sent dry grating sounds echoing from his joint cavities. More perilous still was the turmoil deep within his meridians. After chakra depletion, the primordial cells turned ravenous, voraciously consuming stray energy, while a chilling dormant presence coiled within his marrow seized the opening to surge forth. 2 opposing forces turned his body into a battlefield. Pain receptors screamed in frantic alarm. Lin Chuan dug his fingers deep into the coarse bark, his nailbeds bleaching white, knuckles jutting sharply beneath translucent skin. His strength was so immense that even the muscles of his entire forearm quivered silently. He tilted his head. On the horizon 2 kilometers away, a row of blinding orange light rose into the sky. Not sunrise, but torchlight. A wind release technique detonated illumination powder midair, bathing the volcanic rock gorge in stark merciless daylight. The Konoha Umbu's response time had outpaced expectations by half an incense stick. If intercepted now, this crumbling skeleton could take down no more than 3 enemies as collateral. He needed to shed his skin. Lin Chuan glanced downward. At his feet lay the local specialty he'd carried up from the gorge, the severed heads of a fox-masked and a cat-masked shinobi. The masks were already shattered. He'd torn the ambitious black undershirt into 2 ragged strips, tightly wrapping the still bleeding heads within them. Bending low, he hoisted the blood-soaked bundle. Crimson droplets seeped through the fabric, striking the mire with dull, heavy thuds. With great difficulty his hands drew together to form a seal, imperfect yet functional. The last dregs of chakra in his meridians were forcibly extracted. White smoke dissipated, and his ashen-gray skin transformed into rough, weathered bronze. His tattered garments reshaped into a wandering samurai's haori, splattered with mud and sake stains. At his waist hung a katana whose scabbard split along its length. This rudimentary transformation technique would not deceive the Byakugan, but beneath the pitch-black veil of this desolate wilderness it sufficed to fool most mortal eyes. From the edge of the wasteland grass came the crunch of wagon wheels over crushed stone. The wind carried the stench of cheap tobacco and horse dung. 3 unmarked carriages crept forward in darkness. 4 Ronin-style shinobi cloaked in wide-brimmed hats stood guard on either side, hands resting atop their weapon pouches. Lin Chuan stepped out from behind the dead tree, gripping 2 dripping cloth bundles. Shink! 4 short blades slid from their sheaths in unison. The scarred leader lowered his hat brim, eyes narrowing with sharp suspicion at the ragged samurai who had appeared without warning. Who do you answer to? Just trying to earn a meal. Lin Chuan's voice rasped like gravel grinding in a dry throat. A ride to the next marketplace. The scarred man scoffed, his gaze sweeping once over the battered sword at Lin Chuan's waist, then locking unblinking on the blood still weeping from the cloth bundles in his hands. These days every stray dog and alley cat thinks it can burrow underground into the land of earth. We don't haul cargo that reeks of blood. I know the rules. Lin Chuan flicked his left hand upward. A small cloth sack arced through the night air and landed squarely in the scarred man's chest, a cache of soldier pills and several high-purity gold Koban coins looted from fallen Umbu. The scarred man squeezed the sack. His expression shifted. This weight, this texture belonged to no common ronin. He shot a glance toward a lanky companion beside him. The tall man understood instantly. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai whistled through the air, aimed straight for Lin Chuan's face. A test. Lin Chuan did not flinch. He didn't even lift his hand to draw his blade. At the instant the kunai hovered a hair's breadth from his brow, Lin Chuan's right hand snapped upward. Snap. The steel kunai froze, clamped between two fingers. Immense pressure crumpled the metal hilt shards, rained silently onto the earth. The air congealed. The scarred man's pupils dilated violently. This was no ninjutsu, only raw, terrifying physical power. A monster capable of crushing hardened steel barehanded. May I board your carriage? Lin Chuan released his grip, metallic fragments clattered to the ground. Honored guest, please step aboard. The scarred man sheathed his blade, his demeanor shifting faster than a turning page, and stepped aside to clear the path. Lin Chuan climbed aboard the rear carriage's straw pile via wooden steps. A whip cracked, the caravan lurched forward once more into the night. The cart swayed rhythmically. Seated at the back, Lin Chuan gazed past the endless expanse of barren grassland toward the land of fire, where half the sky burned fiercely, ignited by Konoha's illumination techniques. A minor attendant beside him followed his line of sight, shrinking slightly. Something grave must have erupted in Konoha tonight. The flames are visible from dozens of li away. No telling which fool dared provoke those masters. Lin Chuan leaned back against the straw heap, shoving the two blood-smeared bundles beneath his feet. No matter how fiercely the fire rages inside the cage, it only roasts the pigs within. Those who feast on meat have long since set their cauldrons outside. The attendant failed to grasp the meaning, offered a nervous chuckle, and dared not reply. Lin Chuan closed his eyes. He needed every fleeting second to suppress the chakra storm raging within. The black market of the land of earth was far more than a den for fencing stolen goods. It was a nexus of intelligence and rare resources. He required sterile surgical instruments and sealing scrolls capable of suppressing chakra aberrations. 2 hours later, dawn's first pallor seeped across the sky, but the carriage descended instead into a vast subterranean rift perpetually veiled in shadow, a colossal natural cavern system. The carriage halted at the entrance. Below stretched broad stone steps. Torches of pine resin burned with eerie green flames along both walls. The air reeked of cheap tobacco, fermented blood, and something nauseatingly sweet, the stench of rotting flesh. This was the largest underground black market in the land of earth, no hypocritical piece like Konoha's, only naked, unvarnished exchange of interest. The scarred man parked before the steps and jerked his chin toward the descent. We've arrived. The inner market enforces strict rules. We mere couriers aren't permitted entry. Tread carefully, sir. Lin Chuan snatched up the two cloth bundles and leapt down, descending the stone steps. Deep within the cavern loomed a massive iron gate. Flanking it stood 4 hulking men, each crisscrossed with scars, each gripping a spiked club slick with fresh blood. As Lin Chuan approached, 2 clubs crossed before him. New face. The one-eyed guard scanned Lin Chuan's samurai attire, disdain blazing openly in his single milky eye. Black market rule: enter the inner market, pay 10,000 ryo, or present a token of sufficient weight. Penniless beggars without wares may crawl to the outer garbage heaps and scavenge for scraps. Lin Chuan remained motionless. Through the narrow gap in the iron gate his gaze swept inward over a chaotic throng of buyers and sellers. Stalls displayed bloodied shinobi tools, scrolls bearing unknown seals, even human organs suspended in formaldehyde. I brought no money. Lin Chuan raised his hand. The one-eyed guard burst into mocking laughter, lifting his spiked club to strike. No coin. Then kneel and boom. 2 blood-soaked black cloth bundles struck the verification stone table with a heavy thud. The fabric tore open, 2 lifeless heads rolled free, eyes frozen wide in final horror. A wave of thick coppery blood scent exploded before the iron gate. The guard's curse died in his throat, his raised club froze mid-swing. His solitary eye locked onto the heads, not because they were corpses. Dead heads were the black market's most common currency. But because upon each forehead glowed a unique sealing script, reserved exclusively for core members of the Konoha Umbu. Though dimmed by death, that script still pulsed with the unmistakable chakra resonance of the land of fire. Here in this lawless den it blazed like a searchlight piercing midnight. Thighs, these are Konoha's. Another guard stumbled backward, his spine slamming hard against the iron gate with a deafening clang. Konoha Umbu. Throughout the entire shinobi world none doubted Konoha's fierce protectiveness, even over corpses they would fight to reclaim them. And yet here stood a man dressed as a destitute ronin, carrying 2 freshly severed Umbu heads, brazenly offering them as admission tokens. He wasn't just crossing a line, he was tearing a hole in the heavens. The clamorous entrance fell utterly silent, not a whisper, not a breath. Several roaming shinobi catching sight of the heads on the table spun on their heels and fled terrified of being scorched by the fire he carried. Meeting the guard's stunned gaze as Lin Chuan spoke, voice flat and devoid of inflection, "Is this token heavy enough?" In the shadows beyond the gate's threshold, a man clad in grey robes paused, half his face wrapped in stained bandages. Slowly his eyes opened, pale yellow slitted pupils utterly devoid of human warmth or sentiment. His gaze fixed upon the ragged youth outside. The way Lin Chuan held the cloth bundles lingered in his vision for 2 silent seconds. From the man's sleeve a slender white serpent emerged, flicked its tongue once, then vanished soundlessly back into the folds of cloth. The Hokage's office windows were thrown wide. Night wind swept in from dozens of meters above, yet it could not disperse the cloying, nauseating scent of blood that hung in the room. Yuanfei Risen sat behind his broad desk. The old pipe that had been his companion for decades had long since gone cold. A fragment of premium tobacco ash fell onto the encrypted dossier, scorching a black hole into the paper. He paid it no mind. His gaze was fixed on the 3 sealed scrolls arrayed neatly upon the desk. Half an hour earlier the border patrol contingent had sent out a red emergency signal of the highest order. By the time the Umbu reinforcements reached the Broken Valley, the squad leader of the team had vomited into the communicator. What was sealed inside the scrolls were fragments of flesh and organs scraped from those pallid bone spikes at the scene and tatters of shattered bulletproof vests. The Umbu squad leader knelt on one knee before the desk, his head nearly bowed to his groin. Beneath his gas mask his breathing came ragged and erratic. "Lord Hokage, at the site we only found the remains of crow and hound. The corpses of fox and cat." The Umbu leader swallowed his Adam's apple, struggling up and down. Their bodies were pierced through and through, but everything above the neck was gone. The cuts are unnaturally smooth. From the chakra residue and the level of terrain disruption at the scene, the target has crossed the border. Yuanfei Risen set the pipe on the desk with a dull clack. "Kakaxi." His voice was hoarse as if he had sand in his throat. Captain Kakaxi was found among the rubble at the edge of the barrier. His right arm is shattered with comminuted fractures, a lung lobe pierced by broken ribs, and his Xiaolunian Sharingan ocular power is severely overdrawn. The medical corps were performing emergency aid next door. His life is being held. Footsteps scrambled outside the door. Bang! The solid double doors were flung open with brute force. A cane wrapped in iron struck the floor with a thud, sending out radial cracks. Jitsuan Tuanzang entered the office in long strides, half his face swathed in bandages. The single exposed eye swept over the sealed scrolls on the desk, devoid of any pity for his fellow villagers, only barely contained zeal and a precisely calibrated rage. Shui Menyan and Zhuanqin Xiaochun followed Tuanzang in, their faces growing progressively darker. "Is this the exemplary pupil your will of fire has bred?" Tuanzang sneered and unceremoniously dragged out a chair, driving his cane into the floor twice with force. "A 13-year-old orphan openly betraying during his graduation trial, shredding your Umbu squad and turning Konoha's foremost technician into a cripple. Risen, your leniency is steering Konoha toward the abyss." Yuanfei Risen lifted his eyelids. That old fox had reliable sources. The patrol had only just returned with the body. Tuanzang had followed immediately with 2 advisors to press the matter. Those 4 Umbu were indeed directly under the Hokage's command, yet why should they happen to be on the very route Lin Chuan would have taken to flee? Genbus informants had likely sold the intelligence to itself, using the Umbu as a probe against that brat. Now that the blade had broken, Tuanzang strode in to demand punishment and to drag the advisors along to exert pressure. Risen would not let the matter follow Tuanzang's convenient narrative. Those 4 Umbu were on a border deployment. Dying in a sudden engagement is the fate of a shinobi. He struck another match and relit his pipe. Smoke curled and his face receded into shadow. Whatever they were doing, the result is that Konoha's honor has been trampled beneath the boot of a genin. Tuanzang leaned forward, the single eye fixed like a talon on Yuanfei Risen. "Raise that boy's wanted level to Srank. Leave it to me, Genbu will tear him to pieces and bring them back. The orphanage's security and records must be handed over to Genbu as well." Tuanzang quickly ran the calculation in his head. The 4 Umbu under Kakaxi's command on paper were capable of crushing the average jonin. That brat Lin Chuan had not merely won, he had obliterated them. The terrain-shaping devastation at the scene spoke to something tied to an unknown Shueji Shenjie, a bloodline limit. He had already combed through the orphanage's files until they lay in clean tatters. The cleaner the records, the more a body hid a monumental secret. Before Risen could react, Genbu might seize that body and spirit it away into their subterranean labs, this night's greatest prize. With that power, Deshuan's half-finished experiments could be salvaged. Genbus' reach is too long. Zhuanqin Xiaochun frowned. The pressing matter is to discover precisely what means that brat employed. Kakaxi wielded Xiaolunian Sharingan, even he could not stop a fresh graduate. The door to the adjacent infirmary grated open with an unpleasant screech. 2 sweating medical neens stood supporting a figure swathed in bandages. Kakaxi, out into the room. One of them carried a stainless basin. Its bloody water was dark black and saturated into a dozen balls of gauze. Kakaxi's remaining left eye was reddened with bloodshot veins. With each step his chest issued a wheeze like a broken bellows. "Lord Hokage. Speak little. Sit first." Yuanfei Risen rose and gestured to the nearby sofa. Kakaxi slumped against it and drew a few labored breaths. He did not meet Tuanzang's eyes. His stare was locked on the sealed scrolls atop the Hokage's desk. Blood still seeped from beneath the splint on his right hand. Tuanzang is misinformed. He not only possessed lightning-style techniques. The room's air stilled for a moment. Shui Manyan pushed up his spectacles. The chakra survey from the scene has not returned yet. Don't jump to conclusions. Kakaxi laughed, a bitter broken sound that made him wince. Ribs cracked at the sound. His fingernails scraped white crescents into the leather of the sofa. No report is needed. I watched him myself press his hand into the ground. Kakaxi's voice was hoarse beyond recognition, threaded with a fear that made the hair rise on one's skin. Within a radius of hundreds of meters in that broken valley, thousands upon thousands of high-density bone spikes surged from the earth. The Yambu had no time to react. They were impaled and hung in midair. That is, the Shirgumai of Wuing Village's Hui clan. The piping Yuanfei Risen's hand clattered to the desk. Scalding ash splattered onto the back of his hand, leaving a red mark, yet he seemed numb to the pain and did not move for a long moment. Tuanzang tightened his grip on the cane with sudden force. His nails dug into the wood grain with a grating rasp. Shirgumai. How could an orphan born and raised in Konoha possess the most savage bloodline limit of Wuing? Those fanatics in the Shui country valued bloodlines above life itself. They would never allow a pure lineage to slip into the world. That is not even the worst of it. Kakaxi's breath grew thin and fractured. He attempted to raise his uninjured left hand to wipe cold sweat from his brow, but his wrist trembled uncontrollably. The fine bone-deep shudder seemed to emanate from within his skeleton. After he cast that terrain-altering jutsu, his body was on the verge of collapse. But I saw, his wounds were emitting white smoke. Kakaxi paused and breathed the last fragment of his thought. There were no hand seals. The healing was visible to the naked eye. That vitality is beyond ordinary human ken. It closely resembles the Chudeus wood release cells. No one spoke. Even the slightest breath was subdued to a whisper. Yuanfei Risen sagged back against the chair. His face, already carved by wrinkles, looked like desiccated orange peel. He seemed 10 years older in an instant. Shirgumai combined with Chudai cells. This was not merely a runaway genin, it was a stitched-together monstrosity. And that monster had been lurking beneath Konoha's very nose for 13 years, only baring its fangs tonight. If allowed to come fully into its strength, the decades of Konoha's accomplishments could be obliterated overnight. Issue orders. Risen's voice trembled, but he gave his advisors no chance to argue. He opened a drawer and withdrew a highest priority red wanted dossier. Lin Chuan is to be classified as an rank traitor. Notify the 5 great nations and every underground market with the highest level advisory. The reward is 30 million Ryo. 30 million Ryo, the bounty typical of a covert price for a shadow-level powerhouse. For a newly graduated genin, it was unprecedented. Shui Manyan parted his lips to speak, but the sight of Risen's bloodshot eyes made him swallow the words. Tuanzang said nothing further. He rose, leaning on his cane, and limped toward the door. As he turned, an unprecedented glint of greed flared in that single remaining eye. A perfect fusion of Chudai cells. What Shiwan had toiled decades to achieve was somehow manifested within an orphan's body. Once Genbu possessed that body, they could mass-produce flawless instruments of war. Half an hour later, deep beneath Genbu's subterranean vaults, the air in the chamber reeked of mildew earth and a faint metallic tang of blood. A Genbu operative wearing a raccoon mask knelt on one knee before Tuanzang. He held aloft a compact intelligence scroll. My lord, 10 minutes ago the black market in Tianji country relayed urgent intelligence. Someone breached the inner grounds using 2 skulls bearing Umbu sealing sigils as some sort of calling card. The description: a disheveled samurai with a blade at his waist. Tuanzang accepted the scroll and snorted. Bold fellow, he not only killed Umbu, he took their heads with him. Bringing Konoha Umbu heads to the black market as a pledge was a slap in the face to the Hokage Tower. Yet it also revealed the assassin's trail. The chaotic environs of Tianji country were perfect for murky dealings. Risen's public bounty would be meaningless in those markets. To catch such a covetous fugitive, one must offer purer incentives. Tuanzang approached the broad desk and spread out a blank reward notice unmarked by any Konoha insignia. He loaded his brush with thick ink. Spread the word in the black market. Bounty on Lin Chuan, dead or alive. Tuanzang's brush paused, a blot of ink bled into the paper. Tell those who take the dirtiest jobs, if you return the intact torso and brain, the reward doubles. He wrote a sum in the bounty field that would make even the daimyo of the 5 great nations' blood run cold. 80 million Ryo. That figure would be enough to coax century-old beasts from their coffins to take the job. Do it. Use our reserve funds in the underground banks. Tuanzang waved and the raccoon-masked operative vanished like smoke. Only the crackling of torches filled the chamber. Tuanzang pulled open the lowest drawer of the desk and retrieved a specially made glass petri dish. Inside the dish sat a vial of dark crimson blood, and floating atop were several ultrafine white snakeshed filaments. It was experimental refuse left behind before de Chuan's defection. An embryonic sigil attempting to forcibly inject natural energy into human tissue. The rejection was catastrophic. Every test subject had exploded from within. Tuanzang's withered fingers stroked the vial through the glass. If the brat Lin Chuan could perfectly tolerate Chudai cells and the Shirgumai, then he could likely endure this feral sigil power as well. Bring the body back and erase the consciousness. In the end, the world would be mine, Jitsu and Tuanzang's. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers from Tianji country in an underground money changer's den. A man wrapped in a black robe, crude black stitches across his face, carried a still dripping corpse to the counter. He tossed the body onto the scales and let his green eyes flick to a freshly posted anonymous wanted notice on the wall. His gaze lingered on the figure 80 million Rio. An intact torso and brain. Horn counted the bills had just received and chuckled twice with a low guttural amusement. These days a brat's life is worth more than a daimyo's. Perfect timing, this boda's heart is due for a refresh anyway. Two heads each bearing an umbu sealing sigil stamped upon the forehead lay brazenly atop the stone assessment table. The once noisy entrance fell silent as if a flock had been strangled, breaths ceased altogether. A few wandering shinobi who had been sifting through bloodstained tools froze in their tracks, eyes flicking back and forth between the heads and the disheveled youth dressed like a ruined warrior. The one-eyed guard clutched the thing on the stone with his teeth, his Adam's apple bobbed violently. Fear lingered on his face only for the span of half an incense stick. He rolled his lone eye and appraised Lin Chuan from head to toe. The boy wore a ragged robe stained with mud and liquor. The short sword at his waist had a split scabbard, and the hand that held the blade lacked the hardened calluses of one who spent years clutching kunai. In that shabby guise could he have slain an elite of my umbu? The one-eyed guard calculated inwardly. In this desolate borderland 80 to 100 shinobi died each day. Those two heads were probably a lucky scavenging find from some mutual slaughter. An umbu head was indeed valuable, but it brought nothing but trouble. This fattish backgroundless sheep is fair game. Good weight for a door opener. The one-eyed guard sneered, slinging the half-raised spiked club back onto his shoulder and eyeing Lin Chuan sideways with his single eye. But these are Mui's umbu. If you bring such a stinking thing into the black market, it will summon Mui's rabid dogs upon the whole place. This won't count as passage money. You'll owe an extra risk control fee. He waved a carrot-thick finger before Lin Chuan. 1 million taels. If you can't raise that, leave the two heads and go pick through the garbage heaps outside for food. The vagrant shinobi watching erupted in scornful laughter. Hear that, kid? Leave the goods, old One Eye is saving your life. 1 million taels. Selling him into the pleasure quarter wouldn't fetch that. A gaunt scar-faced man stepped forward, flipping a kunai between his fingers, his gaze greedy on the heads as he edged closer to the stone table. Lin Chuan stood unmoving. The cartilage in his right knee joint was forced together, emitting a dry snap like a dead branch breaking. Deep within his meridians, the primordial cells, struggling to repair overtaxed muscle fibers, were ravenously pillaging the boda's scarce reserves of energy. The cold chakra that had long slumbered in his marrow seized the interval and shot upward, an inch racing along his spine to ignite at the base of his skull. Pain nerves screamed. Lin Chuan's back snapped erect. A once casual posture hardened into a state of extreme perilous vigilance. The air around him chilled. He stared at the one-eyed guard's face, contorted by greed. These local thugs were probing for weakness. If he showed the slightest timidity now or bargained with them, passing through that iron gate would mean dozens of eyes fixed on him. Black market law, the hardest fist writes the rules. His present body could not endure a high-intensity chakra clash. He would have to terrify these hyenas with the most primal brutal force at his disposal. Only by crushing the presumptuous one could he seize initiative in the forthcoming transaction. 1 million taels. Lin Chuan's voice was hoarse as if it contained grit. He slowly raised his head to meet the one-eyed stare. Is that what your life is worth? The guard froze half a second, then exploded in rage. A scavenger dared to speak thus at the entrance to Tianji country's largest underground market. Ingrate. Today I'll teach you the rules here. The one-eyed guard roared, muscles nodding. The 100-pound spiked club cut the air with a shriek, bearing down on Lin Chuan's head. If it struck true, even a bear's skull would burst. The scar-faced man stepped back, ready to snatch the heads as soon as Lin Chuan was minced. Lin Chuan did not dodge. He did not even reach for a blade. He simply lifted his left hand. Fingers spread, he met the descending spiked club. Flesh met iron. There was no expected dull crack of bone. Instead, a piercing metallic detonation split the cavern entrance. Lin Chuan's fingers clamped around the barbed head of the club. The muscle fibers remade by the primordial cells unleashed a horrifying strangling force. Those thick iron barbs were crushed and deformed in his palm. The one-eyed guard gaped, veins bulging on his arms, finding that the club head swung with all his might, hung immovable as if poured into molten metal. This. Before the guard could finish, Lin Chuan's left hand snapped a turn. Massive torque traveled along the haft. The guard felt a tearing agony in both wrists. Thick wrist bones dislocated. He lost balance and was flung forward by an irresistible force. Lin Chuan lifted his right knee in one precise motion, driving it into the guard's sternum. Crack. The collapse of the breastbone sounded clearly to every ear. The guard's enormous body flew like a kite with a snapped string, smashing some dozen meters into the heavy iron gate. The gate issued a deep boom, dust cascaded from the frame. The one-eyed guard slid down the door, coughing blood flecked with entrails. He did not even manage a scream before he fell utterly still. He was dead through and through. The entrance sank into a deathly silence. The jeering vagrant shinobi were mute, not daring even a breath. The scar-faced man who had planned to seize the heads recoiled in terror and toppled into the mud, too frightened even to retrieve the kunai head dropped. Pure raw physical power. No hand seals, no violent chakra surge. With one hand he ruined a steel-forged spiked club, with one knee strike he felled a body twice his size. This kind of monster was no destitute scavenger. Lin Chuan withdrew his left hand, flicking rust from his knuckles, then turned toward the guard by the gate whose legs had gone to water. Is the door opener heavy enough now? The guard swallowed and nearly dropped to his knees. He scooped up the two bloodied cloth sacks that wrapped the heads and returned them with trembling reverence. It's enough. Sir, please enter. The highest tier trading area inside is open for you at any time. Lin Chuan did not take the sacks, only shot him a cold look. Hold them for me. Lead the way. The guard dared not utter a word of refusal, nodding fervently as he cradled the two bleeding sacks and hurried ahead like a startled quail. Lin Chuan stepped across the threshold of the iron gate. As he crossed, the guard in front used his body as cover to covertly extend two fingers behind his back and make a crossed hand signal. In a shadowed corner within, a slight man in a gray robe caught the gesture. He nodded and slid through the crowd like an eel slipping toward a small black building deep in the market. Lin Chuan caught it in his periphery but did not halt. Wherever profit dwells, rats that will rob their own lurk in the dark. He needed a great sum to purchase sealing scrolls to suppress the chakra within him and the precise surgical instruments required. If someone willingly offered to be a purse, he had no reason to refuse. Following the pale green pine resin torches inward, the scent of rotten cheap tobacco grew thicker. Stalls filled both sides of the passage. Someone hawked bulletproof vests stripped from corpses, another sold unknown organs in glass jars. A few masked information dealers lurked in shadow, scrutinizing every unfamiliar face. Lin Chuan walked ahead while the guard carrying the two umbu heads opened a path. Such brazen ostentation immediately drew notice in the inner market. But when they saw the sealing sigils on the foreheads of the heads, everyone wisely averted their gaze and even made way. In the black market, strength is the finest passport. As Lin Chuan moved, he registered the labyrinthine layout of tunnels within the subterranean cavern. As he passed a poison stall, his step barely faltered. In a shadow less than 5 meters away stood a man in a gray cloak, half his face wrapped in bandages. The man did not study the wares with pale yellow vertical pupils. He fixed his gaze on Lin Chuan's back. Lin Chuan did not look back. But he sensed that those eyes held not the ordinary greed of the market but the fanatic lust of one who regards a perfect experimental specimen. A thin white serpent slipped from the man's sleeve, flicked its tongue and vanished silently back. Dishiwan. Lin Chuan named him in his mind. He had long suspected Dishiwan held a vast underground network in Tianji country. He had not expected to meet him so soon. His earlier display of raw physical power at the gate had evidently piqued the serpent's interest. All the better, Dishiwan certainly possessed the most advanced medical apparatus and sealing manuals in the shinobi world. If he could not resolve the trouble within his body, perhaps he could exploit the serpent's avarice to broker a mutually suspicious bargain. Lin Chuan steadied himself and followed the guard toward the inner trading hall. Stallholders on both sides, seeing the lethal aura about this fallen warrior, lowered their voices and whispered. He even killed the gatekeeper. Does he want to die? Tianji country's black market answers to powerful bosses. He won't survive the night. Lin Chuan heard the murmurs and smelled the growing metallic tang of blood as his gaze swept over the heavily guarded black building ahead. It seems some of these rules here could use changing. Following the eerie green pine resin torches deeper underground, the air grew increasingly thick and heavy. Lin Chuan stepped forward, his boots sinking into black mud layered with countless generations of blood and flesh. Each time his right knee bent, a muffled brittle snap echoed from within the joint, like dry firewood snapping under pressure. Primordial cells raged through his meridians, voraciously devouring stray chakra to fill the catastrophic void left by the eruption of his corpsebone pulse. A chilling aura slithered up his spine, scorching the nape of his neck until his skin tightened in involuntary tension. His body was now little more than a sieve riddled with fissures, leaking vitality at every seam. Every additional second delayed increased the risk of total collapse exponentially. He needed cash immediately to purchase high-tier sealing scrolls and a full set of medical equipment. Orochimaru's spies were undoubtedly watching from nearby. The moment he showed even a flicker of fatigue, he would be harvested and sealed inside a cultivation chamber. Ahead, the guard leading him halted before a small black building. No sign hung above the door. Instead, several bloodstained bones were nailed across the lintel, and a coarse cloth curtain, soaked through with dark crimson stains, hung limply across the threshold. Through it wafted a nauseating stench, pungent preservatives clashing violently with cheap tobacco. The guard cradled two dripping cloth sacks, bowing repeatedly beside the door, his waist nearly bent double. "Honorable sir, we have arrived at the exchange house. The attendants here are unworthy of entering. Please proceed at your leisure." Lin Chuan reached out and seized the sacks. Coarse fabric rasped against his palm as blood seeped between his fingers and dripped steadily downward. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit. At its center stood a tall counter sheathed in raw iron. Scattered along the walls were a few broken wooden chairs. 3 desperate outlaws cloaked in ash-gray hoods huddled in the far corner dividing spoils in hushed tones. As Lin Chuan entered, their whispers ceased abruptly, silence falling like a blade. 3 pairs of eyes, sharp, calculating and ravenous, locked onto him in unison. Lin Chuan ignored the rats skulking in the shadows. He strode straight to the iron counter and slammed both sacks onto its surface with a heavy thud. Plop. Blood oozed from the seams of the iron, dripping steadily onto the floor. 2 umbu heads. Cash only, small denomination, untraceable notes. His voice was hoarse, parched, edged with cold finality, leaving no room for negotiation. From behind the counter came the sharp rhythmic clatter of abacus beads. A portly man wearing round amber-tinted spectacles and a neatly trimmed mustache slowly rose to his feet. Glancing at the bleeding sacks, he reached out, lifted one corner of the cloth, and revealed the sealed curse mark etched upon the forehead. Adjusting his spectacles, the fat merchant's gaze swept over Lin Chuan's tattered Ronin attire. A new face. Ahem, he muttered, rubbing his stubby fingers together before snatching a rag from beside the counter to wipe them clean. Our trade has rules, fire country goods are hot. Especially Anbu grade assets. The Leaf Village hounds hunt these relentlessly. After tolls, silence fees and depreciation deductions, bet 10 million Rai ahead. You'll walk away with no more than 3 million. Lin Chuan's mind raced through rapid calculations. This man dared slash the price from 10 to 3 million, not because of the guards outside but because he answered to the true master of this subterranean cavern. In Orochimaru's domain, rules were forged not by decree but by strength. Without proof of real power, Lin Chuan wouldn't just leave empty-handed, he wouldn't leave alive. Lin Chuan lifted his eyelids. Sweat traced a glistening path down his temple, but he didn't raise a hand to wipe it away. You've mistaken robbery for business. The fat merchant chuckled, a dry yellow-toothed rasp. Now, such harsh words. We run an honest establishment. Harmony breeds prosperity. Your cargo's legitimacy remains questionable. Perhaps you merely stumbled upon battlefield spoils. 3 million is more than enough for a vagabond like you to spend the rest of your days in the pleasure districts. Leaning forward, the merchant lowered his voice. These are the laws of the Land of Sound's underground market, set by the topmost boss. Take your money and depart. It benefits us all. Refuse the wine. Before he could finish, the exchange house's splintered wooden door exploded inward, kicked open from outside. It crashed against the stone wall with a thunderous boom, sending dust cascading from the frame. 5 wandering shinobi strode in, reeking of fresh blood. At their head marched a bald, broad-shouldered brute whose face bore a jagged scar cleaving from eye to jaw and who carried a massive cleaver taller than a man. Trailing behind him was the same wiry man who had exchanged covert signals with the gate guards earlier. Pointing a trembling finger at Lin Chuan standing before the counter, he shrieked shrilly. Boss. That's him. I saw him enter, with 2 umbu heads in hand. At once the 3 outlaws in the corner sprang up and slipped silently toward the exit, pressing themselves flat against the wall. None wished to be entangled in the Bloodfang mercenary corps' affairs. In the Land of Sound's underworld, they were infamous, scavenging hyenas who hunted lone wealthy prey backed by shadowy figures high within the black market itself. The bald brute slammed his great cleaver into the floor. A crater cracked open and the flagstone shards of rock spat outward. Boy, leave what's on that counter. Walk out. Unharmed. I'm feeling generous today, I'll let you keep your corpse intact. He twisted his neck joints, cracking like snapping twigs. Behind him his 4 subordinates fanned out instantly, blocking both door and windows completely. For kunai gleamed with venomous indigo light already clenched in their fists. Lin Chuan turned, leaning back against the iron counter. His gaze flicked downward, to the fat merchant cowering beneath it, feigning death. This man had just invoked the big boss to intimidate him, yet now faced with the hyenas he uttered not a single word. The black market's sole rule was the absence of rules so long as no one died within his counter's perimeter. Corpses outside remained his property, and their goods his to claim. These men clearly enjoyed a long-standing arrangement with the exchange house, specializing in murder and plunder ventures with zero overhead. A fresh wave of searing pain lanced through the meridians of his right leg. Chakra instability had reached critical mass. To forcibly channel jutsu now might annihilate all 5, but would also shatter his body beyond recovery, triggering irreversible system-wide collapse. Only one path remained, the most economical. Pure taijutsu. Brutality unrefined and absolute, crushing these arrogant insects beneath his heel. Only such a display could forge authority in this merciless den and grant him leverage at the negotiating table. Lin Chuan's hand settled upon the cracked hilt of his samurai sword. Did none of you hear what happened to the blind gatekeeper outside? His voice was quiet, but in the suffocating silence of the exchange house it scraped across every eardrum like steel on stone. The bald brute spat a thick globule of phlegm onto the floor. Don't waste breath invoking that useless sentry. A fallen ronin who can't even refine chakra, lucky enough to stumble upon two heads and suddenly forgets his place in the world. Men cut him down. All four subordinates lunged simultaneously. Four poison kunai screamed through the air, sealing every possible angle of retreat. The bald brute gripped his great cleaver with both hands, surging forward with lethal momentum, and brought the blade down in a devastating overhead arc aimed directly at Lin Chuan's skull. Its wind stirred droplets of blood from the counter into midair. Lin Chuan did not draw his sword. He did not even step backward. At the very instant the cleaver's edge hovered millimeters from his scalp, his left hand shot forward, blindingly fast. 5 fingers clamped hard onto the cleaver's steel back. Flesh met hardened steel in violent collision, yet no limb severed. His left hand became a hydraulic vice, arresting the blade's descent with crushing finality. The terrifying density of his primordial cells erupted in that moment, delivering overwhelming biomechanical torque capable of grinding steel into submission. Mouth agape, veins bulging like serpents across his forearms, the bald brute strained with every fiber, but found his mighty blow arrested, frozen in place, unable to descend even a fraction further. Lin Chuan raised his gaze, meeting the brute's horrified stare. I merely wished to conduct a quiet transaction. Why must some insist on rushing toward death? Before the words fully faded, Lin Chuan's right leg snapped upward, a blur of motion. His knee struck the brute's right knee joint with surgical precision. Crack! The explosive sound of shattered bone detonated through the room. The brute's knee buckled backward at an impossible, grotesque angle, white bone piercing flesh and jutting naked into the air. Blood geysered from the wound. Arg! A shriek of agony tore from his throat, punching upward toward the ceiling. His grip slackened, his massive frame toppled sideways, unbalanced and helpless. Lin Chuan seized the cleaver midfall, then flicked his wrist, a wide, brutal horizontal swing of the blade's flat side slamming into the brute's chest. A chorus of dull, wet snaps followed, the sound of ribs fracturing en masse. The brute flew backward, crashing into the wall with a sickening impact that spiderwebbed the stone. Slumping down the wall, he coughed forth a gout of black blood flecked with viscera, and lay utterly still, devoid of even the will to twitch. Annihilation, in one breath. Not a single hand seal formed. The remaining 4 shinobi froze where they stood, paralyzed. The poison kunai they'd hurled were casually batted aside by Lin Chuan's newly seized cleaver, sparking off the wooden pillars, their tips still quivering violently. The wiry guide collapsed to his knees, legs trembling uncontrollably, dark moisture spreading rapidly across the front of his trousers. Their leader was a certified mid-rank shinobi famed for taijutsu mastery, and had been reduced to ruin by a single kick without chance to resist. This was no lucky vagabond. He was a meat grinder wrapped in human skin. Lin Chuan remained motionless. A needle-sharp searing pain flared deep within his right knee. The explosive force of that kick had overwhelmed cartilage already stretched to breaking point. Primordial cell regeneration lagged far behind destruction. Sweat dripped from his chin, but his expression remained utterly impassive, unmoved by agony or exhaustion. He knew these hyenas intimately. Reveal even the faintest crack in your armor, and they would swarm, tearing you apart limb from limb. Behind the counter, the fat merchant stared, peering intently through the narrow gap beneath his amber spectacles. He'd navigated this black market for decades, witnessed countless masters rise and fall. What Lin Chuan had just done defied ordinary taijutsu entirely. That level of muscular explosiveness and sheer resilience violated natural law. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing like a trapped bird. His thumb, already hovering over the alarm button, jerked back as if electrocuted. This deal could no longer be handled in the shadows, it demanded daylight legitimacy. A being capable of overpowering a mid-rank shinobi's taijutsu with bare muscle alone likely answered to someone far higher, perhaps even a high-ranking official from one of the great shinobi villages. Lin Chuan lifted the captured great cleaver in one hand. Its tip angled downward, dragging across the stone floor as he advanced toward the remaining 4. A grating, ear-splitting screech filled the room. Sparks, fiery orange and brilliant, flew in a blazing trail behind the blade, illuminating Lin Chuan's face, streaked with blood, now rendered even more sinister by the flickering light. Now! Lin Chuan's voice cut through the shower of sparks. It is your turn. The bald brawler's massive bulk slid down the cracked wall, leaving a startling streak of dark crimson. The musty stench of cheap tobacco that had filled the room was instantly swallowed by the sharp iron scent of blood. The 4 remaining desperados stared at the right leg, broken at a grotesque angle, their Adam's apples bobbing with difficulty. Having crawled through the meat grinder of the Tianji country black market for years, they knew better than anyone what happened when you struck a stone. There was nowhere to run. The exchange shop's heavy wooden door was barely wide enough 4 men could not squeeze out. To present your back to a creature that could crush a Chunin's taijutsu with sheer bodily force was to lay your throat under a guillotine. Don't just stand there. Even if that kid's made of iron, up close hell be mush after taking a fool in ninjutsu. Snarled the scarred man, his hands flashing as he formed signs, leaving a flurry of afterimages. The terror in the other 3 men's eyes was instantly suppressed by the ruthless ferocity unique to desperados. Surviving in a place that devoured people depended on that kind of merciless instinct when backed into a corner. 4 men, 4 positions, chakra being frantically forced through the meridians. Fire, release great fireball. Water, release turbulent wave. Wind, release great breakthrough. 3 low-grade but lethal ninjutsu erupted simultaneously in the cramped exchange shop. The wind fed the flames and the water vaporized into scalding steam. Amber tongues of flame braided with high-pressure steam like an enraged beast roaring toward Lin Chuan, who stood at the counter. Boo! A violent blast upended several battered wooden chairs, splinters and rubble rained onto the iron counter. In the corridor outside the exchange shop, itinerant shinobi who had been watching were forced back by the heat. Zuya's pack of mad dogs setting off combined ninjutsu in the exchange. Aren't they afraid of torching the boss place? That kid is finished. At this range even a jounin couldn't dodge it. Shame about those 2 ANBU heads, they'll probably be burned to cinders. The scavengers outside craned their necks, greed glittering in their eyes. Once the blaze died down they would rush in and snatch whatever remained from the charred heap. That was the law of the black market. What the dead left behind belonged to whoever grabbed it. Beneath the counter the fat proprietor wedged his bulk into the less than half foot gap between iron plate and flagstone. Hands clamped over his head, the scarred flesh of his face trembled with fear. He rapidly calculated the losses. If Shueya killed here they'd demand half the profits. But the heads that kid had produced were of the my ANBU. If the fire release ruined the ceiling inscriptions their value would plummet. This would be a disastrous loss. Scalding steam filled the room, obliterating sight. Sizzle, the hair-raising sound of flesh charring echoed from the white fog. Lin Chuan stood his ground without taking a single step back. Or rather, he did not want to. The superheated steam and tongues of flame licked his coarse robe, the fabric instantly turning to ash. Exposed skin bubbled into vast dark red blisters, flesh curled and emitted a choking burnt odor. The nerves of pain were screaming. Yet Lin Chuan did not even furrow a brow. The chakra rampaging through the meridians of his right leg had finally found an outlet. The Chudai cells dormant deep in his marrow, sensing the severe damage to the outer shell, plunged into a frenzied state of consumption and proliferation. Beneath the charred necrotic tissue thousands upon thousands of microscopic granulation nodules like rampant vines rapidly entwined and reconstituted. The blisters shriveled and the black scabs fell away. A newly born layer of pale skin emerged, even tougher than before. Through the thick steam Lin Chuan watched the 4 desperados still holding their hand seals and gasping for breath. He had a rough sense of this bodhi's limits. The regenerative power of the Chudai cells was indeed terrifying, but such bottomless chakra consumption was forcing the Shirgu Meridian's cold aura toward the verge of loss of control. If this dragged on he would either be killed by these insects or torn apart by the 2 opposing forces within. He had to frighten them utterly with the bloodiest, most irrational display. Only absolute terror could purchase the swiftest way through this black market. Footsteps sounded in the white fog, soft, but each step felt like a boot on the hearts of the 4 men opposite. The ninjutsu stopped. How is he still standing? Scarface's breath caught. He stared at the dissipating steam, his palm clutching the kunai slick with cold sweat. The white mist was torn aside by a deathly pale hand. Lin Chuan emerged. The tattered cloak hanging from his shoulders had burned down to a few black strips. Large burn wounds across his torso were healing at a visibly rapid pace, wisps of white smoke rising. No hand seals, no green glow of medical ninjutsu. He had withstood the combined ninjutsu purely with his flesh and within seconds completed a limb-restoring self-heal. The 4 desperados gaped, the ferocity in their eyes wavering violently. The noisy background of the world drained away in that instant. This was not a human vitality. Monster, this is a monster. The wiry shinobi on the far left finally broke. His psychological defenses collapsed. He let out a mad cry and lunged for the exchange shop's door, abandoning his tools on the floor. Come if you want, leave if you want. What do you think this place is? Lin Chuan's voice was hoarse and arid, carrying a deathly silence that brooked no refusal. He did not use shunshin. He simply drove his right foot into the flagstones. The tile cried out under the strain and exploded into dust. Lin Chuan launched himself like a fired cannon, cleaving through the remaining steam. The fleeing wiry shinobi had only just touched the doorframe when the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He did not even have time to look back. Lin Chuan's huge hand had already come from behind, 5 fingers clamping onto his face like iron tongs. Ugh! The wiry shinobi emitted a warped scream, hands clawing at Lin Chuan's wrist, trying to pry apart that hydraulic grip. To no avail. Lin Chuan's arm did not budge. The terrifying muscle density granted by the Chudai cells had become pure crushing force. I want to see this bodhi's limit too, Lin Chuan murmured coldly to himself. His fingers clenched. Crack! Crack! The nauseating sound of bone shattering detonated at the doorway. The wiry nasal bridge collapsed, followed by cheekbones and brow ridges. The hard skull in Lin Chuan's palm deformed like an overripe melon under irresistible force. Bang! With a dull report, redand white viscera sprayed from between his fingers, splattering the heavy wooden door and trickling down its grain. The wiry's hands fell limply, the headless corpse slumped like a torn sack. Blood spread quickly across the stone tiles. The itinerant shinobi outside who had hoped to scavenge were splattered in the warm spray. One man wiped the redand white mess from his face, his stomach lurched unexpectedly and he dropped to his knees, retching violently. The others scrambled away on hands and knees, desperate to increase the distance from the exchange. No one dared meet the gaze of the thing at the door, still dripping brain matter from its hand. It was too brutal. There had been no flashy jutsu clash, only the most primitive savage bodily crushing. The sight of a skull squeezed by bare hands induced deeper despair than any strength ninjutsu. Lin Chuan released his grip and casually flicked the bits of flesh from his knuckles. He turned and looked at the three desperados who had been scared out of their wits and at the bald brawler lying in the corner with a ruined right leg feigning death. Splinters, severed limbs and dark red pools littered the floor, turning the already dim exchange into a slaughterhouse tableau. Lin Chuan did not rush to finish the survivors. He stepped to the counter and picked up the serrated, battered wakizashi he had left there earlier. The blade bore several chips from the earlier clash, even the cloth wrapping on the hilt had been singed to charcoal. Lin Chuan glanced at the scrap iron and casually tossed it. It clattered. The broken sword struck near the bald man's shattered leg, causing the feigning brawler to shudder violently. A dark, foul-smelling wet patch spread across his trousers. Lin Chuan ignored the crawling ants on the floor. He grabbed the two cloth sacks containing ANBU heads and slammed them hard onto the iron counter. Clack! Blood seeped from the seam of the iron. Settle up. Lin Chuan tapped the counter's edge. Beneath it, the fat boss trembled like a sieve. He had watched that kid reborn in the inferno and had seen him crush a living head like a walnut. This was not a wandering warrior, this had to be a monster escaped from some secret laboratory of the five great nations. The fat boss scrambled out from under the counter, his brown sunglasses long since lost. He did not dare lift his head to meet Lin Chuan's cold eyes. Pay. Right now. The boss stammered, incoherent, frantically rifling through a hidden compartment under the counter. Master, this merchandise is pristine, not burned. 10 million. I won't take a single sin as a toll, I will pay in full. This is an anonymous voucher accepted throughout the Tianji country black market, please sign. The fat boss held a thick stack of notes, bowing until his back nearly touched the counter. Lin Chuan did not take the notes. His eyes, devoid of feeling, passed over the boss' shoulder to the three desperados huddled in the corner, their courage entirely gone. A stabbing pain in the meridians of his right leg grew stronger, the chakra uprising had to be suppressed quickly with a sealing scroll. These pieces of trash, however, were a liability if left alive. Lin Chuan walked to the corner and bent down. He gripped the half-man-high great cleaver the bald brawler had dropped. The fine steel hilt was heavy and exuded the coldness of years soaked in blood. He lifted the great cleaver with one hand, its tip angled toward the ground. The rough point scraped along the flagstones, the grating sound echoing through the dead room. A cascade of orange sparks flew from the blade, illuminating Lin Chuan's blood-stained face. He raised his eyes and looked at the three trembling desperados in the corner. Now. It's your turn. Now. It's your turn. Now, it's your turn. Sparks from the blade's tip dragging across the bluestone floor had yet to fade when Lin Chuan moved. No hand seals. No flashy body flicker technique. Pure muscular explosiveness shattered the floor tiles beneath his feet, sending shards flying outward like bullets. The first Ronin ninja had barely raised his poison kunai overhead when the broad surface of the great cleaver slammed into his temple with brutal force. A muffled crack, the shattering of his jaw, echoed through the chamber. He flew backward, teeth and blood spraying midair, and crashed headlong into the central load-bearing pillar, thick as a water barrel, snapping it clean in two. Amidst the storm of splintering wood, his body struck the corner wall like a discarded sack, convulsed twice, and fell still. The remaining three desperate men stared, eyes bulging from their sockets. They exchanged a single glance, then bolted for the door. Trying to flee. Lin Chuan's wrist snapped upward, the great cleaver tore from his grip. Its heavy steel-edged blade shrieked through the air and impaled the two leading fugitives in one seamless thrust. The tip pierced flesh and bone alike, pinning both corpses, still twitching, to the thick wooden door. Blood dripped steadily from the hilt. The last gaunt ninja collapsed to his knees, his trousers darkening with a foul-smelling puddle of urine. Lin Chuan strode forward, his fur-lined boot crunching glass shards, shattered vials of preservative solution scattered across the floor. With one hand he pressed his palm flat upon the man's crown, fingers slowly tightening. The sickening grind of bone displacement drowned out the distant clamor of the black market passageway beyond the window. Before he could utter even half a plea, his cervical vertebrae snapped under immense pressure. His body went utterly slack, collapsing like wet cloth. 10 seconds. 5 wandering ninjas, each seasoned enough to rank among Chunin, now lay as 5 steaming heaps of gore. Lin Chuan tore a rag from the dead ninja's tattered garment and wiped blood from his knuckles. A searing pain lanced up his right leg's meridians, deep within his marrow. Cold alien chakra gnawed relentlessly at his fraying sanity. The first Hokage's cells were surging, beyond containment. Victory had to be swift and absolute. He approached the iron-sheathed counter and rapped 3 sharp knocks upon its surface. Clack. 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 Now, we may discuss this transaction. Behind the counter. The portly merchant cowered deep within shadow, his jowls trembling uncontrollably. He'd prowled black markets for over a decade, seen every kind of monster imaginable. Yet this Downathiel swordsman, whose chakra signature was utterly undetectable, slaughtered with a precision colder and cleaner than Kirigakura's umbu. Worst of all, he'd ended 5 peers without so much as altering his breath. The fat man clutched the counter's edge with white-knuckled hands and forced himself upright. His amber-tinted glasses had slipped askew across his nose, yet he lacked the courage even to adjust them. Master. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple jerking violently as his voice rasped like a broken bellows. Why, you said, how much did you wish to exchange? Lin Chuan studied the merchant's ashen sweat-slicked face and smiled inwardly. These profit-obsessed brokers respected no rule, only the edge of the blade pressed to their throats. At full price. Lin Chuan's voice was horse-dry and carried the unyielding weight of absolute command. 1 million Rio per head. 2 heads, 2 million Rio. Plus compensation for psychological distress caused by those 5 mongrels' intrusion, 5 million Rio total. The fat man's knees buckled, he nearly dropped again. 5 million Rio. Master, that's unprecedented. It violates every protocol. The wood of Konoha's umbu was indeed valuable, but the risk was astronomical. After black market commissions and channel fees, Lin Chuan remained silent. He simply gazed at the merchant, cold, unwavering. His left hand rose slowly, settling upon the 2 blood-soaked cloth sacks. His knuckles ground softly against one another. The merchant's gaze instinctively locked onto that hand, the same hand that had caught the steel great cleaver barehanded, then crushed a living skull like brittle clay. He harbored no doubt one more syllable of protest and his own skull would follow. I'll pay. I'll pay. The fat man shrieked, scrambling beneath the counter for a massive leather-bound bounty ledger. His trembling hand sent the ledger crashing to the floor with a hollow thud, raising a cloud of dust. He lunged after it, crawling on all 4s, pages flapping wildly. Konoha Ambu. Yuzuki Squad, codenames Night Raven Greybadger. Glancing from the ledger's illustrated profiles to the 2 severed heads inside the sacks, both bearing sealed curse mark inscriptions, his back drenched in icy sweat. By the gods, they were active-duty Konoha Ambu elite. Where in hell had this monster crawled from? Slaughtering Konoha's finest like poultry. Confirmed. Lin Chuan asked. See clearly, confirmed. 5 million Rio, down to the last coin. The fat man turned toward the heavy safe embedded in the rear wall. His fingers shook so violently he failed the combination 3 times before the vault groaned open. From within he dragged forth 2 heavy black leather cases and shoved them laboriously toward Lin Chuan. All bearer notes, redeemable at any underground bank across the 5 great nations. Lin Chuan flipped open the latch with one hand. Neat stacks of bills filled the case, exuding the crisp ink and pulp scent of freshly printed currency. This sum would purchase top-tier sealing scrolls, a complete set of surgical instruments, and still leave ample funds for rare herbs capable of suppressing the first Hokage's rogue cells. At last, this failing body might yet be saved. Yet he did not close the case. Lin Chuan lifted his gaze past the trembling merchant toward the iron-bound door at the far end of the exchange hall. One thing remains. The fat man's held breath snapped back into his throat. Master, the money is all yours, what else could you possibly need? Intelligence. Lin Chuan tapped his fingertips against the case's rim. I require full access rights to the highest-tier intelligence network operating beneath the Land of Sound's black market. The merchant's face drained from pallor to leaden gray. Impossible. That clearance is granted only to the Overlord and his innermost council. I'm merely a peripheral exchanger. I possess no such authority, not even under torture. Lin Chuan observed the man's grotesquely contorted features, twisted by sheer terror. He wasn't lying. A low-tier operator truly wouldn't hold core network privileges. But Lin Chuan had seen clearly, the moment his hand slid beneath the counter, he'd been reaching for an alarm. Since this outpost belonged to Orochimaru, the fat man undoubtedly possessed a direct emergency channel to upper echelons. Obtain the token and bypass these foot soldiers entirely. Speak directly to those who wielded real power. Cannot produce it. Lin Chuan's left hand shot forward, clutching the merchant's collar, and yanked his inert 1,200-pound frame clear over the iron counter, leaving him suspended half-draped across its surface. Your hand lingered beneath the counter, what were you touching? Summoning your master, or awaiting reinforcements? The fat man shrieked, limbs windmilling in panic. And no. I did nothing. Lin Chuan tightened his grip until the man's eyes rolled back, choking on his own tongue. I lack patience. 3 seconds. Produce something satisfactory, or I'll cram you inside that safe and burn this entire den to ash. 3. 2. No. Don't kill me, I have it. I have it. He choked the words from his raw throat. Lin Chuan released him. The fat man collapsed atop the counter like a deflated sack, gasping raggedly, inhaling the copper-tinged air like a drowning man. Trembling violently, he fumbled inside his undershirt, searching blindly until his fingers closed around a small black diamond-shaped metal token. Jet black and flawlessly polished, it bore a lifelike white serpent coiled across its surface, its eyes inlaid with twin crimson rubies. This is a high-level access token. With it you may enter the black market's deepest trading sanctum. There dwell the finest information brokers in the shinobi world. Pay enough and they'll tell you the color of each Kage's undergarments. The fat man extended the token with both hands, palms upturned in reverent supplication. This token represented half his life savings, a personal talisman against death. Now it bought only his wretched survival. Lin Chuan accepted it. It felt unnervingly cold, crafted from an unusual alloy humming faintly with residual chakra. Clearly a chakra-activated identification artifact. With this, accessing Orochimaru's core technical division would become markedly simpler. He slipped the token into his inner pocket and hoisted the two heavy cases with one hand. Had you offered it sooner, you'd have spared yourself considerable discomfort. He turned and strode out, boots crushing broken glass and viscera alike. Passing the two bodies skewered upon the door, he didn't glance once, merely kicked the splintered timber aside and vanished into the damp, gloom-choked tunnel beyond. Only when Lin Chuan's footsteps faded completely into the cavern's echoing distance did the fat man collapse backward, plopping onto the blood-slicked bluestone floor. He panted, shaking, and dug frantically beneath the counter for a communication scroll. Hey, headquarters. This is urgent disaster. His voice cracked with tears. 5 million Rio, withdrawn. Yes, the Konoha Umbu heads. A sword-wielding master, body-fighting prowess monstrous beyond measure. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, within a subterranean chamber buried deep beneath the land of sound, a towering figure swathed in black robes sat amid towering piles of gold coins, meticulously tallying accounts. His eyes were unnatural black sclerae framing eerie green irises. A summon toad beside him suddenly opened its mouth and spat forth a slimy ink-stained slip of paper. Setting aside his stack of coins, he plucked the note between two calloused fingers and scanned its contents. 5 million Rio, an unscheduled withdrawal. His voice rasped through the chamber, a sound steeped in pathological obsession with wealth. When did the land of sound's black market acquire such a fat fish? He rose, black robes swirling, as several thick writhing black tentacles emerged from beneath the ham, lashing restlessly through the air. Investigate. That money will return to my coffers, sooner or later. Kakuzu, the most avaricious bounty hunter in the shinobi world, had just caught the unmistakable scent of fortune. At the black market's fringe, a derelict subterranean reservoir. After confirming no pursuers followed, Lin Chuan slipped inside. Damp rot hung thick in the stagnant air. He slid down a moss-covered wall until seated, his right leg already spasming uncontrollably. Suppression of the First Hokage's cells could no longer wait. He placed the cases on the floor and flipped open the latches. Lids sprang wide, revealing neat gleaming stacks of currency shimmering under the dim light. 5 million Rio. In this world where lives were cheaper than straw, this sum could purchase hundreds of souls. Just as he reached to count the bills and map his next procurement route, a mechanical voice long dormant in the depths of his mind resounded without warning. Ding! A cold mechanical voice exploded deep within his mind, drowning out the muffled drip of water striking moss in the underground reservoir. Lin Chuan's fingers froze just as they brushed the latch of the leather suitcase. The system's settlement sequence commenced. Detected consecutive acts of rebellion, public assassination of active Umbu elite from Konoha, violent dismantling of Konoha's underground intelligence network. Severe violation of the will of fire and the dignity of Konoha's High Council. Rank S-Class Supreme Rebellion. Reward issued, perfect Sage Body 10 integration. Lin Chuan's back muscles snapped taut with sudden rigidity. Sage Body. These three words represented the absolute pinnacle of vitality in the shinobi world. Possessing the complete Sage Body would restore in him the monstrous constitution of Hashirama Senju, his scaleless healing prowess, his chakra reserves so vast they could be drunk like ocean waves. Though integration stood at only 10%, it was more than sufficient to stabilize his body, on the verge of total collapse. Extract reward, Lin Chuan commanded silently within his mind. Warning detected: inferior First Hokage cells implanted within the host are entering a phase of violent backlash. Immediate infusion of Sage Body essence will trigger intense cellular cannibalism and restructuring. Estimated duration 4 hours. The host will lose all motor function during this period. Ensure absolute environmental security. No sooner had the system's tone faded than a searing needle-like pain detonated inside Lin Chuan's right knee. This was no superficial wound, it was a deep, marrow-chilling surge of chakra erupting wildly from within his bones. The First Hokage cells had reached their breaking point. If he failed to suppress them soon, within half an hour he would mutate into a grotesque sentient tree, its gnarled roots bursting through every corner of this basement. Lin Chuan scanned his surroundings. Crumbling concrete walls. A ventilation shaft choked with emerald mold. Not even a single door that could be locked. Lying here for 4 hours was no different from baring his throat before the knives of the black market's hyena pack. He needed absolute safety. With one hand he hoisted 2 leather suitcases, each brimming with 5 million Rio. Their crushing weight wrenched at the torn muscle of his right arm, but not a single crease furrowed his brow. His other hand slipped inside his robe and closed around the white-scaled serpent token given by the portly merchant. He turned and retraced the hidden passage. The underground black market of the land of rice fields resembled a colossal ant colony. Its outer ring housed currency exchanges and the ragged bazaars of wandering shinobi. The deeper one ventured inward, the fainter the scent of blood grew, replaced gradually by the refined aroma of rare incense and the sterile bite of preservatives. Lin Chuan halted before a pair of massive double doors sheathed in thick iron plating. Two grey-robed sentinels stood guard, chakra signatures radiating from them far surpassing even that of the bald burly exchange clerk. Halt! Core trading zone, vermin, keep your distance, growled the leftmost guard, his hand resting on the hilt of his tanto, eyes locked on Lin Chuan's bloodstained tattered samurai garb. Lin Chuan spared no breath for reply. His wrist flicked. The obsidian diamond-shaped token sliced through the air with a sharp hiss. The guard instinctively caught it, and the moment his gaze fell upon the exquisitely rendered white serpent and the crimson gemstone embedded within, his expression shattered. His earlier arrogance evaporated instantly. His spine bent sharply forward. My lord, please enter. Hands trembling slightly, he offered the token back with both palms, lowering his voice to a reverent whisper. Lin Chuan reclaimed the token and tucked it away before pushing the doors open and stepping inside. Beyond lay a vast hall. Its floor was carpeted in deep crimson bioluminescent stones embedded in the walls cast a soft steady glow. At the hall's center stood a semicircular counter carved from rosewood. Behind it sat a woman clad in a formal kimono, her fingers deftly dancing across an abacus. Lin Chuan strode forward and slammed both suitcases onto the rosewood surface with a heavy thud. Splatter. Dark viscous blood smeared across the polished wood. The woman frowned and lifted her gaze. I require your highest tier safehouse. Immediately Lin Chuan rasped, his voice raw and unyielding, edged with icy finality. Her eyes swept over him, lingering a fraction longer on the dried rust-colored stains crisscrossing his frame. Sir, our safehouses are tiered by cost. The top-tier heaven-class seal chamber employs the ancient four-symbol sealing array inherited from the land of whirlpools. Minimum rental 1 million Rio per hour, and identity verification is mandatory. She never finished. Lin Chuan reached out and flipped open the latch of one suitcase. The lid sprang upward. Neat crisp banknotes gleamed under the bioluminescent light, exuding a pungent acrid odor of fresh ink. 5 million Rio. Buyout, for tonight only. Leaning forward, Lin Chuan planted both palms on the counter's edge. The wood groaned softly beneath his pressure. Should anyone knock, or should the barrier ripple with even the faintest anomaly, I will emerge and snap your neck first. The woman stared at the stack of bills, then met Lin Chuan's gaze, empty, depthless, utterly devoid of emotion. Her throat contracted as she swallowed hard. In this black market, money made one a master, but power fused with utter recklessness made one a god. The aura clinging to this man, the raw, unmistakable stench of death freshly clawed from a mass grave, could not be faked. If she insisted on protocol now, those 5 million Rio would become her funeral expenses before dawn. She abandoned all mention of identity checks, swiftly retrieving from a concealed drawer beneath the counter a numbered brass key and a vellum scroll bearing a detailed floor plan, and slid both across the surface. Heaven Chamber No. 3. Turn left at the corridor's end. The barrier will seal automatically upon entry, unbreakable from outside even with explosive tags. Only you may open it from within. Lin Chuan snatched the key and suitcases and strode off. Heaven Chamber No. 3 lay at the deepest recess of the passage. He pushed aside the heavy leaden door, revealing a silent 30 square meter meditation chamber. No windows. Walls, floor and ceiling were densely inscribed with black sealing formulae. As Lin Chuan stepped inside, the massive lead door clanged shut behind him, and one by one the seals flared with a ghostly cerulean luminescence. All external noise vanished, severed completely. He tossed the suitcases into a corner and collapsed onto the zabuton cushion at the room's center, his strength utterly spent. His right pant leg was saturated with black congealed blood. The first Hokage cells had broken free, beyond containment. The wood-released chakra once dormant within his meridians now surged like a pack of starved beasts, ripping savagely at his own flesh and sinew. Extract. Lin Chuan commanded inwardly. Boo. An incomprehensible torrent of energy erupted from the void, flooding his crown chakra point without warning. If the first Hokage's chakra was a frenzied saw, this new force was a churning primordial ocean. Agony beyond human endurance instantly obliterated all sensation. His molars clenched with such ferocity that blood welled from his gums, flooding his mouth with the thick coppery tang of iron. Every muscle convulsed violently. Beneath his clothes, thick violet-purple veins bulged like writhing earthworms, straining to burst through his fragile epidermis. Ugh! A guttural dying animal snarl forced its way from his throat. Lin Chuan felt his very bones grind to dust, then reform forcibly within the embrace of that boundless life energy. It was torture bordering on slow dissection. The first Hokage cells embedded in his right leg and back sensed the foreign invasion and instinctively struck back. The frigid wood-released chakra rampaged through his meridians, attempting to devour the intruding force. But what confronted them was the true essence of the sage body. Even at only 10% integration, that gentle yet overwhelmingly dominant life energy shattered their defenses like dry kindling. The two forces clashed in brutal visceral warfare across his internal organs. Sweat cascaded from his jaw like a waterfall, pooling into a dark glistening stain upon the zabuton beneath him. His 10 fingers dug deep into the flesh of his thighs, nails piercing skin, wrenching back flaps of pale raw tissue. Konoha's old dogs drove me to this. What is pain then? Assimilate. Time thick and stretched, interminable within that sealed silence. How long passed no one could say. Gradually the tearing dual-front war raging within his body began to subside. The frenzied first Hokage cells sensing a natural predator were subdued, then absorbed, then fully integrated into that tranquil boundless sea of life energy. Old wounds, hidden scars left by forced use of the Kagaya bone release and would release, were sealing visibly rapidly. The needle-sharp agony in his right knee dissolved entirely. In its place bloomed a profound explosive sense of physical fullness. The most immediate transformation manifested on his skin. Those charred necrotic scars, born of chakra exhaustion, dried, shriveled and sloughed away in brittle flakes. New skin emerged, not sickly pale but luminous radiant. His musculature did not swell grotesquely, instead it tightened, densified, forged like tempered steel in a white-hot furnace. Lin Chuan exhaled a long steaming breath of stale air. He attempted to gather chakra. What followed stole his breath entirely. His previously desiccated meridians now brimmed with liquid chakra, its density and purity tripled beyond anything he'd ever known. Elite Jonin, peak level. And this was merely the baseline increase in chakra volume. The sage body's terrifying regenerative capacity and bodily resilience, that was his true ace. Now even activating the Kagaya bone release's ultimate form would no longer risk catastrophic physical collapse. The peril of violent backlash had been eradicated utterly irrevocably. He lowered his gaze to his hands. Clenched his fists. Air detonated with a low resonant crack. 10% integration yielded such a complete metamorphosis. Should he ever attain the remaining 90%, sheer physical might alone would allow him to pulp even the vaunted Kage, those so-called paragons of shinobi supremacy, into crimson paste. Yet the system's condition remained unequivocal. Further sage body integration demanded deeds that would shake the entire shinobi world, acts that would shatter Konoha's rigid order beyond repair. Killing a few Umbu operatives no longer sufficed. And that suited him perfectly. Lin Chuan rose to his feet. His joints cracked, sharp rapid pops like snapping bamboo. He stripped off the tattered blood-soaked rags of his wandering samurai garb and retrieved a clean set of black tactical attire from his storage scroll. He rotated his shoulders, savoring the ceaseless surging tide of power coiling within his limbs. His mission to the underground black market of the land of rice fields had not merely succeeded, it had exceeded every expectation. He had secured startup capital, resolved his critical physiological crisis, and unexpectedly forged a connection to Orochimaru's intelligence network. Bending down, he lifted the suitcase containing the remaining funds and withdrew the cold serpentine token once more. Orochimaru, the ancient serpent, had surely already received word of the currency exchange's destruction. That viper possessed a pathological obsession with collecting hideous anomalous combatants. The unnatural physical prowess and regenerative capacity Lin Chuan had displayed would ignite his fascination, beyond doubt. With the bait cast, all that remained was to wait for the great serpent to strike. Lin Chuan approached the leaden door. He did not reach for the brass key, but raised his right palm and pressed it flat against the metal surface. He exerted sudden crushing force. Crack! A tortured shriek echoed as the reinforced steel gear anchoring the door's hinge twisted beyond endurance, and the multi-ton lead slab groaned open inch by agonizing inch. Dim light from the corridor spilled through the widening gap. Lin Chuan opened his eyes. Deep within his otherwise pitch-black irises a fleeting silvery gold shimmer flickered, vanished. It was the first sign of the sage body's essence stirring awake. He pocketed the intelligence token and strode across the threshold, leaving the safe house behind. At the far end of the corridor a faint, almost imperceptible rustling whispered from the darkness. At the end of the corridor a whispering rustle so faint it was almost inaudible crept through the darkness. Lin Chuan pushed open the lead-plated door that weighed tons. His left foot crossed the threshold and then froze. He did not look down. Relying on the razor-sharp awareness born of his awakened immortal body, he locked onto the cold living thing at his foot. It was a white-scaled venomous snake no thicker than his forearm, coiled in the shadow of the doorframe. Its crimson tongue flicked rapidly through the air, tasting and collecting scent information. The creature emitted a faint chakra vibration. Lin Chuan's right hand shot out like lightning, the air tearing with a dull explosive sound. His 5 fingers closed like iron pincers exactly on the snake's vital point. The snake did not even have the chance to writhe. The cervical vertebrae were crushed under his immense grip. He casually flung the limp dead serpent into a corner and ground its head under his leather boots. The snake had been an informant for Di Shiwan. Its sense of smell was keener than a dog's. As soon as the money exchange had blood on its hands, scouts had been sent to the high-security safehouse door. But that was precisely the outcome he desired. If he did not display a sufficient appetite for destruction and utility, how could the real big fish be made to willingly cough up its core secrets? Lin Chuan hoisted the heavy suitcase and followed the damp narrow passage deeper into the black market. The core trading district was far quieter than the outskirts around the money changers. The air here lacked the cheap scent of blood and the sour stench of inferior preservatives. In their place was a faint aroma of incense mingled with the dry papery smell of desiccant. A vast underground cavern had been transformed into a circular bazaar. A dozen stalls sat in ordered disarray beneath the cold glow of fluorite lamps. The moment Lin Chuan stepped into the space merchants who had been haggling in low voices fell silent. Dozens of gazes swung to fix on him. These brokers who had spent years skirting blades and blood had news before anyone else. Word of the 5 wandering ninjas whose heads had been crushed with a single hand had already spread through the subterranean anthill. Though Lin Chuan wore a fresh set of black combat garb, the violent chakra aura of cells newly recombined by his immortal body flared conspicuously like a torch in the night. He ignored the probing looks and walked straight to the largest stall at the market center. Wind and lightning chakra paper sigils hung above the counter. Behind the stall sat an old man blind in his left eye. His withered hands were tucked inside his sleeves. As Lin Chuan approached, the remaining right eye rolled and his wrinkles cinched into a chrysanthemum of lines. "Stranger, you look unfamiliar." The old man coughed, his voice sounded like sandpaper rubbing. "What are you after?" "I have everything that flies in the sky or runs underfoot, anything that can kill." Lin Chuan set the suitcase down on the ironclad counter. High-grade ninjutsu scrolls. Wind release and lightning release. The old man's cloudy eye lingered on the suitcase for a second and his grin widened. "You put me in a hard spot. Lately Muyes have been like mad dogs biting everywhere. Several smuggling lines have been severed. High-grade scrolls are rare on the market." Lin Chuan did not let the old man finish his rehearsed complaints. With a thumb he popped the suitcase latch open. The lid sprang. Stacks of brand new banknotes smelling faintly of ink spilled into the cold lamplight and emitted a maddening allure. The old man's words caught in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbed violently. He had been testing Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan understood this perfectly. The black market's only rule was that there were no rules. The old man, claiming to have nothing, was confident that he would be able to replace the missing jutsu later. If not hit with hard cash, he would simply hide the good stock away. But now with money revealed, his greed would overwhelm his fear. Lin Chuan tapped the edge of the suitcase. "Now. You have the goods." Flustered, the old man dragged a dust-covered tin box from beneath the counter, input a code and carefully produced 3 scrolls wrapped in sealing arrays. "Sir, take a look at this." He pushed the scroll forward and lowered his voice. From Union Village's a brank lightning release, false darkness leaked out. And an rank wind release high privately sold by Sha'in village high-ups. This is a genuine area effect killing jutsu that can change a local battlefield. Lin Chuan picked up the scroll marked wind release and rubbed his fingertip over the sealing array. A feral wind chakra fluctuation indeed throbbed from within. "Name your price." The old man rubbed his hands and held out 2 shriveled fingers. Straightforward." The 3 scrolls bundled 20 million liang. Hearing that sum, the eavesdropping merchants inhaled sharply. The blind old man truly dared to ask. And a rank scroll's top black market price barely reached 15 million liang. He was clearly intent on treating this man as fat prey. Lin Chuan watched the old man's face flush with greed and thought that the naked avarice of these desperate men was somehow more honest and easier to bear than the pious hypocrisy of Muyes high-ups who talked endlessly of the will of fire. He did not haggle. He grabbed 2 bundles of notes from the suitcase and slapped them into the old man's face. "I'll take the scrolls." The old man was knocked back by the weight of the cash but clutched it to his chest, grinning so broadly his molars showed. Lin Chuan did not stop. He pointed at the shelves behind the vendor. "Special detonator talismans, the kind that produce chain sacrificial explosions. Whatever quantities you have, bring them. High-grade ration pills, emergency hemostatic sprays, antitoxins. Bring out every last thing in your back stock." The old man froze. The merchants around them froze as well. They had trafficked in the black market for decades. They had seen fortunes spent and households ruined by purchases of high-grade gear, but never had they seen a man sweep through a market like buying produce. "Sir, you mean everything?" the old man stammered. "Do you not speak human?" Lin Chuan flipped the white snake token he had taken from the fat money changer onto the counter. On the jet black token the white snake's ruby eye gleamed. The instant the old man recognized it, the feverish greed that had clouded his mind was doused by a bucket of cold water. He sobered at once. It was a pass belonging to Shi Wan's core faction. This young man not only had money and strength but was backed by one of the legendary 3 shinobi. He no longer dared to cheat. Scrambling, he shouted for helpers to fetch goods from the warehouse. Other vendors followed suit and could not remain idle. "Sir, I have a chakra-conductive small tanto forged in the craftsman nation. Sir, look at my puppet mechanism, hidden weapons tempered with Yun'in village's virulent poison." Lin Chuan moved among the stalls like a tyrant, inspecting his domain. Anything that increased combat readiness or could be used against Muyi pursuers was paid for without a second thought. In less than half an hour, 3.5 large wooden crates piled up before him. They were full of strategic reserves that would make a mid-sized ninja village envious. He had 50 million liang in cash and spent a full 42 million. Muyes old dogs had withheld his pension for more than a decade. Now he finally tasted the pleasure of crushing others with money. "That will do." Lin Chuan bit into his right thumb and smeared blood onto a blank high-grade sealing scroll. His hands moved through seals with blinding speed. Hai Suyu Shinwei. Seal. A vast pall of white smoke erupted at the market center. When the smoke cleared, the 3 crates of goods had vanished as if they were never there, leaving only the scroll covered in black sigils in Lin Chuan's hand. The merchants looked from the empty stalls to the thick wads of cash in their hands, dazed. In half an hour they had earned more than in the previous 3 years combined. Lin Chuan stuffed the sealing scroll into his ninja tool pack and brushed dust from his clothes. This ostentatious sweep would spread through the Tianji country's underworld in no time. His reputation as the utterly vile traitor ninja would soon be yoked to spend money like water. That would both cow stray Shinobi and accelerate De Shiwan's initiative to contact him. His hardware was now at the current pinnacle. The immortal body solution had removed the risk of bodily collapse. The wind and lightning scrolls filled the gap in medium to long-range area attacks. Even if Muyi sent an elite Jonin at Kakuzai's level, he was confident he could twist the man's head off and kick it like a ball. Lin Chuan turned without meeting the merchants' mingled awe and fear. He walked over the bluestone tiles straight toward the passage at the very heart of the trading district. The fat boss had told him that place was the highest level intelligence hub in the entire ninja world. He pushed open a slightly ajar wooden door. What greeted him was not a dim inner chamber but a vast, nearly 10-meter high circular hall. At the hall's very center there were no counters, no merchants, only a 20-meter wall rising to the ceiling plastered with wanted posters and bounty notices in every color. They ranged from deserter genin worth a few 10,000s of liang to the heads of great lords from the 5 nations valued at hundreds of millions. At the very top of that wall in the dark red band reserved for the highest bounties. Lin Chuan stopped. He tilted his head back and stared at the newly nailed warrant whose ink had not yet dried. Staring down at him from the paper was his own face. Lin Chuan lifted his head, his gaze passing through the hall's murky air and fixing on the brand new bounty poster. The paper's edges still bore the roughness of a fresh cut. The black ink smelled sharply of pine soot. The artist's hand was practiced, rendering his utterly still eyes with uncanny precision. His eyes moved downward. Name Lin Chuan. Ranks class traitor ninja. Life or death, no consideration. At the very bottom sat a row of bold numbers. 35 million liang. Seeing that figure, Lin Chuan sneered inwardly. The Mai elite certainly thought highly of him. An ordinary Jonin's head on the black market fetched barely 10 million liang. Sima the Huiying's son had once been speculated up to 35 million because he carried the fame of the 12 guardian ninja. He, an orphan fresh from graduation, even if he had slain several Ambu in public, could at most be worth 20 million liang. Who opened his purse for the extra 15 million? His gaze swept the poster's lower right corner. Beside the Mai official seal of the Fires Will there was a tiny irregular black blot of ink. From a distance one would dismiss it as an accidental smudge. Lin Chuan knew that mark it was half a berry tree root. Tuanzong. The old fox could not remain idle. Mai issued the wanted notice for the sake of the village's face. Tuanzong quietly increased the bounty on the black market to ensure every bounty hunter in the shinobi world smelled the blood and came running. The old dog feared he might die at another's hands or that the secrets on him would be unearthed by rival villages, so he muddied the waters with an outrageous price. Fine. Worth every liang. Lin Chuan raised his right hand, pressed index and middle fingers together and gently scraped them across the poster's coarse surface. The paper's friction against his fingertips delivered a tangible reality. From this day on he was no longer the expendable cannon fodder Mai could discard at will. That 35 million liang tag was an officially stamped talisman. In this underground world that honors money above men, only those with a high price are treated as a prize. The hall's atmosphere shifted. The once noisy chatter, haggling and even the sound of wandering shinobi drinking angrily in corners were severed within seconds. Only the faint sizzle of the fluorite lamps overhead remained. Dozens of gazes converged from all directions, first landing on the poster on the wall, then slowly sliding to fix on Lin Chuan's back. The preservative smell in the air was drowned by a thicker odor of greed. Men will die for money. 35 million liang was enough to make the head of a mid-sized shinobi village bow his head, not to mention those desperados who kept heads on their belts. Hey kid. A cracked voice sounded from behind a supporting pillar on the left. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall stepped out. Bald-headed, a centipede-shaped scar marred half his face, a wolf-tooth club with a blood groove hung in his hand. With every step the flagstones underfoot protested with a dull complaint. Is the one drawn here you? The giant rested the club on his shoulder and licked his chapped lips. The bounty hunters around him stepped back in tacit agreement, opening a semicircular ring. No one moved to stop him, no one rushed for glory, they all waited to see how the bald man would probe. Lin Chuan turned. He did not draw a blade nor form hand seals. His hands hung naturally at his sides as he looked at the bald man. We all heard about the killing at the exchange. Brothers out there heard the commotion. The bald man advanced 2 steps, the flesh on his face trembling. Crushing a genin's skull single-handedly, that's a talent. But after a fierce fight, how much chakra have you left? This 35 million liang, you'll take your head and collect it myself today. No sooner had the words fallen than the bald man planted his legs and charged. His bulk slammed forward with a gust of malevolence. The Wolf-Tooth Club whistled down toward Lin Chuan's crown. He had some sense using his size to close in and prevent a ninja from creating distance to form seals. Sadly, he had picked the wrong opponent. Lin Chuan did not dodge. He watched the iron-studded club swell in his vision. When the spikes were less than half a foot from his scalp, his right leg moved. The kick expelled a dull shock as even the air seemed compressed. The savage physical power granted by a 10% Zion body fusion poured out without restraint. Bang! His heel struck dead center on the bald man's chest. The club froze midair. The man's grin snapped into a rictus, his eyes threatening to pop from their sockets. A chorus of sickening bone cracks followed. The 300-pound behemoth was flung backward, his speed more than doubling his original charge. He sailed across more than half the market and slammed into the opposite wall. The surface gave way in a spider web of dented stone. He was lodged there, a great portion of his chest caved. He coughed up a mouthful of blood laced with entrail fragments, his head lolled, and he was utterly still. The hunters who had been waiting to pick over the spoils forgot even to breathe. One man drew a tobacco-tinged gasp that set him coughing, yet he clapped a hand over his mouth to stifle any loud sound. One kick. No chakra used, pure muscle and force reduced a talented taijutsu fighter to pulp. Lin Chuan withdrew his right leg, his suede boots scraping the dust clean. Anyone else want this money? Come at once. I am pressed for time. He swept his gaze across the cowering bounty hunters. Those whose eyes met his either stared at their toes or pretended to examine broken trinkets on the stalls. No one dared tempt fate at that moment. 35 million liang was indeed tempting, but one needed a life to spend it. Once he was satisfied the hyenas were thoroughly cowed, Lin Chuan withdrew his gaze. He picked up the suitcase at his feet, ignoring the scattered mess, and strode toward the wooden door at the far end of the hall. A heavy black wind curtain hung over the door, dyed with dark red characters that read intelligence. He parted the curtain and pushed through. Beyond the door lay a windowless chamber of roughly 20 square meters. A few oil lamps burned with a pine scent smoke. The light was dim. At the room's center stood a broad rosewood table. Behind it sat a gaunt man in a gray kimono, round-framed sunglasses balanced on his nose. He toyed with two iron balls the size of walnuts, the metal clicking crisply as they rubbed together. I heard the noise outside. The gaunt man pushed up his sunglasses, his voice flat and without inflection. One kick to kill Gue Xiong, your taijutsu would rank among the best in this part of the Tianxi country. Lin Chuan walked forward and slammed the suitcase down on the rosewood. The metal clasp struck the wood with a clear, sharp knock. I do not entertain idle talk. He pulled out the chair opposite and sat, body leaning forward. Are you the one who runs this place? The gaunt man stopped fiddling with the iron balls and folded his hands on the table. My name is Yao Shi. I am the manager of this intelligence station. What would you like to purchase? For the right price I could even tell you the underwear color of the 5 great nations' notables. Yao Shi. Lin Chuan ran the name through his mind and had already formed a near certain impression of the man's background. Orochimaru's household of spies controlled the information trade. The old fox indeed kept the core business tightly in his own hands. I want to buy a piece of intelligence. Lin Chuan tapped the suitcase rim with his finger. The exact current coordinates of the My Umbu strike team that is hunting me. The gaunt man's smile faded slightly. He appraised Lin Chuan from head to toe as if re-evaluating the young man's worth. Sir, by black market rules, live tracking intelligence on an active Umbu unit is exceedingly risky. Niui's intelligence network is not to be underestimated. If they discover we are selling Umbu movements here, this outpost cannot be held. He was raising the price. Lin Chuan knew the ploy well. Magnify the danger, then demand a king's ransom. He said nothing, drawing instead the jet black white snake token from his breast. He slapped the token onto the table. The white snake's red gem eyes gleamed in the oil lamp's halo. Yao Shi's gaze fell upon it and his spine straightened. The merchantly expression vanished as if wiped clean. A high-level pass. He swallowed rose at once and pushed the token back across the table towards Lin Chuan. So it is the Lord's distinguished guest. My eyes were at fault. Lin Chuan pocketed the token. Now can you check? Yes. Of course. Yao Shi fumbled nervously and produced a thick stack of scrolls from a hidden compartment beneath the table, rifling through them. I spared no expense to capture you this time. Aside from the regular tracking squads, they have clandestinely dispatched a special operations unit led by a Jonin. Codename Hunting Falcon. Their captain is a master of lightning-style techniques. He spread a scroll stamped with a red top-secret seal on the table. According to reports sent 3 hours ago, they have already crossed the Fire Country border and are currently resting around the Red Pine Forest in the south of Tianxi country. They are expected to reach the Black Market's outskirts before dawn tomorrow. Lin Chuan looked at the red dot marked on the scroll. The Red Pine Forest lay less than 50 kilometers away. Those leeches clung tight. Having just slain one wave, another had already bitten. Only that one squad. Lin Chuan asked. At present we can only confirm that single unit Yaosher lowered his voice. However, according to our informants planted within my Genbu has also made a move. Tuanzang has privately assigned 2 trusted men skilled in sealing techniques. Their precise destination is unknown. That fit the pattern. The tree root mark on the bounty poster and the presence of 2 Genbu seal specialists spelled a plan. Tuanzang intended to let the regular Umbu exhaust your strength, then have Genbus men close in and seal you alive. The calculation was meticulous. Unfortunately for them, they overlooked one detail: you have already fused 10% of a Xianran body. The chakra in this body could drown those seal-obsessed rats. How much for this intelligence? Lin Chuan rose. Since you bear the Lord's token, consider the intelligence a courtesy free of charge. Yaosher forced a smile. I do not like owing favors. Lin Chuan opened the suitcase latch and casually tossed 2 bundles of bills onto the table. Keep the money. Also help me pass a message to Dishiwan. At the name, the gaunt man's facial muscles twitched before he masked it. Say it. Tell him I am very interested in his experiments. If he wishes to see the limits of this body up close, let him come in person. Do not send those useless minnows to die. Lin Chuan lifted his suitcase and walked toward the curtain. Do not send worthless fish to be bait. He stepped into the shadowed underground passage. Red Pine Forest. If Mui's high-ups wanted that 35 million liang, he would deliver himself to their doorstep and see if they had the appetite to swallow him. Lin Chuan's sheepskin boots had barely touched the slick moss of the passage when the heavy wing curtain behind him was violently thrown open from within. Please wait, sir. The apothecary's gaunt half-figure leaned out. The round sunglasses perched on his nose reflected the passage's dim light, and even his 2 tufts of whiskers trembled with his short frantic breaths. Lin Chuan halted. He did not turn around. His right wrist hung naturally, the muscles of his upper arm already contracting in anticipation. One wrong word from the other side and that hand would pierce the thin curtain and crush the man's neck. If you were hawking those inferior detonation talismans, your neck would already be broken. The apothecary forced a dry laugh and rubbed his hands vigorously beneath the hem of his robe, trying to conceal his panic. Not at all. You bear the Lord's token. Ordinary goods could never catch your eye. I merely remembered that I have an old sealed file tucked away at the bottom. Lin Chuan turned his face, his gaze falling on the apothecary's features mapped with calculation. I hadn't intended to take it out. The apothecary swallowed and lowered his voice. After all, Mai has lately sealed off all external channels like a rabid dog, and Genbus informants are keeping Tianji country under close watch. But this thing concerns you personally. Lin Chuan turned back and walked into the cramped chamber saturated with the scent of rosin. The leather case was tossed onto the rosewood table once more. The metal clasp knocked against the wood with a crisp sound. Compared to Mui's blockade, your life is worth more now. No more words, take it out. Lin Chuan pulled out a chair and sat leaning forward slightly. The apothecary dared not dally. He hurried to the corner and tapped 3 times at the edge of a moss-stained bluestone tile. The tile silently snapped open, revealing a pitch-black secret compartment. He drew from it a palm-sized lead box. The box's surface was plastered with yellow sealing talismans. Their edges were brittle and yellowed, exuding a dense earthy reek. This has been kept tucked away for 12 years. The apothecary pushed the lead box carefully to the table's center and pressed his fingers on the talisman paper to lift the outer physical lock. Years ago, Mui's upper echelons endured a great internal purge. Genbu disposed of a batch of discarded files. Our people paid the price of 3 lives to snatch even half a roll from the rim of the crematorium. To smuggle this out, that informant slit his own belly and shoved the box beside his intestines. Only by hiding on a cart of corpses did he get past Mui's gate. 12 years ago. The Great Purge. Lin Chuan quickly calculated the timeline. The original was 16 this year. 12 years earlier he would have been 4. Exactly the age to have been sent to Mui's orphanage. That old dog Tuanzang believed in cutting out the roots. Whatever he deliberately archived and then painstakingly destroyed could never have been some street urchin. What had that old bastard been hiding? The records inside are fragmentary, scattered and incomplete. They cannot be stitched together to reveal their full value. The apothecary wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Not until I saw that 35 million reward notice today did the name line up. Lin Chuan pressed one hand to the lead box lid and used his thumb to flick the hidden catch. Click. There was no mechanism. Inside lay a half roll of parchment with its edges singed black. Large swaths of the paper were stained with oxidized blackened old blood. A pungent antiseptic tang mixed with mildew struck the nostrils. Lin Chuan reached out, pinching the scroll's edge between his forefinger and middle finger and giving it a tug. The instant his finger pads touched the coarse parchment, his heart suddenly missed a beat. This was not mere imagination but a tangible physiological recoil. The 10% immortal body essence he had just subdued infused with his bones and blood in Celestial Chamber 3 reacted like dry tinder to a spark, detonating a feral surge of life energy rampaged through his meridians without warning. Lin Chuan's breath thinned and shattered. He tried to withdraw his hand but his fingers felt glued to the scroll as if by superglue. Veins beneath the skin bulged visibly, blue tracery climbing from wrist to forearm, and the entire arm's muscles twitched in mute convulsion. You. The apothecary stumbled backward in terror, his lower back knocking a rosewood chair over. He bulged his eyes and stared at the table. Around the once-a-dry blackened blood on the ruined scroll a ring of blue luminance had ignited. It was a high-order chakra sealing mark, and at this moment it was resonating in unison with the cells in Lin Chuan's hand. From deep within the marrow came the hollow sensation of being forcibly pried open and drawn outward. This pain differed entirely from the torment of fusing with the original cells. Lin Chuan dug his fingers into the coarse edge of the table. The flesh along his nails paled knuckles strained beneath a thin skin. The rosewood groaned under his grip, splinters bit into his palm, sending a sharp stabbing ache up his arm. Fragments of a memory flashed unexpectedly through his mind: a cold operating table, blinding shadowless lamps, glass jars filled with a green viscous fluid, and a thick syringe mercilessly plunging into a child's fragile spine. The ticking of mechanical instruments magnified into a maddening drum in his ears. Press it down. Lin Chuan issued a beastly low roar from his throat. He forced the liquid chakra in his dantian into action and severed the chakra link between his fingertips and the scroll. The savage life energy recoiled and shattered the blue radiance on the scroll's surface. Bang! Several oil lamps that scented the room with rosin were blown out by the escaping chakra shockwave. The chamber sank into half-darkness, only the faint light filtering from the passage barely illuminating the table. The blue light had died, the scroll lay again as a tattered lifeless thing. Lin Chuan breathed in great gasps, sweat trickling from his chin and leaving dark rings on the rosewood. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and flattened the half-roll with effort. On the paper burned away over most of its surface, only the last few lines of minute script remained legible. Severe rejection reaction, survival rate less than 0.1%. My orphanage. Project A test subject. Codename Lin Chuan. Erase memories, transfer to routine surveillance sequence. At the final signature sat the tree root seal, half buried as if in earth. Lin Chuan stared at those characters and threaded every clue into a single line of truth. No wonder the original had scraped by in the academy with pitiful chakra, yet somehow tolerable of those shoddy first-generation cells on the black market. It was not luck. This body had been transformed 12 years ago by Zhenbu into some forbidden experimental vessel. Tuanzong had discarded a failed or latent experiment into the orphanage to be raised as a stray. Now that he had defected and displayed Muduan would release in Shigumai corpse bone vein before Yaluka, that old fox surely assumed the old experiment had rekindled in him. That also explained the extra 15 million on the bounty and the covert deployment of Genbus sealing squad. They did not want a corpse. They wanted this living pristine vessel. You haven't shown this to De Shiwan, have you? Lin Chuan lifted his gaze and fixed it on the apothecary cowering in the corner. The apothecary scrambled to his feet, pressing against the wall, his head bobbing like a rattle as his hands flailed. This level of intelligence isn't fit to be reported to the Lord. The Lord's laboratory receives hundreds, even thousands of discarded files daily. A flawed relic from 12 years ago would not earn him so much as a glance. If I hadn't seen your name today. Mind your mouth. Lin Chuan rolled the half-roll and slipped it into the ninja pouch against his chest. He snatched 5 bundles of crisp new notes from the case and scattered them like petals onto the bluestone at the apothecary's feet. Hush money. If a single word of this leaks, I guarantee your fate will be 10 times worse than that bald money changer's. The apothecary lunged and clutched the bills, swearing vehement assurances. Rest assured, sir. In our line, mouths are tighter than the dead. Today in this room we spoke only of Hong Song Lin, nothing else was mentioned. Lin Chuan lifted the case and turned toward the chamber's doorway. Just as he was about to push aside the wind curtain, his footfall paused once more. You treat people as vessels, I will treat you as fertilizer. That old debt from 12 years ago, it's time to collect interest. The half-sentence fell into the room and the air cooled to an instant ice. The apothecary lay prostrate and watched the black silhouette vanish beyond the curtain, a sudden churning rising in his stomach. He had lived half his life in this underworld and had seen countless vicious traitors, but the palpable materialized killing intent that had poured from Lin Chuan in that moment made each breath feel like a blade in his lungs. Lin Chuan walked across the bluestone tiles and out through the information station's gate. The underground air of Tianji country remained thick and fouled, a mixture of acrid odors. But his aim was no longer limited to the Hong Song Lin hit squad called Lai Sun. He kept one hand pressed to the ninja pouch that held the damaged scroll. Through the coarse fabric he could almost still smell the blood that clung to the parchment. Tuanzong had surely left a draft and outline of this Boda's secrets. If Mui's upper ranks liked to play at treating people as lab mice, then he would play the game to its bitter end. After he slaughtered the Hong Song Lin rabble, it would be time to return personally to Genbus underground base beneath Mai. He would wash the shame written on that file with the blood of Tuanzong and the entire Genbu High Council. Lin Chuan rested a single hand upon the shinobi gear pouch holding the fragmented scroll, his fur-lined boot grinding over the final moss-covered stone slab at the end of the narrow passage. Outside, the wind carried the damp earthy scent unique to the land of ricefields, surging in a single rush down his collar. The murky air of the underground black market, thick with preservatives and cheap tobacco, was now left far behind. Rather than taking the main road toward the red pine forest, he vanished in a blur and slipped into an abandoned timber transfer station beside the thoroughfare. The place had lain derelict for years. Towering logs were stacked into mountainous heaps, their surfaces veiled in deep emerald vines. No soul stirred, only the low mournful sigh of wind threading through gaps between the timbers. Lin Chuan settled into a sheltered corner, dragging over a weathered wooden crate to serve as a table. From his gear pouch he withdrew the lead box once more and unrolled the scorched half-burnt sheepskin scroll across the crate's surface. By the wan pallid light filtering through the clouds, the few barely legible lines of minute calligraphy pierced his gaze. A new severe rejection response, survival rate below 0. 1. Konoha Orphanage. Class A experimental subject. Designation Lin Chuan. Memory erased, transferred to routine surveillance protocol. Lin Chuan curled his index finger and tapped its knuckle slowly, rhythmically against the crate's edge. Tap tap tap, the sound unnervingly sharp in the hushed expanse. The logic here was riddled with gaping flaws. Danzo, that old hound, lived by the creed of uprooting weeds entirely. If this subject had been deemed utterly worthless, incineration in the crematorium would have been Root's standard procedure. To expend such effort erasing memory, and then assign personnel to monitor him routinely at an orphanage for 12 long years. This was no disposal of medical waste. This old man was farming him, slowly, deliberately. Lin Chuan ran the entire sequence through his mind in an instant. 12 years ago Orochimaru's human experimentation had been exposed, forcing his defection, but Danzo secretly intercepted part of the research, possibly even seizing critical cultivation samples. His current body, the original host, had been one of the wretches forcibly infused with First Hokage cells during that period. The severe rejection reaction indicated his body had already teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet Danzo had not abandoned him. Instead, he cast this near-death vessel into the orphanage, using the most mundane environment to mask the volatile chakra fluctuations of this ticking time bomb. Should the body against all odds gradually adapt to that savage power and survive the latent phase, Root would strike without delay, harvesting the fully ripened fruit. No wonder the original host, despite relentless training throughout the ninja academy, possessed such meager chakra reserves. It wasn't mediocrity of talent. It was because the vast majority of energy flowing through his meridians had been violently siphoned away, diverted deep into his cells to suppress the rejection response. If this old man ever took to the stage, the Oscars would be remiss not to award him a golden statuette. A low scornful chuckle rolled from Lin Chuan's throat. He preached endlessly about Konoha's prosperity, yet behind closed doors treated the village's war orphans as disposable incubators. Those lofty elders who stood atop the moral high ground possessed hearts blacker than the sewers beneath any underground exchange house. 30 meters to his left, deep within the stacked logs, came an almost imperceptible sound, the peeling of bark. The wind hadn't shifted, but iron rust lingered faintly in the air, cunningly concealed. Lin Chuan's tapping finger froze midair. Without turning, he calmly rolled the scorched sheepskin scroll, slid it back into the lead box, and clicked the hidden latch shut. You followed me all this way, still unwilling to step out and draw breath. Silence swallowed the words whole, not even the wind's whisper remained. Lin Chuan rose with unhurried grace, brushing wood shavings from his trousers. 3. 2. At the count of 2, the massive log directly above him exploded inward. Splinters filled the air like lethal rain as 3 shadowy figures descended, silent, swift, spectral. No idle words. No flamboyant jutsu prelude. 3 kunai, blades laced with venomous cobalt poison, converged with surgical precision, sealing off Lin Chuan's throat, heart, and lower spine. Their angles were ruthless, their coordination flawless, their intent pure, unadulterated death. These were no wandering mercenaries chasing bounties on whim. Their footwork and blade discipline were achingly familiar to Lin Chuan. He'd snapped the necks of men just like them hours earlier outside the ANBU exchange house. Root's hunting hounds. Lin Chuan didn't so much as lift his eyelids. He did not retreat, instead he stepped forward straight into the descending blade. That single step shattered the flagstones beneath his feet. Wild chakra surged through his meridians, flooding his right arm in an instant. Fingers clenched, palm hardened into a blade, Lin Chuan slammed it sideways against the tempered steel kunai. Crack! The blade snapped cleanly in two. The severed half spun wildly through the air before burying itself deep into a nearby log, its tip still trembling violently. The Root operative hadn't anticipated flesh meeting steel heat. His palms split open, instantly blood spurted down his wrist. Before he could react, Lin Chuan's right hand clamped around his throat. Fingers tightened. A rapid, sickening series of cracks echoed, the vertebrae snapping like dry twigs. His body crumpled lifeless as a sack of rags. The remaining 2 Root operatives halted mid-lunge, toes digging into timber to pivot sharply apart, creating distance in a single fluid motion. Both raised their hands, seals forming in unison. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Wind fanned the flames. A fireball wider than 5 meters erupted, its searing heat distorting the air, engulfing Lin Chuan's corner entirely. The timber yard blazed white-hot, brighter than noon. Within the inferno, the 2 operatives stared fixedly at the conflagration's epicenter. According to intelligence, his chakra should have been depleted after successive battles. This composite technique would surely cripple him. Then calm, measured footsteps emerged from the blaze. Lin Chuan strode forth, stepping barefoot across glowing embers. His clothes bore scorch marks, yet the exposed skin shimmered faintly with a verdant chakra, swiftly mending trivial burns. 10% Sage Body Integration. Unless decapitated instantly or pierced through the heart, such jutsu couldn't even breach his defenses. Outdated intelligence gets people killed. The moment the words left his lips, Lin Chuan vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage. The Windusser on the left hadn't even completed his seal when a whip-like kick struck his chest with brutal finality. The snap of breaking bone reverberated across the clearing. His ribcage collapsed inward, his body rocketed backward, splintering 3 thick logs before vanishing beneath rubble, life extinguished without a gasp. Only the squad leader remained. His face concealed beneath a blank animal mask, the leader finally staggered backward, feet betraying him unbidden. From his gear pouch he drew a sealing scroll, reaching to tear it open. Lin Chuan denied him even that chance. His right hand shot forth like lightning, gripping the masked face and hoisting the man bodily into the air. Since your root, your mind must hold quite the trove of valuable secrets. Blue chakra flared at Lin Chuan's fingertips. He initiated a forced mind reading technique, a brutal invasive assault on consciousness. Inadequate mental fortitude would invite catastrophic backlash, reducing the caster to a drooling imbecile. But Lin Chuan's mental strength, honed by system-bestowed rewards, had long since ascended to a terrifying tier. The squad leader convulsed violently, a guttural agonized shriek tearing from his throat. Fragments of chaotic memory flooded Lin Chuan's mind through the chakra link lightless underground laboratories. Vats brimming with luminous green fluid. Danzo's grim bandage-swathed visage. And a freshly issued top-secret directive: retrieve Class A experimental subject at all costs. If capture proves impossible, sever head and spinal column immediately. Preserve both in specialized preservative solution for retrieval. Under no circumstances allow the subject to fall into Orochimaru's hands. Lin Chuan opened his eyes, blood vessels webbed across his irises. He withdrew his chakra-laced hand. The squad leader dropped limbs, jerking, mouth frothing, eyes rolled back, his mind reduced to ruined pulp by forced extraction. Lin Chuan picked up the broken kunai from the ground and drove it cleanly through the leader's throat, ending his suffering with cold finality. Sever head and spinal column. He yanked the blade free, flicking blood from the edge. Clever rodents, your calculations are impeccable. Then he nudged open the gear pouch of the chest-crushed corpse with his foot. Inside tumbled several large sealing scrolls designed for organ transport and a vial of transparent preservative liquid reeking acridly. Every tool required for full-body extraction had been prepared in advance. Lin Chuan crouched, crushing each scroll and vial underfoot. From his leather case he pulled a newly purchased black hooded cloak bought at the black market. Its coarse fabric settled heavily over his shoulders, a weight both tangible and real. He drew up the hood, concealing most of his face. Then from his inner robe he retrieved the bounty notice freshly acquired from the intelligence station. The figure, 35 million Rio, glared fiercely in the firelight. Blood spatter from the recent battle had stained the paper's edges, leaving them tacky to the touch. Lin Chuan approached a relatively intact wooden wall and slapped the bounty notice flat against it. With his left hand he gripped the bloodied broken kunai, pointing its tip precisely at the image's forehead. Konoha. He gazed into the portrait's expressionless eyes, voice glacial, devoid of warmth or mercy. What you owe this body, I will reclaim with interest. Clang. The blade pierced the thick parchment and buried itself deep into the timber, its hilt still trembling faintly. Lin Chuan turned, lifting his leather case, stuffed with high-tier jutsu scrolls and explosive tags, once more into his grip. 12 years of surveillance in the orphanage, the blood extractions and bone fractures in the Genbu basement. Every indignity and calculated cruelty that this body had endured now had creditors to be repaid. Tuanzong. The Falcon hunting squad in Hongson-Lin was merely an hors d'oeuvre. Once these peripheral minnows were slaughtered, he would pay a personal visit and uproot the filthy tendrils beneath Mu Yi. Lin Chuan trod across a floor strewn with wood shavings and blood, striding into the sullen night of Tianjigua. His black cloak soon melded with the surrounding darkness. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers from the border of Tianjigua, a clandestine underground laboratory held the air heavy with the acrid tang of formalin. Within a vast glass incubation tank, several malformed human specimens floated slowly with the current. At a broad laboratory bench, a pallid man with long black hair bowed over a document. He extended a long snake-like tongue and licked his cracked lips. Behind him, the medic Do pushed up the round spectacles on his nose and respectfully offered a scroll. My lord Dishiwan, this is intelligence just returned from the Muyi black market, Do said in a low voice. That Muyi renegade Lin Chuan swept 42 million worth of high-grade supplies from the trading district. He had his informants send you a message. Dishiwan did not turn. His golden vertical pupil remained fixed on the time-worn dossier before him. Stamped in the upper right corner of the file was the imprint of a tree root half buried in earth. It was the backup of the core experimental data he had failed to take before his defection. What did he say? Dishiwan's voice rasped like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. He said, if you wish to see the limits of that Bodis potential up close, come and find him yourself. Don't send useless minnows to be slaughtered. Do instinctively held his breath after speaking. Dishiwan laughed, a sound of frenzied excitement, a laughter swollen with greed. He carelessly tossed the old dossier onto the table it fanned open, revealing several key phrases within. Type A experimental subject. Survival rate less than 0.1%. Xuan turned in near pathological rapture spreading across his pale face. He extended a sallow finger and lightly caressed the rim of a vast vacant incubation tank beside him. 12 years. His tongue traced his lips once more. That fool Tuanzang actually left such a perfect work of art out to pasture like refuse. He spun suddenly, the golden vertical pupil glittering with unabashed desire. Do. Prepare. At last I have found you, my perfect vessel. The black cloak swiftly dissolved into the surrounding darkness. Lin Chuan trudged along the muddy path heading straight for the red pine forest in the southern reaches of Tianji Nation. Wind streamed down his collar carrying the damp earthy scent unique to Tianji Nation. Something was wrong. He halted mid-step and twitched his nose. Woven into that familiar loam was a piercing chemical acridity, the unmistakable odor of highly concentrated hydrogen peroxide blended with Lysol. Tianji Nation's underground black markets reeked only of sour preservatives, never of modern medical disinfectants. A rhythmic sound pulsed inside his eardrums. Tick, tick. This was no rain striking leaves. Hollow and monotonous, the sound pressed directly against his ear canal, each beat perfectly synchronized with his heartbeat. Lin Chuan raised his hand to cover his right ear. His fingertips met not skin, but a cold smooth plastic patch. He wrenched at it violently. A searing pain tore up his nerves as his skin peeled open. He glanced down at his palm, empty. No plastic patch remained, only dried blood from his earlier slaughter of Root's covert operatives. From the canopy of the red pine forest ahead, several black figures dropped silently to the ground. Umbu Special Operations Unit Falcon Squad. 5 operatives in total. They fanned out in a semi-encircling formation. The squad leader's hands flew through rapid hand seals, chakra coalesced in his palms into blinding blue-white lightning. Lightning release, lightning cutter. Light flared, illuminating the gloom-draped woods. Lin Chuan did not retreat. He stepped forward into the glare, his right arm swelling instantly with muscle, prepared to shatter the enemy's skull with a fist forged from sage body cultivation. At the very instant his fist neared the lightning's edge, the liquid chakra sea within his dantian evaporated utterly without warning. The torrent of power that should have surged through his meridians turned stagnant, a lifeless pool. The lightning struck Lin Chuan full in the chest. No scent of burnt flesh rose. An overwhelming current ripped straight through his thoracic cavity, his sternum snapped upward uncontrollably, slamming his back hard against the rough bark of a pine tree. 200 joules, discharge. A sharp, unfamiliar woman's voice exploded across the hollow forest, utterly alien to the Umbu captain's tone. Lin Chuan slid down the trunk onto the ground. Had these Umbu operatives laced their lightning cutter with neurotoxic agents? He assessed his situation with swift clinical precision. This lightning technique defied logic, it spared his internal organs while forcibly overriding his cardiac pacemaker. Danzo, that old hound, had ordered him captured alive, as a living vessel, so they dared not kill him outright. 2 Umbu operatives wearing feline masks closed in from either side. They brandished custom steel cables, whipping them around Lin Chuan's wrists and ankles. Lin Chuan yanked backward with all his might. By sage body standards, such cables should have snapped like thread. Yet his arms refused to obey, devoid of even a whisper of strength. The cables bit deep into his flesh, wrenching his limbs wide apart and pinning him upright against the red pine behind him. This material contains chakra-conductive metal, specifically engineered to seal meridians. Lin Chuan bit through his lower lip, iron-rich blood trickled down his chin and pooled in the hollow of his throat. He strained to mobilize the last dregs of energy in his dantian, yet could not lift a single finger. Tighten the restraints. The patient is exhibiting severe delirium, don't let him pull out the forecatheter. That woman's voice pierced the air again, emanating from the void above. Restraints. Delirium. Lin Chuan gasped raggedly, his vision fracturing into surreal double images. The Umbu captain who'd just wielded the lightning cutter, his animal mask split cleanly down the center. Beneath it lay no face, only a surgical blue non-woven mask. What he held was not a lightning cutter at all, but 2 defibrillator paddles, each fitted with black insulated handles. Their surfaces glistened with transparent conductive gel. Heart rate still dropping, prepare 300 joules. The masked figure turned sharply and shouted toward a nearby red pine tree. The tree twisted grotesquely, the bark sloughed off, revealing a medical apparatus blinking with crimson and emerald indicator lights. On its screen a green waveform struggled weakly up and down. Lin Chuan dug his fingers deep into the soil beside him, nails crammed with black earth. He tried desperately to summon the system that had always granted him invincibility. A familiar translucent interface flickered across his retina, yet this time every character was scrambled. Warning: patient's blood oxygen saturation below 60. Error code 404, multi-organ failure irreparable. Defection mission terminated. Neural synapses disintegrating. Crimson garbled text scrolled frenetically before his eyes. Then, shatter. It exploded into a shower of fading light particles. The system was gone. The sage body was gone. Chakra was gone. At the forest's edge, the red pines curled inward, blackened and peeled away like cheap paper scorched by flame. Orochimaru's white serpent erupted from the earth jaws agape. Lin Chuan seized its nape in a crushing grip, cold, unnervingly smooth. In his grasp, the serpent warped, elongated and solidified into a translucent plastic corrugated tube 2 fingers thick, one end connected to an oxygen concentrator mounted on the wall, the other plunged deep into his trachea. A suffocating wave crashed over him. Lin Chuan's mouth gaped wide, his lungs collapsed into desiccated sponges, convulsing in futile search of one last breath. 1 milligram of epinephrine now. A nurse's shrill command pierced his eardrums, erasing in that single syllable every trace of chakra, every jutsu, every bloodline limit. His eyelids weighed like stone, sealed shut by thick crusts of discharge and mucus. With his final reserve of strength, Lin Chuan forced them apart, just a hairline slit. Blinding surgical light stabbed into his pupils. No red pine forest. No underground black market of Tianji Nation. No 35 million Rio bounty notice. Only sterile pallid fluorescent tubes on the ceiling and walls gleaming with antiseptic green paint. The air hung heavy with formaldehyde and cephrodine. A frantic shrill beeping filled his ears, the ECG monitor. That was the tick, tick he'd heard. It was never rain, it was the machine counting down his remaining seconds. Lin Chuan lay supine on a hospital bed. He turned his stiff neck, gaze drifting past the white sheet to settle upon his right hand, no longer the fist capable of obliterating an Umbu captain's skull. It was a skeletal handskin, sickly yellow and taut over brittle bone. A thick catheter pierced the back of his hand, clear fluid dripped steadily from the plastic tubing into his vein. The specialized steel cables that had bound his wrists were in truth hospital-grade white canvas restraints, tightly knotted around the iron bed rails, pinning his arms immobile. A plastic wristband encircled his forearm, inscribed in black marker. Bed No. 07, name Lin Chuan. Age 16, diagnosis advanced osteosarcoma with systemic metastasis. There had been no transmigration. No rogues class missing Neen. No conspiracy orchestrated by Danzo, no 12 years of surveillance from the orphanage. All of it an illusion spun by a dying brain, that of a 16-year-old terminal patient bedridden for 3 years, passing days lost in manga, now drowning in hypoxia at life's final threshold. Reality was agony beyond measure. Chemotherapy burned through his veins sharper than any blade, cancer devouring his marrow inflicted torment 100-fold more savage than Orochimaru's human experiments. He was too frail even to roll over or relieve himself, left utterly at the mercy of doctors and nurses. His failing mind in its final act of mercy activated the last compensatory defense. It transmuted his helplessness in bed into Konoha's systemic exploitation of orphans. It recast the physicians who entered daily to administer injections into treacherous figures, Danzo and Root's shadow operatives. It transformed the violent immune rejection triggered by chemotherapy into the excruciating grafting of First Hokage's cells. It gifted him a system. It bestowed the sage body. It granted him dominion, power to crush every arrogant authority beneath his heel. In that dream he was no longer a helpless two-brittled invalid awaiting death. He was a god whose very name made the shinobi world tremble. Is family present? Go sign the critical condition notice, pupils are fully dilated. The attending physician lowered the defibrillator, peeled off his sweat-dampened blue mask and exhaled deeply. At the foot of the bed a nurse rapidly logged resuscitation data. Lin Chuan stared upward at the ceiling. His tracheal tube choked his throat, he could not utter even a single syllable. His vision blurred, dissolving, the surgical light bloomed into long hazy ribbons. The final image flashing through his mind was the bounty poster plastered on the wall of a derelict lumber yard. 35 million Rio. Those eyes utterly devoid of emotion. In the last seconds before the dream shattered he felt no despair for the hospital bed he lay upon. Only exhaustion. He strained the cracked, desiccated corners of his mouth upward in the faintest, most weary smile. This dream was exhilarating. The green waveform on the ECG monitor spiked twice, then flattened into absolute stillness. Beep. A piercing, unbroken tone drowned out every other sound in the ICU. Silence followed, absolute, complete and final.